Sun Hongxia stood tall, holding her head high. In the military compound, news quickly spread that Suwon scored 699 points and ranked first in her grade at the Inspirational High School. But all that followed were angry discussions and accusations. This is outrageous. The cheating was so blatant, scoring 699 points. Who knows what kind of relationship Suwon has with Director Hua? This practice test was so hard that very few scored above 90, yet she cheats her way to the top. Inspirational High School really dares to announce that. Maybe she got the practice test answers beforehand, did one at home, and then submitted the answers she copied from there. After the military inspection, Hua Xiaohan drove back to the military compound. Hearing the discussions, his sharp brows furrowed in shock and surprise. Suwon actually ranked first in the practice test? Where did the rumors about cheating come from? Hua Xiaohan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and the car sped up, heading straight for the Hua family. People along the road stopped talking when they saw Hua Xiaohan in the military vehicle, his sharp features and strong profile exuding a cold demeanor. Once the car passed, they resumed their chatter. Do you think there's something between Suwon and Commander Hua?
How could that be?
Commander Hua is known for being cold and indifferent towards women. I heard from someone related to the Navy that Suwon and Director Hua's Meng Xinhao seemed to be a couple. During the summer break, Meng Xinhao was the one tutoring her. That makes sense. Could it be that Meng Xinhao found a way to get the test questions from Director Hua and secretly showed them to Suwon under the guise of tutoring? Everyone suddenly understood and felt that they had solved the mystery. Everything started to make sense. Hua Hong struggled to ride her bike, which had a flat tire, from school to the Hua family, sweating on her face and back. Seeing Suwon sitting under a tree translating a book, she immediately jumped off her bike and said breathlessly, "Suwon, why didn't you go check your grades? Do you know you ranked first in your grade? Your name is at the top of the transfer list." But now, Sun and her mother, along with other parents, are causing a scene at school, claiming that the school leaked the test questions to you. She had become the prime suspect. Plus, since Meng Xinhao had been tutoring Suwon, parents believed she had him give her the test questions in advance. Parents were demanding an explanation from the school. Hua Hong was very anxious and, not bothering to fix her windblown hair, continued to speak to Suwon. "I believe you could achieve this score. It's just that with the rumors and the low scores, the students' parents and people in the neighborhood don't believe it. This could negatively affect your Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia. To reduce the impact and clarify things, the school has decided to let you take another test so that the parents and people in the neighborhood will be convinced. Would you be willing to go back to school with me?" Suwon guessed that since she got into the prestigious high school, Sun Hongxia would definitely cause trouble, but she didn't expect to be just 1 point away from a perfect score. This was a great opportunity for her to clear her name and rebuild her image. Suwon was certainly willing to go. She closed her book and said to Hua Hong, "Okay, Aunt Hong, I'll change my shoes and go with you." Seeing Suwon agree so readily, Hua Hong felt more certain that the score was indeed earned by Suwon herself. Her previous bias against Suwon had made her doubt her own son's words, and she was worried about leading Meng Xinhao astray. She had even had a small argument with her sister-in-law over this matter, and her already flushed face turned slightly unnatural. But now, the most important thing was to clarify this misunderstanding as soon as possible. "Suwon, my tire got punctured, so I'm going to borrow a bicycle." As soon as Hua Hong finished speaking, Hua Xiaohan's jeep stopped outside the Hua family's yard. "Aunt, I'll take you both to school." Hua Xiaohan leaned out of the car window and spoke to Hua Hong, his dark gaze following Suwon as she ran into the house. He believed Suwon could get into a prestigious high school, but he didn't expect her to achieve first place. Suwon was much more outstanding than he had imagined. "Xiaohan, you came back just in time." "Suwon, hurry, let's get in the car," Hua Hong said excitedly, pulling on Suwon, who had changed her shoes, as they took their seats in the back. "Xiaohan, during your time at work, you have no idea how hard Suwon has been studying. She scored 699 on the mock exam. I couldn't believe it when I saw the paper. Looking back, it's clear that Suwon has the ability to get into high school, but her previous learning environment made it hard for her to focus. As soon as Hua Hong got in the car, she eagerly told Hua Xiaohan, her words filled with praise and joy. "Aunt, I've always known that Suwon studies hard," Hua Xiaohan said, raising his handsome brows and locking his gaze on Suwon through the rearview mirror, his dark eyes calm. She started working during the day and studying at night when she was a nanny at Principal Song's house. With her determination and persistence, scoring so high isn't surprising. His tone was low and steady, his posture straight, lips pressed together. "Aunt Hong, Captain Hua, most of the credit goes to Brother Xinhao for his excellent tutoring. He provided me with many mock exams from the prestigious high school and helped me with the important questions. I was just a bit lucky. Most of the credit belongs to Brother Xinhao. If I don't have his help next time, I definitely won't score this high." After experiencing the spy incident, Suwon quickly smiled and humbly downplayed her achievement, attributing all the credit to Meng Xinhao, not wanting to draw too much attention to herself. She also felt a bit regretful for scoring so high. If she had known, she would have answered fewer difficult questions. She just wanted to do well enough to be in the top 50, but who knew she would end up first in her grade? Getting the right questions is one thing, but the main reason is your solid foundation, Hua Hong said happily, holding Suwon's hand. Just in time, Brother Xinhao finished his club activities and has been wanting to come home from school. He should be at home by now. After your exam, how about coming to my house for dinner tonight? This would also help make up for her previous biases against Suwon. Suwon thought for a moment. Meng Xinhao had been helping her with her studies and defending her against rumors, so she happily agreed, "Sure, Aunt Hong. I also want to thank Brother Xinhao properly. I have something for him, and I want to cook a few dishes he loves." Hua Xiaohan watched Suwon talk about Meng Xinhao, her cheeks dimpling sweetly, her eyes bright and cheerful. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his sharp brows revealing a natural coldness, and the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Soon, the car arrived at Leisure High School. Angry parents saw Director Hua and Suwon get out of a jeep and began to murmur in discontent. "Wow, she really came. Isn't she afraid of embarrassing herself if she can't perform? Isn't that Hua Tuanzhang, the former top student? Is he here to help Suwon cheat?" "Yeah, I remember Hua Tuanzhang is very busy. The Hua family is really going all out to help Suwon cheat." Sun Hongxia listened to the other parents' discussions. Knowing the Hua family had a good reputation in Beijing, if they were found out, they would surely try to cover up this scandal. So either they had already given Suwon the answers, or this Hua Tuanzhang was there to help her cheat. "Teacher, I request to have questions asked on the spot," Sun Hongxia shouted, raising her head and looking provocatively at Suwon as she approached. She would never allow someone like Suwon to gain admission through unfair means.
Sure.
"If you're worried, son, you can ask me some questions to see if I can answer them." Suwon stepped forward, her back straight and her tone confident and calm, showing no signs of panic or fear. Her warm, bright eyes met Sun Hongxia steadily in the sunlight. This surprised the onlookers, who looked her up and down. Could it be that Suwon really did pass the exam herself? But soon, this thought was interrupted by a dismissive voice. "How is that possible? The difficulty of this exam is so high. The education in the county can't compare to that of a key high school in the capital. Even top student son didn't pass. How could someone who often skips classes and scores in the single digits be first in the grade? Isn't it because she knows the Hua family has her back that she's so confident? Dear parents, please rest assured that Lizzie High School has a history of several decades, and our school culture is fair and rigorous. I would never ruin the reputation built over so many years." Listening to the parents' doubts, Suwon calmly said again, "During my exam, you can all supervise from outside." "Suwon, this could easily distract you and affect your exam mindset," Hua Hong said anxiously, wanting to stop her. Hua Xiaohan, with deep, dark eyes like distant mountains shrouded in mist, looked at Suwon. With so many parents watching, the pressure was immense. You can choose a few representatives to go in. Having too many people might affect your performance. "It's fine, Captain Hua and Aunt Hong. You can just wait for me outside," Suwon suggested, wanting to avoid any suspicion. Even if she hadn't said it, Sun Hongxia and her daughter would have certainly brought it up. This surprised the parents, but they were even more curious about how Suwon would handle the exam unless she truly had the skills. Sun Hongxia held her head high, maintaining a righteous demeanor, believing that Suwon was just putting on a show. Once she finished answering, she would correct the paper on the spot to reveal her true score. The vice principal then selected 5 parents and students as representatives to go to an empty classroom in the teaching building for the exam. Sun Hongxia also pulled a few physics competition questions from her competition book for Suwon to solve. Suwon quietly sat in the middle of the second row, took the test paper, glanced at it, and then began to work calmly. The parents outside watched Suwon's every move, and Sun Hongxia closely observed her actions for anything suspicious. After receiving the test paper, Suwon's pen never stopped moving. She answered quickly, filling in the blanks and multiple-choice questions almost immediately after reading them, rarely double-checking. This made Sun Hongxia even more convinced that Suwon was just pretending and scribbling on the paper. However, as she reached the later, more complex questions, Suwon remained calm, focused, and composed. She wrote down formulas that filled the blank spaces without needing any corrections. The 2 students watching became increasingly convinced that Suwon really knew her stuff. While she might have guessed on the earlier questions, the proof questions were different. You couldn't just write nonsense on those. They exchanged glances and whispered, "It seems like she really knows what she's doing. The formula she used for that physics problem is correct." The other 3 parents were a bit surprised, while Sun Hongxia looked clearly flustered. She stood on her tiptoes, trying hard to see the answers to the physics competition questions, but her eyesight wasn't good and she couldn't see clearly. All she knew was that Suwon had written a lot and seemed to have done well. Soon, Suwon finished the questions, checked her work, and submitted her paper. Sun Hongxia and the other parents rushed into the classroom to watch the teacher grade the papers. The first multiple-choice question was correct, the second was correct too, and then the third, fourth, and fifth. With each red mark the teacher made next to the answers, Sun Hongxia's thick eyebrows furrowed tighter, and her heart raced. She felt very dissatisfied, thinking the teacher had made the questions too easy on purpose. Suwon must have just guessed her way through. Seeing that Suwon had gotten all 10 multiple-choice questions right, the other parents looked at her, who remained calm and composed in her seat. Is the test too easy? Or did she just get lucky? She didn't get a single one wrong, one parent whispered. It's just that the questions were simple, and she happened to guess correctly. Let's see how she does on the fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions, another parent replied. A hint of unease flashed through Sun Hongxia's mind, but she thought about how Suwon's grades had been poor for the past 2 years. There was no way she could improve so quickly. It must just be luck. She said this firmly. Suwon sat quietly in her seat, not arguing back. To be honest, the high school questions were just like the middle school questions from her past life. They weren't difficult at all. Next were the fill-in-the-blank questions. Since they were created on the spot, there were no answers available. The teacher graded while calculating the correct answers on scratch paper. Everyone watched as the answers the teacher calculated matched Suwon's. Ah, right. She got another one right. It seems this student Sue really has some skills. She doesn't seem like a poor student at all, the parents exclaimed in surprise. 2 classmates also calculated along with the teacher, and indeed, their answers matched Suwon's. This can't be, it's impossible. How could Suwon get everything right? Sun Hongxia felt increasingly uneasy, and her stubborn expression showed a hint of panic. Yet, she still couldn't believe that a poor student like Suwon could achieve this. Teacher, the difficulty of these questions is not comparable to that of the mock exam. Several of them are easy points. Even if Suwon gets them right, it doesn't reflect her true ability. Sun Hongxia rolled her eyes, attributing all the blame to the simplicity of the questions. Then tell me the answer to the last fill-in-the-blank question, the teacher said, covering the answer and asking Sun Hongxia to figure it out herself. Sun Hongxia looked at the question and confidently took out her notebook to start writing formulas. However, While the question seemed simple at first glance, it was actually tricky and designed to mislead. Having only studied hard without encountering this type of question, Sun Hongxia didn't notice the hidden traps. After confidently calculating her answer, a classmate pointed out, "You made a mistake. Look closely at the meaning of the question. You can't just apply the function formula directly." "Right, teacher, I got this answer," another classmate said, showing their calculated answer to the teacher. The teacher then revealed Suwon's answer, which was exactly the same as the one the classmate had calculated. Sun Hongxia was in disbelief, her face turning bright red. As someone who always considered herself a top student, her pride was crushed, leaving her feeling like a smashed tomato, splattered everywhere. It was extremely embarrassing. Not only was she publicly corrected, but the student she had always looked down on, Suwon, had actually gotten it right. This severely hurt her self-esteem, and she couldn't accept it. Yet, she stubbornly stood by, waiting for the teacher to finish grading the entire test. She refused to believe that Suwon could solve the later problem-solving questions or the physics competition questions she had created. However, with each checkmark the teacher made on the answers, Sun Hongxia's heart sank further, her face turning as pale as if painted white. When it came to the competition questions she had written, she skeptically pulled out the original answers to compare one by one. To her shock, Suwon had gotten them all right. Sun Hongxia's eyes widened in disbelief, standing frozen like a statue, completely stunned and unable to process what was happening. Full marks. Suwon clearly has real talent. Classmates and parents exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Sun Hongxia with clear disapproval and disdain, saying, "Are you jealous that Suwon got into a prestigious high school and are trying to tarnish her reputation? Indeed, you, who claims to be in the top 10 of the grade, not only failed to get into a prestigious high school, but also got such a simple fill-in-the-blank question wrong. People say others have connections, but I think your ranking is based on relationships. Over time, you really believe you're an excellent student. You've wasted our time and misunderstood classmate Su." Facing the accusations from 3 parents and the mocking gazes of 2 classmates, Sun Hongxia, who always considered herself the pride of her small town, felt her face burn with embarrassment. Unable to take it anymore, she broke down and ran out. Hua Xiaohan had been standing under a big tree across from the teaching building, observing Suwon through the classroom window. As soon as he saw Suwon and the other parents walking out of the classroom, he quickly rushed over. Hua Han was thrilled to learn that Suwon had scored full marks again. Listening to the praises and apologies from the teachers and parents, her face was filled with joy, and she was beaming with pride. Her gaze towards Suwon was particularly warm and happy. "Suwon, from now on, there won't be any more rumors in the neighborhood, and other parents will respect you. They will only think that Sun was deliberately targeting and slandering you. You can focus on studying at the prestigious school, and I can take you to school on my bicycle every day. It will be much more convenient. And I can teach Suwon how to ride a bicycle so it won't be so troublesome." Hua Xiaohan knew there was a natural distance between teachers and students, and Suwon might not like it. Plus, other classmates would likely hesitate to get close to her. Standing in front of Suwon like a tall and sturdy bamboo, blocking the glaring sun, his gaze was like a gently flowing stream, fixed on her. "No need, I plan to rent a place near the school." Suwon shook her head repeatedly, looking at Hua Xiaohan, hoping he would understand. Suddenly, she was drawn into his deep, dark eyes, like a magnet pulling her in. "Anything is fine." Hua Xiaohan's tone was simple and decisive. "The campus of the prestigious high school is large, and you'll spend a year studying here. Let me take you to get familiar with the campus." His tone was like that of an older brother caring for his younger sister, strong yet considerate, making it hard to refuse. "That's right, let Xiaohan show you around the campus first." Hua Hong, as the grade director, had a lot of things to take care of. "Aunt Hong, Captain Hua, Brother Xian, has already shown me around the campus. I have something to do, so I'll head back first." Suwon was eager to leave, because she had seen a familiar figure while passing by the cinema. She felt it was necessary to confirm her suspicion before the movie ended. This kid is quite fast, Hua Hong said with a smile. Hua Xiaohan looked at Suwon's fair hand nervously clutching her skirt, as if she was anxious yet also excited, not wanting to stay at school any longer. Was she in a hurry to see Meng Xian Hao? When did Meng Xian Hao take her to tour the inspirational campus? Was it when he was busy with the military inspection? Hua Xiaohan straightened his back and said expressionlessly, "Then get in the car. I'll drive you back." Okay. Suwon thought it would be quicker to take a car to the People's Cinema, so she nodded lightly, her eyes sparkling. She agreed without hesitation, something she would have refused in the past. Hua Xiaohan glanced at Suwon before walking towards the jeep outside the school gate. Suwon quickly ran ahead, opened the door, and got in the car first. Hua Xiaohan fastened his seatbelt, started the vehicle, and looked at Suwon through the rearview mirror as she gazed out the window. He spoke in a low, calm voice. "In such a hurry to go back, is the newspaper pushing you for your article?"
No.
Suwon couldn't explain the exact reason. She couldn't say she saw someone who looked like Jiang Mingyue's boyfriend with another girl at the movies and needed to confirm if she was mistaken. After all, Jiang Mingyue had only shown her a photo of her boyfriend. "Captain Hor, just drop me off at the People's Cinema ahead. I have plans to watch a movie with someone," Suwon casually made an excuse. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaohan's expression suddenly turned cold, his brows furrowing as his gaze became sharp and heavy, pressing down on her. Suwon was confused. She was just going to watch a movie during the day with another girl. Did he really need to interfere? She disliked being controlled like this. Seeing Hua Xiaohan hesitate to start the car, Suwon placed her hand on the door handle. "Captain Hua, if you have other things to do, I can go by myself." With that, she reached for the door to get out. Hua Xiaohan quickly looked away, started the car, and pressed his lips tightly together in a straight line. Suwon withdrew her hand and quietly sat in the passenger seat, turning her face to look out the window. Hua Xiaohan's jaw was tense, his profile sharp and cold, with a layer of frost in his eyes. Usually couples in love or those with romantic intentions go to the movies. Was Meng Xinhao the one watching the movie with Suwon? Did she already know he would be back today? Had they been talking on the phone while he was at school? "What movie are you watching?" Hua Xiaohan asked calmly, seemingly indifferent. "Maybe Lushan Love," Suwon replied, as she remembered seeing that they bought tickets for this film. There aren't many movies in this era, so even if it had been out for 2 years, as long as people were watching, the theater would keep showing it. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became very quiet and tense, mixed with the restlessness of late August, creating a somewhat oppressive feeling. Hua Xiaohan gripped the steering wheel, his chest slightly rising and falling, his voice cool and deep, like ice striking jade. "Didn't you just say you wanted to rent a place near the school? When do you plan to go look at it?" "Captain Hua, just give me the address and I can go see it myself." "You don't need to trouble yourself to come with me," Suwon said, turning her head at the mention of renting. She really didn't want to take up Hua Xiaohan's time. She could handle it on her own. Hua Xiaohan's breath caught, his defined hand tightened on the steering wheel, and his dark eyes glanced back at Suwon in the rear-view mirror. He saw her sitting upright in the back seat, a polite and distant smile on her gentle face. She didn't seem willing to have much contact with him. Now that Meng Xinhao was back from school, did she want him to accompany her? Hua Xiaohan lowered his sharp brows, pressed his lips together, and spoke in a calm tone. "As your guarantor, I need to be there for the landlord to rent the place to you." Suwon thought about it and realized that in this era, there weren't enough houses available. It was likely that a landlord would only offer a room because of Hua Xiaohan's connections. "Then, Captain Hua, you can decide when you're free before school starts." "I'm free today," Hua Xiaohan replied immediately, stepping on the brakes to stop the car. He turned around, his dark eyes locking onto Suwon. "We haven't gone far. We can turn back now. Do you want to go see it?" There was an inexplicable tension in the air. Suwon's reaction was not slow. As soon as she mentioned going to the movies with someone, the atmosphere around Hua Xiaohan noticeably changed, becoming tense and protective, like an older brother. In this era, saying you are going to the movies with someone is a sensitive topic, closely linked to dating. Clearly, Hua Xiaohan was thinking along those lines. With his serious and straightforward personality, He likely did not want her to date and preferred that she focus on her studies. However, she had no intention of explaining herself, especially since she had just received a letter from Sue's mother urging her to find a partner. She needed to quickly create a fictional boyfriend to reassure her mother. For Sue's mother, grades didn't matter. What was important was finding a partner and getting married. So, Hua Xiaohan's misunderstanding could help her keep this from her parents, preventing them from writing to him and revealing the truth. Well, Captain, let's call it a day. The movie is about to start, and we can catch up next time, Suwon said, her dark, clear eyes meeting Hua Xiaohan's intense gaze. Her lips curved into a sweet smile, and her voice was cheerful and slightly hopeful. Well, Captain, could you please hurry? Do you really want to go to the movies? Hua Xiaohan asked, his lips pressed together, his dark eyes fixed on Suwon with an intense pressure. Who are you going with? It felt like a strict older brother catching his younger sister with a boy. Suwon paused, realizing that Hua Xiaohan meant well, but since he wasn't her real brother, he shouldn't interfere too much. Leaning back in her seat, she felt exposed under his gaze. This was just a rumor between girls, and having someone so serious and stern involved would complicate things. Just then, a bus pulled up at the stop. Suwon quickly opened the door and got off. Well, Captain, I'll be back early, so I won't take up your time, she said, rushing onto the bus. An hour had already passed, and the movie was almost over. She really couldn't afford to waste any more time. After getting off the bus, she headed straight to the ticket counter, and upon hearing that Lushan Love had half an hour left, she promptly bought a ticket and went inside. In the cinema, a young boy was standing by the wall waiting for someone. When he saw Suwon enter, he mistakenly thought it was the girl he was waiting for and instinctively raised his hand to greet her. When Hua Xiaohan drove up, he noticed a boy in sportswear greeting Suwon as she hurried inside. The boy's face was partly hidden by a poster at the cinema entrance, but his figure resembled Meng Xinhao's. He was holding 2 bottles of drinks and some snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts. As Suwon approached, the boy shyly scratched his head. Then they both walked together toward the movie theater. Hua Xiaohan squinted, his sharp brows furrowing. He noticed sweat forming in his palms on the steering wheel. The blood in his veins felt like boiling water, bubbling up, and the cool breeze coming through the car window only added to his unease. His lips were tightly pressed, and his dark eyes were deeper than the night. Thank you, classmate. Suwon politely thanked the boy who brought her to the Lushan Love screening room. She then lifted the heavy curtain and walked inside. She recognized the boy who seemed to be Jiang Mingyue's partner because he wore the same shirt as in the photo, which Jiang Mingyue had personally made based on a style from a magazine featuring celebrities.
It was unique in Beiping.
He also had a stylish hairstyle. The Lushan Love screening room was not very crowded, mostly filled with couples, along with some friends and classmates. Suwon used the light from the movie screen to scan the back rows. Soon, she spotted a couple in the 7th row, with the boy having a similar hairstyle and the girl with curly hair. They were sitting closely together. In this era, movie tickets did not have assigned seats, so most people preferred the front and middle seats. However, this couple intentionally chose a less crowded, secluded spot with a poor viewing angle. Suwon slowly walked over and sat behind them. She could hear them whispering sweet nothings to each other, their hands tightly intertwined. I have no feelings for Jiang Mingyue anymore. It's her who keeps bothering me, threatening to harm herself. Look, I've even moved away for work just to avoid her. Don't worry. I will definitely handle this matter well and make sure she stops bothering me. For you, I will ask my boss to transfer me back to Beijing. Suwon's heart sank. It really was Jiang Mingyue's boyfriend, Chen Xiuqing. When Jiang Mingyue mentioned her boyfriend, her eyes sparkled with happiness. She talked about how gentle he was and how well he treated her. They had been together for 4 years and rarely argued. Their relationship was very sweet. Knowing that Chen Xiuqing came from a poor family, she was also worried that her family wouldn't approve. Jiang Mingyue sent half of her monthly earnings to Chen Xiuqing to help his family with medical bills, build a house, and save for their wedding. To help him gain respect at work, she even bought him a Shanghai brand watch for his birthday. Now that watch was on his wrist, but his arm was around another girl. He was spending Jung Mingyue's money and using the things she bought for him while claiming that she was constantly pressuring him. Soo-won looked at the girl next to him, who wore earrings and a necklace and was dressed elegantly, clearly from a wealthy family, likely the daughter of a leader. It was obvious that this Phoenix man had found a girl with a better background and status than Jung Mingyue and wanted to get rid of her. Soo-won coldly stared at this Phoenix man, regretting not taking the voice recorder that He Xiaohan offered her to capture his words for Jung Mingyue to hear. "Shocheng, my dad, doesn't really approve of our relationship. He's just an old-fashioned man and doesn't see how great you are," the girl next to him said, sounding a bit upset and angry. "Fong Fong, my family is poor and doesn't deserve you. Your father's concerns are valid. I don't want my issues to affect your relationship with him," Chen Shocheng said, looking at Fong Fong with deep affection. Soo-won truly didn't expect that even in this simple era, such a high-level Phoenix scoundrel could exist. No wonder Jung Mingyue, such a straightforward girl, would willingly give so much to a scoundrel. She was completely unaware and had no complaints, even as he took advantage of her. With just a few words, he had completely captivated Jung Mingyue. This scoundrel would definitely play both sides and wouldn't easily break up with Jung Mingyue. If things didn't work out with the rich girl, he would turn back to marry Jung Mingyue. Or he might just see Jung Mingyue as a stepping stone in his life, dragging her along while searching for someone more beneficial for his career. Soo-won felt she had to find a way to help Jung Mingyue see the true nature of the bad guy quickly. As the movie was about to end, she heard Chen Shocheng mention that he would take the girl to the department store to buy clothes in the afternoon. Soo-won's eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of a plan. Exiting through the back door of the cinema led directly to People's Park, and crossing the park would get her to the newspaper office faster. He Xiaohan kept checking his watch. Over an hour had passed since the movie Lushan Love ended half an hour ago. Yet, he still hadn't seen Soo-won come out of the cinema. "I saw several couples leaving through the back door of the cinema. They probably went to People's Park for a date or a boat ride. I really envy them." 3 young women laughed as they walked past He Xiaohan. "The back door leads to People's Park, a boat ride date?" He Xiaohan immediately headed toward the park, but stopped after a few steps to check his watch again. He was already over his 3-hour outing limit, and he had a meeting to attend at noon. He couldn't be late or absent. He Xiaohan scanned the park with sharp eyes, quickly searching for any sign of Soo-won. He noticed many couples on the benches, under the thick shade of trees, and on the boats gently rowing on the lake. They were all shy and bashful. Some sat closely together, some held hands, and a few boldly rested their heads on their partner's shoulders. However, he didn't see Soo-won and Meng Xinhao. Perhaps he just didn't recognize them from a distance. He Xiaohan glanced at his watch again, his brows furrowed. As a soldier, he had to return to his unit quickly and couldn't waste any more time. He had no choice but to get in his car and head back to the office within the allotted time. When Soo-won arrived at the newspaper office, it was lunchtime for the staff. Jung Mingyue was sitting at her desk with a lunchbox, eating while flipping through a book on knitting. Seeing Soo-won suddenly appear in the translation team surprised and delighted her. "Soo-won, I was just about to congratulate you. I heard you got into inspirational high school with nearly full marks. That's amazing. The rumors outside saying you cheated or had connections. I knew right away they were just jealous old classmates trying to bring you down," Jung Mingyue said, her mood exceptionally bright, like a bride-to-be, full of joy. It seemed she was completely unaware of being deceived by that bad guy, Chen Shocheng. "Dreamy sister, how did you know this?" "The school just announced it this morning," Soo-won asked, surprised and confused. Jung Mingyue pointed to Lu Rui's office and said, "Of course, I heard it from team leader Lu. Did you come to share this good news with me? I also have good news to tell you. Shocheng plans to take me back to his hometown for the new year to meet his parents and discuss our marriage. I plan to knit a sweater for him and his parents. I'm learning how to do it," Jung Mingyue said, her face glowing with happiness as she talked about Chen Shocheng, her eyes sparkling with excitement about their relationship. After 4 years of campus romance, it's not easy to let go. When the truth is revealed, it will surely hurt deeply. But she couldn't let Jiang Mengyue and another girl be deceived by a bad guy any longer. Dreamy sister, does this mean we have good news together? Since tomorrow is Sunday, let's go shopping at the department store in the afternoon. You're getting married soon, so you need to prepare and see what to buy. Suwon teased, following Jiang Mengyue's lead. Stop it. There's still a few months until the new year. Jiang Mengyue's cheeks turned as red as an apple, shyly hiding her face behind a book. Besides, I just sent my manuscript payment to Shoching to buy furniture for our future home. I can only go shopping after I get my payment next month. Suwon felt frustrated. This bad guy was really terrible, taking money from Jiang Mengyue to buy clothes for another girl. Then, dreamy sister, just come with me to buy some clothes. School is starting soon, and I have nothing to wear, Suwon said, trying to sound pitiful. Sure, no problem. Jiang Mengyue agreed happily, continuing to study her knitting book. Her mind was filled with joy about going back to meet Chen Shoching's parents and getting married. Seeing Jiang Mengyue so happy, Suwon thought that just the two of them wouldn't be enough. They needed a guy who could help manage the situation. What if Jiang Mengyue couldn't handle the betrayal of her long-term boyfriend and broke down? Or what if the bad guy was exposed and did something desperate? She immediately thought of Meng Xinhao, a sporty college student from a military family. It would be perfect to mention this to him while having dinner at Aunt Hong's house tonight. At 5 in the afternoon, the sound of a car engine roared from outside the Hor family courtyard. As Hua Xiaohan got out of the car, he strode towards the house with a serious expression. Hua Laodai, who was sitting on the sofa wearing reading glasses and looking at photos, glanced out the window. Seeing Xiaohan had returned, she smiled and said to the young girl beside her, "Your uncle is back just in time. Take the photo to show him and ask if he likes it." Little Cindy took a quick look at the photo and ran over to Hua Xiaohan, who had just entered the living room. She cheerfully said, "Uncle, this is the matchmaker Grandma introduced for you. I think she isn't as pretty as Sister Wan. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. The other party comes from a diplomatic family, studied abroad, and speaks 3 languages." Hua Laotai chided. Although Suwon had surprisingly ranked first in her class this time, she couldn't compare to Su Miaoqing. Wan Qiu Shuyuan is exceptionally talented. At just 24, she is already a lecturer at a prestigious university. If it weren't for her partner sacrificing himself on the battlefield, such an outstanding person would have been married by now. Hua Xiaohan frowned and did not look at the photo Cindy handed him. His sharp gaze quickly scanned the living room and kitchen, then landed on the shoe rack. The sandals he had changed out of that morning were still next to the bamboo shoe rack. Suwon hadn't returned yet? Hasn't the inspection ended? You should find a time for the two of you to meet, Hua Laotai instructed, very pleased with his future granddaughter-in-law, who was also the granddaughter of her old comrade. This was essentially a command for Hua Xiaohan. "Grandma, I don't like her, and you don't need to introduce anyone else. I have my own plans for my life," Hua Xiaohan said, standing tall, his gaze steady and serious as he directly refused. "How can you say you don't like her when you haven't even met? Besides, you can't keep delaying your personal matters. The department and the military committee have talked to you several times about this, right? As a commander, if you can't even solve your own personal issues, how can the organization trust you with important tasks and believe you can lead your soldiers well?" Hua Laotai said sternly. Suddenly realizing something from Hua Xiaohan's words, she took off her reading glasses in surprise and asked, "Are you saying you already have someone in mind?" "Yes." Hua Xiaohan lifted his chin, his expression firm and decisive as he said, "So, I hope you won't worry about my matters anymore. Uncle, who is it? Is she prettier than Sister Wan? Is she soft and sweet to hold? Can she braid my hair nicely?" Xiao Sini chirped excitedly. "Xiao Han, who is it? What organization is she from? Why haven't you mentioned her before? When did you meet? Have you reported your relationship?" Grandma Hua asked, puzzled and shocked. This was the first time Hua Xiaohan had mentioned a girl he liked. "I knew her before. Once we confirm our relationship, I will let you know," Hua Xiaohan said, standing tall in his military uniform, his dark, determined eyes reflecting shadows. Glancing at the sky outside, he remembered that his aunt had invited Soo-won over for dinner. "Grandma, I have something to do, so I won't be having dinner at home," he said and walked straight out.
Hey, Sia-han.
Does this mean he hasn't won her over yet? Could she be an old classmate? Or someone from the art troupe? At the Meng family home, Soo-won was frying meatballs at the stove while Meng Shinhao helped by shaping the meatballs, occasionally popping a fried one into his mouth, his handsome face showing frustration. "Sister Soo-won, how could your colleague end up with such a freeloader? It's so shameless for someone with hands and feet and a job to spend a girl's money. I think we should invite my cousin tomorrow. He'll make sure that guy pays back all the money and tickets he took from your colleague." "Shinhao, Captain Hua is a high-ranking officer. He can't just go out freely," Soo-won replied, knowing that Hu Xiaohan's military status made him more intimidating. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time, and she didn't want to owe him a favor since she couldn't repay it. Meng Shinhao nodded, understanding that his cousin would be busy with military training at universities and wouldn't have the time or energy to deal with this matter. "I have to eat a lot today. I can't let that freeloader get away." With a valid reason, Meng Shinhao reached for a crispy meatball, but both his hands were covered in raw meat. Soo-won, frying the meatballs, skillfully picked one that was golden and tender with her chopsticks, blew on it, and fed it to Meng Shinhao. "Delicious," Meng Shinhao said, lowering his head and opening his mouth eagerly, satisfied. As Hu Xiaohan entered the Meng family's yard, he caught sight of this scene through the open kitchen window. His stern expression darkened, and he tensed, his dark eyes locking onto the two of them. A person is making meatballs while another is frying them, occasionally chatting and feeding a freshly fried meatball to Xian Hao.
Ho-han.
Hua Hong returned with beer and soda, surprised to see Hu Xiaohan there. "What brings you here today? Isn't work busy?" "Not busy. I'm here to talk to my uncle," Hu Xiaohan replied, turning around with a blank expression. "That's great. Let's have a drink with your uncle tonight." "Okay." As soon as Hua Hong finished speaking, Hu Xiaohan quickly agreed and headed toward the kitchen with his long legs.
Hey.
Hua Hong was a bit confused. Wasn't he here to talk to his uncle? Why was he going to the kitchen? "Cousin, my dad is in the study upstairs, not in the kitchen," Meng Xian Hao said, chewing on a delicious meatball, looking at Hu Xiaohan with confusion. "I'll handle it. You go help your mom clear the table." Hu Xiaohan glanced at their positions, washed his hands at the sink, and naturally walked over to Meng Xian Hao, taking the meat mixture from his hands. Meng Xian Hao was caught off guard as Hu Xiaohan took the mixture, feeling puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to talk to his dad? Why was he taking his meatball mixture? However, sensing his cousin's cold and commanding presence, he swallowed the meatball in his mouth and obediently went to help his mom clear the table. Soo-won also found it strange. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she glanced at Hu Xiaohan, noticing that he was much more skilled and efficient at making meatballs than Meng Xian Hao. With a squeeze from his hand and a scoop with a spoon, perfectly shaped meatballs were placed into the frying pan. It seemed he often cooked and really knew how to help in the kitchen. Soo-won didn't think much of it and scooped the fried meatballs into a bowl. "When will you treat me to dinner?" Hu Xiaohan asked while shaping the meatballs, his tone calm and low, his sharp dark eyes fixed on Soo-won. His presence was strong, making it hard to ignore. Soo-won paused for a moment. She thought Hu Xiaohan's next time at the restaurant was just a polite remark, not realizing that his straightforward personality meant he was serious. It caught her off guard, and she quickly looked up and said, "Sure. So, when are you free, Captain Hua?" "Tomorrow night works."
Hu Sia-han replied.
The sizzling oil in the frying pan burned his large hand as he dropped in the meatballs. "Tomorrow night?" Soo-won hesitated for a moment, but she thought she would have enough time. Then she smiled, feeling that she should take this opportunity to repay the favor. Her gentle voice carried a hint of ease and joy. "Sure. Does Captain Hua have a favorite restaurant? Let's go there to eat." "I know a private restaurant that has great food," Hu Xiaohan said, his gaze shifting as he lowered his eyelashes to look at Soo-won, seeking her opinion. She looked radiant, with strands of hair dampened by sweat, her soft face flushed from the heat, and even her pretty nose glistened with fine beads of sweat. "Okay. Since she was treating someone to a meal to return a favor, Suwon had no objections and replied cheerfully. Suddenly, a few drops of oil splashed out of the frying pan, nearly hitting Suwon's hand. You should step outside. You still have military training and school ahead, and I don't want you to burn yourself. I'll handle the rest, Hua Xiaohan said firmly as he took the ladle from her hand, his tone serious and not open to discussion. And don't come back to the kitchen again. A student's main task is to study and prepare for the college entrance exam. Do you understand? The last sentence was emphasized, sounding like a strict guardian overseeing Suwon. Suwon stared at Hua Xiaohan in surprise, feeling like she was being treated like a child now that school was starting. Suwon, the kitchen is filled with smoke. You shouldn't help. Go eat some watermelon and drink soda instead. At that moment, Hua Hong walked in and pulled Suwon out of the kitchen. Honestly, I called you here as a guest, not to make you cook. Go watch TV with Xin Hao. I'll call you when the food is ready, Hua Hong said as she skillfully untied Suwon's apron, tied it around herself, and then closed the kitchen door. Suwon saw the smoky kitchen, where Hua Xiaohan stood tall and strong in his military green uniform, his broad shoulders and narrow waist giving him a commanding presence. His short hair was neat, and his profile was sharp and distinguished. His arm, holding the ladle, showed clear muscle definition, giving off a cool and reserved vibe that felt very much like a husband. The height of the stove was almost at his hips, and his legs were long and powerful. Wasn't her brother coming to Beijing to join the army soon? She has decided that once she gets into college, she will ask her second brother to introduce her to someone young and strong from the military. After washing her face, Suwon went to the living room. Hua Xiaohan turned his head, his dark gaze following Suwon as she walked to the sofa in the living room. Xiaohan, I heard that your grandmother's friend's granddaughter is really impressive. Your grandmother likes her a lot, and she also likes soldiers. You should hurry and find a good day to invite her out to meet, Hua Hong said, smiling but speaking seriously. If you solve your personal issues early, you won't have to worry like Xin Hao does. Hua Xiaohan's sharp brows furrowed instantly, his intense gaze darting toward Meng Xin Hao. He saw Meng Xin Hao handing a large piece of watermelon to Suwon while discussing a foreign detective novel with her. Suwon lightly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, smiling as she leaned closer to Meng Xin Hao. When you meet her, don't look so serious. Be a bit more proactive, help her with food, and pour her some water. If you wait too long, good girls will be taken, and you'll have to settle for someone younger. The younger ones need to be pampered. You're not really the type to do that, Hua Hong said, wiping the stove with a cloth while giving advice. Just as she was about to ask Hua Xiaohan to join them, he walked out of the kitchen carrying fried meatballs and steamed. Go call your uncle for dinner, Hua Xiaohan said, placing the dishes on the table, his voice cold as he addressed the two who were eating watermelon and discussing the detective book.
Coming.
Meng Xian Hao quickly finished his watermelon and ran to the stairs. Dad, dinner's ready. Cousin is here too. Suwon also put down her half-eaten watermelon and went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. After calling everyone, Meng Xian Hao returned and smoothly shared the bowls and chopsticks with Suwon, still discussing who the murderer was in the detective book. Hua Xiaohan's brows were lowered, his lonely gaze quietly observing the two. He approached and took the remaining bowls and chopsticks from Meng Xian Hao's hands, his expression calm but his voice firm. Go get the wine glasses. Meng Xian Hao thought his cousin was acting a bit strange today, always taking things from him. He couldn't help but glance up at him. Cousin's face looked especially cold and serious, as if covered in frost, suggesting he was not in a good mood. He quickly shrank his neck and went to the cupboard to get a wine glass. At that moment, Meng Jinghua came down from upstairs. Soon everyone sat together to start the meal. Suwon, this is the Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crab just delivered by logistics. It's very delicious. At the dining table, Hua Hong was the first to pick up a female crab and place it in Suwon's bowl, also giving her the only 2 chicken legs, warmly saying, just treat it like home. Don't be polite. Thank you, Aunt Hong. I can manage by myself, Suwon said with a gentle smile, her cheeks dimpled. After a few polite exchanges with Su-won, Meng Jinghua began discussing military conflicts and wars with He Xiaohan over drinks. Their conversation was complex, making it hard for anyone to join in. Su-won quietly enjoyed the hairy crab. Although it wasn't the best season 4, their size and roe were quite good. The crab roe was sweet, and the meat was fresh, but the only downside was that Su-won wasn't very skilled at eating hairy, which could be tricky. After struggling to break off the crab legs, she could only eat half of the meat. Then she had to remove the inedible parts like the crab heart, gills, and stomach before she could enjoy it. He Xiaohan hardly drank, sharing his insights on a particular conflict while skillfully extracting the meat from the crab legs. He then crushed the shell and removed the inedible parts, placing the edible crab meat in a clean bowl and bringing it to Su-won. It was as if he had taken a moment from his busy schedule to prepare the crab meat for her. His movements were natural and smooth, and even while handing the bowl to Su-won, he continued analyzing the situation. This made Su-won, who had just finished a crab and was about to wash her hands, pause and look curiously at He Xiaohan. However, the discussion was at its peak, with Meng Jinghua getting excited and tapping the table. Su-won wanted to thank He Xiaohan but found it hard to interrupt. Eat up, the crab legs will get cold and won't taste good, Hwahong said, smiling and encouraging Su-won to hurry. Xine also had her shrimp and crab peeled and served by Xiaohan. Hwahong noticed that He Xiaohan treated Su-won the same way he treated Xine, so she didn't think much of it. She simply regarded Su-won as a younger sister and helped her peel a crab since she couldn't do it herself. Meng Xine was focused on eating, quickly wiping his hands after finishing the crab and serving himself another spoonful of soup. Seeing this, Su-won felt at ease and enjoyed her meal, savoring the delicious crab leg meat and rich crab roe, which made her very happy. After they finished eating, she noticed Uncle Meng and He Xiaohan were too busy talking to refill their empty glasses. Su-won stood up to fill Uncle Meng's glass. When it was He Xiaohan's turn, he looked at Su-won with his deep, dark eyes and said in a low, slightly hoarse voice, "Just a little. You can drink more tonight since you don't have to work." Su-won, fill Xiaohan's glass, Meng Jinghua said, clearly enjoying the moment as He Xiaohan rarely had time to drink with him.
Okay, Su-won replied cheerfully.
He Xiaohan watched as Su-won's delicate hand held the wine bottle and filled his patterned glass. His broad back was straight, and his hand resting on his knee tightened slightly. "Uncle, I can't drink too much. I drove here and need to take Su-won home later. After dinner, let Xine take Su-won back. I have something to discuss with you upstairs," Meng Jinghua said, gesturing towards He Xiaohan, indicating that it was related to him. "Right, Xiaohan. Don't you have something to talk to your uncle about?" Hwahong asked, a bit puzzled. "Cousin, don't worry. I'll ride my bike to take Su-won home after I finish eating," Meng Xine said, popping another delicious meatball into his mouth and flashing a big smile at Su-won. Su-won and Meng Xine exchanged glances and smiled at each other before returning to their seats to eat. He Xiaohan quickly noticed the subtle interaction between them, sensing they were hiding a little secret. His expression darkened, and his handsome brows furrowed tightly, giving off a cold aura. "Understood, Uncle," He Xiaohan said, picking up his glass. His voice was steady and calm. He raised the glass and drank the strong liquor in one go, feeling the spicy, rich flavor. He Xiaohan had no expression on his face, not even a slight furrow of his brow, as if he were drinking plain water. Soon, Meng Xinhao finished 2 bowls of rice, let out a satisfied burp, and glanced at the clock. He quietly turned his gaze towards Su-won. Receiving the signal, Su-won quickly finished the last few spoonfuls of soup in her bowl. "Dad, Mom, Cousin, I'll take Su-won home now," Meng Xinhao said. Su-won needs to get back early to translate some unfinished foreign language articles for the newspaper. "Uncle Meng, Aunt Hong, Captain Hua, enjoy your meal. I need to hurry and finish my work before military training starts on the 25th, Su-won said as she stood up, addressing Meng Jinghua and Hwahong. Hwahong wanted to say a few more words, but seeing that Su-won needed to return to her translation work, reminded Meng Xinhao to ride slowly and not bump into Su-won. She insisted that Suwon take the belt she had prepared for Meng Xinhao back with her. "Mom, after I drop off Suwon, I'll play some basketball before coming back," Meng Xinhao said eagerly as he pushed the bicycle forward. After saying her goodbyes, Suwon skillfully hopped onto the back seat of Meng Xinhao's bicycle. With a cheerful ding-ding from the bicycle bell, they rode out of the Meng family's yard. "That kid must have taken Suwon out a lot while tutoring her," Meng Jinghua joked, watching as Meng Xinhao rode ahead with Suwon comfortably seated behind him. "Seems like it. She probably has explored the high school campus with him," Hua Hong remarked, noting how effortlessly Suwon jumped onto the back seat of the bike. If she hadn't ridden before, she wouldn't be so skilled at it. Hua Xiaohan furrowed his brows, his dark eyes following the two as they left. Through the open wall, he saw Suwon gently tugging at the corners of Meng Xinhao's shirt, her delicate face lit up with a smile as she looked at him riding the bike. Feeling an inexplicable irritation and heat, possibly from the effects of the drink, he raised his hand to loosen a few buttons on his collar. The fan was blowing directly at him, yet his short hair remained perfectly still, and he felt a chill in the air. Once they had finished eating, Meng Jinghua took Hua Xiaohan upstairs to discuss important matters. After the beginning of autumn, it got dark earlier, and by 7 o'clock, the sky was completely dark, with the study already lit up. Meng Jinghua and Hua Xiaohan had been talking in the study for over an hour about an important confidential mission in the Northwest, as well as a minor issue regarding the local police chief in Xinjiang abusing his power and being corrupt. Since Hua Xiaohan was involved, Meng Jinghua casually asked how he got mixed up in this matter. Hua Xiaohan calmly explained that during a disaster relief mission in Xinjiang, he noticed the local police chief was not doing his job, so he helped by submitting a report to the higher authorities. Just as Meng Jinghua was about to mention the police chief's grandson, Hu Ziqiang, he received a phone call. Hua Xiaohan was looking through the confidential materials Meng Jinghua had given him when he glanced out the window. His sharp eyes caught sight of a figure that shouldn't have been there. He quickly looked up to see Meng Xinhao standing under a large tree next to the basketball court, speaking to someone. The two were very close, and then they embraced. The streetlights on the basketball court only faintly illuminated Meng Xinhao, who was tall, while the person in his arms was small, blocking the view. From Hua Xiaohan's angle, he could only see a pair of girls' hands wrapped around Meng Xinhao's waist, and she was wearing small white shoes like Suwon's. Not far away, Meng Xinhao's bicycle was parked. Meng Xinhao and Suwon were dating? Hua Xiaohan was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He hurried to the window to see if he was mistaken. But the two had already gone behind the tree, and he could only see their vague silhouettes before they disappeared into the night. "Uncle, we can talk about Xinjiang another day. I have something to do," Hua Xiaohan said, putting down the confidential materials as he spoke to Meng Jinghua, who had just hung up the phone. He then strode out of the study. "Hey, Xiaohan, are you done talking with your uncle? Come have some fruit," said Hua Hong, who had just finished washing the fruit and was about to take it upstairs, as she ran into Hua Xiaohan coming down quickly. "No, thank you, Aunt. I have something to do," Hua Xiaohan replied, his expression cold and breath quickened. The effects of the alcohol were evident, as his loosened shirt collar revealed a flushed neck, but his eyes were particularly clear and sharp, carrying a hint of icy intensity. He quickly left the living room, got into the jeep, and stepped on the gas, heading towards the basketball court. Hua Hong and Meng Jinghua, who had just come out of the study, watched Hua Xiaohan's calm yet restless figure and felt puzzled. Is everyone gathering? Why has Xiaohan suddenly become so anxious? Meng Jinghua said, a bit confused. He didn't seem drunk, but something felt off about Hua Xiaohan's visit today. Hua Xiaohan rushed to the basketball court, where Meng Xinhao's bicycle was still parked under the streetlight. He quickly walked to the birch tree, its dense leaves blocking the light from the lamp. The further he walked, the darker it became. When he reached the back of the birch tree, there was no light at all. The surroundings were quiet, filled only with the sound of insects. They were not there. Behind the birch tree was a lush little grove, completely dark. During the day, many people came here to relax and chat, but at night, Some young couples from the big courtyard would meet here to share intimate moments. He hurried into the grove, his brows furrowed deeply, and his dark eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Meng Xinhao had just dropped Lin Mingjie off at home, still lost in the happiness of being with someone he liked, feeling the sweet breeze on his face. As he turned back to glance at the grove, he was startled to see a tall figure in front of him. Although it was dark in the grove, Meng Xinhao was very familiar with his cousin's silhouette and asked in surprise, "Are you dating someone?" Hua Xiaohan, seeing only Meng Xinhao, fixed him with a heavy, piercing gaze that made it hard to look back. "Cousin, did you see that?" Meng Xinhao was taken aback, feeling shy as he lowered his head and scratched the back of his neck, interpreting Hua Xiaohan's intense presence as just his cousin being strict. "I'm already in college. Dating is normal. I can't be like you, graduating from military school and still not dating. My mom would be so worried." Hua Xiaohan's breath caught, his body felt frozen, and blood rushed to his head, making his ears ring. For a moment his mind went blank. His cold, sharp gaze bore down on Meng Xinhao, his voice low and stern, like ancient ice. "When did this happen?" "While tutoring my sister Su Wan." When he met his high school classmate Lin Mingjie again, they both realized they had secretly liked each other during their school days. Due to school rules and some misunderstandings, they had missed their chance. It was Su Wan who taught him how to confess his feelings. Meng Xinhao noticed that Hua Xiaohan had an intense and intimidating aura. His cold, emotionless eyes made it hard for him to breathe, and he felt a chill of sweat on his back. Feeling confused and unsure of what he had done wrong, he said, "Isn't it true that you started dating your wife right after entering college? Didn't uncle and auntie, along with grandma, seem happy about it? We agreed that we would get our marriage license right after graduation." "Meng Xinhao, are you serious?" Hua Xiaohan's voice suddenly dropped, filled with pressure. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, and veins popped on his forehead. "Of course I'm serious. My mom supports it," Meng Xinhao replied, his innocent eyes wide open. Hua Xiaohan's intimidating presence made him instinctively take a step back, but his voice remained strong and firm. Hua Xiaohan's sharp gaze quickly darkened, losing its brilliance like a fallen star. He stood there stiffly, like a statue, his chest rising and falling heavily. Su-won had previously been his match, and he even knew that when Su-won attended the dance as Ron Tingting, he had pursued her. How could his cousin approve of their relationship? "Cousin, if you're not dating, you can't stop me from dating. It's not easy to find someone I like, who likes me back." Meng Xinhao thought his cousin was acting very strangely and a bit frightening tonight. He was just trying to date. He hadn't done anything wrong. It was the 1980s, and people were more open-minded now. His cousin had graduated from a military academy and was a young man too. Why was he so old-fashioned and stuck in the past? He had only held Lin Mingjie's hand, hugged her for a bit, and whispered some sweet nothings. "Cousin, it's getting late. I need to go home." After saying this, Meng Xinhao walked around Hua Xiaohan and left the small grove, riding away without looking back. Hua's house, Su-won thought about tearing apart the deceitful man tomorrow. To deal with such a high-level scoundrel, she needed to be well-prepared and gather evidence. She plans to record everything the man said while cheating tomorrow with his two partners using a voice recorder. After deceiving Jiang Mengyue for over 4 years, she cannot let him take away the hard-earned money Jiang Mengyue made from her translations. He must return the money and the tickets. So, Su-won translates her documents while waiting for Hua Xiaohan to come back. However, by 8:30, Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua had already gone to bed, and Hua Xiaohan still hadn't returned. It seemed he had either gone back to work or stayed at Aunt Hong's house. Su-won had no choice but to turn off the lights and go to sleep to ensure she gets enough rest. However, just a few minutes after lying down, she heard the sound of a car engine outside, followed by heavy and hurried footsteps on the wooden stairs. Hua Xiaohan must have returned. Su-won quickly put on her slippers, opened the door, and stepped outside. "Team leader Hua, you're back?" The hallway was dark, with no lights on. Only a small desk lamp on Suwon's desk cast a faint glow through the door, creating a shadowy outline of her figure, like a dream suddenly appearing before someone. Hu Xiaohan's tall and imposing figure was completely hidden in the darkness, and she could only make out his outline in the dim light. The atmosphere felt heavy and cold, as if filled with frost. Seeing Suwon suddenly appear before him, his gentle voice held a hint of anticipation. His previously dull black eyes quickly sparked with interest, locking onto Suwon. "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes, Team Leader Hua. Tomorrow, I'm accompanying Sister Manhwa for an interview. May I borrow your voice recorder? I'll return it after I use it." Suwon nodded and didn't say it directly. Instead, she casually made up an excuse. "This way, we can finish early, and I can treat you to a meal. Sister Manhwa might come too. Would you mind?" She only heard the man mention tomorrow afternoon, but she wasn't sure of the exact time. If Jiang Manhwa felt too uncomfortable, she would definitely stay and comfort her. "Is Meng Xinhao going too?" Hu Xiaohan looked directly into Suwon's eyes, as if trying to see right through her. Suwon thought for a moment and realized it was possible. If Meng Xinhao could spare time from his date to help them out, she would definitely thank him. He should be going, after all. Everyone knows each other, and having more people makes it livelier. She was surprised that Hu Xiaohan mentioned Meng Xinhao. Did Meng Xinhao tell him about their situation? The spark in Hu Xiaohan's eyes quickly faded, turning to ash. They were really dating, and they were supposed to go on a date tomorrow. Her chest felt heavy, and every breath brought a sharp pain. She fixed her gaze on Suwon's face and said coldly, "It's fine with me. I have no objections. I left the voice recorder at work, but I can go back and get it for you. Your foreign language skills are excellent. If you're interested, you might consider a career in diplomacy, where you can better utilize your strengths. I won't interfere in your other matters, but since your uncle and aunt asked me to take care of you, I will keep an eye on your studies. So I hope you can focus all your energy and attention on your studies before the college entrance exam, and not let anything else distract you." Hu Xiaohan's gaze never left Suwon's face. In his dark eyes, her reflection was clear. The light coming from the room created an invisible barrier, making them feel distant. Since Meng Xinhao and Suwon had decided to get married after graduation, and his relatives didn't oppose it, Suwon would be his future sister-in-law. He couldn't have any other thoughts or feelings. Suwon felt Hu Xiaohan's gaze on her, carefully considering his words, which seemed to have a deeper meaning. It seemed he had learned from Meng Xinhao what she was going to do tomorrow. "Captain Hua, you already know?" Since he had figured out she was lying, Suwon decided to be straightforward. "I didn't plan to hide it from you, mainly because..." She had always viewed her relationship with Hu Xiaohan as just being a guest in the Hu family. They were merely acquaintances. They were neither close nor intimate, and after separating from their families, they would likely have no further interactions. Given his current status, he would definitely be getting married by next year at the latest. At most, during holidays, she would visit Uncle Hua and exchange a few polite words with him. Therefore, she didn't want to share her personal matters with Hu Xiaohan, thinking it unnecessary and that it would only burden him. Hearing Suwon admit her relationship with Meng Xinhao made Hu Xiaohan's carefully controlled breath and emotions suddenly become chaotic. If Meng Xinhao hadn't tutored Suwon, or if he had been around during that time, would nothing have happened? No, even if it wasn't Meng Xinhao, it would have been someone else. It could never be him. After she woke up from falling into the water and stopped crying to marry him, he should have realized this. The one she liked, the one she wrote crazy letters to and carved declarations for, was always the young man in the photo, still in military school, just 22 years old, and full of youthful spirit. In other words, she had always liked someone her age, vibrant and charming. "You don't need to explain to me, just go back and sleep. I'll leave the recorder at your door," Hu Xiaohan said, pressing his neatly trimmed nails into his palm to steady himself. After saying that, he immediately turned and walked down the stairs. Suwon wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but for a moment, she felt that Hu Xiaohan's presence in the darkness had changed. Seeing him leave so late to get her something, she quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, "Captain Hua, it's okay. I thought you left the recorder at home." It's fine if you don't have it. You've had quite a bit to drink tonight. It's not safe to drive. You should go rest. However, Hua Xiaohan moved quickly down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. In her urgency to stop him, she only managed to grab his broad hand, which felt hot, possibly from the alcohol. It was unusually warm, making Su-won instinctively grip Hua Xiaohan's hand tighter. He definitely shouldn't drive in this condition. She wanted to pull him back. The moment her delicate hand held his, he froze, every sensation magnified in the darkness, like a surge of electricity coursing through him. He could clearly hear his own breath and the pounding of his heart. Hua Xiaohan looked at his hand being held by Su-won's small hand, which seemed to want to pull him back. That hand felt almost foreign to him, and a thought kept growing in his mind. The harder she pulled, the more he wanted to grasp her hand in return, reaching a point where he could barely control himself. There was even a wild voice in his head urging him to pull her closer. She couldn't pull him, but he could easily bring her into his arms. However, he was still rational and very clear-headed, fully aware of the consequences of his impulsive actions. His morals also did not allow him to do anything wrong or overstep boundaries. A faint sound of a door opening came from downstairs. With his sharp senses, Hua Xiaohan immediately recognized it as his grandmother getting up at night and quickly withdrew his hand. However, Su-won did not hear him. Caught off guard by Hua Xiaohan, she was suddenly pulled down from the edge of the stairs.
Ah,
Su-won instinctively wanted to scream, but in the next moment, a large hand covered her mouth, and she was securely caught in Hua Xiaohan's arms as she fell. Her hands pressed against his warm, strong chest. She was enveloped in a wave of heat. The scent of rich, smooth alcohol mixed with a strong masculine fragrance filled her senses, making her cheeks flush and giving her a slight feeling of dizziness. At that moment, Su-won noticed that his usually neat and formal collar buttons were loosened, and the collar was slightly open. It revealed a prominent Adam's apple and a charming collarbone. The arm wrapped around her waist was particularly strong and wild. She was almost pressed against him, with his military-style belt resting against her lower abdomen. His chest muscles were firm and slightly rising with each breath, leaving her hands with nowhere to go. With the slightest movement, the hand around her waist tightened even more, and his warm, alcohol-scented breath brushed against her cheek, mingling with her own breaths. The bright light downstairs was turned on. Hearing the noise from the stairs, Grandma Hua glanced up and saw Hua Xiaohan's tall figure standing there. "Is that Xiaohan?" "Yes, Grandma." Just as Hua Xiaohan was about to carry Su-won upstairs, he noticed his reflection on the wall. Looking down, his voice was calm and restrained, creating a stark contrast to his slightly tipsy and warm body. This wild yet cool, restrained feeling was truly charged with tension. Su-won also saw Hua Xiaohan's reflection on the wall and understood why he suddenly covered her mouth and told her to stay still. If Grandma Hua saw the scene, it would cause a huge stir in the Hua family. She held her breath, obediently hiding in the darkness, afraid to make even the slightest sound. "Why are you coming back from work so late?" Mrs. Hua raised her head and asked, her voice still carrying a hint of sleepiness and fatigue. "What if you run into Su-won when you come back at this hour? You need to be careful about the impact. Having a young girl living at home without any relatives or blood ties is certainly inconvenient." "Got it, Grandma. I'll grab what I need and head back to work." "You should get some rest," Hua Xiaohan replied, a drop of sweat sliding down from his neck through his coarse hair, his tone still calm and steady. His voice was clear like the melting snow in early spring, exceptionally composed. However, his body temperature kept rising, making Su-won feel hot all over. Hua Xiaohan's large hand held her tightly, causing her previously cool skin to sweat. Especially the 2 hands resting against his chest, separated only by a layer of cotton fabric, could feel his strong heartbeat and the warm, humid temperature. This cool and controlled demeanor, combined with the heat and wildness from the alcohol, created a deadly allure. Su-won couldn't help but slide her hand across his strong, toned chest. The muscles developed from years of training were indeed more enticing than those built in a gym with protein shakes. Every inch of his muscles exuded strength. Even at the most expensive and famous clubs, one couldn't find a model of this caliber. Hua Xiaohan tried hard to ignore Suwon in his arms, focusing on the downstairs. With his heightened senses, he quickly noticed her movements. Though slight and gentle, it made his previously restrained breathing falter, and his body tensed, like a flame burning in his chest. Turning his head, his dark, deep eyes looked at Suwon, their faces almost touching, his sharp jawline nearly brushing against her nose, the scent of alcohol intensifying and warming her cheeks. Suwon also lifted her soft, clear eyes to meet his gaze. Her position was already uncomfortable, and being held so tightly made it worse. Feeling hot and uneasy, it was natural for her to want to move. More beads of sweat trickled from her nose, tickling her and making her want to sneeze, but she held it back with effort. Seeing Mrs. Hua enter the bathroom, Hua Xiaohan quickly carried Suwon up the stairs, rushing to the study and closing the door. He was afraid that the sound of her sneezing would be heard by Mrs. Hua downstairs.
Aquí. Aquí.
As Suwon entered the room, she couldn't help but sneeze twice, feeling her nose clear up a bit. Leaving behind the warmth of the man's chest and the hold around her waist, she felt her breathing become easier and cooler, and her body was not as hot anymore. After Hua Xiaohan closed the door, he immediately strode downstairs with decisive and swift movements. He feared that if he stayed even a second longer, he would lose control. His gaze was slightly chaotic, his breathing rapid and heavy, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, soaking his shirt. The spot on his chest where Suwon had touched felt as if it had been burned by fire. Her soft breath and her clear, bright eyes kept replaying in his mind. Hua Xiaohan forced himself to stop thinking about it, suppressing all his thoughts with great effort. Once back at work, he splashed cold water on himself repeatedly to wake up and calm down. But no matter how much he tried to control himself and avoid thinking about it, that thought spread in his mind like weeds, growing wildly. He couldn't control it. The more he tried to suppress it, the faster it grew. Eventually, he decided to close his eyes and not think about it anymore. The only thing he could control was not going back to return the voice recorder. Looking at the letters Suwon had once written to him, filled with passion and warmth, the words openly expressed her affection for him and her hope to marry him. Even though she had never received a reply to her letters, the love in her words only grew stronger. Anyone standing under the peach blossom tree would look beautiful. Her love was fervent for anyone. He thought about how Meng Xinhao and Suwon would exchange many more letters in the future, eventually walking hand in hand into marriage. Hua Xiaohan closed his eyes heavily, breathing deeply, a layer of pain crossing his features, and then carefully folded each letter, putting them back into the envelope. He took out a locked box from the top of his wardrobe, which contained a few letters he had written as farewell notes during previous missions. He placed Suwon's letters inside as well and locked the box. The next day, when Suwon got up and opened the door, she instinctively looked down at the floor. She didn't really expect Hua Xiaohan to return in the middle of the night to return the voice recorder, but knowing his decisive nature, he would surely keep his word. Of course, he was also very aware of boundaries, maintaining the appropriate distance for their relationship without crossing any lines. It seems they accidentally hugged each other closely last night and almost got caught by Grandma Hua. Given his upright, conservative mindset and high moral standards, he likely wants to avoid any misunderstandings. She even suspects that she might not see Hua Xiaohan again, even during military training at his unit. She is unsure when her plans to rent a place will be finalized. However, the most important thing today is to help Jiang Mengyue see the true colors of Chen Shoucheng, the unreliable man. Since she doesn't know what time the unreliable man arranged to meet that girl named Fong Fong at the department store, Suwon decided to invite Jiang Mengyue to a noodle shop across from the store for an early meal. This way, she can spot him as soon as he arrives at the department store. Jiang Mengyue watched as Suwon transferred all the beef from her bowl to Meng Xinhao's bowl. She lightly kicked Suwon under the table, a bit annoyed, and said, "You already have someone with you. Why do you need me to tag along? Did you call me just to be your third wheel?" When Shocheng comes back from his break, I'll bring you along too, so you can be our third wheel and introduce us to each other, Suwon replied while keeping an eye on the people entering and exiting the department store. Seeing Jiang Mingyue's happy expression when talking about her partner, Suwon didn't say much but felt a little jealous. I was just saying, Jiang Mingyue said playfully, isn't Captain He taking good care of you? Plus, Professor Xia really likes you. Why do you insist on renting a place outside? Captain He is about to go on a blind date. I heard the girl is from a diplomatic family and speaks 3 languages. She's very talented and comes from a family that has connections with Grandma He, making them a good match. It would be inconvenient for me to keep living with the He family. I see. But Suwon, you are also very talented and beautiful, like someone who could be a movie star. Your translation of doing has become so popular that many newspapers and radio stations want to hire you. Jiang Mingyue felt it was a pity, but thought Suwon was even more outstanding. Besides, the most important thing in a relationship is love. Social status doesn't matter at all. It would be tough and suffocating for 2 people who don't love each other to be together just because of their family's arrangements. Just like me and Shocheng, even though his family is not well off, I don't want to marry anyone else but him. She could tell that Captain He liked Suwon and thought he would not agree to his family's decision to set him up with someone else. If she could break through this barrier, then Captain He could too. Suwon looked at Jiang Mingyue and said, Sister Mingyue, my thoughts are completely different from yours. While liking someone is important, having similar backgrounds, values, and knowing each other well are key factors for a lasting and happy marriage. True love can change quickly, but these things do not easily change. This was her way of giving Jiang Mingyue a heads up. But having a similar background and liking each other are not contradictory. My partner and I have similar backgrounds, and we like each other, Meng Xinhao chimed in after finishing a bowl of noodles. Exactly, Sister Mingyue, Suwon added meaningfully. Jiang Mingyue felt confused by Suwon's comment. Was she trying to tell her not to feel inferior just because she came from a rural background and to be brave in pursuing Captain He? Yet, she felt that Captain He should find someone with a similar background. Just as the 3 finished their noodles, Suwon spotted Qin Shocheng, with his stylish haircut, entering the department store with a fashionable fongfong. She quickly paid for the noodles and signaled to Meng Xinhao to follow Jiang Mingyue. Su Fengqiang came from a wealthy family. Her father was a bank president. Upon entering the department store, she headed straight for the high-end counter selling Hong Kong goods, buying clothes and shoes without looking at the prices, only purchasing what she liked. At that moment, the elegantly dressed Su Fengqiang was trying on a pair of red high heels that were the same as those worn by a celebrity. Since there was only one pair in all of Beiping, the price was naturally high. Salesperson, how much are these shoes? Please give me a receipt, Qin Shocheng said, noticing how satisfied Su Fengqiang was with their red heels, without waiting for her to speak. Comrade, this pair of red high heels is the only one in Beiping and costs 119 yuan, the salesperson replied. Okay, please prepare the receipt, Qin Shocheng said without even blinking, ready to pay. Shocheng, you are so nice, Su Fengqiang said, though she spent money freely and 100 yuan was not much for her. Seeing Qin Shocheng willing to spend so much for her made her happy, and she knew he truly loved her. Of course, she had already planned to secretly return the money to Qin Shocheng. What she wanted was just an attitude. Not far away, at another clothing counter, Suwon watched this scene clearly. The over 100 yuan that Jiang Mingyue needed to earn through days of hard work translating was quickly spent by him on a pair of leather shoes for another girl, while during their 4 years of dating, Qin Shocheng had spent less than 5 yuan on Jiang Mingyue, and all the gifts were handmade. Suwon looked at Jiang Mingyue, who was seriously examining men's clothing, and genuinely felt it was unfair for her. To prevent this untrustworthy man from using some excuse about a distant cousin, she had Meng Xinhao block Jiang Mingyue's view while she walked to the women's shoe counter. With a look of envy, she said to Su Fengqiang, "Wow, this pair of high heels makes your legs look so long and straight. Is this your partner? He treats you so well, very generous." After speaking, Suwon glanced at Qin Shocheng, but her smile lacked warmth. That brief glance made Chen Shoqing pause, completely captivated by Su Wan's fresh and beautiful appearance. She had a gentle and pure demeanor, resembling a university student. Her figure was delicate and full. Although she wore simple clothes and long pants, in his eyes, she had a graceful neck, curves in the right places, and a slim waist. Her skin was as smooth as jade. She was even more beautiful than the actresses in the movie posters he collected. This innocent university girl seemed easy to deceive. But soon, Chen Shoqing returned to his usual self, looking tenderly and affectionately at Su Fangqiang. Yes, this is my partner, a top student from the foreign language university. Su Fangqiang, flattered by Su Wan's compliment, naturally linked her arm with Chen Shoqing, her face filled with happiness and pride. After getting the response she wanted, a smile spread across Su Wan's lips. Really? Your partner also graduated from the foreign language university? My colleague graduated from there too, and your partner looks a lot like my colleague's partner. She then called out to Jiang Mengyue at the nearby counter. Mengyue, come quickly. This lady's partner looks just like yours. When Chen Shoqing heard the name Mengyue, his expression changed instantly. Jiang Mengyue looked over from the nearby sales counter. Her face, which had a sweet smile, turned to one of shock and disbelief when she saw her long-lost partner at the department store, with his arm closely linked to a well-dressed young woman. Shoqing, weren't you supposed to be on a business trip to Lushan this week? Why are you here? Who is she? Jiang Mengyue quickly dropped the men's shirt she was holding and walked over to question him. She remembered that just 2 days ago, Shoqing had called her, saying he would be on a business trip and might not be able to contact her for a month. Now here he was at the department store. I am Comrade Chen Shoqing's partner. We have been together for over 6 months. Shoqing has already broken up with you. Please stop trying to contact him. He no longer loves you. If I find out you are still bothering him, I will go to your workplace and speak to your supervisor, declared Su Fangqiang, who believed she was the main partner, as she looked Jiang Mengyue up and down and tightened her grip on Chen Shoqing's arm, asserting her claim. At first, Jiang Mengyue wondered if Shoqing had just passed through Beiping on his business trip and if the girl with him was a family member. But hearing Su Fangqiang's words left her stunned, her mind racing. What did she mean by knowing each other for 6 months? That Shoqing had already broken up with her while she was still trying to reach out to him? Shoqing, is what she said true? Jiang Mengyue asked in disbelief, looking at Chen Shoqing. The two were standing closely together, with the girl's hand still linked to his arm, and he hadn't pushed her away or created any distance. During the past 6 months with Su Fangqiang, Chen Shoqing had been returning to Beiping almost every week to meet her, but he never expected to run into Jiang Mengyue today. He felt a moment of panic, but quickly regained his composure. Su Fangqiang's mother was a high-ranking official in foreign trade, and her uncle came from a diplomatic family. In terms of family background and influence, Su Fangqiang could offer him much more than Jiang Mengyue could. If he married Su Fangqiang, he could easily elevate his social status and leave his peasant identity behind. In contrast, Jiang Mengyue had witnessed too many of his struggles and hardships during their 4 years in college. From the beginning to the end, he only saw her as a stepping stone and a tool to escape poverty and change his social class. Yes, Jiang, this is my partner. We broke up a long time ago. I hope you can move on and not keep bothering me. It's not good for you or for me, Chen Shoqing said with a furrowed brow, feeling helpless yet serious. This made the salespeople and customers at the counter mistakenly think that Jiang Mengyue was still infatuated with him after their breakup, even threatening to harm herself. Hearing such cold-hearted words from Chen Shoqing made Jiang Mengyue realize that his tenderness, deep feelings, and loyalty over the past 4 years were all just a facade. After saying this, Chen Shoqing wanted to leave quickly with Su Fangqiang. However, Jiang Mengyue and Su Wan would not let him go. The tall and just Meng Xinhao immediately blocked Chen Shoqing. Chen Shoqing, what are you saying? When did we break up? Just a few days ago, you told me on the phone that you would take me home for the new year to meet your parents. I even sent you my earnings to buy furniture for your new house. You are so shameless, Jiang Mengyue said angrily, turning to Su Fangqiang to reveal the truth. Don't be fooled by him. We have known each other since our freshman year and have never broken up. We were even at the stage of discussing marriage. While he was working out of town after graduation, we kept in touch through letters and phone calls every month. Everyone around us knows he is my partner. He is a big liar, two-timing me while secretly dating you. Jiang Mengyue, please stop making a scene. I've already said there is no possibility between us. I don't love you. You keep trying to force me into marriage and slandering me in front of my partner. Chun Shocheng had anticipated everything. Instead of feeling guilty or flustered, he looked calm but could no longer tolerate Jiang Mengyue's actions. His presence was even more imposing than hers. I really shouldn't have felt sorry for you. I knew you were strong-willed, extreme, and a bit unstable. I shouldn't have worried you might do something foolish to hurt yourself. I wrote to comfort and guide you, hoping you would get better. But I never expected this would become your excuse to slander me. That was my mistake. Chun Shocheng appeared to be a kind, responsible man. He looked at Su Fangqiang with guilt and said, I'm sorry, Fangfang. I was too soft-hearted. She always threatens me by saying she'll harm herself or drink poison. I know she's just trying to scare me, but since we were classmates, I worry about what might happen if something goes wrong. So, Fangfang, let's break up. I don't want you to suffer any more in this relationship. She can spread rumors about me and ruin my reputation, but I won't let anyone say you're the third party. If it weren't for Su Wan and Meng Xinhao knowing Jiang Mengyue's true nature, they might think she was a crazy woman trying to ruin Chun Shocheng's happiness. Su Fangqiang was already unhappy with Jiang Mengyue's constant calls and letters, and now she saw this crazy woman trying to force Shocheng to stay with her. Furious, she tightened her grip on Chun Shocheng's arm and glared at Jiang Mengyue, saying, You are shameless. A relationship requires both people to agree, but breaking up only needs one person to decide. I've known Shocheng for over 6 months, and I know what kind of person he is. He could have stayed in Beijing for work, but he left to get away from you and was forced to work in another province. Now you want to use these dirty tricks to trap him. I won't let you succeed. I will expose you to the newspaper. A person like you is a danger to society. Wow, this girl still works at the newspaper. How can she be so shameless? Even after breaking up, she still harasses her ex-boyfriend. After such a good education, what's the difference between her and a countrywoman? If she were decent, he probably wouldn't have broken up with her. Women like her can be terrifying when they lose control, even sacrificing their own integrity to slander others. Passers-by and shopkeepers pointed and whispered about Jiang Mengyue. Although Chun Shocheng was the one who betrayed, he used his words to twist the situation and blame her instead. Faced with these false accusations, Jiang Mengyue's emotions spiraled out of control. Anger from being betrayed and slandered surged within her, turning her face red as she nearly charged forward. She never expected that the person she had loved for over 4 years would turn out to be such a despicable and shameless individual. Suddenly, Suwon tightly hugged her and whispered in her ear, Mengyue, stay calm. He knows he is in the wrong, so he is deliberately twisting the truth and labeling you to control your emotions. He wants to make you angry and impulsive, causing you to act irrationally, so everyone thinks you are overly emotional. In the end, he uses your mistakes to cover up his betrayal and deceit regarding your feelings and finances, shifting the focus away from himself. Don't let him manipulate you. Such high-level scoundrels are skilled at emotional manipulation. Even when caught in the act, they blame you for not being charming or caring enough. We don't need to go to the newspaper. Let's go directly to the police station to report this, Suwon said firmly, knowing that Jiang Mengyue was struggling to calm down. She turned to Su Fangqiang and Chun Shocheng, who were caught up in the romance. Chun Shocheng, since you deny having a romantic relationship with Jiang Mengyue, it means you have been using her feelings for you to defraud her of money all this time. Every letter you wrote to Jiang Mengyue and every amount she sent you has been carefully kept at her home. These are solid evidence of your manipulation of her feelings, pretending to seek marriage while committing fraud. The clothes and shoes you are wearing were all bought by Jiang Mengyue. Just a few days ago, You tricked her into giving you 2 months' worth of her earnings under the pretense of taking her home to meet your parents, so you could buy a pair of high heels worth 119 yuan for your real girlfriend. Over the past 6 months, Jiang Mengyue has sent you all her translation earnings, totaling at least over 1,000. At first, the onlookers were fooled by Qin Shouqing's heartfelt and sincere words. Now, hearing that Jiang Mengyue had sent him over 1,000 yuan, they were ready to go to the police to report him for fraud. The crowd quickly understood the situation, their faces filled with anger. This person was despicable, using money from an ex-girlfriend to spend on a current girlfriend, and when caught, he turned the blame around and slandered his ex. Qin Shouqing panicked. He denied his relationship with Jiang Mengyue to escape responsibility. But he was confronted by Jiang Mengyue's colleagues, who insisted on taking him to the police station to report him for fraud. If he is really taken to the police station and shows the letters and remittance slips, all his lies and disguises will be exposed. He has invested so much time and money in Su Fangqiang. He cannot let it all go to waste. Jiang Mengyue, I am just a poor college student from the countryside. My father has been on medication for years, and I have 3 or 4 younger siblings to support. Do you really want to push me to the edge? I know you have connections at the police station, and I can't fight against you. Can I just admit defeat? Qin Shouqing tugged at his hair, putting on a pitiful and desperate look, shedding a few tears, accepting the unfairness of life. Jiang Mengyue was truly disheartened by Qin Shouqing's shamelessness and deceit. She felt like her nearly 5 years of youth had been wasted. She had looked forward to marrying him, but he had spent all the money she saved to send him on another woman, trying to please her. Are the 138 letters you wrote to me and the thick stack of remittance slips I sent you all fake? You are just using marriage as an excuse to scam money from me and my parents. Su Wan, take him to the police station. I will go home to get the letters and remittance slips, and I will call my colleagues at the newspaper to expose your crimes and show everyone in Beiping your disgusting true nature. After saying this, Jiang Mengyue turned and left decisively. Meng Xinhao had long wanted to confront this scoundrel. He grabbed Qin Shouqing's arm and pulled him outside. Qin Shouqing was tall and strong, having worked in the field since childhood, and easily broke free from Meng Xinhao's grip. But he still looked at Su Fangqiang with deep affection and guilt. Fang, it's all my fault. I admit I deceived you. My family isn't well off, and you are so outstanding. I know there is too much of a gap between us, and I never hoped for a future. I just wanted to give you everything to make you happy. I truly love you. It was my mistake to borrow money from Jiang Mengyue. I deserve this situation. Just pretend you never knew me. Jiang Mengyue works at the newspaper. She has connections and can easily ruin my life and career. Shut up, you scoundrel. You're just a disgrace to men. Meng Xinhao could no longer hold back and threw Qin Shouqing to the ground. He was from a military family and moved in and out of the army as if it were home. He had trained with soldiers since childhood and was skilled in military boxing and grappling, often practicing with his cousin. He had his hands tied behind his back. Qin Shouqing pretended to be in pain, grimacing dramatically. This performance made Su Fangqiang feel very sorry and upset. She couldn't believe that the gentle, sincere, and responsible Qin Shouqing would do such a thing. It was all slander. She was deeply moved by Qin Shouqing's words and, in her high heels, rushed over to push Meng Xinhao away forcefully. Let him go. You are the real shameless ones. From the beginning, the one Shouqing loves is me. Jiang Mengyue is a pitiful and despicable love beggar. She is jealous of Shouqing's love for me. A wild woman like her isn't even worthy of a dog. What right does she have to compare with me? Get out of here now. If you dare to touch Shouqing again, I can make sure you all end up in jail. Su Fangqiang's family was influential in both politics and business, with many high-ranking leaders. If it weren't for her parents strictly forbidding her from revealing her identity out of fear of kidnapping, she would have shown Jiang Mengyue's group the power of her background. Miss, please take a look in the mirror. You aren't as pretty as Jiang Mengyue, and your figure doesn't compare either. Your education level probably doesn't match hers either. Without your fancy clothes, you'd be just another face in the crowd. What does Qin Shouqing love about you? He loves your father's power and your family background. Without those, he wouldn't even glance your way. Soo-won directly exposed the truth, knowing that love-struck minds are hard to cure. She just wanted to send the scoundrel to the police. The onlookers agreed with Soo-won, thinking he was only interested in her family's wealth. Fong Fong, don't listen to her nonsense. To me, you are different from other girls. You are unique. What attracts me most is your innocence and kindness. You have always been the most beautiful, Chun Shoching said, looking guilty and anxious. It doesn't matter how others misunderstand me, but I don't want you to misunderstand me like that. Su Fengqiang knew she wasn't particularly good-looking but had never wanted to admit it, nor did she want to believe that Chun Shoching was interested in her family background. Hearing Soo-won's words and seeing her striking appearance with her dark hair and red lips made her furious. She felt a surge of anger and rushed to slap Soo-won across the face.
What are you to talk about me?
Do you know who my dad and uncle are? Shoching loves me. You and Jiang Mengyue are just jealous that such a handsome and talented man loves me. Does your boyfriend even spend $100 on high heels for you? Facing Su Fengqiang, who was still shorter than her even in 5-centimeter heels, Soo-won easily grabbed her hand as it swung toward her, exuding confidence. Then let your dad and uncle go to the police station themselves. I want to see what kind of family would let their daughter date a scammer who deceives people under the guise of marriage. Everyone, I hope you can accompany me to the police station as witnesses. We need to ensure the police thoroughly investigate his behavior. Chun Shoching has been working in another province, relying on being a top student and his good looks. I wonder if he will use the same methods to deceive other women. Soo-won didn't have time to argue with someone so blinded by love. She was foolish, and that was her choice. The most important thing now is to make the scoundrel face the consequences and return all the money and gifts Jiang Mengyue spent on him. The onlookers immediately responded, wanting to go to the police station to testify, and some even stepped forward to help. Chun Shoching turned pale and panicked, wanting to argue, but Meng Xinhao grabbed him by the collar, pinning his hands behind his back, and pulled him toward the stairs. Don't touch him. Su Fengqiang, who had been ready to confront Soo-won, now anxiously tried to intervene. Her father had always strongly opposed her relationship with Shoching, and she couldn't let him find out about this. What scam? Shoching loved her too much and borrowed money out of necessity. It wasn't like they said. Jiang Mengyue and her group just wanted to harm Shoching. But when she tried to slap Soo-won, her hand was firmly caught by Soo-won. Her small frame couldn't break free, and in her panic and anger, she clawed at Soo-won's pretty face, wanting to scratch it. Why are you meddling in someone else's business? I see you have your eyes on Shoching too. Soo-won kicked her hard in the calf, and Su Fengqiang, in her high heels, fell to the ground, wincing in pain. This top-notch romantic mindset probably makes her think that Chun Shoching buying things for her to fulfill her wishes after getting money from Jiang Mengyue is something to be proud of and even brag about. Miss, if you think Chun Shoching using money from other girls to spend on you is true love, then once he meets a wealthy girl with a better family background and a higher position than your parents, he will use all the resources around you to pursue her. After Soo-won finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the police station, unwilling to waste another minute with her. You're talking nonsense. Shoching only loves me. Su Fengqiang's curly hair was a mess, her high heels had come off, and her face was flushed with anger. She looked completely disheveled and wanted to chase after Soo-won, but was stopped by a few onlookers. She could only glare at Soo-won's back and shout, "You wait. I won't let this go. I will make sure my dad gets you fired from the newspaper." Meng Xinhao grabbed Chun Shoching just as they left the department store and ran into the patrolling police. They hopped on a motorcycle and headed straight to the police station. When Jiang Mengyue arrived with a thick stack of letters and remittance slips, along with the reporter from the newspaper, Chun Shoching immediately returned to his gentle and affectionate self. He cried and shared his struggles, acting as if he were a victim. Yeah, you have to believe me. We are about to meet our parents and get married. You know what kind of person I am. I haven't done anything to hurt you. I said that on purpose. Su Fengqiang has a crush on me. Her family is powerful, and I heard that in college, she targeted a boy who was already in a relationship and even hurt his girlfriend to break them up. I really fear she might hurt you, and I want to protect you. You have no idea how much pressure I face every day, as I only have you in my heart." With tears in his eyes, Chen Shoqing spoke to Jiang Mengyue as he usually did, wanting to hold her hand. However, Jiang Mengyue took a step back, staring intently at her longtime lover, who felt so familiar yet so strange at that moment. As long as Jiang Mengyue and Su Fangqiang did not appear together, Chen Shoqing believed he could win Jiang Mengyue back. After all, they had so many years of feelings, and her classmates, friends, and colleagues all knew about him. If she broke up with him, would she find another man in the future? How will her family hold their heads high in front of relatives and neighbors in the future? Thinking of this, Chen Shoqing suddenly bent his knee and knelt in front of Jiang Mengyue in front of the entire room of police officers. With tears in his eyes, he spoke heartfelt words. "Yeah, I know I shouldn't have hidden this from you, but I had no choice. I sent all the money back to build our new house, and I even sent your photo back. My parents really like you and look at your picture every day. I know you will go back to see them this new year, and I worry you might not be used to the outdoor toilet in the countryside. My dad even plans to build a new bathroom for you. Do you know how much I hope to marry you? But my family is too poor, and I need to keep this job." Chen Shoqing noticed a hint of emotion in Jiang Mengyue's eyes, and he realized she still cared about him. He immediately intensified his plea, his voice choked with emotion, even swearing that his relationship with Su Fangqiang was just a pretense, fearing her family's power. Meng Xinhao, anxious beside them, repeated how he would express his feelings for Su Fangqiang after Jiang Mengyue left, and the onlookers agreed. "Dreamy sister, don't believe his nonsense. He's just a freeloader. Yesterday, Su Wan saw him and Su Fangqiang go to the movies together, so he deliberately invited you to the department store today. In fact, Su Fangqiang's father strongly opposes their relationship because he fears it will lead nowhere, which is why he keeps delaying your marriage." Deeply immersed in his act, Chen Shoqing's expression cracked upon hearing this, his eyelids twitching as he anxiously said, "Yeah, that's not true. After all these years, would you rather believe a stranger than trust me?" Desperately wanting to hold Jiang Mengyue's hand, his voice rose a bit, trying to cover up his unease. However, when Jiang Mengyue heard this, especially seeing Chen Shoqing's sudden change in expression, she instantly became clear-headed. No wonder Su Wan had asked her so many questions about her partner yesterday. What she said about true love changing in an instant was also a hint. As soon as Chen Shoqing's hand touched Jiang Mengyue, she angrily pushed it away, her gaze cold and firm. She handed over the letters and remittance slips to the police officer nearby, directly reporting Chen Shoqing for fraud, claiming he was dating multiple women under the guise of love and marriage to deceive her out of her money. The amount involved in the scam is over 1,000, which is quite significant, especially since he was dating multiple women at the same time, clearly behaving inappropriately. The police immediately took Chen Shoqing into custody for questioning. "Officer, I didn't scam anyone. She willingly lent me the money." Chen Shoqing, kneeling on the ground, never expected things would spiral out of control. He struggled in panic, his face pale. He was the hope of his village and the pride of his family. He kept begging Jiang Mengyue for mercy, trying to gain her sympathy. When he saw she was determined to report him, he could no longer pretend and revealed his true nature, shouting angrily at her, "Jiang Mengyue, you're so cruel. I told you I had no choice. Why don't you believe me? You just want to ruin me. How did I not see how heartless you are before? What good does this do you? Who will marry you after this?" Reporter Liu, did you take note of what he said? "This is such a great story. It will definitely sell well," Jiang Mengyue said, her face expressionless and feeling cold all over. Su Wan was right. Having similar backgrounds, values, and knowing each other well is really important. They had been in a relationship for over 4 years, and she had no idea Chen Shoqing was such a despicable person at heart. "I've noted everything down. Later, I'll go to his workplace and interview his supervisor to see if they know about his actions, reporter Lu said, his pen never stopping as he glared at Chen Xiuqing with intense hatred. This was like a heart-wrenching betrayal. He was due for a promotion next month and had always been favored by his superiors, maintaining a good reputation among his colleagues. Once this news was published, everything he worked hard for would be destroyed. He would lose not only his job and reputation but also any chance of being with Su Fengqiang, whose father was a bank president. The fear of losing everything made Chen Xiuqing look pitiful again, tears in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Mengyue, slapping his own face. "Thea, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Even if I lose my job and face revenge from Su Fengqiang, I still want to marry you. I can't lose you.
I was truly forced into this.
Can I explain everything to you? Once I finish, you'll see that I really love you and had no choice." "All right, officer, please let him explain." Su Fengqiang has also come to the police station. Su Wan ran over to Jiang Mengyue and pretended to deceive him. Sure enough, when Chen Xiuqing heard that Su Fengqiang was also at the police station, he immediately lost his composure, panic and confusion written all over his face, unable to say another word. Instead, he directed all his anger and hatred towards Su Wan. "It's all your fault, you bad woman. You had to break us apart and ruin our relationship. What are you trying to achieve?" Chen Xiuqing glared at Su Wan with venomous eyes, breaking free from the police's hold, ready to grab her by the neck. If it weren't for her meddling, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The police quickly reacted, and Meng Xinhao rushed in front of Su Wan, clenching his fists. Jiang Mengyue instinctively pulled Su Wan behind her, gripping her arm tightly. Seeing Su Wan come over, drenched in sweat, with deep nail marks on her delicate, fair cheeks and her eyes turning red, she felt a deep ache in her heart and was also very touched. After finishing the report and leaving the police station, it started to drizzle outside. Jiang Mengyue, who had been strong and hadn't shed a tear, could no longer hold back and hugged Su Wan, crying out in pain. Her heart felt like it was being cut, deeply hurt. After all, it had been nearly 5 years of love, and it was Jiang Mengyue's first love. Even if it was just a dog, it wasn't something one could easily let go of. Su Wan hugged Jiang Mengyue and said seriously, "Mengyue, a fortunate girl doesn't enter an unfortunate door. Now we see this as a good thing. Crying in my arms is better than being deceived and left with nothing." Su Wan understood that this withdrawal reaction was very painful, especially since Jiang Mengyue had invested the most in this relationship, making it hard to let go. So she asked Meng Xinhao to go back first, while reporter Xiao Lu returned to write his article, and she decided to take Jiang Mengyue home to spend some quality time with her. "Thank you, Su Wan, I know. Can you stay and drink with me?" Jiang Mengyue cried, not for Chen Xiuqing, but for herself. She felt she had wasted 5 years of her youth on this terrible person, saving for him, standing up to her parents for him, and even going into debt for him, doing foolish things. She almost lost her innocence. If she had known his true nature from the start, she wouldn't have even wanted to look at him. So she had to report him for fraud, go to his workplace, and expose his crimes in the newspaper to hold herself accountable. Now she needed to vent her emotions properly. Okay. Su Wan noticed that Jiang Mengyue's eyes were very clear and not troubled by love, so she readily agreed. Her family, as soon as Hu Jiangwo returned to the Hu family, he called Hu Xiaohan to the study and slammed the application for his transfer from the Beiping military district on the desk, angrily saying, "What's going on? You just returned to Beiping over 6 months ago, and now you want to transfer back to the Northwest without even informing us." If he hadn't intercepted this application, it would have already been sent to the organization department. Hu Xiaohan stood firmly in front of Hu Jiangwo, the bright light above highlighting his sharp, cold features, and his deep, determined eyes reflected his resolve. "Report, sir, I am not suited for the Beiping military district and cannot fulfill the duties of a regiment commander. I hope you can approve my request to return to my original unit. Don't come up with excuses. You need to follow the organization's arrangements and don't bring this up again. Hu Jiangwo realized that Hu Xiaohan was determined to leave, which made him very angry. After seeing the application, he immediately called Political Commissar Liu to inquire about the situation. Hu Xiaohan performed well in all aspects and maintained harmonious relationships with his superiors and subordinates. The only issue causing headaches for the organization department was his personal life. Despite efforts to set him up with potential partners, Hu Xiaohan refused to participate, even if it meant writing lengthy reports. The only reason Hu Jiangwo could think of for Hu Xiaohan's sudden desire to return to his original unit was this. The organization had indeed put a lot of pressure on Hu Xiaohan regarding his personal issues, having spoken to him several times. However, he had not previously rejected the idea of matchmaking and had wanted to settle down quickly. Why was he suddenly so resistant? Dad, I've made my decision. If the organization does not approve my transfer from Beiping, I will consider leaving the military early, Hu Xiaohan said firmly, word by word.
Hu Xiaohan.
Hu Jiangwo slammed the desk in frustration. The sounds of their argument echoed from the study, startling little Cindy, who covered her ears. Xie Bailing approached and gently knocked on the door. Dinner is getting cold, Mom and Cindy have been waiting. If there's anything, you can discuss it tomorrow at work. It's raining heavily outside. Although Su-won said she wouldn't come back for dinner, it's already 8 o'clock and she still hasn't returned. Soon, the argument in the study stopped abruptly. Hu Xiaohan opened the study door and stepped out, his dark gaze quickly scanning the living room. He then looked out at the pouring rain. Originally, Su-won was supposed to have dinner with him today, but it's so late and she still hasn't come back. She might be at Xian Hao's house.
Xiaohan, why don't you go check?
Xie Bailing said with some worry, not wanting the two of them to keep arguing. Mom, she might be waiting out the rain somewhere. She'll come back once it stops. You don't need to worry, Hu Xiaohan replied, his eyes showing a hint of hidden darkness as he pressed his lips together. His voice was low and calm, without any fluctuations, but it felt like he was holding something back. He seemed cold and distant. When Wu Ma heard this, she was surprised. Isn't Xiaohan interested in Wan? Why doesn't he go look for her? Could it be that Xiaohan's transfer from Beijing has something to do with Wan? And Wan just happens to be missing today. Wu Ma was very anxious, not knowing what was happening between the two, but as a housekeeper, she felt she couldn't say much. The rain came quickly and left just as fast, and soon it stopped, but Su-won still didn't appear. Hu Xiaohan looked at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 9. He raised his gaze again, locking onto the direction of the Hu family's entrance, his brows furrowed. Meng Xian Hao shouldn't be so careless. Did his aunt really let Su-won stay at Meng's house? Before Xie Bailing could urge him again, Hu Xiaohan immediately walked toward the study. I'll make a phone call. Soon. The phone was answered by a yawning Meng Xian Hao. Upon learning that Su-won was with the heartbroken Jiang Mengyu, he realized they had parted ways earlier in the afternoon. Hu Xiaohan, who had seemed calm, suddenly turned cold and tense, gripping the phone tightly as he reprimanded. Meng Xian Hao, it's raining outside. Didn't you think to bring Su-won back? How can you let her stay out so late alone? His low, icy voice felt like a blast of cold air. Meng Xian Hao felt a chill run down his back, instantly waking him up from his drowsiness. His mind was a bit foggy, but he instinctively replied, Cousin, I didn't know Su-won hadn't come back, and I don't know where Mengyu is staying. Before he could finish, Hu Xiaohan hung up the phone, grabbed his car keys, and quickly left the house. Jiang family outside, the rain started falling again, pattering against the colorful glass windows. Jiang Mengyu poured one glass of white wine after another, swallowing it down along with her tears, her drunken eyes filled with pain and heartbreak. Her heart felt as if it had been ripped out. I really don't know, and I don't understand why he has changed like this. He used to treat me very well, saying he loved me deeply. Once we had a fight during a heavy snowstorm. I was just trying to be a little stubborn and didn't want to see him. I didn't expect him to wait for me outside my dorm all night, with his hands and ears frozen and numb. His family is already poor, and his coat was thin and torn. After that, he had a high fever for 3 days. Jiang Mengyue cried with red, swollen eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Suwon sat beside Jiang Mengyue on the floor, resting her head against the bed, holding a bottle of beer. Knowing she had seen Chen Shouqing's good side and then his ugly side, she felt confused, unwilling to let go of the so-called love and care he had shown her over the years. But mostly, she needed to vent. So Suwon directly addressed the issue, her voice slightly slurred. Don't listen to what he says, but look at what he does for you. Chen Shouqing could have used his college allowance to buy you some candy, or even a hair tie to cheer you up, but he chose to wait outside your dorm all night. For someone who grew up in poverty, this little hardship is nothing. He has lived like this since childhood. Someone who truly loves you will never just talk about it. He just wants to have you, at the lowest cost, to improve his own life. You need to find someone who is genuinely good, not just someone who treats you well. Jiang Mengyue listened to Suwon's words, silent for a long time. Suddenly, she turned to look at Suwon, whose face was flushed, like how Captain Hua treats you. She had heard from Director Miao a few days ago that the reason Xinhua Bookstore suddenly ordered 5,000 copies of Pronunciation was that Captain Hua had guaranteed it with Director Du from the bookstore. If they couldn't sell, Captain Hua would buy them all back. That was almost several years of his salary. And there was the time right after he had just finished disaster relief, having not slept for 2 days and nights, yet he drove all night to bring Suwon back, worried for her safety. From start to finish, Captain Hua had been proving his feelings through actions, but he never mentioned it to Suwon. After seeing this comparison, Jiang Mengyue realized even more that Suwon's words were true. Chen Shouqing's so-called kindness is nothing compared to Captain Hua. From the moment he pursued her, he had his own motives.
What?
Suwon was momentarily taken aback. She saw that Jiang Mengyue looked very upset, so she accompanied her in drinking half a bottle of beer and a cup of their homemade red sorghum liquor. Now her head was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Captain Hua? Yes, he is a very responsible, dedicated, and upright person. When he makes a mistake, he acknowledges it and tries to change. He will be good to his family and future wife, and he probably values family a lot. Although living with someone like him might be a bit dull and rigid, life would definitely be better, and there wouldn't be any conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Suwon thought Jiang Mengyue was asking if Hua Xiaohan was a good person, so she hoped Jiang Mengyue would look for someone with those qualities. The alcohol made her voice soft and a bit unclear. Do you know that Captain Hua likes you? Jiang Mengyue asked directly, noticing that Suwon seemed unaware of Captain Hua's feelings for her. She was sure that Captain Hua liked Suwon. Suwon's head was getting dizzier, her cheeks were very warm, and she didn't quite catch what Jiang Mengyue asked, responding vaguely. You know? Then why don't you want to be with Captain Hua? Why move out and let him go on blind dates? Jiang Mengyue really didn't understand. Was it because Suwon mentioned that their families were too different? Did Captain Hua's family disapprove? Suwon tilted her head to the side, lightly licking her lips as if talking to herself. It's annoying. I don't like it. Moving out and having her own room meant she could do whatever she wanted without so many worries. How freeing! Jiang Mengyue felt a cool breeze coming from the door. She turned her head and noticed that her tightly closed door had been opened at some point. Captain Hua, dressed in a sharp military uniform, stood at the door, his tall figure blocking the light from the living room. His hair and clothes were soaked from the rain, and water was trickling down his well-defined cheeks, some even dripping into his dark eyes. I am here to take Suwon home, Hua Xiaohan said, his voice deep and steady, without any fluctuations. His tone was as cool as the rain outside. Captain Hua, I'm really sorry for making you come out in the rain so late. I was planning to have Suwon call home and stay at our place tonight, Zhang's mother said, standing in front of Hua Xiaohan, still holding the doorknob and feeling quite guilty. She then walked into the room to help the two of them up from the floor. Jiang Mengyue was surprised that Captain Hua knew her family, but she quickly remembered that last month during the heavy rain, she had gotten a ride with him because of Suwon. She wondered when Captain Hua had arrived and if he had heard what Suwon said. Instinctively, she explained, Captain Hua, Suwon is drunk. She doesn't even know what she's saying. Then she turned to the dazed Su-won and said, Su-won, Captain Hua is here to take you home. This was also a reminder for Su-won to stop talking nonsense. Hua Xiaohan walked in and noticed the beer bottles on the floor. How much has she had? Su-won didn't drink much. I had most of it. She only had half a bottle of beer and a glass of liquor, Jiang Mengyue replied. Although Jiang Mengyue was a bit unsteady on her feet, her mind was clear. She and Jiang's mother tried to help Su-won up, but she was too limp, her face flushed, leaning against the bed with half-open, dreamy eyes, looking at Hua Xiaohan with confusion. They couldn't move her at all. Su-won is quite drunk. It's late, and it might be inconvenient for you, Captain Hua. Why not let her rest here? My sister-in-law and I will take good care of her, Jiang's mother suggested, worried about Su-won being too drunk to go home. No need, I drove here, Hua Xiaohan said as he bent down and picked her up effortlessly. The sudden lift made Su-won let out a soft whimper, her brow furrowing slightly. Drunk Su-won was very quiet and obedient, like a little cat, resting her head on Hua Xiaohan's chest without fussing or struggling. Her dreamy eyes still gazed at Hua Xiaohan's profile, seemingly unable to recognize him. Her body felt feverishly hot, her skin from her neck to her ears flushed from the alcohol, and her lips were dry. The rain outside had stopped. Hua Xiaohan placed Su-won in the back seat of his jeep, observing her hazy expression. His dark eyes deepened as he recalled what Su-won had said before she got drunk. Suppressing all the swirling and repressed emotions inside, she said word by word, I have submitted my request to leave Beijing. I will leave as soon as possible. I won't bother you anymore. The cool breeze from outside brushed against Su-won's face. She opened her heavy eyelids and saw a pair of damp lips moving in front of her. She pressed her dry lips together, feeling her throat was parched and in need of moisture. Tilting her head slightly, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Hua Xiaohan's, as if drinking water, gently biting his moist lips to draw out the moisture. This unexpected scene left Hua Xiaohan frozen in place, the soft and warm sensation coursing through his body like electricity, reaching the top of his head. His mind went blank for a moment, breath caught, muscles tense. He never expected that a drunk Su-won would act this way. She was Xin Hao's girlfriend, and she would soon be his sister-in-law. Hua Xiaohan's stiff body immediately recoiled, but Su-won's white teeth bit down on his lower lip, as if she were enjoying a sweet treat, holding it between her lips. Her moist and soft tongue eagerly licked and drew in the moisture. A soft sound of dissatisfaction escaped her throat. Her small hands gripped his rain-soaked shirt tightly. The more he tried to pull away, the tighter she held on. Her warm body pressed closer. He knew Su-won was drunk and had no idea what she was doing. Her warm breath, scented with alcohol, filled the air, making his mind unusually clear. They couldn't continue like this. They had to separate immediately. Hua Xiaohan reached out and pushed Su-won back onto the seat, breathing heavily, let go. Su-won's throat was so dry, her mouth felt hot and parched. Finally, having something to quench her thirst, she couldn't possibly let go. And she was really thirsty, biting down harder. Hua Xiaohan tried to pull away forcefully, but it only caused pain in his lower lip, making it tingle, and he could hardly speak. The temperature in the car rose rapidly, and Hua Xiaohan's forehead was tense, his tone serious. Su-won, look closely at who I am, let go. The night was quiet and dark after the rain, and there was no light in the car. Su-won squinted her sparkling eyes, looking at the man in front of her with a clear and defined profile, his dark and bright eyes. She thought he was quite handsome, fitting her type. Holding onto his shirt with both small hands, she wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaohan's neck and softly purred, "Don't let go." Her voice was gentle and sweet, striking Hua Xiaohan's heart, making his gaze darken. But he quickly suppressed all his emotions, thinking they couldn't continue like this. As Su-won's delicate arms were about to encircle Hua Xiaohan's neck, he immediately grasped her wrists and pressed them down on the chair. "Su-won, do you think I'm Meng Xinhao? I am Hua Xiaohan, the leader you dislike and find annoying." Su-won struggled uncomfortably against his grip, feeling dizzy. Who were Meng Xinhao and Hua Xiaohan? She blinked her misty eyes, tilted her head back, and leaned in again. Hua Xiaohan leaned back, pressing her hands down further to keep her from getting closer. His dark eyes fixed on Su-won, warning her coldly, "Su-won, let go. Don't do something you'll regret. You just started dating Meng Xinhao. You can't treat me like him." He didn't know how far their relationship had progressed, but at this moment, their closeness definitely exceeded that of most couples. If Su-won remembered the next day, she would be very sad. She was dating Meng Xinhao? She had been focused on her career. Where would she find a partner? "I don't have a partner," Su-won said softly, her tone sounding a mix of complaint and affection. Her mouth and throat felt very dry. Hua Xiaohan's pupils contracted, a faint metallic taste in his mouth. "Meng Xinhao isn't your partner?" He wasn't sure if Su-won was drunk and forgot, or if she was just talking nonsense. But the scene he saw that night on the basketball court flashed in his mind. Suddenly, everything became clear, revealing a question he had overlooked. Meng Xinhao was the one who took Su-won home. Why was it only him who came out of the grove by the basketball court? The grove was in the opposite direction from the Hua family home. The person with Meng Xinhao that night was definitely not Su-won. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes reignited with a spark, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. His voice was hoarse, and although his lips were pressed together, his words were clear. "Really not? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Struggling fiercely against Hua Xiaohan, her brows knitted tightly, Su-won's eyes glistened with tears, and the corners were red. Just as Hua Xiaohan pulled down his shirt, Su-won immediately lifted it up again. At that moment, the sound of a bicycle bell and 2 beams of flashlight light came from ahead. Seeing the jeep getting closer, Hua Xiaohan had no choice but to roll over to the back seat, pressing Su-won down onto it. Why is there a military vehicle parked in the middle of the road? The jeep's headlights were still on, and 2 workers finishing their night shift quickly noticed. They shone their flashlights on the vehicle and saw that the driver's seat and back seat were empty. Maybe someone rushed to the restroom. "Let's go," one worker suggested, looking around. Military jeeps are usually driven only by military leaders, so they didn't dare to get too close. With the doors closed and the lights on, it meant someone was nearby, not far away. So, the 2 of them rode away on their bicycles. However, several more workers finishing their shifts passed by one after another. Hua Xiaohan had to keep pressing Su-won down on the seat, holding her struggling arms. His heavy, warm breath brushed against Su-won's cheek, and beads of sweat slowly soaked through his shirt, while sweat beaded on his forehead. At that moment, Su-won's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with tears that hung on her long, curled eyelashes, like dewdrops on a summer lotus, looking pitiful. Hua Xiaohan felt a chaotic urge to comfort her, but Su-won's words, "It's annoying, I don't like it," made him suppress his feelings and stay calm. He turned his head away, just in time to see a bug quickly crawling out of her sleeve. Hua Xiaohan swiftly grabbed the thumb-sized bug and threw it out the window. "There's no bug now," he said in a low voice, his usually cold tone softened slightly. As the strange, crawling, itchy sensation disappeared, Su-won quickly calmed down. She blinked lightly, and the sparkling tears on her eyelashes slid down into her dark hair. With a hazy gaze, she looked at Hua Xiaohan, her eyes filled with a thick, drunken look, staring at him for a long time. Suddenly, she parted her lips, her dimples showing. "Get up, I want to play like this too." Her words were filled with a sense of intoxication. The strength of the sorghum liquor increased over time, especially this homemade brew, which was quite strong. Hua Xiaohan looked up with a complicated expression, confirming that the workers had left before cautiously releasing Su-won's hand, noticing she didn't try to lift her clothes again. He then sat up and moved away from her.
"Lie down."
Su-won, whose braid had come undone during their earlier struggle, also sat up and said in a somewhat commanding tone, "What are you doing?" Hua Xiaohan was unsure of Su-won's intentions. "I'm going to ride you," Su-won said, her pretty face blushing like a peach blossom, wearing a tipsy smile. She pushed against Hua Xiaohan's chest, trying to knock him down, as if she thought it was a game. "Su-won, you're drunk. We should go home," Hua Xiaohan said, feeling a rush of heat in his chest and tightening his jaw to stop her movements. "You're being unreasonable. You were just about to let me ride you." Suwon pouted like a child, pushing against his firm chest. Hua Xiaohan knew that someone who was drunk had no logic or reason. After several attempts to push her away, Suwon became more eager, as if she was determined to play this game. She even tried to sit directly on his lap. "Suwon, are you sure you want to do this?" Each time her soft hand pushed against him, he felt a wave of heat rise within him, and he was at his limit. He firmly grasped her arm, pressing her back onto the seat, looking deeply into her eyes with a serious warning. "You don't really like me. Have you thought about the consequences when you wake up tomorrow?" But Suwon was focused on playing the riding game. She felt it was unfair that he had just pinned her down but wouldn't let her ride him, like when her grandfather would only carry her cousin because she was too small. She kept struggling, determined not to give up until she could ride. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath and relaxed his grip, allowing Suwon to flip over and sit on his lap. She continued to push against his chest, but he remained firmly against the back of the car seat. In the darkness, Hua Xiaohan's silhouette was strong and unyielding, allowing Suwon to push against him like a kitten, yet he didn't budge. With her sitting on him, it reminded her of her cousin riding on their grandfather's back. She remembered that her grandfather always had small snacks, little toys, and coins in his pockets for her and her cousin to find. Whoever found them got to keep them. So, Suwon began to rummage through Hua Xiaohan's pockets. She felt something hard in her pants pocket. Suwon reached in and pulled out a voice recorder. After fiddling with it for a moment, she tossed it aside. Then she found an officer's ID and some keys. Finally, she discovered a few bills, which were all her pocket money. Suwon happily tucked them into her pocket. She could use it to buy spicy snacks and bubble gum. "Is there more?" Suwon asked with a tipsy smile, her voice soft and sweet. "Yes, I'll give you everything when we get back. From now on, I'll give you my salary every month," Hua Xiaohan said, his dark eyes intensely focused on Suwon, as if something was burning deep inside. "You won't lie down and let me ride, so I won't believe you," Suwon said, her head lowered, her long hair falling loosely. The soft strands, lightly scented with soap, brushed against Hua Xiaohan's chin. A tingling sensation spread to his heart, stirring a warm feeling inside him. His long, cold heart almost melted away. Hua Xiaohan gazed at her, breathing heavily, his abs tightening. In the next moment, Suwon felt dizzy as Hua Xiaohan lay back on the chair. Tipsy, Suwon finally pushed him down and rested on his broad chest. She mimicked what Hua Xiaohan had just done, holding his large hands above his head to keep him still. With a playful smile, she said lazily, "This is fun. Do you like playing?" Her soft breath brushed against Hua Xiaohan's slightly parted lips, his throat moving as he spoke in a deep, restrained voice. "Yes," Suwon nodded happily, letting out a soft hum as her delicate nose brushed against Hua Xiaohan's strong nose. She sounded a bit pitiful. "When I was little, Grandpa never carried me, only my brother. I could only watch from the side. We're getting married, and I'll carry you from now on," Hua Xiaohan said, his jaw clenched, his soft hand tightly holding his larger one. His thumb instinctively pressed against her hand. Suwon didn't hear his words. Her tipsy eyes, tinted with red, gazed innocently at Hua Xiaohan, her attention drawn to his handsome, noble face. "You look so good. Are you a sculpture?" Hua Xiaohan's heart raced, and a wave of pure warmth flushed his ears, making them feel hot. "You like. Your eyes are deep like the starry sea, your eyelashes are long, your nose is high and straight, and your mouth. Your mouth." Suwon carefully examined Hua Xiaohan's features, speaking to herself. "Your mouth looks nice, but why are your lips different? The bottom one looks swollen?" She had a bit of a perfectionist streak. How could she tolerate such imperfections on such a perfect, finely sculpted face? Asymmetrical lips were unacceptable. "I'll help you," Suwon said, then lowered her head and gently kissed his thin lips. Soft and warm, infused with the sweetness of wine, it felt like a little sprite in the forest, drawing out his essence. It almost felt like she was pulling his trembling heart from his chest. Hua Xiaohan's muscles tensed. A wave of heat surged from his abdomen, sending electric tingles down to his spine. Su-wan, don't kiss. A faint breath escaped Hua Xiaohan's lips, his gaze flickering. Inside, he yearned for Su-wan to keep going, but his upbringing and morals urged him to resist. Yet his large hand tightened around Su-wan's, holding her firmly. Unable to control himself, he pressed his lips together, and Su-wan's tender, red lips felt like a jelly filled with juice, full and sweet, making it hard to stop. Su-wan found it amusing that this perfect sculpture could also bite her, warm and wet, with a refreshing taste. She harder. Hua Xiaohan knew little about this. He had only seen brief moments of kisses in movies. Instinctively, he treated it like tasting jelly, savoring the sweetness. He kept swallowing. All the wine on Su-wan's lips was consumed by Hua Xiaohan, and her gaze grew more dazed, her eyelids heavy. Soon, her head tilted, and she fell asleep against his neck. Hua Xiaohan breathed heavily, turning his head, his dark eyes reflecting her soft, serene face. I'll withdraw the order when I get back. We'll get married after you graduate. His tone was firm. The next day, when Su-wan woke up, her head throbbed painfully, and her body felt like it had been beaten up, making her very uncomfortable. She hadn't realized that this body had such a low tolerance for alcohol. She promised herself she would never drink again. 1. You finally woke up. How much did you drink yesterday? Xiaohan called several times today to check on you, and just called again, Wu Ma said as she walked in with a bowl of plain porridge. Seeing Su-wan looking for water, she quickly handed her the enamel cup from the table. Su-wan felt dizzy and dry, so she took the water and drank it. When she thought of Hua Xiaohan, she remembered she had promised to treat him to dinner yesterday, but forgot because she was comforting Jiang Mengyu. Xiaohan really cares about you, Wu Ma said with a smile. As a busy leader, he called every couple of hours. She added, only you could convince Xiaohan to withdraw the transfer request. What transfer request? Su-wan had no memory of this. She only remembered Jiang Mengyu telling her that Hua Xiaohan had come to pick her up, and she vaguely recalled seeing him at the door, drenched from the rain. As for what happened afterward, she couldn't remember at all. She must have fallen asleep or blinked out. Seeing Su-wan's confused expression, Wu Ma explained, yesterday, Commander Hua argued fiercely about Xiaohan's transfer to the northwest in the study. But after Xiaohan brought you home, he got the transfer request back from Commander Hua. Wu Ma knew that although Xiaohan didn't say it directly, Su-wan must have influenced his decision. Su-wan felt even more puzzled. Hua Xiaohan's transfer to the northwest matched what was described in the trending online posts. But how could she have convinced him to change his mind? And why would he discuss his transfer from Beijing with her? 1. Finish this bowl of porridge. Xiaohan specifically called me to make it for you. It's good for your stomach, Wu Ma said with a knowing smile. The usually cold and reserved Hua Xiaohan seemed to care for Su-wan, indicating their relationship had grown closer after last night. They might even be secretly dating. Worried that Su-wan might feel shy, Wu Ma added before leaving, the money on the table is from your clothes. Make sure to keep it safe. Money? How did it increase? Su-wan looked at the mixed bills on her desk. She remembered having only a little over 5 yuan in her pocket. How did she suddenly have several larger bills? Did Jiang Mengyu give it to her? She would have to wait for Hua Xiaohan to return to ask him, but would he come back today? She felt quite embarrassed. After finally managing to get him to take the time to repay her kindness, she ended up letting him down. In the end, he braved the rain to bring her back when she was drunk. Thinking of this, Su-wan finished her porridge and went downstairs. Old Mrs. Hua only learned the next day that Su-wan had returned home late and drunk, completely unaware of her surroundings. She looked displeased when she saw Su-wan coming down so late and shot her a cold glance before returning to her newspaper. Grandma Hua, Su-wan greeted softly as she walked through the living room with her empty bowl. Old Mrs. Hua didn't want to say much, but, remembering that it was Hua Xiaohan who had brought her back, she put down her newspaper and warned slowly, now that you've been accepted into a prestigious high school, you need to act like a student. Don't let your first place ranking make you proud. Hua Xiaohan, his brother, and ex-Ian Hao never touched alcohol while in school.
Hua Xiaohan also has someone he likes now.
If all goes well, they might get married during the National Day holiday. Do you expect him to leave his new wife in the middle of the night to come back for you? Old Mrs. Hua's tone was stern, frustrated that Su Wan, despite her top ranking, wasn't seizing the opportunity to be a good student. Grandma Hua, you're right. It's my fault. Su Wan hadn't expected that Hua Xiaohan had someone he liked and was about to speak when Hua Xiaohan entered, looking sharp in his military uniform, his dark eyes bright and striking, holding a bag of grapes. Sweat dripped from his sun-kissed cheeks. Grandma, Su Wan has just arrived in Beijing and is making friends and building a social circle, and her friend is a colleague from the newspaper's translation team. They are all outstanding people, and we should be happy for her. Besides, Su Wan was just invited to a colleague's home for a visit. They simply enjoyed some drinks together. You don't need to project the bad rumors you've heard onto her. Old Mrs. Hua looked up from her newspaper, surprised to see Hua Xiaohan back so suddenly. She frowned, looking displeased. What kind of girl gets so drunk at someone else's house? She should be more mindful of her behavior. And now the whole Hua family has to worry about her and lose sleep. Su Wan is a sensible person. She has never drunk alcohol at the Hua family or elsewhere, which shows that her colleague's home made her feel comfortable and safe, like home. When I went there, only her colleague and her mother were at home. No girl would drink in front of someone or in an environment that makes her feel unsafe or uncomfortable. Hua Xiaohan spoke seriously. You have always had a bias against Su Wan. In such an environment, she can't focus on her studies. I will take her to live elsewhere. After saying this, he looked at Su Wan, who was gazing at him, and stepped forward to take the empty bowl from her hands, speaking softly, Go upstairs and tidy up a bit. I'll take you to see some apartments. As Hua Xiaohan leaned closer, the warmth from his summer sweat reached her. He seemed to have just come from training, and the air was filled with a strong masculine scent. Su Wan, with her clear black and white eyes and slightly drowsy expression, looked a bit confused and surprised that he was considering her feelings. Then she smiled gently and replied, Okay, Captain Hua, thank you.
Hua Xiaohan.
Mrs. Hua angrily set down the newspaper she was holding. Hua Xiaohan took the used dishes into the kitchen, washed them, and then cleaned the grapes one by one. Aunt Wu, who had been cleaning the mat in the bathroom, peeked through the door and watched what was happening in the living room. Hua Xiaohan looked just like someone protecting his future wife, unwilling to let her suffer even a little. But why move out? Wouldn't it be better to get married directly and move to the military family quarters? After Su Wan quickly tidied up, she came downstairs, even putting the extra money from the table into her pocket. As she was about to go to the back seat of the car, Hua Xiaohan had already opened the front passenger door, saying, Sit in the front. Su Wan hesitated for a moment, but then obediently took her seat in the front. Once inside the car, Hua Xiaohan handed her the freshly washed grapes, saying, Eat some fruit. It can help ease your discomfort after drinking. His dark eyes were fixed on Su Wan's face, observing her closely. Just waking up, Su Wan's face was pale and delicate, showing her youthful innocence. Her cheeks and eyes were slightly puffy, and while her lips weren't swollen, their color had faded, as if half of the red ink had been taken away. He instinctively pressed his lips together, feeling a bit warm in the ears, his gaze steady. Su Wan felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and lowered her head. In front of her were plump, crystal-clear grapes in a porcelain jar, and she fluttered her dark eyelashes, feeling a bit surprised. She reached out and said, Captain Hua, thank you, but it's not necessary. I'm feeling much better now, and thank you for bringing me back last night. Then she looked up with her clear, watery eyes and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to stand you up yesterday. My sister Manhwa had a bad experience, and I went home with her and accidentally forgot. Can I invite you today? After saying this, she took out some extra money from her pocket. Also, when I woke up, there were several large bills on the table. I counted, and there were about $58.90. Do you know whose money this is? $58.90 is not a small amount, so she needed to find out who lost it and why it ended up in her pocket. Hua Xiaohan gazed into her clear eyes. Unlike at the last dance, when he pretended to hide his feelings, he genuinely seemed to have forgotten what happened last night. This was within his expectations. "It's mine. You were drunk yesterday and took it from my pocket. Now it's yours," he said, his thin lips parting as warm breath brushed against Su-won's cheek. Su-won was taken aback, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Could Hua Xiaohan be joking? Did she really take money from his pocket? Why? When she usually got drunk, she just quietly fell asleep. How could she have taken money from Hua Xiaohan's pocket? Su-won looked at Hua Xiaohan's long legs, almost too long for the driver's seat, and his strong arms resting on the steering wheel. She wondered if, after getting drunk, she had been tempted by his good physique and had taken money from him. Then she cautiously glanced at Hua Xiaohan's expression and saw that he didn't seem cold or harsh. It probably didn't happen. Otherwise, with his strict and traditional demeanor, if she had really done that, he would have scolded her and then talked to her like a parent, giving her a lecture. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su-won turned her face away and shyly handed the money back to Hua Xiaohan, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, Captain Hua. I might have been drunk yesterday and didn't know what I was doing. Please don't take it to heart. Here's your money back." Hua Xiaohan did not answer and drove the jeep to a quiet spot before stopping. "Su-won, whether you remember what happened last night or not, we have crossed a line beyond just friends. We kissed." Hua Xiaohan noticed that Su-won still looked confused and showed no emotional reaction, so he lowered his voice. "Captain Hua, what are you talking about? How could that happen?" Su-won's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if she had been drinking and acted strangely, there was no way she would have tried to kiss Hua Xiaohan. He would never let that happen. Hua Xiaohan took in all of Su-won's expressions, rolled up the car window to block out the sounds from outside, and took out a voice recorder from his pocket, pressing play. The sound of rustling clothes came from the recorder. "Is there more?" Even though the voice on the recorder sounded slightly different from Su-won's real voice, it was still quite similar. Just listening to her soft and delicate tone, one could tell she was drunk. Then Hua Xiaohan's deep, restrained voice came through. Since the recorder had been left on the car seat, it captured all their conversations, including their breathing, very clearly. Just listening to the sounds made it easy to imagine the awkward and blush-inducing scene. Hua Xiaohan really lay down and let her ride him. He even seriously talked about marrying her and carrying her in the future. Su-won's soft cheeks slowly turned a light shade of red, like the morning glow, and her hand holding the money began to sweat. She was astonished, and even in disbelief. Especially when she heard Hua Xiaohan's deep, hoarse voice on the recorder, telling her not to kiss him. It made her cheeks burn and left her at a loss. Did they really kiss? Then the recorder fell silent, leaving only their quickened breaths and the soft sounds of their lips meeting. On that rainy night, in the quiet car, Hua Xiaohan lay in the back seat while she was on top of him. Su-won felt a layer of sweat forming all over her body, frozen in her seat, with embarrassment, shame, confusion, and a mix of emotions swirling in her eyes, her chest trembling lightly. She instinctively reached for the recorder to delete it. But Hua Xiaohan was quick. As soon as her hand reached out, he pulled it back. "When you were searching my pockets while sitting on me, you accidentally pressed the recorder's button, and it recorded everything." He clenched his jaw and seriously explained the origin of the recording. His short, coarse hair stood on end, and his ears were even redder and hotter than Su-won's cheeks. Looking directly into Su-won's eyes, he said clearly, "Everything I said in the recording is serious." However, Su-won avoided his gaze, her heart racing, and her mind was a blur. She couldn't remember anything from last night. What did it mean that she sat on him? Did she really end up on his long legs? "Captain Hua, I really have no memory of what happened last night. I didn't expect my alcohol tolerance to be so low. I only had one drink, and I didn't even realize it would turn out like this." Su-won's nostrils flared slightly, her tearful eyes looking out the window. "From the recording, it seems I got drunk and mistook you for my grandfather, so that's why." It was her grandfather from modern times, and she couldn't go into too much detail. I'm really sorry. It might be because it's my first time away from home for so long, and I miss my family. As for why she kissed Hua Xiaohan afterward, it was probably, as the recording said, facing such a perfectly handsome man, she, who pursued perfection, couldn't accept any flaws. But why was his lower lip swollen? I will try to take leave during the National Day holiday to accompany you back home to see your family, Hua Xiaohan said, noticing Su Wan was avoiding the main issue. His dark eyes were deep and serious as he added, if you want to be closer to your parents, I will find a way to transfer to a station near your hometown. I want to date you with marriage in mind. This was a question she couldn't avoid. Hua Xiaohan's gaze felt heavy on her, leaving Su Wan feeling a bit lost as she nervously tapped her fingers on the enamel cup. Captain Hua, didn't Grandma Hua say you already have someone you like? Last night's drunkenness was my fault, you don't need to feel responsible for anything. I have always liked you. That hasn't changed. Hua Xiaohan's throat moved slightly. He had always been straightforward and didn't understand the subtleties. I've wanted to say that to you too, but I think being able to spend time with you every day is more important than my own desires. He wasn't afraid of the battlefield, but when it came to Su Wan, he felt fear. He wasn't afraid of being rejected. He was afraid that she would ignore him and avoid him, leaving him with no identity or situation to interact with her, making them like strangers. Although he rarely interacted with girls, he had seen the way a girl looks at someone she likes. It's shy, surprised, and filled with little stars. But he had never seen that look in Su Wan's eyes. Her gaze was always polite, courteous, and calm, with a sense of distance. I can control my words, but I can't control my actions. I can't help but pay attention to you, so sometimes you might find me annoying. Su Wan lowered her eyelashes, her transparent eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She thought that when Hua Xiaohan said he wanted to marry her, it was out of responsibility, especially since she had made some changes in her life, so he could reluctantly accept her. She never expected that he had liked her for a long time. Was it during the dance? She thought that once the misunderstanding was cleared, Hua Xiaohan's feelings would change, but she didn't realize he had never changed. Indeed, she was attracted to his looks and figure and wanted to find someone like him. However, from the moment she woke up in this story and saw him, she never considered having any connection with him. She had already defined him, labeling him as a former blind date, someone responsible due to family ties, and a role similar to an older brother. Once she got into college, he would slowly fade from her world, and they would lose contact. She wasn't unaware of Hua Xiaohan's attitude toward her, but when someone is completely excluded from consideration, she wouldn't think in that direction. She assumed it was because of his identity as an officer and that he was a responsible person with high moral standards, which is why he cared about her affairs. This sudden confession caught Su Wan completely off guard, with no time to prepare or buffer. The closed car window made her feel suffocated, her cheeks hot. She instinctively placed her right hand on the car door, wanting to escape this tense and overwhelming environment for a moment. Hua Xiaohan, sitting straight and proper, suddenly leaned over, extending his strong arm to press the lock button on the car window. Su Wan's mind buzzed, and she instinctively pressed her body against the seat, her heart racing. She tried to open the door, but it was already locked and wouldn't budge. When she lifted her gaze, she found herself staring into Hua Xiaohan's deep black eyes. Like a quiet sea under white clouds, it clearly reflects a calm, yet strong version of her. She feels surrounded by a fierce fire, leaving her with no escape. In the conservative 1980s, most people only kissed after marriage. But they were hugging and kissing, and she was practically on top of him. In Hua Xiaohan's simple and straightforward mind, such behavior seemed reserved for married couples. She couldn't escape or refuse. If she insisted on rejecting him, Hua Xiaohan would likely write to her parents. Sweat was pouring from Su Wan, and her delicate nose was glistening. Captain Hua, I'm starting my senior year soon, which is crucial for the college entrance exam. You said I should focus entirely on my studies. I want to get into a good university to make my parents proud, and isn't it against the rules for students to date at leisure high school? If we're found out, there will be consequences, and you know that. I don't have the energy or time to think about things unrelated to my studies. Can we talk about this after I graduate? In modern times, anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence would recognize this as a polite refusal, like saying, let's have dinner sometime. But Hua Xiaohan likely wouldn't see it that way and would take her words seriously. What she wanted was to buy time. A year is a long time. Who knows what could happen? Hua Xiaohan could tell that Suwon had not considered him at all. He spoke softly, I understand. We can take our time, as you wish, but I hope during this time, you can treat me as your partner. Suwon's eyes widened. How is this different from dating? After you graduate, we can go public, and I'll submit the relationship report then. He had never dated before, but he was strategic and knew that in such situations, he couldn't rush things. So he didn't mention marriage at all. Inside the closed car, it was already hot, and Hua Xiaohan's warm body was making her feel even hotter. Suwon avoided his gaze, looking at the locked car button while gripping the door handle, her forehead damp with sweat. Her carefully planned day was suddenly thrown into chaos. She didn't like it and didn't want to disrupt it. Captain Hua, I'm still a student and I have never been in a relationship, so I don't know how to interact with you. Besides, Grandma Hua doesn't really like me and has introduced you to someone more suitable for your status and background. I will handle all of this, so you don't need to worry, Hua Xiaohan said firmly, looking intently at Suwon. He spoke patiently. It's okay if you don't know how to interact with me. I will treat you like a girlfriend. Suwon's long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly as she gripped the doorknob tightly, her breathing a bit hurried. Thinking back on how Hua Xiaohan had treated her during this time, she realized that although he seemed tough and straightforward, he was also very wise and perceptive. He knew just how to balance their interactions. Whenever he showed a strong sense of assertiveness, he would cover it up with reasonable excuses. He knew when to approach and when to pull back. When she gave him a belt as a gift, he didn't accept it, which made her feel like he was only acting out of duty and responsibility, without any other feelings involved. He was like a hunting wolf, following her slowly, making her let her guard down, so she never suspected his true nature. It wasn't until she made a mistake that he immediately pounced, never letting go. After realizing all of this, Suwon knew she couldn't clearly refuse him. The content on the recording was significant. She also couldn't avoid it. It seemed that keeping their relationship private for now was the best option. Captain Hua, can you give me some time to think?
I'm
not used to this. Suwon's dark, glistening eyes shifted slightly, and she pressed her damp lips together. Okay, Hua Xiaohan replied, his dark eyes reflecting Suwon's gentle and beautiful profile, as if he could pull her in like a whirlpool. His voice was low and steady. He understood that Suwon needed time to adjust after waking up from her confusion, so he wasn't in a hurry for an answer. He then reached out to help Suwon lower the car window. Let's go look at some houses first. Once we decide, I'll help you move out of the Hua family home quickly, Hua Xiaohan said as he started the vehicle, driving towards the retired officials' housing area. The cool breeze under the trees brushed against Suwon's flushed cheeks, easing her anxious heart. The few pieces of paper in her hand felt damp with sweat. Remembering the content of the recording made her delicate ears flush with embarrassment. The sound of tut-tut-tut and Hua Xiaohan's suppressed breaths seemed to overflow from her ears. It was all recorded clearly on the voice recorder, leaving her no way to deny it. She just wanted to quickly separate from Hua Xiaohan. As soon as they arrived at the family housing area for retired officials, Suwon unlocked the car door and quickly got out. The officials living in this area held decent ranks, so the environment was quite good. Each building housed 2 families, and the kitchen was shared. Before coming, Hua Xiaohan had already called the son of the homeowner. Comrade, you are already a regiment-level officer. Has the regiment not assigned you a family housing yet? Do you still need to run a place with your family? The homeowner's son in his 40s stepped forward to shake Hua Xiaohan's hand. Seeing Suwon, with her dark hair and red lips, looking gentle and beautiful, he naturally assumed they were a couple. Noticing her blushing face and moist eyes, he felt even more certain of his guess. Comrade, you misunderstood. I am not married yet. She just transferred to a high school this year, and I am here to rent a place for her, so she can conveniently get to school, Hua Xiaohan replied. While this seemed to deny their familial relationship, it left room for imagination about their connection. The homeowner's son thought that not being married made it seem more like they were dating. So, you two are? He asked, wanting to confirm. A military officer and a high school student. It wasn't unusual. Some boys were still in school, while the girls were working. Hua Xiaohan turned to Su Wan, his dark gaze heavy, as if prompting her to answer. Uncle, I came from Nanling province. My dad and Uncle Hua met when I was very young. I transferred to school in Beiping, and Uncle Hua and Colonel Hua have helped me a lot. As for their relationship, Su Wan couldn't clearly define it, especially since their connection had suddenly changed due to her drinking. Feeling awkward and unsure, she instinctively avoided the topic. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, not looking at Hua Xiaohan, and spoke to the homeowner's son.
Oh.
So you're like a little sister. The homeowner's son understood their relationship as the daughter of his father's friend. It seemed Colonel Hua cared for this little sister quite a bit, even personally accompanying her to look at the house when he could have sent his bodyguard instead. As she pushed aside a curtain made of candy wrappers and pins, she invited the two of them to come in. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together without speaking, shifting his gaze to let Su Wan enter first. The homeowners had moved to a warm southern city to live with their eldest son's family, and the other sons had also settled down and received their own homes, leaving the retired officials' housing empty. There were 2 rooms in total, both clean, spacious, and bright, with some old furniture left behind. The bathroom was outside in the yard, separate from the house. Su Wan looked around and felt it suited her well. She thought renting the master bedroom would be enough. The homeowner's son seemed puzzled and asked, 1 room? You plan to live here alone? No other family members? Su Wan nodded, believing it was not a problem. The other room was completely unnecessary. Once she moved in, she would likely stay until she graduated high school and maybe even rent here while attending university. Traveling back home these days was costly, and taking the train alone posed risks, such as encountering human traffickers. She had to think ahead. Especially since Su Xiaowei was also studying in Beiping, if winter break came and she couldn't stay at school or go to her family, she would surely want to stay with her. So renting 1 room was the best option. It would save costs and avoid unnecessary troubles. The homeowner's son glanced at Hua Xiaohan and said directly, Commander Hua, Comrade Lu must have told you that I originally planned to tidy this place up for my son's wedding. But considering your sincerity in calling me several times, I agreed to rent it to you. If it's just 1 person, I don't see the need. Plus, she's still in her senior year of high school. It's not safe for a young girl to live alone without company, especially since she looks so pretty. If she were my daughter, I wouldn't feel comfortable. The homeowner's son had a daughter himself, so from that perspective, he was reluctant to rent it out. I think it's perfectly fine for the young lady to stay with you. The military compound has guards at the entrance. Su Wan was taken aback, not expecting the landlord to view her as a student without the ability to live independently, and thus hesitated to rent to her. There's also a staff housing unit with 1 room, but you would need to live under the same roof as the homeowner's family, which includes an elderly person. Would you like to take a look? If you go, it might be hard to rent here again. Hua Xiaohan said a few words to the landlord before walking over to Su Wan and quietly asking her. Anyone who has shared a rental knows how inconvenient it is to live with a landlord, especially when there are elderly people in the house who constantly watch how much electricity and water you use.
Su Wan definitely did not want that.
Can you convince Uncle to rent the house to me? I can rent it all by myself, she asked. Yes, but it needs to be in my name, Hua Xiaohan replied, looking into Su Wan's eyes. Su Wan thought this was reasonable. Okay. Renting in my name means the house is rented under me, Hua Xiaohan continued. For your safety, your parents also asked me to take good care of you, so I might come by a few days each week. Su Wan's dark eyes widened slightly, and her fair face showed clear resistance. She wanted to rent a place to have her own space. If Hua Xiaohan was coming over so often, how is that different from living at the Hua family home? She would feel controlled and restricted, possibly even more so than at their house. Captain Hua, I think this arrangement isn't good or suitable. I can find someone to live with me. Hua Xiaohan subtly smiled and reminded her, I will just come to check on you, not to stay overnight. I also worry about you sharing a place with a stranger. As a high-ranking official, he couldn't stay overnight at other places without permission, even in special circumstances. Suwon thought carefully about what Hua Xiaohan had just said. He hadn't actually said he would stay there. She felt relieved, and her small ears turned slightly red. Maybe she was overthinking it with her modern perspective. If he was just coming by to check on her, she could accept that. She knew Hua Xiaohan wanted to spend more time with her, but she really didn't like feeling restricted or disturbed. Captain Hua, you are busy with work. I think we can stick to the previous arrangement you mentioned, just checking in by phone. Suwon tried to negotiate for more freedom, saying, I can call you every day before 8 to report in. Hua Xiaohan's deep eyes looked down at Suwon, his tall and straight figure radiating a warm breath that brushed against her hair. His low, magnetic voice dropped even lower. If you want to change the terms we agreed on, that's fine. However, since the lease is in my name, if the landlord finds out you're living here alone, they might take the house back. This clearly indicated to Suwon that his frequent visits were to make the landlord think he lived there. In short, Hua Xiaohan was thinking entirely of her. Suwon's gaze shifted slightly. She really liked this apartment. It was quiet and most of the residents were retired officials, so she wouldn't run into any students from her school. This would help her avoid unnecessary disturbances and better reshape her image. So this apartment was the best choice. Captain Hua, maybe we should forget about this house. The landlord's son glanced at his watch. What do you think? Hua Xiaohan asked calmly. Okay, let's go with what you said, Captain Hua. Suwon replied after considering it. Comrade, I'm renting this house, but due to work, I might only stay here a few days each week. Hua Xiaohan turned his face slightly, the corners of his lips lifting just a bit. That's fine then. How can we let such a lovely young lady live here alone? It's easy for her to attract the wrong kind of attention on her way to and from school. It's best if Captain Hua stays with her, the landlord's son said with a smile. Poor grades are one thing, but if she gets led astray or ends up in a relationship, that's a bigger issue. He then meaningfully added to Hua Xiaohan, you two seem to be dating, right? As a group-level officer, he was expected to be imposing, serious, and decisive, yet he was softening his tone to seek the young lady's opinion. Clearly, he cared a lot about her, and it seemed they had just started dating. Upon hearing this, Suwon instinctively avoided the landlord's son's gaze and wanted to deny it. But the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to speak. Denying it would be pointless. In this era's view, having kissed Hua Xiaohan meant they were in a relationship. In Hua Xiaohan's mind, he had already decided she was his partner. It was just that, since things had happened so suddenly, he was willing to give her time to adjust. Moreover, Hua Xiaohan had just helped her rent a house under his name, so it was not easy for her to argue back. This man had a strong sense of morality. If it were the original person, he might have married her too. So, she lowered her head and remained silent. Comrade, no, it's sister. The military district is quite far from the high school, and she can't ride a bike. Besides, she is shy, so living here would be more comfortable. My mom will come to visit when she has time. Hua Xiaohan stood in front of Suwon, at just the right distance to notice her slightly hurried breathing. He looked down at her long, dark eyelashes resting on her eyes, which shimmered like autumn water, trembling slightly with visible struggle and resistance. He then explained to the landlord's son. Suwon looked up at Hua Xiaohan in surprise, amazed that he would actively deny their relationship. Call me brother. From now on, after work, you don't need to address me by my title, Hua Xiaohan said, his dark, clear eyes fixed on her. Suwon was momentarily stunned. After calling him Captain Hua for nearly 2 months, it was hard to suddenly switch to brother, but she obediently whispered, Hua. Brother. Hua Xiaohan responded lightly. The landlord's son observed their faces, smiled, and didn't ask any more questions, handing the house keys to Hua Xiaohan. Hua Xiaohan placed the agreed-upon annual rent in an envelope and handed it over in one go. As the landlord's son left, he reminded Hu Xiaohan, if she's your sister, you need to keep a close eye on her. You can't let her date. A girl as lovely as her will surely be popular at a new school. My daughter's good friend has many boys rushing to help her at the cafeteria. After gym class, she received several love letters, both from her class and others. This has caused her grades to drop sharply. She didn't even pass the pre-exams. I will. Hu Xiaohan replied firmly, his posture straight and his expression serious. Although Inspirational High School is not the best in vaping, it has the strictest management regarding interactions between male and female students. He then spoke honestly to Su Wan, since we agreed to keep it private until you graduate, only the two of us need to know. Don't feel any pressure. Indeed, this is how Hu Xiaohan viewed it. It was not much different from a secret relationship. Even if she acted wildly after drinking last night, Hu Xiaohan had the ability to stop her. Why didn't he? Instead, he let her do whatever she wanted. She only said a few drunken words, and he just lay down and let her ride him? This completely contradicts his image of being principled and moral. After reflecting on it, Suwon sensed something was off and caught a hint of a conspiracy. Commander, I just remembered that I was drunk last night, and not myself.
Why didn't you stop me?
Her drunken behavior was her issue, but as a grown man and a trained officer, his failure to intervene suggested he had a problem. Hu Xiaohan frowned slightly and looked around. Let's talk in the car. I admit I had many ways to stop you last night and could have prevented this from happening. However, there was an unexpected incident when I was taking you home. Once in the car, Hu Xiaohan tightened his jaw and looked at Suwon in the back seat through the rear-view mirror. At the same spot, a bug somehow got into your shirt. By the time I noticed, you were almost taking off your top. Hu Xiaohan's expression remained stern and serious, his sharp gaze focused ahead as if he were reporting something. However, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and a hint of red crept up his ears. This made Su Wan, who was planning to use this as an excuse to refuse, pause for a moment. Drunk and taking off clothes? She realized she had seen similar news reports before. Su Wan quickly looked down at her floral short-sleeve shirt, remembering she wore a different color shirt yesterday. Did that mean she had unbuttoned her shirt while drunk? I could only stop you immediately and pull your shirt down, but you kept struggling and wouldn't cooperate. Coincidentally, some factory workers were passing by after their night shift, and in that situation, I had no choice but to hold you down in the seat to keep you from being seen. Hearing this, Suwon felt her head was about to explode. She hadn't just unbuttoned her shirt one by one, she had practically lifted it off like a t-shirt. Underneath, she only had a fitted undershirt, leaving everything else exposed. That was basically the same as being completely honest. Although it was very dark, I have received professional training and have good night vision, so I saw everything. Hu Xiaohan straightened his back and stated the facts calmly, his voice low and steady. Su Wan's hands tightened on her lap, and she turned her face toward the car window, feeling quite embarrassed. It felt like she couldn't breathe. For someone who had traveled from modern times, such a situation could be very awkward and a bit shameful. Being seen wasn't a big deal, but in the conservative and traditional 1980s, it was a serious matter. So, at that moment, Hu Xiaohan had already decided to take responsibility for her and allowed her to act without stopping her. Not only did I not stop you, but I also kissed you first. Hu Xiaohan lifted his dark eyes to look in the rearview mirror. He saw Su Wan's beautiful brows tightly knit, her almost transparent eyes reflecting all her emotions, panic, conflict, and avoidance. His chest rose and fell, and his grip on the steering wheel tightened. You can take some time to think about it. If you really feel uncomfortable and cannot accept it, I will face the consequences of my actions. I understand how you feel, just like when you fell into the water and your uncle and aunt wanted me to marry you. I can refuse you, and you can refuse me. This is a new society, and we are equal. We shouldn't be forced to choose a life we don't want because of various reasons and pressures. Su Wan immediately turned her head and met Hu Xiaohan's bright, dark eyes. His gaze seemed calm, yet deep, like an endless ocean with grand waves. Did he mean that he was giving her time to think? In this era, let alone kissing, even holding a girl's hand could be seen as inappropriate. Moreover, he had her pinned down, and she wasn't sure if her clothes were lifted or not at that moment. If a worker had walked by and glanced into the car, Hua Xiaohan would definitely have been seen as a rogue and arrested. His position as a leader would be over, and no amount of explanation would suffice. Hua, I'm not. Su Wan quickly spoke, her palms sweating nervously. Su Wan, I respect your choice, just as you respect mine, Hua Xiaohan said seriously, his tone firm. If you don't want this, I will request a transfer from the Beijing military district, and we will not see each other again. I will also give you part of my monthly salary as compensation. Hua Xiaohan's voice was calm and composed, like a carefully considered conclusion. Each word felt like a stone pressing down on Su Wan. It gave her an invisible sense of pressure. Captain Hua, this matter has nothing to do with you. I got drunk and acted without thinking. Adults should be able to take responsibility for their mistakes. In this simple era, Hua Xiaohan could truly do that. I just need time to adjust.
Su Wan purset her lips.
Not adjusting meant not rejecting, which implied acceptance of their relationship. At that moment, Hua Xiaohan's tense back relaxed. Unknowingly, sweat began to bead on his forehead and back, soaking his clothes. His hands on the steering wheel slowly loosened, leaving a mark from his fingers. He picked up some grapes from the passenger seat, turned to offer them to Su Wan in the back seat, and fixed his dark gaze on her. Eat some grapes. The jeep was parked under the shade of a tree, and the grapes in the ceramic jar still had a hint of water from washing. Su Wan fluttered her eyelashes slightly, then reached out to take one, placing it in her mouth. As she gently bit down, the sweet, juicy flesh filled her mouth. She realized she was a bit thirsty. Shall we go to that private restaurant I mentioned last time? Hua Xiaohan noticed that Su Wan's clean and delicate face showed no sign of sourness, indicating that the grapes were sweet. It was also around mealtime, since she had said she would treat him to a meal when she got in the car. Su Wan could only respond vaguely. Hua Xiaohan's lips curved slightly as he handed the ceramic jar to her and drove toward the private restaurant. A few years after the reform and opening up, there weren't many private restaurants. This one was hidden in an alley, famous for its roasted duck. The environment was quiet, unlike state-owned restaurants located on busy streets, which were crowded and noisy. It was perfect for blind dates, couples, and private meetings for leaders from various organizations. The table was a small square one. Su Wan sat by the window with the enamel jar, enjoying the breeze. Hua Xiaohan naturally moved his chair to sit beside her and called for the owner. Su Wan paused for a moment, looking around and noticing that a couple sitting nearby was also close together. The owner had a strong impression of this dashing officer who had come here 6 months ago with an older officer. Several young women in the restaurant had asked her to find out if he was married or had a partner. The officer was very straightforward and said he already had a match. Seeing him sitting with a lovely young lady, it seemed clear she was his partner. Comrade officer, I remember you. You mentioned you had a match when you came here before. I even asked you to bring her for a meal, and I can't believe you actually did after 6 months. The landlady, with a cheerful expression, praised, You two are a perfect match. Yes, she is also from Nanling province, Hua Xiaohan replied firmly, sitting straight like a poplar tree. When he first visited, he had just sent a matchmaking letter to Su Wan. He then turned to Su Wan and said, The landlady is from your hometown, so you can tell her what you want to eat. When the landlady heard Su Wan was also from Nanling, her attitude became even friendlier, and she suggested several local dishes. I'm fine with anything. Hua, you can order what you like, Su Wan said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as his warmth seemed to envelop her. It was probably Su Xiaowei who was matched with Hua Xiaohan, since the original owner never replied to him. Boiled live shrimp, beauty liver, Jinling meatballs, and clear stewed chicken. Hua Xiaohan ordered all famous dishes from Nanling, not even glancing at the prices. Thinking that Su Wan liked, he asked, Do you have steamed herring? Yes, but they are a bit small and not much yellow, the landlady replied, gesturing with her hands. That's fine. Hua Xiaohan then ordered a few more signature dishes from the restaurant. There was a lot of food, far more than they could eat. Hua, there's too much food. We can't finish it, Suwon said, noticing he showed no signs of stopping. You'll be going to military training in a few days. The conditions there are tough, and you'll be gone for half a month, so you need to eat more, Hua Xiaohan insisted, looking at Suwon's fair face, guessing she would be tanned in just 3 days. Young lady, your officer is really considerate and generous, the landlady said with a warm smile. Suwon opened her mouth to say something, but the landlady had already noted the dishes and headed to the kitchen. The small square table was already cramped, and while it would have been fine for 2 girls to sit together, having the tall Hua Xiaohan beside her made it a bit tight. The man's unique masculine aura mixed with a high body temperature gently warmed Suwon, making her feel hot as it seeped into her open pores. Hua Xiaohan remained calm, picking up the teapot from the table to carefully warm Suwon's bowls and chopsticks. As he moved the bowls, his strong arm unintentionally brushed against Suwon's soft arm, the edge of his military green shirt lightly grazing her clothing. Suwon instinctively leaned away toward the corner, creating some distance, and reached for her bowl. Captain Hua, I can do it myself. However, the hot water in the teapot had just been poured, and Hua Xiaohan's rough hands felt nothing. As Suwon's fingertips touched the hot bowl, she lost her grip, and the bowl fell from the table. She quickly reached to catch it, and Hua Xiaohan immediately set down the teapot, his large hand covering hers as he grasped both her soft hand and the bowl. It felt like a piece of warm jade, soft and smooth, with delicate fingers and nails that had a hint of pink. This was the 3rd time Hua Xiaohan had held Suwon's hand, following the dance last month and last night, but this time felt more intimate. Suwon quickly pulled her hand back from Hua Xiaohan's grasp. His hand was warm and broad, the calluses from training rubbing against her delicate skin. I'm going to the restroom. After fully withdrawing her right hand, she could still feel the warmth from his palm, making her entire hand feel hot. Hua Xiaohan had ordered substantial dishes, and it seemed they wouldn't be served for at least half an hour, leaving them in an awkward silence. Suwon frowned slightly, standing up to find an excuse to leave. His presence beside her felt overwhelming, making her very uncomfortable. It seemed Hua Xiaohan was treating himself as her boyfriend now. Did you burn yourself? If you don't know where it is, I'll take you, Hua Xiaohan said, placing the bowl back on the table. He gently squeezed her hand again, as if trying to hold onto that softness. He swallowed slightly, his gaze fixed on Suwon's confused, watery eyes. Her expression was not one of shyness or helplessness, but rather a subtle avoidance, showing some resistance to his sudden touch. She was clearly trying to maintain her distance from him. It's fine. I saw it when I came in, Suwon replied, lowering her head and quickly moving around Hua Xiaohan. Just as I was about to head to the restroom, a stylish woman with curly hair suddenly rushed out from a nearby private room, angrily pointing at Suwon and accusing her. It's you. You wicked woman with a dirty heart, helping your friend ruin our happiness. Are you here to go on a blind date and fish for men today? Su Fengqiang, with red eyes from crying over Chen Shoqing, firmly believed he was kind and pitiful. She thought that Jiang Mengyue was the one bothering him, and fearing that Mengyue would cause a scene, she wrote her a letter to calm her down. However, she knew that if she told her dad about this, he wouldn't understand and might wrongly blame Shoqing, so she came to find her cousin and cousin-in-law, hoping they could use their connections at the police station to help release him. If he was charged with disorderly conduct and fraud, Chen Shoqing could face at least 10 years in prison. As she opened the door to the restroom, she saw Suwon leaving a table where a man in military uniform was sitting, still wearing a dress, and immediately thought she might be on a blind date. She certainly couldn't let her succeed in that. Suwon was also surprised to run into Su Fengqiang here. With clear evidence against her, she still hadn't realized her mistake. It was beyond just being infatuated. It was like being in a late stage of infatuation. Your friend shamelessly interfered in our relationship, being a third party. Essentially, you're just like her, right? To climb the social ladder and marry a good man, you do anything without shame. Su Fengqiang hated Jiang Mengyue even more, and she blamed Suwon too, as she was the instigator stirring things up. Her loud voice immediately drew the attention of nearby diners. Su Liyuan, Shen Xiuwen, and Su Miaoqing, who were in the private room, quickly came out. All three were well-dressed, elegant, and clearly well-educated, coming from knowledgeable families. In contrast, Suwon's outfit was that of an ordinary worker, made from very basic materials, leading the diners to lean towards Su Fangqiang's side. They looked at Suwon with a hint of judgment. Cousin-in-law. I'm talking about her, Su Fangqiang said, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes red. Earlier, in the private room, she had already cried to her cousins and cousin-in-law about what she believed to be the truth. Please be more careful with your words, miss. Hua Xiaohan, dressed in a sharp military green uniform, stood tall and imposing in front of Suwon. His high, stern brow conveyed a natural coldness, creating a serious atmosphere. Hua Xiaohan. Shen Xiuwen looked surprised at Hua Xiaohan, who was blocking Suwon's way. Su Miaoqing, standing behind her sister Su Liyuan, was taken aback, her pupils dilating as if she had encountered a long-lost love. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, and even her breath trembled. Her sister had mentioned this name before. He was the grandson of her grandmother's comrade, and their families had hoped to bring them together. However, she had recently heard from her grandmother's comrade that he already had someone he liked, so that plan was off. She felt a sense of relief. Although he was also a soldier, how could he compare to her late boyfriend? All these years, she had never been able to let him go. To her surprise, Hua Xiaohan's features were strikingly similar to her late partner's, and for a moment, she almost thought he was her boyfriend, faking his death for a secret mission. But their auras and temperaments were completely different. Hua Xiaohan was slightly taller, while her boyfriend had been gentle, always wearing a sunny smile, and his gaze was deep and affectionate. In contrast, Hua Xiaohan's gaze was sharp and piercing. His expression was cold and hard, like a drawn sword, leaving a strong impression that felt entirely different. Brother-in-law, do you two know each other? This is perfect. Let him know he's dating a morally corrupt woman. Su Fangqiang felt as if fate was on her side and began to twist the story of yesterday's events. But before she could finish, Hua Xiaohan interrupted with a frown, his voice stern. Watch your words. Shen Xiuwen, keep an eye on your sister-in-law. He then turned to Suwon and said, You could have mentioned this to me when you borrowed the recorder the other day. I will accompany you to handle your colleague's situation. With this statement, everyone present realized that Hua Xiaohan and Suwon's relationship was more than just a simple blind date. Shen Xiuwen understood Hua Xiaohan's character well. He had always found women troublesome. The fact that he brought her here for a meal meant he likely had feelings for her, possibly even a romantic interest. The recorder he had helped her buy last time was probably a gift for this new partner. Su Miaoqing was tall, nearly 1.7 meters, with long, narrow eyes that scanned the protected Suwon, causing a sudden sting in her eyes. I thought this young woman was a victim of a scoundrel like my colleague, and we would confront him together. However, I didn't expect that we had already sent the scoundrel to the police station, yet she still clings to him. To obstruct us, she almost scratched my face and threatened to make her dad get me fired from the newspaper. Suwon was also surprised to learn that Su Fangqiang's brother-in-law knew Hua Xiaohan and seemed to have known him for a long time, which made things easier. She directly revealed Su Fangqiang's unreasonable behavior, and regarding the specifics, she stepped out from behind Hua Xiaohan, raised her chin, and clearly said, As for who is right and wrong and the truth of the matter, I can't say much here. You can go to the police station to understand the whole case. It's because you have connections at the police station. Shouchen is innocent, Su Fangqiang exclaimed, pointing at Suwon. Beside her, Su Liyuan quickly pressed down her hand, forcefully pulling her back to stop her from speaking further. Hua Xiaohan, hearing that Suwon almost got hurt, furrowed his brow deeper. How did he not notice this when he picked her up last night? It was his oversight. His demeanor changed, and his handsome face was filled with coldness. Shen Xiuwen noticed that Suwon spoke confidently without any fear, realizing that his impulsive and simple-minded sister-in-law was lying. He continuously apologized to Hua Xiaohan and Suwon, promising that he would have his partner inform their relatives to keep a close eye on Su Fengqiang and prevent her from causing more trouble. Her dad was already strongly against her dating Shochin, and if he found out, he would definitely try to break them up. She didn't want to separate from Shochin. Su Fengqiang was both anxious and angry, reacting very intensely. Su Liyuan and Su Miaoqing struggled to pull Su Fengqiang into the private room, but couldn't move her. In the struggle, Su Fengqiang, wearing high heels, stumbled and bumped into a waiter carrying a bowl of fish soup. The bowl of freshly made fish soup splashed towards Su Wan's position. With quick reflexes, Hua Xiaohan anticipated the incident and immediately pulled Su Wan into his arms, turning his back to the waiter. However, they were too close, and half of the spilled soup ended up on Hua Xiaohan's back. There was still some spilled on Su Wan's thigh.
Ah!
The sharp pain felt like fire burning on her skin, causing Su Wan to cry out in distress. Hua Xiaohan let out a low grunt, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. Ignoring the burning pain on his back, he picked up Su Wan and rushed to the bathroom. She brought this upon herself. Su Fengqiang was stunned for a few seconds, then said with red eyes, "You caused trouble and don't even realize it," Su Liyuan scolded. "Sis, brother-in-law, you handle it here first. I'll go take a look," Su Miaoqing said to the other diners, borrowing 2 bottles of white liquor from their table before chasing after them. Hua Xiaohan sprinted to the sink, lifted Su Wan's skirt, and turned on the tap, washing her burned thigh with running water. The skin on the back of her thigh, already fair and tender, was now a large patch of red from the burn. The running water was washing the burn, but Su Wan felt no coolness. Instead, it felt even hotter, as if her skin was on fire. Hua Xiaohan was also struggling, gritting his teeth as his wet clothes clung to his back, feeling like he was frying in hot oil. In just a short time, his coarse hair was soaked with sweat. "Quick, take off your clothes," Hua Xiaohan said, as he directly placed Su Wan on the sink to rinse her off. Seeing Hua Xiaohan's back soaked with fish soup, still warm, Su Wan quickly reached to unbutton his military shirt. If she didn't, the burned skin would stick to the fabric. Hua Xiaohan inhaled sharply, tilting his head back and letting Su Wan unbutton it, sweat dripping from his nose, his fingers trembling. Su Wan looked around and saw no other faucets. She stood up to help rinse his back, but Hua Xiaohan pressed her back down firmly, insisting, "I'm tough, I'll be fine." At that moment, Su Miaoqing arrived with the liquor, helping Su Wan to remove Hua Xiaohan's shirt. Hua Xiaohan grabbed the collar of his shirt and, with a strong pull, tore it off completely. His strong back was marked with old scars and gunshot wounds, and the area below his shoulder blades was burned red. "Hua, your back is burned too badly. You need to wash it quickly," Su Miaoqing said, looking at the military medals with worry in her narrow, almond-shaped eyes. Baijiu has disinfecting and pain-relieving effects, but it is only suitable for small burns. Hua Xiaohan should first cool the area with cold water before applying Baijiu. When Hua Xiaohan was in military school, he learned how to treat burns. It is essential to rinse the area continuously for at least 20 minutes to help the capillaries constrict and reduce the injury. He still held Su Wan in place. "Captain Hua, if you keep this up, I won't date you anymore." Hua Xiaohan's burn was much worse than hers. She was in so much pain that she felt like she could die, not to mention Hua Xiaohan's larger burn. In a moment of desperation, with tears in her eyes, she threatened, "If you leave scars all over your back, it will look terrible, and I definitely won't want that." Leaving scars is not a big deal, but she was worried that if they delayed, it could turn into a deeper burn that would require skin grafts. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes fixed on Su Wan as he clenched his teeth, swallowing all the pain. His voice was hoarse. "You haven't agreed to me yet. It's better for a big man like me to have scars than for a young girl like you. It won't affect your chances of dating or getting married in the future." Even though the conditions of dating him were tempting, his first reaction was that he didn't want Su Wan to suffer any injuries that would leave lifelong regrets. He continued to firmly hold her burned thigh under the faucet. The contrast between his tanned skin and her fair, delicate thigh was striking. This man, so stubborn and yet so responsible. He wouldn't back down on principle.
"You."
Su-won's eyes turned red with anxiety, her heart felt tight, and her words almost slipped out. The landlady, having heard the news, rushed over from the kitchen, interrupting Su-won. "Captain Hua, there's a faucet in the kitchen."
Come with me quickly.
"Captain Hua, hurry up." Su-won urged him anxiously. "Comrade Hua, this young lady can apply Baijiu for disinfection later. If she gets to the hospital in time, she will be fine. I will stay here with her." Su Miaoqing watched Hua Xiaohan endure the pain of his burn, fearing that the girl would end up with scars. He reminded her of her late partner, who treated her the same way. Calmly and gently, she persuaded him. Since Su-won's burn was close to her thigh, he had to lift her skirt above her knee, worried about being seen by other male diners. Hearing Su Miaoqing say this, Hua Xiaohan finally followed the landlady to the kitchen, handing his voice recorder to Su-won as he left. "Hold this well, and don't let it get wet." Su Miaoqing recognized the recorder at a glance. It was the one her brother-in-law brought back from abroad for her sister. Now, however, Hua Xiaohan has given this to the female colleague working at the newspaper. Clearly, this female colleague is very important to him. He is pursuing her, but she has not yet agreed. "Comrade, this was all my sister's fault, and I apologize on her behalf. Don't worry, my sister should have already called for an ambulance. I will compensate you double for all the treatment costs, nutrition expenses, and any work you missed." Su Miaoqing looked at Su-won's small, red burn on her thigh, sincerely and regretfully apologizing, her narrow phoenix eyes furrowed with concern. "It seems like the skin on Hua's back is burned white. Just to be safe, I should check the kitchen." Su-won's leg pain was not as severe now, but she was also worried about Hua Xiaohan's back burn, gripping the recording pen tightly. She was about to ask Su Miaoqing to check, but upon hearing her, she nodded slightly, breathing lightly. "Thank you. Wait a moment. If everything is fine, I will be back soon." Su Miaoqing left a bottle of white wine for Su-won and then took another bottle toward the kitchen. It was peak dining time, and the kitchen was filled with smoke. Hua Xiaohan stood outside the kitchen with his strong upper body exposed, while the owner of the restaurant was using a hose from the kitchen faucet to spray water on his back burn. His military green pants were completely soaked, his abdomen contracting repeatedly, eyes closed, breathing heavily, trying to endure the intense pain. The water flowing over him was not helping at all. He wished he could press against ice to cool down. "Hua, let me help you with the white wine. It's the only thing that can ease your pain right now." Su Miaoqing took a clean handkerchief from her skirt pocket, poured some white wine on it, and was about to help Hua Xiaohan. "Where's Su-won?" Hua Xiaohan suddenly opened his eyes, turning to look at Su Miaoqing, his sharp, dark gaze like a dagger, making her feel uneasy. "Su is worried about you and sent me here. She's feeling much better now, and the ambulance will arrive soon." Su Miaoqing answered smoothly, her polite words filled with concern for Hua Xiaohan's burn. "No need, I can do it myself. Please take care of Wanwan. She's still young and needs comforting." Hua Xiaohan firmly refused. Hearing that Su-won was concerned about him, his tightly furrowed brows seemed to relax a little. He took the white wine from Su Miaoqing and poured it over his back himself. The cool sensation wrapped around his burning back, temporarily easing his pain. Su Miaoqing held a handkerchief soaked in white wine, and a fleeting expression crossed her narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Although she had a similar structure to this man, he barely glanced at her, his mind only on Su-won. She just wanted to look at this face that resembled her partner's. She missed him so much. He truly resembled him, both in appearance and in his reckless concern and protection for his loved ones when faced with danger. This man had too many of his shadows.
Okay.
Su Miaoqing could only return to Su-won's side to comfort her. Soon, the ambulance arrived and Su Miaoqing helped Su-won into it, while Shin Xiuan followed along. Su-won's burn on her leg was not large and had been rinsed with cool water in time, but since it was summer, there was a high risk of infection, so she needed to stay in the hospital for a few days. Hua Xiaohan's condition was naturally more serious, as he hadn't rinsed his burn with running water in time, and the affected area had developed several blisters the size of baby fists. It looked quite alarming. Su-won lay on the hospital bed, holding a voice recorder and looking at the buttons. She could easily delete the recordings if she wanted to. However, as someone who had crossed over from the 21st century, her mental age was older than Hu Xiaohan's, so she was very clear about what she wanted. She wanted a life that was free, without burdens or pressure. Her avoidance and hesitation stemmed from her anticipation of what would happen if she were with Hu Xiaohan. He was cold, rigid, and serious. Although he would correct his mistakes and respect her, he would still manage her like a father. Most importantly, she was startled by his wish in the recording for them to marry right after her high school graduation. She was only 18 and did not want to rush into marriage. However, Hu Xiaohan was 26 and he needed to resolve his personal issues quickly, even if he was willing to wait for her. But Uncle Hua, Aunt Xia, and the military leaders would not agree, as it would greatly impact his military career. Despite Hu Xiaohan's looks and physique being her ideal type, it was not worth compromising her original plans. However, today, Hu Xiaohan selflessly held her in his arms, shielding her from a large bowl of hot fish soup, enduring great pain to let her use the only faucet to wash up. Also, last month, despite not having slept for several days while helping with disaster relief, he drove all night to bring her back from Xinjiang. This made her realize that a man like Hu Xiaohan, who is capable, resourceful, and has high moral standards, is rare in the world. If she missed this chance, finding someone as excellent in appearance, character, and family background would likely be impossible. On the other hand, the doctor was treating Hu Xiaohan's burns, carefully puncturing the blisters with a needle, draining the fluid, disinfecting the area, and applying burn ointment before preparing to move him to a private ward. "No, doctor, just arrange for me to share a room with the young woman who is also burned," Hu Xiaohan said, his handsome face slightly pale as he refused. "The private ward is quiet, ensuring no disturbances, and has a separate bathroom. Unfortunately, Suwon is not his family member, or she could enjoy the family benefits and stay with him in the private ward." He couldn't bear the thought of her, a young girl, staying alone in a regular room with 8 people, especially a mixed-gender one. He then seriously instructed Shin Xiuwen, who was busy and repeatedly expressing apologies, "Shin Xiuwen, please keep our dinner at the private restaurant a secret, including the reason for my burn. Do not say a word, especially to my family. Just pretend you didn't see us today." He would have to report his hospitalization to his superiors, and he couldn't hide it from his family. However, he couldn't let them know about his relationship with Suwon yet. Even though he wanted to, the timing wasn't right. His grandmother already had concerns about Suwon. She would feel a lot of pressure, and the more pressure she felt, the less likely she would be to date him. Shin Xiuwen looked puzzled, but his upbringing prevented him from asking directly why. "The fish soup was accidentally spilled on me. Wanwan was unintentionally affected," Hu Xiaohan added, worried that Shin Xiuwen might misunderstand. This made Shin Xiuwen even more confused. Although Su Fengqiang didn't mean to cause the incident, she bore the main responsibility. He had already told Hu Xiaohan that he would bring Su Fengqiang to the hospital to apologize in person and admit her mistake. Heroically saving someone is a good deed, so why was Hu Xiaohan hesitant to let his family know and instead chose to hide it? "Is your family against your relationship with Suwon?" Shin Xiuwen asked quietly, bending slightly. He was also worried about Suwon leaving a bad impression on his family. Just by looking at Suwon's simple clothing, one could guess that their family backgrounds were quite different. However, working at the newspaper indicated she had a good education. She was also gentle and beautiful, with a special charm that was very attractive. "This is a personal matter, and I can't discuss it. Anyway, I hope you and your family can keep the private restaurant incident confidential," Hu Xiaohan said seriously. Since he was unwilling to share more, Shin Xiuwen nodded and agreed. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Su Miaoqing, who had just returned with medicine. Although she didn't hear the exact words Shin Xiuwen said to the man, she could guess that there were significant obstacles between Hu Xiaohan and Suwon. Only they knew the details. Hu Xiaohan was hospitalized due to a burn, and the report had to go to the headquarters immediately. Once the headquarters learned of it, Hu Jiangwo quickly received the news and called the family. Grandma Hu was already upset about Hua Xiaohan taking Su-won out earlier that afternoon, and just a few hours later, she heard about his burn. She quickly asked Hua Hong to accompany her to the military hospital. Mom, how serious are the injuries to Xiaohan and Xiaowan? With military training coming up, how did he suddenly get burned? Hua Hong helped Grandma Hu upstairs and ran into Hua Xiaohan being wheeled to a regular ward. If it weren't for Shen Xiuan standing by the bed, they might not have recognized him. Hua Xiaohan was covered in bandages, with 4 fluids attached, lying on the bed. Seeing the severity of Hua Xiaohan's burns, which were worse than what Hu Jiangwo had described, Grandma Hua's eyes filled with tears, full of concern. Xiaohan, what happened? How did you get burned so badly? Shouldn't you be at work right now? Were you on a mission, or was it an accident? Hua Hong was shocked and couldn't believe the news. Hua Xiaohan had faced many dangerous tasks in the northwest, and his reflexes and alertness were much quicker than average. It was hard to believe he could accidentally get burned. If he had been putting out a fire, it would make more sense. Then she thought of something else. Where is Su-won? Didn't you say she was also burned? Grandma Hua, Aunt Hong. The burns on Captain Hu were caused by. Su-won struggled to get up from the hospital bed and limped over to Hua Xiaohan's bedside, ready to explain what happened. Hua Xiaohan immediately interrupted her, firmly stating it was just an accident. There was no time to react. Someone behind me tripped while carrying a pot of hot soup and spilled it on my back, which also burned Su-won's leg. Su-won paused, her brows furrowing as she met Hua Xiaohan's dark gaze, which was deep and serious. If one didn't look closely, this explanation could fool Aunt Hong. However, Grandma Hua, being a former battlefield nurse, could likely deduce the situation from the burn on his back. She glanced coldly at Su-won's injured leg. Apart from the burned area, Su-won's exposed arms and other skin showed no signs of burns. What about the person who burned you? Grandma Hu was starting to form a thought. It was clear that Hua Xiaohan had shielded Su-won from most of the hot soup, which might have been aimed at her. Her expression hardened, her murky brown eyes showing some anger. Do you think I'm old and easy to deceive? Su-won, I hope you can tell me the truth. What really happened? Su-won knew that Hua Xiaohan wasn't telling Grandma Hu the truth, not only because he feared her opinion of Su-won would worsen, but also because he didn't want Grandma Hu to discover their relationship. Grandma Hu, the hot soup was aimed at me, and Captain Hu reacted quickly to shield me. She left out some details and spoke honestly. She had already rented a place, and she didn't care what Grandma Hu thought. As expected, it was just as she said. Grandma Hu's brows furrowed deeply, her expression growing more serious. So, this spilled soup was not an accident, but intentional? Otherwise, why would Hua Xiaohan lie? Grandma, it was just an accident. Hua Xiaohan propped himself up and sat on the bed. When will you let go of your prejudices against Su-won? Clearly, Su-won had performed well in the 2 months since coming to Beijing, achieving excellent results, yet whenever something bad happened involving her, Grandma would always assume the worst. It felt like she was marked for suspicion. Grandma Hua, I can prove that this was indeed an accident. Shen Xiuan immediately chimed in. Hua Hong anxiously stopped Hua Xiaohan's actions and advised Grandma Hua. Mom, Su-won has been in Beiping for a while and has always been well-behaved. She doesn't know many people who would throw hot soup on her for no reason. It might just be an accident. An accident? Does Hua Xiaohan need to hide it for her? And what about the person who splashed the soup? Did they run away or get caught by the police? Grandma Hua snorted coldly and scanned the faces of those present with a commanding gaze. There must be something suspicious here. I will get to the bottom of this. Shen Xiuan looked at Hua Xiaohan with concern. If Grandma Hu was serious, she would definitely find out. He also sensed that Grandma Hu seemed to have some issues with Su-won. Rather than wanting to uncover the truth, it felt more like she wanted to know if Su-won was innocent. Grandma Hu, this was indeed an accident, but the server carrying the hot soup is also innocent. Since they were going to investigate, Su-won decided to just tell the whole story. After all, Hua Xiaohan had suffered serious burns because of her, and anyone in his position would want to get to the bottom of it.
Su-won.
Hua Xiaohan frowned, feeling uneasy. He had a strong feeling that if his grandmother found out he liked Soo-won and wanted to date her, she would not approve. I'm sorry, Grandma Huo. I was too anxious and bumped into the server carrying the soup, causing injuries to Captain Hua and Sister Soo-won. I take full responsibility for this. I will do my best to make amends and hope you can forgive my mistake. At that moment, Su Miaoqing walked in, holding medicine in one hand and a dress she bought from the friendship store in the other. Her beautiful and graceful face was filled with guilt and self-blame as she deeply bowed to Grandma Hua to express her apology. Miaoqing? Grandma Hua had met Su Miaoqing when visiting a comrade's home and was very satisfied with her in every way. Hua Xiaohan, Su Wan, and Shin Xiuwen were all taken aback, not expecting Su Miaoqing to step forward and say it was her fault. It was me, Grandma Hua. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Su Miaoqing then glanced at Shin Xiuwen and Hua Xiaohan, signaling them to remain silent. She explained everything. It was her and her sisters from the Su family who were dining at the state-run restaurant when Hua Xiaohan and Su Wan happened to walk by. As the brother-in-law, Shin Xiuwen saw this and eagerly invited Hua Xiaohan to join for dinner. At that moment, she came out of the bathroom, wearing high heels, which made it difficult for her to walk. She accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying fish soup, causing the accident. Su Miaoqing spoke softly and elegantly, with clear pronunciation, showing great refinement that made her voice very pleasant to hear. Fortunately, Captain Hua appeared and helped Sister Su Wan avoid the hot soup that was spilled. Otherwise, Sister Su Wan could have been seriously injured, and I might have ruined her life. I truly feel both guilty and grateful to Captain Hua. Perhaps it's because Captain Hua knows my identity and that you were comrades with my grandmother, which is why I didn't mention it. I also thank Captain Hua for not blaming me. Su Miaoqing lowered her head, a fine sheen of sweat on her fair forehead, and sincerely said, Grandma Hua, I know you are upset. If you have any complaints, you can hit or scold me. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze deep and restrained. This was indeed the only way to make his grandmother believe her. Grandma Hua, it's also my fault. I should have told you sooner, Shin Xiuwen said, seeing that Su Miaoqing had taken responsibility. He decided to take advantage of the situation. If Grandma Hua knew that the real culprit, Su Fengqiang, was denying it, she would likely be very upset and unable to eat.
Well.
Oh dear, Miaoqing, you didn't do it on purpose, Grandma Hua said after hearing the whole story. She felt sorry for her grandson, but seeing Su Miaoqing so understanding and composed brought her some comfort. It was clear that Grandma Hua's expression was no longer so stern, and she had no doubts about Su Miaoqing's words. Since that's the case, why didn't you clarify it from the start? Why hide it? Grandma Hua glared at Hua Xiaohan. Su Miaoqing looked at Hua Xiaohan again and explained for him, as a soldier, Captain Hua would rush in without hesitation, regardless of who it was. His body has already developed muscle memory. Captain Hua might have been afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, which is why he didn't tell you. This explanation eased Grandma Hua's doubts. It was surprising that Hua Xiaohan had argued with her for Su Wan today. His tolerance and bias were excessive. She hoped Xiaohan was truly trying to avoid suspicion. Did Hua Xiaohan and Su Miaoqing know each other? Were Su Miaoqing's grandmother and Grandma Hua comrades? This made Su Wan think of the diplomatic family that Grandma Hua wanted to introduce to Hua Xiaohan, who had a suitor that spoke 3 languages. Could it be Su Miaoqing? At that moment, Su Wan looked seriously at Su Miaoqing. She was tall and her features were not overly striking or beautiful, but she had a very pleasant presence. Her skin was rosy and fair, exuding a unique charm typical of a well-bred modern lady from a prestigious family. She resembled a plum blossom standing proudly among winter snow, graceful and elegant. In terms of family background, education, talent, and personality, she was a great match for Hua Xiaohan. Su Wan's clear, sparkling eyes met Hua Xiaohan's dark, unreadable gaze, and she felt as if she were being drawn in. His jaw was tense, and his expression was cold and hard, showing no emotion or reaction. He clearly did not take the suitor his grandmother mentioned seriously, and only realized it after hearing Su Miaoqing speak. However, since he already knew Shin Shoen, their chance meeting was not surprising, and he had no interest in viewing her as a stranger. Xiaohan, what a coincidence. Is she the suitor Mom wanted to introduce you to? Hua Hong's eyes sparkled as she carefully examined Su Miaoqing from head to toe, finding almost no faults. She was composed, graceful, and well-educated, clearly the daughter of generations of diplomats. You didn't want to say, who hurt you earlier, was it because? Hua Hong thought Grandma's judgment was excellent and immediately wondered, asking softly, Aunt, I already have someone in my heart, Hua Xiaohan said firmly, his cold gaze showing no reflection, cutting off Hua Hong's question. His attitude was reminiscent of when he told the Su family he would not marry Su Wan, very resolute, leaving little room for speculation. Who is this woman? Is she even better than Su Miaoqing? Hua Hong asked, puzzled, raising her eyebrows. Could 1,000-year-old iron tree really bloom? Yes, Hua Xiaohan replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Finally, his deep, dark eyes subtly glanced at Su Wan, shining like a gentle stream of water. Su Wan's calm, dark eyes shifted slightly, surprised by how she appeared in Hua Xiaohan's mind, and an unusual emotion surged in her heart. To be honest, whether in this era or in modern times, Su Miaoqing is an exceptionally outstanding and remarkable woman. If she were in Hua Xiaohan's position, weighing the pros and cons, she would definitely choose Su Miaoqing. The two of them are truly a perfect match. Moreover, Su Miaoqing is really warm-hearted and clever. She might have been standing at the door, figuring out their situation from Hua Xiaohan's words. Then, she skillfully helped them out of a tough spot. The more Hua Laotai looked at Su Miaoqing, the more comfortable she felt, thinking about such a coincidence. Doesn't this show that they are meant to be? However, Hua Laotai also knew her limits. Since Hua Xiaohan had someone he liked, and Su Miaoqing probably knew about it too, she decided not to say anything that could complicate matters. She then thought about Hua Xiaohan's position and wondered why he was in a regular ward instead of a special one for officers. She quickly asked the nurse what was going on. Grandma, my burn isn't serious. I can be discharged before the student military training, so there's no need to take up hospital resources, Hua Xiaohan said in a deep voice. That's not acceptable. There are so many people coming in and out. How can you rest well? The nurses in a regular ward are so busy. How can they take care of you properly? Hua Laotai immediately replied sternly. Regular wards are stuffy and have mixed odors. I see that your burn is the most serious in this ward. If you don't get proper care and end up with a big scar on your back, you won't have to worry about dating. You might scare the kids in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that someone of Hua Xiaohan's rank staying in a regular ward could easily be targeted by spies from abroad. Plus, with him hospitalized, people from the regiment would definitely come to report, which could lead to leaks. Exactly, Xiaohan, Hua Hong said, ready to have the nurse move him to the officer's ward. Hua Xiaohan furrowed his brow, sticking to his stance. This regular ward mainly housed men and children, and with only one young woman, he felt uneasy about her being alone without family. Commander Hua, Aunt Hua, and Aunt Hong are right. You should go to the officer's ward, Suan said softly before Hua Xiaohan could respond. You got burned because of me, and if you don't recover well, I would really feel guilty. Hua Xiaohan gazed at Suwan's delicate and lovely face, his expression deepening as he realized she was concerned about him. However, he maintained his firm tone, saying no. Grandma, I'll be direct. If Suwan's family or brother could come to the hospital to take care of her, that would be great. I can stay anywhere, but she can't be alone. It turns out she was worried about Suwan staying in a regular ward by herself. This hospital has nurses and doctors, and Suwan is not a child. She only has a small burn. It won't affect her movement. I'll go find the head nurse later and ask her to take extra care of Suwan tonight. The things sent from home won't be lacking for her, so you can rest easy in the VIP ward. Although Grandma who didn't particularly like Suwan, she understood that Suwan was still in school, young, and might be a bit scared staying in the hospital alone for the first time. That's right, Captain Hua. I can manage by myself, Suwon said. Su Miaoqing looked at Hua Xiaohan's cold and handsome profile. He still wasn't at ease with her being alone. He clearly cared about her and wanted to stay in the same ward to take care of her, but he couldn't let his family know, which was quite tough for him. Captain Hua, the VIP ward has a private bathroom. In this hot weather, Suwon won't have to share a bathroom with so many people. What do you think? Su Miaoqing suggested softly as she approached Hua Xiaohan's bed. Hua Xiaohan understood right away. Staying in a regular ward with Suwon wouldn't really allow him to take care of her. It would just help her feel less scared. He also thought of the added conveniences. Okay, I'll stay in the VIP ward, Hua Xiaohan agreed decisively. Grandma Hua and Hua Hong didn't know what Su Miaoqing had said to Hua Xiaohan, but just one sentence was enough to change Hua Xiaohan's mind, who usually had strong opinions. They exchanged glances, both showing a hint of joy and surprise. They increasingly felt that Hua Xiaohan, such a serious and tough person, matched well with Su Miaoqing, a gentle and knowledgeable woman. The two were truly a great match. Coming from a diplomatic family and having studied abroad, Su Miaoqing was forward-thinking and could identify core issues in just a few words. Suwon thought women like Su Miaoqing were really impressive. If Hua Xiaohan married Su Miaoqing, it would greatly help him in both his career and other aspects. If Su Fengqiang had even half of Su Miaoqing's intelligence, she wouldn't have fallen for that unreliable man and caused today's troubles. Grandma Hua and Hua Hong left shortly after Hua Xiaohan moved into the VIP ward. After Su Miaoqing sent the person out of the hospital room, she sincerely said to Hua Xiaohan, "Captain Hua, I know my cousin made a mistake that caused you to get burned, and I want to make it right. I hope you won't hold my cousin responsible. I will have her come to the hospital to apologize to you." "No need for that. I won't pursue this matter, and I appreciate you keeping it a secret for me and Wanwan. I just hope this misunderstanding ends here and that your cousin doesn't use her family connections to trouble Wanwan and her colleagues." Hua Xiaohan said this expressionlessly, his tone polite but his voice cold and distant, with a metallic quality. He briefly glanced at Su Miaoqing out of respect before looking away, showing no emotion. There was no awkwardness or discomfort despite knowing that the two might have been rivals for attention. Su Miaoqing nodded and said gently and seriously, "Captain Hua, don't worry. If it's a misunderstanding, we should actually thank Sister Suwon." After saying goodbye, she left with a sense of propriety. Later, Xia Bailing arrived at the hospital with clean clothes and a wash basin for Suwon. Seeing that the burn on Suwon's leg wasn't severe, Xia Bailing felt it was still tough for her to stay alone in the hospital during the hot summer, especially when it came to washing up at night.
Your sister, Sai.
Xia Bailing wanted to ask Su Xiaowei to come back from school to take care of Suwon, but she stopped herself mid-sentence. If Su Xiaowei could slander Suwon as a spy in front of the National Security Bureau, having her take care of Suwon might not be a good idea. She wondered why Su Xiaowei had such hostility towards her sister. But then she took Suwon's clothes and wash basin and led her to the officer's ward, saying, "Little one, don't be shy." The officer's ward where Xiaohan is staying has a private bathroom. "I just came from the shared bathroom, and it was crowded and too basic. Why don't you use the bathroom in Xiaohan's ward? It's on the same floor and not far." Before Xia Bailing arrived, Hua Xiaohan's aide had brought her meals and a note, asking her to shower in his ward around 7 or 8 o'clock and inquiring about any toiletries she needed. However, she thought that if she went to shower, Hua Xiaohan would have to leave the room, which wouldn't be good for his recovery. So she wrote on the note that she had already washed up and asked the attendant to give it to him. "Andy, that's not necessary. I'll wash up later when there are fewer people, and besides, Commander Hua's burn is so serious."
Wan declined.
"Xiaowan, you must not let that burn touch water. It would be hard to have a scar on your thigh. It's best to let Andy help you wash." Xia Bailing also mentioned a time at their school when the hot water in the girls' dormitory broke, and they had to go to the boys' dormitory to wash for several days. "If you're really shy, you can stand here first. I'll let Xiaohua come out and then you can go in." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Bailing walked into the medical room with a basin and towel.
"Ah, Auntie."
Before long, Hua Xiaohan, wrapped in bandages on his upper body and wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, came out. He stood tall and strong. When Hua Xiaohan was lying on the hospital bed, Suwon didn't think much of it. But now his broad shoulders, strong biceps, and smooth muscle lines, along with the exposed part of his chest, made him look like a walking embodiment of strength. His body proportions were impressive. With his strikingly handsome face, he appeared both reserved and attractive. Suwon knew Hua Xiaohan had a great figure, but he always dressed very properly. His collar buttons were fastened tightly, leaving no skin exposed, which showed his modesty. The only time his collar was loose was when he had been drinking. Perhaps because the hospital gown pants were a bit thin, some outlines were faintly visible as he moved. Suwon initially wanted to admire his slim waist, but accidentally glanced at something she shouldn't have and quickly looked away. "Did you keep the voice recorder safe?" In the next moment, Hua Xiaohan was right in front of her, his warmth enveloping Suwon as he asked in a low voice. "Yeah, I've got it," Suwon replied, looking at Hua Xiaohan's tall nose. "It was so big. Just keep it here. It's safer. Losing it would be a hassle." Hua Xiaohan and Suwon maintained a comfortable distance, with his attendant still standing outside the medical room. His lowered gaze was fixed on Suwon. The regular ward was crowded and chaotic, with only basic beds and shared lockers, so the only place Suwon could hide anything was under her pillow. The ventilation is poor, and it seems someone has been smoking in the ward and hallway. She has a faint scent of tobacco and disinfectant on her gentle and pure body. Staying in such an environment must be uncomfortable for her. Yet, she refuses to come to his ward to take a shower. Hua Xiaohan's brows furrow tighter. The voice recorder is safest with him. "I'll give it to you when Aunt Xia goes back," Suwon said, glancing at the door of the ward behind Hua Xiaohan. Today, he openly admitted in front of Aunt Hong that he likes someone. Aunt Xia probably knows too. If Hua Xiaohan gets too close to her, it will definitely be noticed. After speaking, Suwon lowered her gaze and quickened her pace towards the ward, worried about Aunt Xia noticing anything unusual. "I check in at the unit every night at 7. You can come then. No one will see you," Hua Xiaohan said as Suwon walked past him, leaning slightly closer. "I'll sleep in the regular ward, and we can switch back when the nurses come in the morning." His voice was deep and husky. Hua Xiaohan thought of this solution. Since Suwon can't stay in the ward, he would let her sleep there. He couldn't allow her to be alone in a mixed-gender regular ward. As he leaned closer, a faint scent of soap filled her senses, and his short hair was still damp. He had clearly just showered, looking clean and fresh. There was no trace of the unpleasantness from applying burn ointment. "No, Captain Hua, you need to take care of your injury and try not to leave a scar," Suwon immediately refused, stepping back a few paces until she could no longer smell the refreshing soap scent. She didn't expect him to have such an idea. Looking at his strong back, with no excess weight, she thought about the large burn area. If it left a scar, it would be a shame. And the people in the regular ward are nice. There's even a girl a few years younger than me. They are friendly and warm. "Are you saying you won't be with me if I have a scar?" Hua Xiaohan, a straightforward man, didn't care much about scars, but he was more concerned about Suwon's feelings. His dark gaze locked onto her, feeling heavy and pressing as he stepped closer. Suwon's long, curled eyelashes fluttered quickly. She was grateful that Hua Xiaohan helped shield her from the hot fish soup. She also hoped he would recover from his burns quickly and well. "Yes, I keep my promises." She had asked the doctor about Hua Xiaohan's burn condition. This was the military hospital, which was very skilled in treating burns. As long as Hua Xiaohan followed the treatment, applied the medicine on time, and didn't move too much to disturb the newly grown skin, he wouldn't have scars. After saying this, she hurried to the ward, worried that Aunt Xia had been waiting too long. They say a grown son avoids his mother. Hua Xiaohan can't shower easily because of his burns. I offered to help him wash, but he was shy and refused. We can only let the orderly help him. If only he had married someone earlier. This kid is really secretive. He won't say who he likes until he has her. As soon as Suwon walked in, She saw Aunt Xia putting her clean clothes into Hu Xiaohan's cabinet. On the top shelf were Hu Xiaohan's neatly folded tank tops, long pants, and 2 rolled-up pairs of underwear. The gray and black underwear stood out against the white and army green clothes. However, the outer clothes were all neat and unblemished. Even the socks were new. Only the 2 pairs of underwear were worn out, patched, and sewn multiple times. Suwon knew this wasn't because Hu Xiaohan was frugal or couldn't afford new underwear, but because men often have a period of getting used to their underwear. Once they find a comfortable pair, they might wear them for years until they are completely unwearable. The scene she saw in the hallway suddenly flashed in her mind. No wonder he seemed so relaxed. There was no restriction. It was hard to imagine the proud and meticulous Hu Xiaohan wearing such worn-out underwear. The contrast was striking. Suwon felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to grab her clothes without mixing them with Hu Xiaohan's. Aunt Xia understood that it was inappropriate for a girl's intimate clothes to be in the same cabinet as a man's, but there were no lockers in the regular ward. Keeping them here was better than under the pillow of the hospital bed, where other men might accidentally see them. That would be embarrassing.
Don't worry, Xiaohan.
I'll put yours at the bottom, where Hu Xiaohan can't see. I'll cover it with a cloth for you. Don't you know what kind of person Hu Xiaohan is? By the time you leave the hospital, he probably won't even notice. Auntie Xia gave Suwon a set of clean underwear and asked her to go to the bathroom, where hot water was already running in the bucket. At that moment, she realized that Suwon was wearing white shoes, and in her hurry, she forgot to bring her slippers. If it's not possible, just wear Xiaohan's. The service center is closed now. Xia Belan thought for a moment and then opened the door to ask Hu Xiaohan for slippers. She felt that the bathroom floor in the hospital was not clean and didn't want Suwon to go in barefoot. Letting her wear Hu Xiaohan slippers was definitely not an option. Suwon's fair cheeks immediately flushed, like blooming peach blossoms, shy and hesitant to speak. She tried to stop it, saying, "Auntie, I'll borrow some from a girl in the same ward." "Mom, there's a pair of women's sandals on the top shelf of the cabinet." Hu Xiaohan hadn't walked far down the hallway and could faintly hear the conversation in the room. His ears twitched slightly, turning a bit red, and his jaw tightened. His dark eyes quietly scanned Suwon's small, delicate feet peeking out from under her skirt. The thought of her size 37 feet fitting into his size 43 slippers made his throat tighten. He spoke in a calm, deep voice. "Where did you get women's sandals?" Xia Belan asked, puzzled, then wondered, "Did you buy them for a girl you like?" That was indeed the case, but he had never given them to her. Hu Xiaohan didn't deny it and said in a steady voice, "I bought them for Ting Ting before, but later realized it was a misunderstanding. No other women in my family wear size 37, so they've just been sitting with me. When the orderly helped me pack my things, I asked him to bring them over. It would be a shame to throw them away." Suwon's heart raced, and her dark eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Hu Xiaohan. What was he trying to do? Why was he bringing up the past? However, Hu Xiaohan's expression was very serious and straightforward as he added, "I originally planned to give them to patients in need at the hospital." Such a big reveal really took her by surprise. Suwon's chest rose and fell slightly as she took a deep breath. Hu Xiaohan, with calm and deep eyes, watched her slightly anxious and uneasy face. Last month's mix-up led Hu Xiaohan to instantly take a liking to Suwon, who replaced Ting Ting at the ball. However, Suwon clearly stated afterward that she wasn't interested in Xiaohan. Xia Belan glanced at Suwon beside her and joked, "So it seems the lady you like doesn't wear size 37? This was clearly a probing question. "I want to give her something better," Hu Xiaohan replied straightforwardly. Suwon pressed her soft lips together, not wanting Aunt Xia to notice anything, and replied casually, "Is it on the top shelves? I'll go get it. Thank you, Captain Hor." Although he said he wouldn't make it public, it didn't stop him from wanting to tell everyone how much he liked her. He was very assertive and a bit domineering. Thinking about how he would go to see Secretary Jiang the day after the ball to propose, and then confess to her in the basement at the hospital, showed that he was very direct, never wasting time, and always clear about his goals. He had been holding back and restraining himself just for her. Xia Belan smiled gently, closed the door, and went to help Soo-won get her sandals. After Soo-won quickly finished her shower and changed into her hospital gown, she returned to the regular ward. At this time, the nurse had finished her rounds and changed the dressings, and most of the patients in the ward were asleep. She checked that her voice recorder was still there, planning to give it to Hua Xiaohan when she woke up the next day. However, just as she was starting to feel sleepy, she was awakened by the snoring from the bed next to hers. There were 2 people snoring in the same ward, each with a different rhythm. One snored like a tractor, while the other sounded like a boiling kettle. The noise made it impossible for Soo-won to fall asleep. Even with a pillow over her ears, the snoring was unbearable, and she thought about going back to her family to sleep or even finding a spot in the hallway. Hua Xiaohan specifically waited until midnight, when the on-duty doctor and nurses were asleep, to enter the regular ward. He quietly opened the door and walked in, his sharp black eyes quickly locking onto Soo-won, who was tossing and turning in bed. Soo-won sensed someone entering the room and thought it was a nurse checking on her, so she was about to ask if they could help her move to a quieter room. As she propped herself up, she saw a tall figure standing by her bed. "Doctor?" Her voice was soft but carried a hint of hoarseness and distress from her restless night. "Come sleep with me." Hearing the soft and delicate voice, as fragile as a newborn kitten, Hua Xiaohan regretted not coming sooner. Soo-won never expected it to be Hua Xiaohan. "Captain Hua, you should go back." "I don't need help," she whispered, afraid of waking the other patients in the room. Through the dim light from the hallway, Hua Xiaohan saw Soo-won's round, glistening eyes filled with tears, the corners naturally upturned with a hint of red. Clearly, she was very sleepy but couldn't fall asleep due to the noise, feeling both annoyed and anxious. "Be obedient," Hua Xiaohan said firmly, standing tall like steel in front of the bed, exuding a strong presence. He seemed to convey that he wouldn't leave until she went to sleep. "Aren't you afraid of the noise?" she asked, referring to the loud snoring on both sides. "I've gotten used to it. Back in military school, I slept in a large dormitory that was even louder. I even fell asleep to the sound of gunfire on the battlefield." At that moment, the loud snoring from the adjacent bed suddenly stopped, and the entire room fell silent. Both of them glanced at the nearby bed, worried that someone might wake up and see them. Hua Xiaohan quickly scanned the area, his sharp brows furrowing as he bent down to find Soo-won's sandals. Soo-won hurriedly stood up and grabbed his arm, anxiously saying, "Don't move around. Be careful of your injury. Do you want to put them on yourself, or should I help you?" Hua Xiaohan held her sandals, his voice low and commanding. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Soo-won realized that arguing with him was pointless and could worsen his injury. He was like a father, caring for her and looking after her. Reluctantly, she took the sandals and put them on. "Aren't you afraid of infection and scars? What if I don't want to be with you? Would you?" Hua Xiaohan lowered his gaze, his dark eyes swirling as they locked onto hers, a slight smile forming on his lips. He got hurt for her, so she would never do something like that. After this incident, their relationship had already become a fact. It just needed her to say one word to completely break through that barrier. The hallway lights were dim, and the empty hospital corridor at night felt a bit eerie. Hua Xiaohan walked Soo-won to the patient room and was about to leave. "Captain Hua, do you snore when you sleep?" Soo-won stood at the door, looking at the neatly arranged hospital bed, which had no wrinkles at all. Even the cloth on the table was folded into a perfect square shape. Her clear eyes sparkled, and her long, dark eyelashes fluttered quickly. She then turned around and called out to Hua Xiaohan in a bright voice. "No way," Hua Xiaohan replied firmly, pausing for a moment, not understanding why Soo-won suddenly asked that. "How would you know if you were asleep?" Soo-won asked with a calm and curious expression, her hands clasped behind her back. "My comrades who lived with me before never mentioned I had that problem," Hua Xiaohan said, narrowing his eyes seriously. He then added, "When I used to put Xine to bed, she never said anything either. If he snored and disturbed her sleep, she would definitely complain to her parents. That was in the past, who knows about now?" Soo-won glanced at the sofa across from the bed. The VIP hospital room was much nicer than a regular one, which didn't even have benches to sit on. Unless you prove it, I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can have the bed. Suwon wanted him to recover from his burns quickly and get better rest. The regular hospital bed was too cramped and uncomfortable for Hua Xiaohan. He didn't care about whether he would have scars from the burns later. Hua Xiaohan's breath caught for a moment, a sudden warmth spreading through him, making his ears flush red, but his expression remained cold and firm. No way, he said it decisively. They were not going to share a hospital room alone at night. Even though it was a hospital, that was definitely not acceptable. Does that mean you do snore? Suwon didn't argue or try to persuade him. She simply expressed her stance clearly. I'm a light sleeper. I wake up easily with any noise. I can't be with someone who snores. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I will repay you in other ways. 1-1. Don't be silly, Hua Xiaohan said, his sharp brows furrowing, his voice serious and hoarse. Captain Hua, let's leave it at that. We're not suited for each other, Suwon said apologetically, reaching to close the door. Before she could close it halfway, Hua Xiaohan's strong hand quickly grasped the door frame, and he forcefully stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Suwon knew this tactic would work. He doesn't care about himself, but he seems to care a lot about her. This is a serious violation of discipline. Hua Xiaohan stared at Suwon's drowsy, reddened eyes, his hands tightly clenched, pulling at the muscles in his arms. I really won't hit. Then why did you come in? Suwon raised her watery eyes, asking clearly like a spring. Under the bright light, her curled, thick eyelashes fluttered like a fan, and her fair skin appeared almost transparent, revealing fine fuzz with a light pink hue. Her soft, rosy lips were full and slightly raised, with a hint of a smile at the corners. She reached out to pull the door latch. Hua Xiaohan's broad, strong back leaned against the door.
Did you
agree? His deep, magnetic voice was particularly husky. He quickly grasped the main point, and his strong masculine presence surrounded Suwon. Yes, we can give it a try, Suwon said honestly without hesitation. But the condition is if we find any incompatibilities, like habits, beliefs, or flaws we can't tolerate, we will part ways. Just like you suggested in the hospital basement before. If Hua Xiaohan only wanted to date her, she would agree without any reservations and enjoy it for a while. But in this day and age, she needed to make things clear with Hua Xiaohan in advance. After all, we don't know each other very well, and I'm not as good as you think. Okay. Hua Xiaohan swallowed hard, his voice firm. Every inch of his skin felt warm, and his pores opened up. Although deep down he already considered Suwon as his partner, hearing her agree to date him felt completely different. Then you should go rest quickly. Suwon yawned, rubbing her teary, sleepy eyes as she walked into the bathroom. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes were filled with complex and struggling emotions as he glanced at the hospital bed and the sofa. Sleeping in the same room with a girl at night, with no one else around, was something he had never considered. I will have someone prove that I don't snore. I'll come wake you up in the morning. Hua Xiaohan placed his hand on the door latch, ultimately unable to overcome his feelings, and firmly decided to leave. All right, then let's not date. I only believe what I see and hear myself. Soon, Suwon's lazy, clear voice came from inside. Hua Xiaohan had no choice but to retract his hand, tightening his jawline. He strode to the sofa and sat down straight, placing his hands naturally on his knees, and said firmly, I will sleep on the sofa. Suwon, who was in the bathroom, did not respond, seemingly agreeing. When Suwon finished washing her hands and walked out, Hua Xiaohan had his back to her, curled up on the two-seater sofa, facing inward. His long legs barely fit. There was no way he could sleep well like this. It would only worsen the burn on his back. Suwon glanced over, found the light switch on the wall, and turned off the room lights. The bright room instantly became dark, but starlight streamed in from outside, allowing her to see the positions of the hospital bed and the sofa. Dragging her sandals, Suwon walked to the sofa, found a spot, and sat down to take off her shoes. 1-1, go sleep on the bed. Hua Xiaohan's breathing became rapid. As the sofa sank slightly, his muscles tensed, and he immediately raised his head in alert seriousness. The veins on his arms and forehead bulged. "I said I want to sleep on the sofa," Soo-won murmured softly, then closed her eyes and leaned back onto the sofa. Hua Xiaohan occupied a large space lying sideways, but there was enough room for Soo-won to lie down beside him. As her soft, warm body pressed against his broad back, Hua Xiaohan felt a sudden rush in his head, blood racing up like an electric shock. Before Soo-won could fully lie down, he quickly got up from the sofa, his body feeling like it was pounding and his ears ringing. His muscles were tense, breathing heavy, and his jaw clenched tightly, as if a fire was rapidly burning through him. His chest heaved violently, and his dark eyes suppressed a rising heat.
"Shawan."
His hoarse, deep voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. This action completely caught Hua Xiaohan off guard, even shocking him. "Do you know what you're doing?
Did you sneak a drink?"
In Hua Xiaohan's mind, Soo-won would only act so irrationally if she were drunk and not fully aware. As he moved, he created a large space, allowing Soo-won to lie down directly on the sofa. However, since Hua Xiaohan was still sitting there, Soo-won had no place to put her legs. Where did the alcohol come from? "I want to sleep." It was already late, and Soo-won's eyes were half closed, looking innocent and dazed, her voice soft and gentle like a warm treat. It seemed she would fall asleep any moment, so she kicked at Hua Xiaohan, who was still lounging on the sofa. Soo-won's smooth, delicate feet gently nudged Hua Xiaohan's thigh. He tightened his strong waist and abdomen a few times, feeling a tickle in his throat. "If there's none, then go to bed." Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, thinking Soo-won was just too tired. A drop of sweat rolled down his chin, his voice hoarse and slightly threatening. "Or should I carry you? I want to sleep on the sofa. If you want to sleep too, then let's do it together." Soo-won murmured carelessly, shifting to the far side of the sofa to make space for Hua Xiaohan. She stretched her long, smooth legs comfortably across his lap. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes quickly narrowed, his brows furrowed, and his body became tense. Especially when he saw Soo-won actually making room for him, her smooth, fair legs resting on him. His blood seemed to surge in an instant, and his body temperature rose rapidly. His breathing became heavier. His face flushed all the way to his neck, and he felt a burning sensation in his vision, prompting him to jump off the sofa immediately. He hurried into the bathroom as if he were on fire. Soo-won's lips curled into a slight smile. She knew that people in this era were quite reserved, and Hua Xiaohan had high moral standards, being a responsible and pure man. He would never cross any boundaries. In fact, he cared more about her reputation than she did, maintaining her boundaries. Just one sentence had scared him away. So instead of standing on the sofa trying to persuade him for ages only to be firmly rejected, it was better to lie down next to him. He had no way to deal with her at all. After yawning, Soo-won closed her eyes and fell asleep, feeling extremely tired. In the bathroom, Hua Xiaohan splashed water from the faucet onto his sweaty, flushed face. After washing his face several times, he finally cooled down. One thought occupied his mind. Although Won had agreed to try dating him, their relationship was far from that step. Holding hands and hugging are the highest forms of affection for now. As for more intimate actions like sleeping together, those can only happen after marriage. However, thinking back to the passionate and bold love letters Soo-won wrote to him, it seems her personality is quite daring and intense. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together, feeling his ears grow hotter. After a long time, he walked out of the bathroom, trying not to look at Soo-won, who was sleeping on the sofa. Lying on the hospital bed with her eyes open, her heart raced uncontrollably, unable to calm down. In the dark, Soo-won's breathing was soft and steady, indicating she was sleeping soundly. Hua Xiaohan stared at the chandelier on the ceiling, running his fingers over the calluses on his hands, then sat up and placed a pillow at the foot of the bed, facing the sleeping Soo-won. The gentle sound of her breathing became even clearer to him. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Soo-won, deep in sleep, was awakened by Hua Xiaohan. Groggily, she opened her eyes, sat up while rubbing them, her long, dark hair a bit messy on her shoulders. Suddenly, she realized she was sleeping in a hospital bed. Hua Xiaohan was already washed up, standing tall by the bed. "Go brush your teeth." A faint scent of toothpaste wafted from his lips. His overnight stubble was neatly trimmed. "How did you carry me to bed? When did you do that?" Suwon asked, as she had fallen asleep after he went to the bathroom without noticing anything. "After I woke up." Hearing this, Suwon felt relieved, worried that he might have carried her to the hospital bed while she was in deep sleep. She lazily gathered her hair behind her head, rubbing her eyes as she walked into the bathroom. She noticed Hua Xiaohan had already squeezed toothpaste for her. After brushing her teeth, he handed her a towel at just the right moment. He treated her like a child, being very considerate and thoughtful. Once everything was ready, Suwon planned to return to her own room. "This is breakfast.
Take it back to eat."
Even if the others in your room wake up, you can say you went out to buy breakfast." Hua Xiaohan handed her the meat buns and soy milk, his dark eyes heavy with thought as they rested on her. As a team leader, he was quite considerate. "Thank you, Captain Hua." Suwon answered cheerfully and took the meat bun, saying she didn't need the bean juice anymore. As she turned to leave, Hua Xiaohan's tall figure blocked the doorway like a wall. He looked serious and said, "When we're alone, you can call me brother or use my name." "Okay, Brother Xiaohan," Suwon replied, smiling sweetly at his thoughtfulness. Her soft and charming voice, like gentle raindrops in early spring, caught Hua Xiaohan off guard, making his ears turn slightly red and his heart race. His expression darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly, trying to control his breathing. His lips pressed together, making him appear even more serious. Suwon noticed his brows furrow slightly at her calling him Brother Xiaohan. His face remained expressionless, like a guard on duty, cold and unapproachable. Feeling playful, she decided to tease him. "Xiaohan, brother."
"Brother Xiaohan."
Suwon lifted her soft, rosy lips and tiptoed closer to Hua Xiaohan, changing her tone to be sweet, gentle, and alluring, leaning in towards his ear. Her tender voice seemed to linger in the air. With sparkling, mischievous eyes, she watched Hua Xiaohan's stoic expression, curious to see how he would react. The fresh scent of mint from her breath lightly brushed against his chin and cheeks, and then his lips, reminding him of the taste he was familiar with. The warmth of her presence drew closer, sending a tingling sensation throughout Hua Xiaohan's body. Every pore seemed to open, eagerly awaiting a refreshing rain. Hua Xiaohan's back tightened, his muscles becoming more defined as he straightened up and pushed her away gently. "Wan, even though we're trying to date, we need to keep things in check and not act recklessly. Especially after what happened last night. We can't do that again." Hua Xiaohan's tone was serious and firm, resembling a strict teacher. He knew that Suwon's actions were meant to invite him to bed, but that wasn't good for her as a girl. It would only hurt her. She might have a bright and passionate personality and be quite innocent, but he hoped she could take care of herself. "What happened last night? Is that true?" Suwon looked at Hua Xiaohan's flushed ears, which contrasted sharply with his stern expression. A charming, mischievous smile played at the corners of her lips as she leaned closer to him, her sandals stepping right between his feet. Her breath lightly brushed against his broad, firm chest. With soft whispers, she gazed at him with her bright, round eyes, sparkling with warmth. The gentle warmth enveloped Hua Xiaohan again, a warm, tingling sensation that reached his heart. The flames he had been trying to suppress suddenly broke free, rushing through him. In the next moment, Hua Xiaohan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing her firmly against the wall, his strong arms encircling her. His chest heaved, breath heavy, his voice deep and husky as he warned, "Wan, don't do that."
"Huh."
Suwon was a bit confused. She hadn't done anything, not even gotten close. Hua Xiaohan's gaze was fixed on her soft, full lips, which looked as inviting as clouds touched with honey. He had tasted them 2 days ago. They were fragrant and sweet, lingering in his memory.
"Now."
His throat felt tight, as if a hand was scratching at his chest, and he swallowed hard to ease the itch. Leaning down, his thin lips moved closer, almost ready to capture the breath she exhaled. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Captain Hua, are you awake? It was the aide bringing breakfast and some work documents. The knock wasn't loud, but since they were standing right by the door, it felt especially jarring. Hua Xiaohan immediately released Suwon's waist, straightened up, and said in a deep voice to the aide outside, "Go downstairs and buy me a pack of cigarettes." Yes. The aide was a bit puzzled, thinking that smoking might not be allowed after a burn, but he complied with the order and left. Suwon found the serious and strict man amusing and wanted to tease him, curious about how he would react when flustered. Now she understood. At 5 a.m, she felt stiff all over, hot and full of energy. If she hadn't been interrupted, she might not have been able to push him away. Suwon tightly held the meat bun in her hand, opened the door, and quickly left with small steps. Only Hua Xiaohan was left, his ears flushed red, taking deep breaths, his sharp jaw tightly clenched, standing still. Shadows swirled in his eyes, suppressed. Watching the soft figure in the hallway, the corners of his normally straight lips suddenly curved into a self-mocking smile. Usually calm and composed, with strong willpower, he found his rationality completely out of control when facing Suwon. Her family early in the morning, Grandma Her finished breakfast and made a phone call to Grandma Su. "Old comrade, your daughter Miaoqing really seems to like my grandson. She is well-mannered, gentle, and elegant. I have never seen a better young lady than your Miaoqing. She has been busy at the hospital, and most importantly, my grandson Xiaohan really listens to her. He wouldn't stay in the officer's ward, not even listening to me, but when Miaoqing spoke, he agreed right away. Isn't that fate?" Originally, Grandma Hua had given up on introducing the two after hearing that Xiaohan had someone he liked. However, after what happened yesterday, her thoughts changed. If only they had met 6 months earlier, maybe our families would be in-laws by now. It's all my son Zhengwo's fault for delaying Xiaohan. He insisted on introducing the daughter of his lifesaver to Xiaohan. On the other end of the line, Grandma Su had never met Hua Xiaohan, but she had heard many good things about him from her son-in-law and had a very positive impression of him. "What a pity, old comrade. Your grandson already has someone he likes." Before Grandma Su could finish, Grandma Hua quickly replied, "I don't even know who he likes. I think Miaoqing is more suitable for my Xiaohan. How about this? We won't interfere. Xiaohan is in the hospital, right? Miaoqing is going to visit him, isn't she? Let them spend more time together. Maybe after a few days, Xiaohan will realize and start pursuing your Miaoqing." Grandma Hua believed that Xiaohan had never really interacted with young ladies before. After getting to know Miaoqing for a few days, he would surely be attracted to her intelligence, elegance, and conversation. That sounds good. My Miaoqing has always had a fondness for soldiers. She refused to meet with the engineers, professors, or military attachés I introduced her to. If the two children can be together, it would be a wonderful thing. To be honest, I have already prepared the dowry for Miaoqing, said Grandma Su, feeling that the two were a perfect match in terms of family background, education, and personal qualities. After cheerfully hanging up the phone, she asked the housekeeper to bring Su Miaoqing. "Since you told the Hua family that it was you who burned the commander, now you must continue to take responsibility for the trouble Fangqiang has caused. I hope my dear granddaughter can visit Commander Hua and his team more often. Fangqiang has caused a lot of trouble over a man who is not trustworthy, and this reflects poorly on our Su family." Grandma Su felt a headache coming on when she thought about her granddaughter Su Fangqiang. She couldn't understand how that rural boy had such a hold on her. The family had even confirmed with the police that he was indeed two-timing her, yet she remained stubborn. She was at home, insisting that the family use connections to help get that man out. Su Miaoqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and affectionately linked her arm with Grandma Su's, saying with some reluctance, "Grandma, I understand. After all, my cousin was kidnapped when she was young and took 3 years to find. For Fangqiang's future, I will definitely play my part well. After all, she was the daughter of a bank president, yet she was so distressed over a morally questionable rural boy. It would bring shame if word got out. Especially for a military family like the Hua family, who valued reputation, even if they weren't blood relatives, it would leave a bad impression. After returning to her room, Su Miaoqing took out a photo from under her pillow. The man in the photo was in military uniform, looking handsome and strong, with a determined expression softened by a hint of tenderness. Hua Xiaohan's features and some of his charm were so similar to her Yang. Su Miaoqing gently touched the photo, then picked up a book titled Pronunciation from her desk. Each article had the translator's name printed beneath it, Suwon. No wonder she found that name so familiar when she first heard it. She didn't expect this girl to be so outstanding, with such excellent language skills. She had revitalized the soon-to-be discontinued pronunciation, and it was selling so well. However, judging by Grandma Hua's attitude, it seemed she didn't have a favorable opinion of Suwon. So that must be why Commander Hua wanted to hide their relationship. Su Miaoqing's slender eyes slightly lifted at the corners, beautifully defined, with dark pupils sparkling with a strange light. He picked up the microphone and called a friend who works at the National Security Bureau. With a gentle and knowledgeable voice, he said, "I have a personal matter to ask you. Can you help me look into someone?
Her name is Suwon.
She seems to be a translator at a newspaper in Beiping."
Suwon?
What a coincidence. She's a student from the countryside studying in Beiping. Previously, her outstanding foreign language skills led to someone reporting her as a spy. At that time, she was accompanied during the investigation by Commander Hua from the Beiping military region. The person on the phone paused for a moment, but quickly remembered this detail. This was something Su Miaoqing never expected. And she has a younger sister who even helped with false testimony. In the officer's ward, Hua Xiaohan sat at his desk, reviewing meeting documents and writing a work summary. Images of a soft voice calling Xiaohan Gage and Suwon suddenly getting close to him, her warm breath brushing against his chest, flashed through his mind. The feelings were as light as a feather, yet intense like a blazing fire, stirring his heart and leaving him restless. But he couldn't grasp it. Hua Xiaohan glanced at his watch. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Just then, the ward door opened, and he turned to look, thinking it was Suwon. The guard who entered with documents paused for a moment, and then said, "Report, Commander. Here are the final military training subjects and the list of instructors for high school and university. Please take a look." A hint of disappointment flashed in Hua Xiaohan's sharp, bright eyes as he coldly replied, "Hand it over." The military training would last for half a month, with rigorous exercises testing their willpower, especially with strict control over social distance between male and female students and instructors. Since there were female students and the instructors were male soldiers, a detailed list of precautions and taboos during training was prepared. This had been decided in a previous meeting. As the commander, he was the highest authority coordinating with the school and would not directly participate in the training, only inspecting occasionally. This meant that if Suwon was injured during training, they might not see each other for 10 days, and at most, they could only catch a glimpse of one another without speaking a word. Their identities, one a student and the other an officer, made any interaction during training a significant taboo. Hua Xiaohan understood the stakes and boundaries, knowing that it was crucial not to reveal their romantic relationship during this time. Once someone catches even the slightest hint and reports it to the military and school, it will not only affect his career but also lead to a notice throughout the entire unit. Suwon will have no school to attend and won't be able to take the university entrance exam. After calmly and carefully reviewing the training plan and instructor list, Hua Xiaohan signed his name on the document. Thinking that Suwon would be discharged tomorrow to rest at home, he realized he might not see her again until school starts. He felt a heavy pressure in his chest. Suwon had just agreed to try dating him, and now they had to be apart for such a long time without getting to know each other well. Unable to hold back any longer, he decided it was better for him to go see her rather than wait for her to visit him. After the guard left, he stood up and walked toward the regular ward. In a week, Suwon would start a closed military training, leaving her no time to translate. She would definitely need to use her hospital stay to translate her documents quickly and submit them. She looked very serious and focused. When people around her asked questions or tried to chat, Suwon casually responded, her eyes never leaving the documents. She didn't notice Hua Xiaohan standing at the door of the ward, his deep, intense gaze fixed on her. A family member from the next bed noticed and reminded Suwon, young lady, young lady. Suwon was so immersed in her work that she blocked out the outside noise until a kind woman approached her bed and tugged at her sleeve, saying, that tall and handsome man at the door is staring at you. Suwon looked up in the direction the woman pointed and only saw a figure leaving. He was called away urgently by a man in military uniform, the kind woman said regretfully. He stood at the door for at least 3 minutes, and even the passing nurses noticed him, but he only had eyes for you. He must be interested in you. You're beautiful and so cultured. It's rare to find someone like you. Suwon smiled at the kind woman without saying anything, her ears turning slightly red. She recalled Hua Xiaohan's strong, muscular arm around her waist this morning and how his serious demeanor turned flustered by her words, creating a charming contrast. It was both innocent and amusing. If the orderly hadn't interrupted them this morning, would he have kissed her? From what she remembered, Hua Xiaohan was a principled and rational person. Maybe he wanted to, but in the end, his conservative thoughts would hold him back, right? Xiaohan, your burn on your back hasn't healed yet. Why aren't you resting in the hospital? Grandma Hua said with a hint of complaint as she saw Hua Xiaohan enter the room. I felt a bit stuffy, so I stepped outside for some fresh air, Hua Xiaohan replied calmly, not realizing that his grandmother had visited in the morning and brought Meng Xian how to see him in the afternoon. Come lie down properly. That big burn on your back will leave an ugly scar, Grandma Hua nagged while adjusting the pillow against the wall. A long, dark hair suddenly appeared on the white bedsheet, reaching down to the waist, clearly a woman's hair. Xiaohan, how did such a long hair end up under your pillow? Grandma Hua, wearing her reading glasses, bent down and noticed it sharply. She picked up the long hair from the bedsheet, looking puzzled. Hua Xiaohan narrowed his sharp eyes slightly. Grandma, it must belong to a nurse, Meng Xian said, not finding it strange, and joked, it can't be from Suwon, right? Grandma Hua's expression changed immediately. Meng Xian, even jokes should have limits. Your comments are getting more inappropriate. Hua Xiaohan shot a cold glare at Meng Xian, his fists tightening. Meng Xian quickly shrank back and stood to the side, surprised by his cousin's strong reaction to a simple joke. What nurse's hair could end up under a pillow? It sounded more like someone had slept on that pillow. Xiaohan, whose hair is this? Grandma Hua asked sharply, wondering if the woman Xiaohan liked had come to see him and accidentally dropped her hair. Grandma Hua. Su Miaoqing, who had been standing at the door with milk powder and cookies, walked in at the right moment. Her long, smooth hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a light blue lace headband. She looked at the long hair in Grandma Hua's hand and said, a bit shyly, that hair must be from when I visited Colonel Hua this morning. It's my mom's. Who else would touch my bed? Hua Xiaohan interrupted Su Miaoqing, naturally taking the hair from Grandma Hua's hand. Su Miaoqing's shy expression froze, and her smile faded, completely unprepared for his ungrateful response. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Miaoqing was also there. With her dark, bright eyes slightly moving, she gently said, Grandma Hua, Brother Xian, you're here? This is a sweet melon from a lady in my ward. She grew it herself. It's very sweet and juicy. I brought it for Commander Hua to try, Suwon explained. No need, take it back and eat it yourself. You should focus on healing your leg burn so you can join the military training. If you fall too far behind, your physical fitness will suffer, and it could hold back your class, Hua Xiaohan said sternly, looking at the neatly cut pieces of melon in Suwon's hand. His dark, deep eyes fixed on hers, as he absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair around his finger. His voice was low and cold, filled with distance. Although Suwon couldn't see what he was holding, she realized that the motion of his fingers suggested something important. That was her hair. It must have fallen onto Hua Xiaohan's bed and possibly been noticed by Grandma Hua. Quickly, Suwon responded, understood, Commander Wu.
I'll head back now.
Seeing her grandson's reaction to Soo-won was the same as before, with nothing special about it. Grandma Hor felt relieved and called out to Soo-won, "Since you brought it, just leave it here." "Okay," Soo-won replied without looking at Hwa. She placed the melon on the table and left. Su Miaoqing glanced at Hwa. Although he had spoken very stiffly and coldly, his gaze had followed Soo-won, even if just for a moment. It was clear that the strand of hair belonged to Soo-won. This meant that Hwa was more considerate than she had thought, caring for Soo-won. He had even given up his room for her to sleep in last night. To avoid Grandma Hwa discovering their relationship, Hwa acted cold and indifferent towards Soo-won. So, Su Miaoqing guessed correctly. Grandma Hwa was not fond of Soo-won and even opposed her. A smile spread across Su Miaoqing's face. When she first met Young, he was also very aloof and quiet, but soon opened up to her with great affection. Even though she faced a setback with the man, it was fine. She could take her time. She has plenty of time to get to know this man and see if he is her second chance at love. One is a student, and the other is an officer. One comes from the countryside, while the other is from a well-respected military family. They are completely mismatched. The strict school rule against dating in their high school is a major obstacle for them, especially since Soo-won will start military training in a week, where the rules and boundaries between men and women will be even stricter. Hwa is a mature man, and what he needs most right now is a marriage that matches their backgrounds. Soo-won, being young and naive, means their thoughts are not on the same level. The more care and affection the man shows Soo-won now, the greater the emotional gap will be once she starts her military training. Hwa is known in the military as the cold-faced king of, famous for his strict and tough training methods, earning him great respect. With so many eyes watching, it is impossible for him to give Soo-won any special attention or ease her training during military drills. She might not even get to see him at all. The tough and exhausting training, sweaty clothes, sunburned lips, sore feet, and the struggle to fit into a new school will leave Soo-won feeling upset and crying at night. If she falls behind in physical training due to her late start, she might even face criticism or punishment from the instructors. And her partner, the head of military training, won't be able to help her when she looks at him for support. Hwa might even turn away coldly due to the boundaries between instructors and students. As her emotions build up, Soo-won will realize that even the male classmates who offer her water when she's thirsty are better than Hwa. So, she feels that she doesn't need to do anything. By the time military training is over, their budding romance will likely wither away naturally. Su Miaoqing put down what she was holding and chatted with Grandma Hwa for a few moments before leaving gracefully. Even if Grandma Hwa wanted to talk more, she would politely excuse herself to not disturb Hwa rest and step outside with her. She managed the boundaries between men and women very well. "Cousin, is this your blind date?" "She really has an impressive presence and is well-educated," Meng Xinhao said, watching Su Miaoqing walk away with Grandma Hwa. She seemed perfect, but he felt an indescribable discomfort. He simply didn't like her. "I still think Soo-won is great. She just comes from a less privileged background. If she were born into a diplomat family, she would definitely be more outstanding and brilliant than Comrade Su. At that time, you won't be worthy of Soo-won anymore. After the last time when my cousin confronted me in the small woods, and considering what happened in the past few days, Meng Xinhao was certain that the person his cousin liked was Soo-won. No wonder his cousin was so fierce back then. It was quite scary and almost gave him a fright. He then picked up a piece of melon from the table and was about to take a bite. "Are you worthy of her?" Hwa took the piece of melon from Meng Xinhao's hand, glanced at him, and said coldly, "Was this meant for you?" He then took away all the remaining pieces of melon. "I have a girlfriend now, and our relationship is sweet. We even went to see a horror movie yesterday, and she was so scared that she cuddled up to me." Meng Xinhao raised his eyebrows, looking sweet and intoxicated, as if showing off. He leaned closer to Hwa and whispered, "Cousin, did Soo-won agree to date you? I noticed she didn't even look at you when she left. Is she mad at you? Keep your mouth shut." Hwa's sharp black eyes darkened as he warned sternly. He knew this matter couldn't be hidden from Meng Xinhao. Meng Xinhao nodded vigorously. Of course, Suwon was still in high school, and the school didn't allow dating. Plus, she had to go to military training at his cousin's unit, and the relationship between students and the main instructor was a strict taboo. He understood the seriousness of the situation. Hua Xiaohan also didn't know if Suwon understood his hints. He worried that his sudden cold and distant attitude might make her misunderstand or get angry. It felt like a knot stuck in Hua Xiaohan's chest, making him feel heavy. He waited until evening when the hospital became quieter, and he was sure no one would come looking for him. Then, he hurriedly walked toward the regular ward. The fluorescent lights in the water room buzzed softly as Suwon walked out, holding a basin. She saw Hua Xiaohan's tall figure standing at the door of the ward, his dark eyes searching around. The next moment, he quickly locked onto her and strode toward her. "Captain Hua, didn't you say you were going to check on things?" Suwon tucked her damp bangs behind her ear, radiating the fresh scent of soap from her recent shower, and asked him with some confusion as he approached. She remembered him saying that, but perhaps it wasn't time yet. She is currently focused on finishing high school and going to college, then making money through translation. She doesn't want to be disturbed by other things. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she decides to take a shower in the washroom. After all, she will be discharged tomorrow, so staying up one night is fine, and she doesn't plan to sleep in Hua Xiaohan's ward. Hua Xiaohan looks at the basin in her arms holding her freshly washed clothes, feeling increasingly heavy in his chest. Wan. He suddenly steps forward, the moonlight casting shadows on his brow, creating deep pools of darkness in his eyes. His gaze is firm. "I will handle things with my grandmother. After your military training, I will help you move. I won't let you meet or interact with my grandmother anymore. You are about to start military training. As a student and me as your chief instructor, if our relationship is discovered, it could have serious consequences. So during this time, don't take anything I say or do in front of others to heart, and don't overthink it." Unless he submits a marriage report, they must maintain a proper distance, especially in front of my grandmother. I said that to avoid raising her suspicions. Hua Xiaohan's deep, intense gaze rests heavily on Suwon's face, as serious as if he were making a vow. His words are strong and clear. Suwon didn't expect this pure-hearted older man to come specifically to explain things to her, seeming worried that she wouldn't understand and anxious about her reaction. The bright light reflects off the glass, creating tiny sparkles that dance on her thick eyelashes. She smiles slightly and replies cheerfully, "I understand, Captain Hua."
She has long gotten used to him like this. "Call me Xiaohan."
Hua Xiaohan reaches for the enamel basin in her arms, his tall figure nearly overshadowing her. "Go sleep in my ward, and I'll help you dry your clothes." Inside are her personal items, and Suwon grips the edge of the basin, reluctant to go. "No, I asked the nurse for cotton to block my ears, so I won't hear anything. You said our relationship is sensitive right now, and anyway, it's the last night." Yes, this might be the last time he sees her after she starts school. Given her personality, she probably won't come back to the hospital after being discharged. Hua Xiaohan's Adam's apple moves under his tight collar, like a stuck bullet, and his breath feels heavy and dry. He bites his lip and stays silent. Hua Xiaohan remained still, but the heat from his palms seeped through the hospital gown, and he gripped the enamel basin tightly. Suwon raised her eyes in confusion, meeting his deep, dark gaze, which shone like a dagger in the night. "On Qixi Festival, the team gave me 2 internal movie tickets for a film from Port City that can't be seen in regular theaters. Do you want to go?" Hua Xiaohan's deep voice was raspy, and a faint blush warmed his ears. The humid, warm air and his strong presence made Suwon feel trapped, as if the heat was seeping into her skin. Suwon had just finished her shower, and her skin was slightly sweaty and warm. She tugged at the enamel basin but couldn't move it at all. She had seen Port City movies when she was younger and wasn't particularly interested now. She would rather spend her time translating to earn money. However, seeing Hua Xiaohan's determined expression and feeling the strong heartbeat in his palm, it seemed like this was his first time asking someone to a movie, and she couldn't push him away. "When is it?" Soo-won lowered her gaze, a playful smile appearing on her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she asked with interest. The day after tomorrow at the Cultural Palace, the ticket is for 3:30. Hua Xiaohan thought Soo-won would take a long time to decide, but she responded quickly.
Great.
Sister Manhwa loves Port City movies. I can invite her to distract her and help her heal from her emotional hurt. Soo-won said cheerfully, extending her hand toward Hua Xiaohan. So, can I have the tickets? Wan. Hua Xiaohan paused, suddenly lowering his voice, his warm breath brushing against her loose hair. I only have 2 tickets. Right, that's perfect for me and Sister Manhwa. Soo-won blinked her beautiful eyes, her gentle and pure demeanor reflecting in Hua Xiaohan's dark pupils, completely forgetting about him. I want to see it too. Hua Xiaohan's throat tightened, his gaze pressing on her. But you still have to stay in the hospital. I have a meeting on Friday, and it should end around 3. But you don't have an extra ticket, right?
Shuwan frowned, feeling troubled.
Sister Manhwa is my first friend in Beiping. When I was translating, no one at the newspaper believed in me, but she encouraged and helped me. Now she has been cheated out of money and feelings, so I definitely need to be by her side to comfort her. If you go with us, Sister Manhwa will definitely feel worse. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, gripping the edge of the enamel basin tightly, feeling disappointed. He said in a low voice, I left the ticket stub at the dormitory. I'll bring it to you at the Cultural Palace after my meeting the day after tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Brother Xiaohan. Soo-won noticed the deep disappointment in his eyes. She felt a bit sorry for teasing him as he swallowed his words, looking restrained. Finally, she sweetly added, You're really nice. Wan, next time. Hua Xiaohan's eyes moved slightly, about to speak, when he heard hurried footsteps approaching around the corner. I need to go back and translate the documents, Soo-won said, hugging the enamel basin tightly as she hurried around the corner, leaving Hua Xiaohan to let go. The air was left with her faint soap scent, quickly overshadowed by the smell of disinfectant. Hua Xiaohan felt as if he had been punched in the chest, a dull ache and an indescribable emotion blocking his heart, leaving him feeling lost. It was her, who couldn't go home because of military training, and he wanted to spend more time with her. But she didn't seem to care at all. Friendship and translation work were more important to her than he was. He ran his fingers through his coarse hair, feeling frustrated and helpless as he returned to the officer's ward. After finishing the meeting on Friday, Hua Xiaohan went to the Cultural Palace. The Cultural Palace was bustling with people, with many vendors selling popsicles, soda, roasted soybeans, and popcorn. Not knowing what the 2 girls liked, he bought 2 of each. Before that, he also visited the snack counter at the People's Market to buy Soo-won's favorite White Rabbit candy, along with some cream sunflower seeds and preserved plums. He wrapped everything in old newspapers and yellow paper, filling both hands, and stood under the poplar tree in front of the Cultural Palace waiting. Soo-won, wanting to translate more documents, timed her departure from the Hua family. As she got off the bus, she spotted Hua Xiaohan in his neat military uniform, standing tall under the poplar tree, looking handsome and cool, holding a large pile of snacks, which was very eye-catching. After all, she was secretly going to watch a movie with Hua Xiaohan, so she had to make sure Grandma Hua didn't find out. Soo-won wore a simple light blue long dress given by someone else, with a ruffled collar. Although her clothes were old and faded, they looked especially soft and pure on her delicate figure, like a little green apricot blooming in the spring breeze, sweet and refreshing. Her exposed calf was particularly fair and well-proportioned as she approached Hua Xiaohan in her little white shoes. Hua Captain, you're here? You bought so many things, all of which are Sister Manhwa's favorites, Soo-won said, turning her back, with a playful smile and dimples on her cheeks, her voice bright and pleasant. Her 2 long, dark braids hung loosely in front of her chest, making her look sweet and charming. Her soft, fresh lips seemed to glisten, hinting at something she had eaten on her way. Has Comrade Jung not arrived yet? Hua Xiaohan pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, suppressing his disappointment, his dark eyes fixed intently on Soo-won's face. He arrived at 2:40 for the 3:30 show, hoping to spend more time with her on her last day before military training. But he didn't expect Soo-won to arrive just 15 minutes before the show, right at the ticket check. Was there a reason Jeong Menghwa didn't come with her? Sister Menghwa has been here for a while. Didn't you see? It's so sunny outside. She must have gone in already. Can you give me the movie ticket? Seeing the long line in front of the Cultural Palace, Soo-won reached out her hand to Hwa Xiaohan. His rising hope was instantly dashed, and he felt a heaviness in his chest as his polished shoes crunched on the gravel beneath him. In 2 days, Soo-won would start military training, and they wouldn't see each other or talk for half a month. His calm demeanor was something he couldn't control in front of Soo-won. He took out 2 internal movie tickets from his jacket pocket and stepped closer to her, his shoe tip gently touching her little white shoe. His tall figure loomed over Soo-won like a mountain. With a burning gaze, he asked in a low, husky voice, "Won, when can we go see a movie together? Just the 2 of us." Hwa Xiaohan, who rarely interacted with girls, was completely inexperienced in romance and couldn't change his straightforward way of speaking from the military. After trying to be subtle yesterday, only for Soo-won to say she wanted to go with Jeong Menghwa, he emphasized his last sentence. The summer heat enveloped him, and a noticeable blush crept up his ears. The warmth gradually drifted towards Soo-won. Suddenly, the temperature around her rose several degrees, and the air felt thinner. Soo-won didn't expect that this innocent older man, Hwa Xiaohan, would be so persistent. But it seemed like he had always been so straightforward. He had clear goals, obvious ambitions, and a mix of aggression with a hint of shyness. She smiled slightly, took a step back, and casually refused. "I have military training coming up, and I still have translations to finish. Senior year is tough, so I need to focus these next few days. If it weren't for Menghwa's troubling situation, I wouldn't have had to squeeze out time to take her to the movies. There's not enough time." After saying that, she grabbed the movie ticket and hurried towards the Cultural Palace. Hwa Xiaohan felt empty in his hand, and then his heart felt empty too, as disappointment washed over him like a tidal wave, his lips pressed tightly together. He let out a heavy breath from his chest and quickly stepped forward, bringing the snacks he had with him. When Soo-won reached the ticket check, the people in front of her had already gone in, and it was her turn. "Where's Comrade Jeong? Aren't you waiting for her to go in together?" Hwa Xiaohan asked, his sharp gaze scanning the area, but he didn't see Jeong Menghwa, looking a bit puzzled. "She's just behind us," Soo-won replied, handing the ticket to the attendant, glancing at Hwa Xiaohan with a slight smile. Hwa Xiaohan's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized something. His dark eyes lit up with a spark of excitement. He swallowed hard. "You didn't actually invite Comrade Jeong. Won, you lied to me." He stepped forward, his low voice wrapped in a warm breath, deep and magnetic. His honey-colored skin couldn't hide the blush on his ears, and his lips couldn't help but curl up in a smile filled with joy after disappointment, secretly grinding his teeth. He hadn't slept well these past 2 days. She filled his dreams. He had felt lost and disappointed for 2 whole days. In the end, Soo-won was actually going to watch the movie with him. "The movie is about to start. Let's go in," Soo-won said, noticing Hwa Xiaohan's expression of realizing he had been tricked. She smiled slightly and turned to take the ticket from the attendant. Her long braids brushed against his chest, making him feel a ticklish warmth. Hwa Xiaohan immediately followed her into the dark theater aisle, his arm brushing against Soo-won's side. He now regrets buying so much food. Both of his hands are completely full, leaving him unable to free one hand. Soo-won is surrounded by the man's warm presence and strong masculine aura, creating an intimacy she has never experienced before. She can hear his deep breaths and the steady beat of his heart. When she moves to the left to create some space, he immediately closes the gap again. It isn't until they enter the screening room that Hwa Xiaohan finally steps away, maintaining a proper distance between them. The cultural center has assigned seating for the movie, and even though they are the last to enter, they still find a great middle seat. The film is a typical romantic movie with a Hong Kong style. Soo-won usually isn't interested in this genre, so she just sits in her chair eating the snacks Hwa Xiaohan offers her. However, This romance also includes a bit of a thrilling adventure, where the main characters accidentally enter a haunted house, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, Soo-won knows this is just a setup by the characters' friends to bring them together, and as a fan of horror films, she finds the scares quite predictable.
Ah.
A scary scene flashes quickly, and many women in the theater are startled. Hwa Xiaohan notices a woman in front who grabs the arm of the man next to her in fright. The man beside her boldly pulls his partner close to comfort them. He looks at Soo-won, who shows no fear and remains calm, while his large hand on his knee clenches and relaxes repeatedly. His long legs in military pants unconsciously lean to the left, and his left hand lifts a few times, fingers twitching, wanting to hold Soo-won's hand as she eats popcorn. His palm is sweaty, his throat tight, and his back is straight. He wonders why Soo-won isn't scared at all, as her hand remains down, leaving him with no opportunity. The seats in the theater are already close together, so Soo-won notices Hwa Xiaohan's subtle movements. Just as her right hand rests on her leg, his hand lifts. When he realizes she is just switching hands to grab something, he places his hand back on his knee. She finds Hwa Xiaohan's behavior quite contradictory. He approaches her like a domineering character from a novel, wanting to envelop her, yet he is shy like a young boy when it comes to physical contact. Her presence was both powerful and restrained. She was curious about what might have happened last time in the hospital room if the attendant hadn't interrupted. Would he really have kissed her? Holding the popcorn in her arms, she gently tugged at his sleeve. Hwa Xiaohan immediately turned to look at her, leaning closer. "Brother Xiaohan, this popcorn is so sweet," Soo-won whispered in his ear. The warm breath brushed against his ear, making him feel a rush of warmth. Hwa Xiaohan felt the collar of his shirt tighten, and his heart raced. Then, Soo-won naturally picked up a piece of popcorn and offered it to him, her fingers lightly brushing against his lips. He froze, feeling as if he had been shocked, unable to react to the sensation of her fingers on his lips. He watched as Soo-won fed herself a piece of popcorn with the same hand that had just touched him. Wasn't this like a kiss? His blood rushed to his head, and his breath quickened. Hwa Xiaohan's jaw tightened as he stared at her, his eyes burning with something intense. But in the dark, it was hard to see clearly. No response? This was something Soo-won had come across online, a post about how to flirt with handsome guys. According to the post, at this moment, a man would only have one thought in his mind: to kiss you. At the very least, Hwa Xiaohan should have held her hand. However, after waiting for a while, he made no move at all. She wondered if the post's advice was ineffective or if he was just too shy. She was definitely attracted to Hwa Xiaohan's looks and physique, but if this continued, it would be pointless. After finishing her soda, Soo-won got up to go to the restroom. When she came out after washing her hands, a tall figure blocked her path, pulling her into the supply room next to the restroom. "Won, I want to kiss you." Hwa Xiaohan pressed Soo-won against the worn wall, holding her delicate wrist tightly, his voice rough and direct. There was no build-up, just a straightforward confession. In the cinema, seeing her on her finger made his mind focus solely on one thought: to kiss her, to claim her lips. But as a soldier, he fought against that urge, knowing he shouldn't act on it. His chest heaved beneath his uniform, almost touching Soo-won's fluttering eyelashes. "Is that okay?" The storage room was originally meant for cleaning tools. It was narrow, small, and stuffy, with no light at all when the door was closed. All they could feel was each other's heartbeat and warmth. Hwa Xiaohan's warm breath brushed against her cheek, mingling with her long dress as it touched his military pants. Soo-won was taken aback, not expecting Hwa Xiaohan to be so composed and restrained. He had brought her to the storage room and was asking her such a question? How could she respond? As Soo-won slightly moved her wrist, Hwa Xiaohan tightened his grip, his warm palm heating her skin, his shoes pressed against her white sneakers. His breath lingered near her lips, savoring her sweet, soft breaths. Although he was asking for Soo-won's opinion, he was still being very assertive. His dark eyes fixed on her, a drop of sweat rolling down from his prominent Adam's apple. In the next moment, he leaned in and kissed her lips. It was dry, hot, firm, and carried a hint of masculinity. The instant their lips touched, it felt like two magnets pulling together, releasing a strong current that reached deep into their hearts. Ripples stirred within her. Soo-won's dark eyes widened, her face slightly flushed. This physical attraction felt different from an ordinary kiss, very different. It was not just a touch of lips, but a connection of souls. A strong chemical reaction quickly spread through her body. Hua Xiaohan's reaction was even more intense. Just half a centimeter away from her lips, he immediately leaned in for a deeper kiss. Soo-won instinctively clutched the fabric of his shirt, overwhelmed by his strong presence filling her senses. She had to tilt her head back, unable to resist the powerful breath invading her mouth, and was drawn further in. It was warm and intense, their lips moving together, her tongue tingling. Soo-won's lips were sweet and soft, like a flower bud touched by morning dew in March. Usually calm and composed, he lost control, every pore in his body opening up. A tingling sensation coursed through him, his throat moving as he swallowed. He had only intended to kiss her lightly, but Soo-won's small gesture of holding onto his shirt stirred something deeper within him, sending a shiver down his spine. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He had a metal belt around his waist, and a pack of hard candy in his pocket pressed against her soft abdomen, which was quite uncomfortable. But as his strong abdomen contracted, she realized that the shape pressing against her was not candy at all, and the position was wrong. Soo-won was momentarily startled, her eyelashes fluttering quickly from the man's warm breath. She had sensed something from the beginning, thinking it was just the candy he had in his pocket. She had even planned to ask him to take it out. Hua Xiaohan's heavy breathing against Soo-won's ear grew even more intense, his gaze obscure and complicated, his throat tight. The janitor, after pushing for a long time, found the storage room door unyielding, as if it were locked from the outside. However, the door inside wasn't locked. Something must have been blocking it. So, he mumbled and went to find a colleague for help. Once the footsteps faded, Hua Xiaohan finally released his hand from the door, sweat rolling down his forehead and into his collar, his strong desire locked away in his dark eyes. No matter how reluctant he felt, they had to leave quickly. After slightly opening the door to ensure it was safe, he pulled it open. Soo-won hurriedly walked out of the storage room, her face and neck glistening with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and her lips rosy and moist, still carrying the man's scent. The two of them returned to the screening room one after the other. To avoid being noticed, Hua Xiaohan waited several minutes before entering. The movie was already halfway through, showing the male and female leads connecting deeply, walking hand in hand along the beach, the sunset casting a soft glow on them as the sea breeze tousled their hair. Their eyes met, and as they leaned closer, just at the moment of a kiss, Soo-won's hand resting on her lap was suddenly held by Hua Xiaohan's warm, large hand. When she moved slightly, he tightened his grip. The calluses on his palm brushed against her delicate skin. Hua Xiaohan sat straight and serious, his expression stern, making it impossible to tell that he was holding her hand beneath the chair. Only the slight movement of his Adam's apple and the warmth at the back of his ears gave away his feelings. Everyone in the theater was captivated by the kiss on the screen. However, movies that could be shown domestically were definitely under strict control, so the most the leads could do was share a few light kisses. What they had just done in the storage room was much more intense. They were close, holding hands, but the man's hands were very proper, showing clear restraint. He didn't cross any boundaries, just held her waist tightly with their fingers intertwined. It felt very innocent and youthful. At that moment, two people with red armbands walked in, shining flashlights around the crowd. Hua Xiaohan immediately released Soo-won's hand, placing his hands on his knees, sitting up straight in a standard military posture, looking serious and cool.
Soo-won smiled slightly.
In this conservative era, holding hands felt almost like sneaking around. After the movie ended, Hua Xiaohan walked beside Soo-won, holding some leftover snacks. Although they still kept a distance, it was closer than before they entered the cinema. His voice was low. "Do you want to check the rental place to see what you need? I can help you contact a furniture store to deliver furniture and daily necessities." Once your military training is over, you can move in right away. Moving out may sound simple, but it was quite complicated. When Suwon came to Beiping, she only brought some clothes. She needed to buy everything from chopsticks to a kettle and even bedding. She had planned to quickly finish translating articles for the newspaper in the next few days and then shop for supplies after her military training. She preferred not to deal with the hassle herself, so having someone help her would be ideal, especially in the summer heat. But thinking about what had just happened in the storage room made her cheeks flush. She realized she had a natural attraction to Hua Xiaohan. His suggestion to spend more time together meant he wanted to be close to her. She wanted that too, even to touch his well-defined abs. But she needed to be rational. What if they were alone in a rental apartment, feelings overflowing, and they couldn't control themselves? As someone from the 21st century, she had an open mind and didn't see anything wrong with it. However, she had no plans for marriage and just wanted to focus on her studies and getting into college. So, Suwon firmly refused. No, Captain Hua. Once my military training is over, I'll ask Sister Manhwa to go with me to the department store. I want to decorate my room myself. It's getting late. You should head back to the hospital to change your dressing. Hua Xiaohan's handsome brows furrowed, thinking she was upset about him pulling her into the storage room and almost getting caught. He lowered his brow and said, "Wan, please don't be angry. It was my mistake. I'll reflect on it." He originally just wanted to pull Suwon into the storage room to kiss her a few times and talk. Who knew that once he kissed her, things got out of hand? Seeing Hua Xiaohan's sincere and serious expression, like a child who had done something wrong, made her feel a bit sorry for him. After looking around to ensure no one was watching, she lightly hooked his pinky finger and said softly, "You've been out for a while. You should go back and change your bandage. You probably have a lot of work to do, right?" Hua Xiaohan, who felt a bit guilty, immediately brightened up at her words. When he tried to hook her finger, she had already pulled her hand back. He leaned in closer, his voice low and warm, with a hint of playful insistence. "Aren't you going to keep me company?" Suwon was eager to separate because she wanted to clear her head, fearing she might lose control. She didn't expect Hua Xiaohan to take advantage of the moment. "Didn't we just watch a movie together? I want to check out the rental place first. I'll buy the big items for you, and then we can head back quickly after that." He emphasized the last part slightly. They had only been together for less than 2 hours, which felt too short. Hua Xiaohan just wanted to spend more time with Suwon, even if it was just a walk. His request was that simple. His voice was rich and magnetic, like a gentle spring breeze that made her heart flutter. The light blue hem of Suwon's dress fluttered in the breeze, brushing against the leg of his military pants. "Is that okay?" Since Hua Xiaohan had said so, Suwon agreed. After all, if she couldn't control herself, she would let him handle it. They quickly drove to the retired staff housing area, where Hua Xiaohan took out his keys to unlock the door. Suwon walked into the room to check it out. There was a bed and a wardrobe, but they needed to buy a desk and a chair as well as curtains. The rest were just some essential kitchen items. Hua Xiaohan stood close to Suwon, his warm body heat enveloping her skin. He was only jotting down her needs in a blue notebook. After that, they checked the bathroom. One important reason Suwon chose this room was that the bathroom had been recently renovated. It was very clean with no stains. The only downside was that the bathroom was outside in the yard, making it inconvenient to go out at night during rainy or snowy weather. However, this is also a feature of this era. We can only make the bathroom light a bit brighter. "You could buy a toilet to put in the room," Hua Xiaohan thoughtfully suggested. "No." Suwon immediately refused when she saw him writing that down. "I don't like it." She wasn't used to using a toilet in her room, and the lid didn't close properly, plus there was a smell. Most importantly, she would have to empty it the next day. She found it dirty. "I'll empty it for you." Hua Xiaohan quickly realized what Suwon disliked, looking at her with his dark eyes. The girl was very clean. He had noticed that when they were on the train. Suwon was startled, her face slightly flushed, and she shot him a glare. You could say he was innocent and inexperienced in love, but in some matters, he was quite bold, like a husband. Then she was about to leave. But at that moment, Hua Xiaohan held her soft little hand, glanced at his watch, and said intensely, "Stay for another 10 minutes." Not counting the time on the train, it had only been about 5 or 6 minutes since they entered, and Hu Xiaohan certainly didn't want to part with Su-won so soon. He couldn't bear it. The warmth of his palm made her hand feel increasingly hot, causing her to sweat. He didn't speak, but his warm, strong breath brushed against Su-won's ear, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Su-won had experienced the fluttering feelings of love before. She knew that the man who had just given her the feeling of being in love and their first kiss was in the most intense phase of attraction. Being interrupted midway, how could he really send her back so quickly? He would take a few more minutes if he could. Just like couples in love standing at the entrance of a dorm, they wouldn't part until the last moment before the door closed. But Hu Xiaohan didn't make any other moves. He just held her hand, his thumb gently rubbing her delicate hand, which felt both rough and ticklish. His deep, dark eyes sparkled like fireworks as he quietly gazed at her, as if he wanted to engrave her image deeply in his memory. He was really quite restrained and reserved, yet there was a hint of desire. He wouldn't just stand here for 10 minutes, would he? Su-won raised her bright eyes, and at such a close distance, she could see his Adam's apple moving slightly. It seemed quite amusing. They say the Adam's apple and a man's neck are off-limits. Su-won reached out with her other hand, tentatively wanting to touch it. As her slender fingertips got closer, the man's Adam's apple moved faster, and a thin layer of sweat covered his neck, making him even more attractive. The breath near her ear grew warmer and more humid. But the man did not move or pull away. Just before her fingers touched his prominent Adam's apple, Su-won glanced at Hu Xiaohan's reaction, feeling a bit nervous since this area is both sensitive and private, not easily touched by others. Hu Xiaohan's lips parted slightly, his dark eyes locking onto her. The moment her fingers made contact, his Adam's apple moved heavily, firm and alluring, releasing a soft, barely noticeable sigh, his breathing quickening. The soft, ticklish sensation stimulated Hu Xiaohan's most sensitive nerves, and a spark of desire surged from his lower abdomen, making his scalp tingle. Su-won's fingertips continued to explore his Adam's apple, starting gently but growing bolder. After holding back for 2 seconds, Hu Xiaohan pulled the soft Su-won into his embrace, his breath hot and moist, saying, "Won-won, you really are quite bold." Then his warm, wet lips captured hers, leaving no gap, as if he wanted to swallow every breath she took. It was even more intense than in the storage room at the cultural center, a forceful and dominating kiss that filled her mouth with his taste, making her tongue ache from the pressure. Su-won instinctively tried to pull away, but Hu Xiaohan's strong hand held her head in place, while his long leg kicked the bathroom door shut. The ambiguous sound of water made her cheeks and ears flush. What did he mean by her being bold? It was clear he had planned this all along. Why choose to stay in the bathroom of all places? The house was bright and open, with broken curtains right next to the neighbors. But the bathroom window faced a wall, so no one would pass by. As long as the door was closed, they wouldn't be discovered. He had surveyed the area when he entered, confirming the blind spots. After all, this was his specialty. This man was truly both reserved and cunning. Su-won felt tricked. She shouldn't have been curious about his Adam's apple. Her hand slid from his neck to his chest, giving a gentle push, but it melted against a strong, firm chest. Then, he embraced her more tightly, his muscular arms wrapping around her upper body, leaving her with no way to escape. A strong, warm hand rested on her delicate waist, very close to her chest, tightening with great strength, but still gentle, only the fingertips teasing her soft skin. She felt weak and shivery all over, almost unable to stand, wishing she could cling to him completely. The man kissed her and lifted her onto the table by the wall. Knowing she liked cleanliness, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the table, then wiped the sweat from his forehead before eagerly kissing her again. So-won felt dizzy from the kisses. The sensation of their souls connecting was thrilling, and she felt wonderfully overwhelmed. When she opened her eyes, she saw the handsome, focused upper half of his face, while the lower half showed deep concentration, his throat moving quickly as he swallowed. He was incredibly attractive, yet very restrained. His warm, passionate kisses made her feel like he wanted to consume her, and his firm chest pressed closer, leaving no space between them. However, his hands only held her waist firmly, without moving further, as if they were nailed in place. What a pure-hearted man! He only used his lips, not his hands. Her hand resting on his chest felt like it was melting from his warmth, and she could even sense the sweat seeping through his shirt. The solid feel of his muscles made her determined not to back down. She slowly slid her hand down to his abs, feeling the heat and firmness, each muscle clearly defined, with no excess fat at all. At first, her small hand merely rested there, but feeling the power of his muscles, she boldly began to explore his six-pack abs. She was just touching his abs, nothing more. This made Hu Xiaohan's nerves tense, his forehead showing veins, his breathing growing heavier, and a wave of heat surged within him that he couldn't control. His waist tightened sharply, and every hard muscle stood on end. Struggling to pull away from So-Win's soft lips, he caught her wandering hand, darkness swirling in his gaze. So-Win, you're still young. You don't understand. In truth, her small hand hadn't done much, but it was the first time Hu Xiaohan had felt such stimulation from a woman, and he couldn't handle it. She didn't understand the consequences of her actions. She just thought it was fun. Do you understand? Su-Won opened her eyes dreamily and met Hu Xiaohan's intense gaze. She didn't expect him to be so sensitive. So, does that mean you've dated before? Was it during military school or in the Northwest? Hu Xiaohan pressed his lips together and remained silent. How far did it go? Did you kiss her? Su-Won asked curiously. She knew that a handsome and tall man like Hu Xiaohan, who was respectful and came from a wealthy family, couldn't have been single at 26. Even if he weren't as attractive, many girls would still pursue him. His straightforward and honest personality made it hard to believe he hadn't met someone special in all those years. It seemed that for some unavoidable reason, they were forced apart. Or perhaps the girl was also in the military and had sacrificed herself. After that, he probably lost interest in dating, thinking that marrying anyone other than her would be the same, so he accepted the blind dates arranged by Uncle Hua. Given his background, he likely wouldn't consider a girl from the countryside. Do you mind? Hu Xiaohan's warm breath mingled with Su-Won's. Isn't this just how the previous generation plants trees for the next to enjoy? Su-Won said, her bright eyes sparkling as her slightly parted lips glistened. She was surprised that the man had actually had a past relationship that went as far as kissing. Hu Xiaohan's handsome brow furrowed, as if a cold splash of water had hit his heart, which was otherwise burning with intensity. Military school and the Northwest Military District were tough environments, especially in the vast desert. During those years, he had almost forgotten what women looked like. Even if he had dated, it would have been with marriage in mind. He wouldn't want to let any girl down. He didn't expect Su-Won's thoughts to jump around so much. He thought she might be upset or indifferent, but he never imagined she would react this way, as if his past relationship was a good thing for her. His body, wrapped in warmth, suddenly felt cooler. Hu Xiaohan gazed into Su-Won's eyes, brushed the sweat from his forehead, then checked the time on his watch, suppressing his heavy breathing. 10 minutes are up. I'll take you home. He then lifted Su-Won off the table. It seemed like she was being forcibly pulled away from the ambiguity, remaining very calm. Su-Won was surprised that Hu Xiaohan could be so rational. When he said 10 minutes, he really meant 10 minutes. Soldiers have a deep sense of time ingrained in them. However, Su-Won sensed that the man's expression changed slightly after she spoke those words. I don't mind about that girl. She hoped it wasn't true that something had happened to her, as her modern joking tone was indeed inappropriate. Su-Won's feet felt weak on the ground, and just as she was about to explain, Hu Xiaohan tightly grasped her delicate wrist and firmly said, No, don't think too much. She was the first girl he pursued and liked. In 26 years, he had only dated her. The way she said that, and her attitude made him feel uncertain. A warm, Intense feeling radiated from his grip on her wrist. Suwon thought she was overthinking it. Hua Xiaohan was just managing his time with her and had to pull himself away from their strong chemistry when the time was up. His strict discipline was truly harsh on himself. To avoid being seen by acquaintances from the military compound, Hua Xiaohan let Suwon down at a corner ahead of time. When Suwon returned to the Hua family, it was just about mealtime. Xia Bailing and Wu Ma were busy in the kitchen. Laughter from Grandma Hua occasionally echoed from the living room. Wu Ma set aside a portion of Xiaohan's favorite dishes for him, and when Miaoqing returns, let her take it to him, Grandma Hua instructed. She then turned to Su Miaoqing, who was sitting beside her reading a Russian article, and said kindly, Miaoqing, it shouldn't be too late. After we eat, let your Uncle Hua's driver take you home. It won't be too much trouble, right? Su Miaoqing smiled gracefully. Grandma Hua, I'm the one who troubled team leader Hua during my stay, so it's no trouble at all. I also thank Uncle Hua and Andy for not blaming me and for inviting me to dinner. In the kitchen, Wu Ma peeked out and replied, glancing at the elegant Su Miaoqing on the sofa, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She couldn't help but say, if we're talking about what Xiaohan loves to eat, it's still the meals made by Wan. When he was in the hospital, the meals she prepared were so good that I didn't even need to wash the thermos. It's a pity that Wan went to the newspaper office today. Otherwise, she could have made a soup for Xiaohan. She should be back soon. If she makes it in time, a stir-fry would be great. He would definitely love it. As soon as she finished speaking, Suwon walked in, and a gust of wind lifted the hem of her light blue dress to her knees. Suwon quickly bent down to smooth her dress. Su Miaoqing, sitting on the sofa, turned around and noticed a faint, almost fading fingerprint on Suwon's delicate wrist. Her hair, already a bit messy, had a few strands that were falling out of place. Her gentle eyes were as soothing as water, and her small, shiny earlobes were tinged with a shy pink. Her lips were fresh and moist, as if they were touched by flower nectar. Upon closer inspection, they appeared slightly swollen. It was clear she had just returned from a sweet date, having shared a passionate kiss not long ago. Less than half an hour had passed since they parted. Every part of her, even her hair, radiated an undeniable hint of spring and affection. In just a few days, the relationship between Hua Xiaohan and Suwon had developed so quickly. Su Miaoqing could roughly guess Hua Xiaohan's actions when he kissed Suwon just by looking at the marks on her. He must have held her head with one hand and embraced her waist with the other, while kissing her deeply. A dangerous glint flashed in her narrow eyes as she tightened her grip on the heavy Russian book she was holding. This was truly beyond her imagination. Yet, she maintained a gentle and bright smile, and when she made eye contact with Suwon, her smile grew even warmer, accompanied by a slight shrug of her shoulders, showing a hint of helplessness. Seeing Su Miaoqing there, Suwon quickly guessed her grandma's intention and smiled back politely. Her red lips became even more vibrant, standing shyly like blooming apricot flowers in the spring breeze. This smile caught the attention of Hua Hong, the grade director, who immediately sensed something and focused on Suwon's eyes and rosy lips. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, Suwon, are you in a relationship? You seem a bit different today. Hua Hong managed around 400 to 500 students and had a keen eye for the subtle glances and gestures between boys and girls, no matter how much they tried to hide it. Especially since Xin Hao was currently in a passionate romance. Suwon's unique and subtle aura resembled that of a young couple in love. As soon as she said this, Xia Bailing, who was cooking in the kitchen, came out, and even Hu Jiangwo, sitting by the window reading the newspaper, looked up at Suwon. Xiaowan? Xia Bailing is a university professor and has seen countless college student couples. She caught a hint of something unusual and tentatively asked. Suwon Xin was startled and grabbed her skirt. When she got out of the car, she had checked her reflection in the mirror. Aside from her slightly red lips, there was nothing special. A teacher's gaze is usually very sharp. The attentive Aunt Xia seemed to have her doubts as well. She feigned surprise and said, How could that be? Aunt Hong, Aunt Xia, I just had a popsicle on the way back. Her eyes were clear and innocent, perfectly explaining why her lips were redder than usual. Exactly. Director Hua, you might be a bit too sensitive with the students. This summer, Suwon has been busy working as a translator and studying. She just got out of the hospital yesterday and doesn't even know anyone. How could she have time for a relationship? Su Miaoqing also stood up, naturally defending Suwon. She understood the Hua family's values. If the relationship between Hua Xiaohan and Suwon were exposed, and it was known that they were so close, even if Grandma Hua didn't approve of Suwon, the family would eventually have Hua Xiaohan marry her. Indeed, Suwon spent most of her time at the Hua household, rarely going out except to submit articles to the newspaper. Aside from Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao, she probably didn't know any other males. Soon, everyone's doubts were dispelled, and the matter passed. Su Miaoqing acted like a warm and understanding big sister, continuously helping them out and keeping things hidden. However, Suwon felt something was off. Su Miaoqing had no connection to this matter, so why was she always on their side helping them? If it was because of Su Fengqiang, it seemed they weren't even real sisters. After dinner, Grandma Hua asked Aunt Wu to bring the prepared lunchbox to Su Miaoqing, telling her to go to the hospital early. She also mentioned that Hua Xiaohan really liked Russian poetry and some of his other little preferences. Su Miaoqing accepted it with a smile at Suwon, looking a bit helpless to refuse. She then made an excuse for Suwon to walk her out. So, Won, do you and Captain Hua plan to keep things this way? Su Miaoqing's gaze fell on Suwon's rosy lips, and being close, she could smell a faint scent of burn ointment on her. This was the scent of Hua Xiaohan, and she asked with concern, since Captain Hua wants to be in a relationship with you, why keep it hidden? Is it because your relationship is not convenient to make public, or? If there's a next time, I might not do this again because I don't agree with Captain Hua's actions. You're still young, and today is about the Hua family. What if you go back to school like this? If your classmates find out, there will soon be some bad rumors which will affect you negatively, even leading to expulsion from school. Su Miaoqing spoke seriously, considering Suwon from a teacher's perspective. But her words subtly hinted at Hua Xiaohan's irresponsibility and the suspicion of him playing with Suwon's feelings. Suwon was not familiar with Su Miaoqing and did not want anyone to know about her relationship with Hua Xiaohan, especially after realizing at the dinner table that Su Miaoqing was the foreign language teacher borrowed from Lizhi High School. She became even more cautious, looking down in confusion at herself. Teacher Su, what exactly is going on between you and Director Hua? I don't quite understand. And I have not agreed to date Captain Hua. Right now, my focus is entirely on studying, and Captain Hua knows this. She completely denied it, which was indeed clever. Students, naturally, have a layer of guard against teachers. If she hadn't experienced a deep love, she might have really believed that Suwon's swollen lips were just from eating ice pops. Su Miaoqing smiled gently and didn't ask anything further. Once in the car, her previously bright expression suddenly turned serious. Suwon was not as simple and innocent as she imagined. Since Hua Xiaohan was pursuing Suwon, she should change her strategy and approach him. Military hospital. The sound of running water came from the officer's ward. Hua Xiaohan stood at the sink, washing his face and head with cold water, his prominent Adam's apple moving. As soon as he closed his eyes, he recalled what Political Commissar Liu had said during his visit to the ward. This young woman definitely has issues. A woman who can say, the previous generation plants trees for the next generation to enjoy, must have impure intentions in her relationship with our soldiers. If one day the soldiers go to the battlefield, the signal will be sent immediately. He didn't believe that Suwon had any impure motives toward him. Her saying the previous generation plants trees for the next generation to enjoy reflected her indifference toward him. Since that's the case, why did she actively feed him popcorn, touch his throat and abs, and even agree to kiss him, engaging in such intimate behavior? Captain Hua, Grandma Hua asked me to bring you some of your favorite food. Su Miaoqing's gentle voice came from outside the hospital room. Water droplets rolled down Hua Xiaohan's sharp brows as he coldly instructed the orderly outside. Xiao Kai, please take that. Yes, Captain, Xiao Kai replied, reaching for the food box in Su Miaoqing's hands. Su Miaoqing stood elegantly at the door, her voice calm. Captain Hua, as Suwon's foreign language teacher in her senior year, I have something I'd like to discuss with you in person. The sound of water in the room stopped, and after a moment, the door opened. Hua Xiaohan, dressed in loose hospital attire, had wet hair and droplets still on his face and neck. His expression was stern, and his thin lips had a cold, striking red hue. She knew this tactic would work. Su Miaoqing calmly scanned Hua Xiaohan's face. When she and a Yang were deeply in love, he also took several showers in one night when they were about to take the final step. Hua Xiaohan and Suwon were probably the same. Captain Hua, this matter originally had nothing to do with me, and I didn't want to pry, but I just learned today that Suwon will be my student after school starts, and I might even be her homeroom teacher. Su Miaoqing politely stepped inside, avoiding looking directly at Hua Xiaohan, adopting a tone like a visiting teacher. You know the rules and principles of Lizzie High School. Director Hua is particularly sensitive to the interactions between male and female students and suspects she might be in a relationship. While I temporarily helped Sue one out of a tight spot, I'm not sure if Director Hua has truly dismissed any doubts. The implication was a reminder that the closeness between Hua Xiaohan and Su Wan was excessive. Hua Xiaohan's high, sharp brow conveyed a natural coldness as he pressed his lips together in silence. Seeing that Hua Xiaohan remained at the door with it wide open, Su Miaoqing understood he was very cautious and guarded in interactions between male and female colleagues, treating her or any woman like a potential threat. She had to phrase her words more delicately while praising Su Wan's excellent translation skills, which she greatly admired. She realized she couldn't stay longer, so she placed the lunchbox on the table and casually said, "I couldn't refuse Grandma Hua's invitation. I originally wanted Su Wan to bring it over while I went home, but Su Wan might be. Teacher Su, I find you very strange. You know I have someone I like, and you can see my grandma's intentions. Why do you still come to my house for dinner?" Hua Xiaohan's sharp black eyes stared coldly at Su Miaoqing, showing no reflection. He was very resistant and confused about her presence, especially since they were supposed to be introduced for a blind date. As a well-educated person, she should have known to avoid misunderstandings. Su Miaoqing never expected Hua Xiaohan to be so frighteningly calm. She had been very careful and polite, trying to rationalize everything. She thought that after her last statement, Hua Xiaohan would focus on Su Wan, realizing that Grandma Hu wanted to bring them together. Instead of getting angry, he let her come. She intended to create a misunderstanding that Su Wan didn't care about him, but the truth was indeed that Su Wan had no reaction. "Captain Hua, what are you talking about?" Su Miaoqing was first puzzled, then felt anger and frustration at Hua Xiaohan misunderstanding her. Of course, it was also to cover her inner turmoil. "If you have any dissatisfaction with my cousin, you can say it directly. There's no need to insult me in this way. Captain Hua, you are excellent and outstanding, but your pride and arrogance will ultimately push the person you love further away. No wonder I advised Su Wan to make your relationship public. She would be unwilling." Su Miaoqing maintained her composure and quickly walked out of the hospital room. "I like her, but it's one-sided. She has clearly rejected me," Hua Xiaohan said coldly, narrowing his eyes at Su Miaoqing's back, his tone serious. "We're not public because we aren't in a romantic relationship. Yet you, Teacher Su, knowing the rules of Leisure High School, still encourage and persuade your students to date. I seriously doubt your ethics and whether you're fit to be a homeroom teacher." Even without turning around, Su Miaoqing could feel Hua Xiaohan's powerful and intimidating presence, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. This man was truly terrifying. She had hoped to plant a seed of suspicion in Hua Xiaohan's mind with her last statement. Instead, he seized on her words as leverage. They all understood that during military training and after school started, if their relationship was discovered, it would have a big impact on both of them. So, Hua Xiaohan was very cautious and alert around her. Su Miaoqing took a deep breath, suppressing the panic rising inside her, and forced herself to appear calm while holding back her anger. She turned back and said, "Captain Hua, think whatever you want." I read the translation of pronunciation by Su Wan. Her foreign language skills have great potential for development in diplomacy, and I don't want her to be affected in any way. After saying this, Su Miaoqing quickly turned around and disappeared down the hallway. Hua Xiaohan's gaze was too sharp, as if he could see right through her, making her anxious and unwilling to stay even a second longer. But the more he acted this way, the more determined she became to win him over. She just needed to find another way and absolutely could not let Hua Xiaohan have any doubts. As soon as Su Miaoqing left, Hua Xiaohan instructed Xiao Kai to return the lunchbox to the Hua family. He then headed towards the hospital's administrative department. He made a phone call to the unit. Is there a teacher named Su Miaoqing on the list of instructors for the training class at Lizzie High School? Yes, Captain Hua, the clerk on duty confirmed after checking the list. Notify the school to replace her with another instructor starting tomorrow. Hua Xiaohan spoke clearly reason. Teacher Su Miaoqing is not a formal teacher at Lizzie High School and has studied abroad. This military training will involve some confidential projects of the army. Overall, Su Miaoqing's actions and words were within a reasonable range and could simply be understood as her being enthusiastic and open-minded from her time studying abroad, always willing to help. However, she seemed to be paying too much attention to the relationship between him and Su-won. Her last statement clearly indicated that she knew they were dating. She even seemed to notice some intimate behavior between them. And Su-won would never share their relationship with Su Miaoqing. So, his intuition told him to be cautious and keep his distance from Su Miaoqing. At the Hua family home, while happily chatting with Grandma Su on the phone, Grandma Hua's expression darkened when she heard that Hua Xiaohan had ordered Xiao Kai to return the lunchbox untouched. Captain Hua said that the daily meals are arranged by the unit, and there's no need for the family to send food anymore. If it's not finished, it will just go to waste. Xiao Kai stood straight at the door and delivered the message before leaving. It is clear that Hua Xiaohan has noticed Grandma Hua's intentions and has directly rejected her in a very firm manner, showing no consideration for feelings. Hua Jiangwo, sitting on the sofa, did not agree with Grandma Hua's actions and said, "Mom, Xiaohan has already said he likes someone. You know his personality. Just a few days ago, he suddenly applied to be transferred to a remote area. Who do you think that is for? Please don't worry about Xiaohan anymore. You will meet your granddaughter-in-law eventually. Do you know which unit the girl he likes is from, and her name?" Grandma Hua asked unhappily, taking off her reading glasses. Xiaohan has hardly interacted with many girls growing up, and he can easily be deceived by girls from poor backgrounds with impure intentions. Miaoqing is well known, gentle, and cultured. She is a perfect match for Xiaohan. Mom, Xiaohan has received special counterintelligence training. How could he lack such judgment? Hua Jiangwo had also discreetly inquired, but found out nothing. Mom, I know you want what's best for Xiaohan, but sometimes two people just aren't meant to be. Maybe Xiaohan is already close to the girl and will report his relationship before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xia Beiling said after helping Xiao Sini wash up. Grandma Hua's face was cold. I hope that girl is truly as outstanding as he says. After saying this, she returned to her room. Hua Jiangwo and Xia Beiling exchanged glances, and then Xia Beiling signaled Hua Jiangwo to talk in the room. I can't find out who Xiaohan likes, but Su-won might really be in a relationship. Xia Beiling expressed her suspicion as soon as the door closed. I just called Director Miao. Su-won left the newspaper office before 3 and didn't come back until almost 6. With that much time, who could Su-won be with? Could it be with Xiaohan? Hua Jiangwo stood up immediately upon hearing this. Xia Beiling thought for a moment. I don't think so. Su-won's demeanor clearly shows she is in the early stages of a romance, having just separated from her partner. The last time I saw them at the hospital, they seemed quite distant. Could it be Xian Hao? Hua Jiangwo considered another possibility. I also think they have been getting closer lately. Xia Beiling had even suggested introducing Su-won to Meng Xian Hao before. Meng Xin Hao is lively and cheerful, and he is about the same age as Xiaohan. Their relationship is progressing quickly. On the other hand, Xiaohan is reserved and self-controlled, always acting with moderation. That night, it was raining, and Xiaohan was late coming home. She even had to urge Xiaohan to go look for her, but he didn't seem worried at all. When Aunt Wu finished preparing the untouched food from the lunchbox and came out of the kitchen, she found the living room empty, so she headed upstairs. She felt that Xiaohan was not only rejecting Grandma Hua's arrangements, but also making a statement, so she wanted to let Su-won know about Xiaohan's feelings for her. She told Su-won everything that had just happened downstairs. When Xiaohan was in the hospital after his surgery, the meals you brought him were never left over, no matter how much you packed. Even if he couldn't finish it, he could easily give it to the staff below. Why would he have someone return the lunchbox? After saying this, Aunt Wu smiled at Su-won, clearly guessing that the person Xiaohan liked was her. Su-won was surprised by Xiaohan's strong sense of responsibility. He had said he would handle his dating situation, and he truly kept his word. She realized he was trying to tell her that she was his only and firm choice. He would not let anyone or anything, even small details, affect their relationship. This sense of security filled Su-won with warmth. It made her even more curious about why someone as serious and dedicated to love as Xiaohan had broken up with his ex-girlfriend. Did she initiate the breakup? Since Xiaohan started military school, he rarely came home. Even after he returned to Beijing 6 months ago, he was busy with work and would only come home once a month to have a meal with Grandma, then he would go back to work. Seeing Su-won silently gripping her pen, Aunt Wu continued, "But ever since you moved into the Hor family, Xiaohan has been coming home more often, and he always sneaks in.
I've been keeping an eye on it."
She then mentioned the disaster relief Xiaohan participated in last month. Despite not sleeping much over 3 days and nights, he rushed home first and even brought back local specialties. Disaster relief is exhausting, and he barely had time to sleep, let alone buy gifts. When she went to get them, Xiaohan wouldn't let her and took them upstairs himself. It was clear he intended to give them to Su-won. "When he found out you weren't upstairs, he immediately came down to ask where you had gone. Isn't it because Aunt Xia is worried about me staying out that she asked Captain Hua to pick me up?" Su-won was a bit surprised. She didn't expect things to be like this. "Professor Xia is still at school with Xiao Xini and hasn't come back yet," said Wu Ma. "So, Hua Xiaohan really has always liked her. He liked her before he revealed his true feelings and has been careful about it since. However, that specialty product from Xinxiang has never appeared at the Hor family, and she hasn't received it." Wu Ma took the opportunity to say, "Hua Xiaohan is determined. Once he makes a decision, no one can change it. No matter how much the old lady wants to matchmake, she can't do anything about it. One girl, you should really think about Hua Xiaohan." "Wu Ma, what are you talking about?" Su-won's ears turned red. She didn't want Wu Ma to know about her relationship with Hua Xiaohan. "I'm about to start military training. He is the main person in charge, and I have to focus on school. We are not suitable. I understand the seriousness of the situation, so I won't say a word to Captain Hua or Professor Xia. You can rest assured. If Captain Hua and Professor Xia found out about this now, there would only be 2 outcomes. Either they wouldn't allow Hua Xiaohan to see one girl again, or they would rush them to get married. One girl is still so young and working hard to get into college. She doesn't want to get married before finishing high school. But not letting them see each other would be too cruel." After saying this, Wu Ma didn't delay Su-won from translating her documents and conveyed Hua Xiaohan's feelings and attitude well enough. She closed the door and went downstairs. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and considering what had happened before and what Wu Ma told her, Su-won vaguely felt that Hua Xiaohan might sneak back tonight. She tightened her grip on the pen, and the corners of her lips curled up, revealing her sweet dimples. The clock ticked towards 10 o'clock. The supervising professor and nurse had finished their rounds and were resting. His forehead also finished. Hua Xiaohan, holding his removed watch, twisted the on the side to wind it. The cold, stern face illuminated by the moonlight showed no signs of sleepiness. He stared at the clock hands, going around and around. Since he had already raised suspicions with his relatives, he and Su-won had to keep their distance and could not meet again. After winding the watch, Hua Xiaohan lay back down, forcing himself to close his eyes and sleep. Dong, dong, dong. The clock downstairs struck 12 times. It was already midnight. Su-won yawned, her eyes feeling dry and her confused thoughts becoming a bit clearer with the sound of the clock chiming. After the clock finished chiming, the entire her family returned to the silence of the night, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. There were no other sounds at all. She turned over and fell asleep immediately. A tall figure stood silently outside the door. Xiaohan took advantage of the clock striking midnight to quietly climb up to the second-floor window and slip inside. For someone trained like him, it took only a few seconds. He didn't even catch his breath. He pressed his forehead against the door, listening to the complete silence inside, unable to hear anything. He knew Su-won was asleep and hadn't expected to see her, but he just wanted to come back and stay in front of her door for a while. This might be the closest he could be to her after half a month of military training. He maintained this position for a full half hour, and when the time he calculated arrived, he nimbly climbed back down from the second-floor window. To avoid the guards at the military compound entrance and not be noticed by his family, he parked his car outside and climbed over the wall to enter. The night before the military training, Su-won had been translating until 10 o'clock, her eyes feeling dry as she listened to the 10 chimes from downstairs. The entire her family remained quiet, with no sounds of car engines or even the chirping of insects outside. It seemed she had been overthinking things yesterday. After rubbing her eyes, Su-won decisively closed the translated document, went downstairs to wash the ink off her hands, and then locked her room door to sleep. She planned to have plenty of energy for the military training and to focus on her studies. Su family Su Miaoqing had packed her belongings for the military training and would be replacing the sick homeroom teacher in the camp that afternoon. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Principal Kong from Lizzie High School. Since she was not a formal staff member of Lizzie High School but was borrowed from the university, the training unit required the school to send a qualified and experienced homeroom teacher for the training. Principal Kong, when you submitted my name to the training unit, there were no issues, right? Does the training unit have such a rule? Su Miaoqing asked, puzzled. I also received the notice from the unit this morning. It was requested by the main person in charge of this training, Commander Hua. Principal Kong mentioned that this might be the first time the military is training, so the leaders are paying special attention. The training for the students is also very tough, and on the first day, several students fainted. It would be better to have an experienced homeroom teacher who the students are familiar with to lead the training. However, when Su Miaoqing heard the name Commander Hua, she already knew that this man had specifically replaced her. This man is very cold, sharp, and unapproachable, like a snow-capped mountain that is hard to climb or get close to. In her 24 years, Su Miaoqing has faced many challenges in her studies and work, but she has overcome them all. She has always been successful. In her life, the word failure does not exist. This is the first time she feels a sense of defeat in front of a man. She never expected to lose to a high school student from the countryside whom she had never taken seriously. Even though Su-won has excellent grades and a talent for languages, no matter how well she does in the future, the gap in their family backgrounds is something Su Miaoqing will never be able to bridge in her lifetime. Su Miaoqing tightened her grip on the phone line, thanked Principal Kong softly, and then hung up. A proud, cold smile appeared on her bright face. In front of the Beiping newspaper building, Lu Rui handed a thick letter to Jiang Mengyue, asking her to pass it on to Su-won. Since he was discharged from the hospital, he has wanted to express his apologies to Su-won. However, he was never there when she came to submit her work, and he couldn't enter the military compound where she lived. After experiencing the scumbag Chen Shoucheng, Jiang Mengyue seemed like a new person. She now looks down on men who only know sweet talk and seem gentle and caring but are useless in critical moments. Instead, it is men like Commander Hua, who are brave and responsible, that are truly reliable, as he always shows up when Su-won is in trouble. So, she politely declined Lu Rui's request. Su Miaoqing sat quietly in her car, watching Lu Rui, who was adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and looking frustrated. Then she opened the car door and got out. On the morning of military training, because Su-won had a leg burn, she joined the training 3 days later than the other students. After breakfast, Hua Jiangwo offered to drive her to the military training. Sia Bailing thoughtfully prepared some throat lozenges, sanitary supplies, and pain relievers for Suwon, just in case she experienced menstrual cramps during training. This military camp is not a place for tenderness. Thank you, Auntie Sia. Suwon thought about moving out of the Hor family after the military training. During these days, Auntie Sia and Uncle Hua had treated her kindly and warmly, even using their connections to help her book, pronunciation, sell well. Suwon couldn't help but hold Auntie Sia's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. Military training is meant to strengthen students' will and bodies, promoting the spirit of not fearing hardship or exhaustion. Old Lady Hua suddenly reminded them, warning, Xiao Han is the main person in charge of this military training. When you get to the camp, I hope you won't cause him any trouble. Also, keep your stay at our Hua family a secret from the other students. Don't think you can slack off or pretend to be sick like you do with farm work. Mom, look at what you're saying. Xiao Han has never shown off her stay with us. Besides, many students participating in this training are descendants of military heroes. Xiao Han knows how to behave. After Hu Jiangwo finished speaking, he let Suwon get into the car. He then got in himself, and after closing the door, he comforted Suwon. Grandma is actually looking out for you. Once you enter the camp, you will be under Xiao Han's command. Xiao Han is very strict with his soldiers and is known for being cold-hearted. He dislikes favoritism the most. If you accidentally let something slip, you'll regret it. The closer your relationship, the harsher he will be. Yes, Uncle Hua, I understand. Grandma is just reminding me out of kindness. Suwon nodded obediently. Even without Uncle Hua's reminder, she knew that in this conservative era, relationships between instructors and students were a big taboo. If they were related by blood, it would be fine, but if not, with so many students, rumors could easily spread about a leader dating a student. That would be serious to both her studies and his career. Moreover, they were secretly seeing each other. Once at the camp, she would definitely act as if she didn't know him. Xiao Han would probably do the same, perhaps even more coldly. Thinking about how calm Xiao Han had been these past few days, with no messages at all, Suwon lightly smiled and looked out the window. As the military vehicle drove out of the compound, Suwon unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure under the shade of a tree. The figure seemed to see her too, and a smile appeared on their face as they rushed over. With branches blocking her view, Suwon felt uncertain and looked out the window again. Hu Jiangwo noticed and discreetly glanced at the rear-view mirror outside the car. It was Lu Rue. What was he doing here? Was he looking for her? Suwon quickly thought it over. If there was a problem with the report she submitted a few days ago, Director Miao would have called her directly. Lu Rue didn't need to wait for her outside the military compound. Other matters were not her concern either. So, she ignored him and pulled her head back into the car, sitting properly. Hu Jiangwo looked through the rear-view mirror at a well-dressed young man who was persistently following their car. He glanced at his watch and calmly instructed the driver, "We're running out of time. Please drive faster." His fingers tapped lightly on his knee. It seemed that Sia Bailing was right. Suwon might really be dating someone, but it wasn't Meng Xinhao. It looked more like a colleague from the newspaper. Was it the team leader Lu, who went on a business trip with Suwon before? Once they arrived at the military camp, after checking their belongings and reporting their school names, the gate closed behind them. Suwon didn't even have time to gather her luggage before she was asked to change into military uniform for training. They had drills, tidied up their quarters, practiced military boxing and grenade throwing. Just standing still in military posture, with a pin on the collar and birch bark between her knees, under the hot sun for an hour, was tough. Having just started military training without any adjustment, Suwon was pricked by the pin several times, and by the end, she couldn't hold the birch bark in place anymore. After a whole day of training, Suwon's legs trembled uncontrollably, her hair and clothes were soaked, her face and neck were sunburned, and her lips turned pale. Normally, kids from the countryside are used to working under the sun, carrying firewood and fetching water for miles, so they should be quite fit. But the original owner was lazy and spoiled by her mother. While her family worked in the fields, she just stayed home, even directing her older brothers to pick dates for her. So, several times, Suwon felt weak and nearly fainted, relying solely on her willpower to keep going. After the training ended, the instructor asked the homeroom teacher to take the visibly unwell Suwon to the infirmary for observation and to drink some brown sugar water. At the military hospital, the 2nd Battalion commander came to the officers' ward to report to Commander Hua about the training. After 3 days of military training, the students have gradually adapted to the intensity. The students who fainted from heat exhaustion on the first day participated in training, as usual yesterday. There was also a female student who had a leg burn and took 3 days off due to illness. She returned to training yesterday morning, and now the number of students in military training matches the number present. After missing 3 days of training, can she keep up with the intensity? Hua Xiaohan asked casually while capping his pen. The 2nd Battalion commander replied, "It will definitely be tough for her. Her physical fitness isn't great, and she has nearly fainted several times. It's clear her family hasn't let her do much work, but she seems to have some military background. Her attitude is good, and her willpower is strong. She's been pushing through and only went to the medical room after training ended." The 2nd Battalion commander was impressed by this female student, especially since the other students had been training for 3 days and were all sunburned, while she stood out with her fair skin. Moreover, her posture was not standard, and her physical fitness lagged behind the others, making it hard not to notice her. Does Suwon have a military background? Did she practice at home? Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together and didn't ask further, calmly reviewing the documents in his hand. After a while, he spoke again. "The higher-ups require that we ensure the safety of the students during this training, aiming for 0 injuries. We can give the students some extra rest time, and if any issues arise, we must report them immediately." "Understood, Commander," the 2nd Battalion commander replied. After a week of military training, Suwon's body had adapted to the intensity, and she had also become familiar with the girls in her dorm, as they had shared experiences together. Today, their class had to run 5 kilometers, and the girls lagged behind, causing the class to come in last among all training groups. As a result, they were made to practice extra in the rain. They were the last to have dinner and were scolded by their homeroom teacher. After lights out, the girls in the dorm began to cry quietly due to the physical and emotional toll, using a flashlight to write letters home. "Suwon, here," said Wang Chunyan, who slept next to Suwon, with red eyes as she tore a page from her letter paper for Suwon. Suwon rubbed her sore feet, which had several blisters, and looked at the paper Wang Chunyan handed her. She didn't know who to write to. A name flashed in her mind but was quickly dismissed. Over the past week, she had sensed a change since the last time Hua Xiaohan abruptly interrupted and took her back to the rental house. His attitude had become somewhat distant and cold. This wasn't just to avoid suspicion. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding her. She also realized that she might have said the wrong thing that day and was about to explain, but he interrupted her, telling her she hadn't said anything wrong. So, that girl has always been a thorn in Hua Xiaohan's heart. Even though they are apart, she still lingers in his thoughts. She doesn't mind that Hua Xiaohan has had past relationships, even if he was married, as long as it was based on the fact that they had completely separated and moved on. If that's the case, then there's no need for concern. She doesn't care. Hua Xiaohan is a very good man. It's just a pity she didn't get to feel his abs more. A woman should always put herself first. Thinking about the recent letters from her family urging her to find a partner, asking about her relationship, Suwon felt it was time to create a boyfriend to deal with her family. Otherwise, when school starts, the letters urging her to find someone would only increase, and they might even be sent directly to Uncle Hua. So, she took a pen and wrote about a cultured, gentle, and well-off boyfriend who is still studying. This way, her family wouldn't pressure her about marriage. As for how they met, she decided it was during military training. Half true, half false, but it would be more believable. After finishing, she hid the letter under her pillow. The next afternoon, during room inspections, the whole class was outside on the playground folding blankets, which felt like a break for the students as long as it wasn't training. They were even allowed to relax in the shade. 1, 2, 1, 2. The loud and orderly chants came from behind the iron fence. The students' military training was completely separate from the troops' training, and the playground on the other side of the fence was where the soldiers trained. Wang Chunyan and a few other girls, curious and unnoticed by the instructor and class teacher, looked back and exclaimed, "They are marching so neatly, so strong." Oh, they even took off their shirts. A shy voice came from Su Wan, who was pressing down on her blanket with her arm as she looked in the direction Wang Chunyan was pointing. She saw a group of 19 and 20-year-old soldiers, full of youth and energy, doing physical training with their shirts off, each one lean and strong, with smooth muscle lines. The shy girls' faces turned red, feeling embarrassed to look, but Su Wan was openly watching. Not far away in the building, Hua Xiaohan stood by the window, his dark gaze fixed on Su Wan. He watched her smile gently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at the young soldiers on the playground. His expression turned serious, and a cold line formed on his lips. "Look, there's a handsome officer standing upstairs," Wang Chunyan said, glancing at the instructor while shyly watching the soldiers train. She had noticed a young officer standing at the third-floor window. Though he wore a military uniform like the others, he had a unique presence. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, highlighting his handsome features and mysterious demeanor, making him quite recognizable. Hearing about the handsome guy, more female students curiously turned to look at the building, squinting against the bright sun. Suwon also glanced up at the building but saw nothing. "Oh no, he already went inside. You missed it," Wang Chunyan said, feeling a bit sorry for her classmates.
What are you students looking at?
"Do you have relatives in the building or on the training field?" The instructor quickly noticed the students near the fence. "Come on, tell me your relatives' names, and I'll call them over to help you fold your blankets." His humorous yet serious northeastern accent made the whole class laugh. Wang Chunyan and the others hurriedly lowered their heads, blushing as they folded their blankets. Suwon wanted to watch the training a bit longer, especially since her older brother would be joining the army in Beijing in September. But she had to look away and obediently fold her blankets. Later that night, when the lights went out, Wang Chunyan was still chatting with her dorm mates about how handsome the officer in front of the building was. All the girls around 17 or 18 years old were at the age of first crushes. After a day of tough training, they could only gossip and find joy in their struggles, especially since they admired soldiers. Wang Chunyan's words stirred excitement among them, and they planned to pay more attention to the third floor of the building the next day to see what made him so handsome. Suwon listened quietly, thinking from her experience with short videos that the building was too far away. It was just a nice uniform. The soldier's figure looked fit, but she couldn't see his face clearly.
It was more about the atmosphere.
When they finally saw his face, it might not be anything special. Besides, those who could stay in the building were likely leaders, at least in their 30s, and not exactly young. Young guys are really good-looking, especially with their strong abs. The main thing is that even though she is somewhat familiar with them, she knows that as a transfer student, she won't fit into their group. Listening to their whispers, she gradually fell asleep.
Shuwan, Shuwan.
After some time, Suwon was awakened by Wang Chunyan's voice. "Suwon, my stomach hurts.
Can you come with me to the bathroom?
I'm scared to go alone," Wang Chunyan said, frowning and looking pained as she squatted by the bed, pleading with Suwon. Wang Chunyan first called out to her closest friend, but everyone else was fast asleep. Only when she called Suwon did she get a response.
Okay.
Suwon, though sleepy, sat up and mumbled a reply. After all, it was Wang Chunyan who helped her eat the fatty food she couldn't finish. "Thank you so much, Suwon," Wang Chunyan said, a bit surprised and very grateful, even feeling touched. To go to the bathroom, they had to cross the playground to reach the public restroom, and usually, friends who weren't very close wouldn't accompany each other. She didn't expect this transfer student to agree. This made her consider Suwon as one of her friends. Suwon put on her shoes, and Wang Chunyan linked her arm, eagerly grabbing a flashlight as they hurried downstairs. The entire camp was dark and quiet. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Two beams of flashlight light shone towards them.
Stop.
What are you doing? A serious voice came from behind them. Su-won and Wang Chunyan were startled and slowly turned around. The light from their flashlights illuminated a young officer with a strong presence, dressed in a crisp uniform. He had sharp, handsome features, like a sword just drawn from its sheath, intense yet composed. His sharp black eyes, facing the sudden bright light, became even more piercing, making it hard to look away. The light felt heavy on them, creating a sense of pressure. But more so, it was focused on him, his thin lips pressed together slightly. It was Hua Xiaohan. Su-won paused for a moment. Next to him stood several capable officers in uniform, giving off a sense of authority that felt completely different from the Hua Xiaohan she had seen at the Hua family. Reporting, Instructor, We are going to the bathroom, Wang Chunyan said timidly, holding her stomach, immediately recognizing this young officer as the one she had seen during the day. Su-won shifted her gaze and looked at the officers beside him. Lower the flashlight, the instructor reminded, noticing that Wang Chunyan's flashlight was still shining directly on their commander's face. Which class are you from? Wang Chunyan quickly moved the flashlight away and whispered, reporting, We are from class 5 of the 3rd year. Upon hearing this, their instructor stepped forward to confirm and then sternly advised, finish up and return to the dormitory early. Don't linger outside, understood? Yes, instructor. Seeing it was her own instructor, Wang Chunyan seemed less nervous, raising the flashlight again to shine it at Hua Xiaohan. Just as the light hit Hua Xiaohan's chin, Su-won pressed it down again and pulled Wang Chunyan's arm, heading toward the restroom. Hua Xiaohan's gaze remained on Su-won until her figure completely disappeared from the playground. His emotions stirred beneath the surface. After not seeing her for a week, she seemed calm and indifferent upon seeing him. He's so young, and already a colonel. He must have participated in counteroffensive battles. Those who survive such battles are impressive and so handsome.
Oh my.
After returning from the restroom, Wang Chunyan continued to marvel. Meanwhile, Su-won quietly approached her bed to pack her things. Today seemed to be the day Hua Xiaohan was discharged from the hospital. It was late, and he was downstairs with high-ranking officers, while their instructor and others were in training uniforms. Clearly, they were preparing for night training. Of course, there could be other possibilities, like Hua Xiaohan running into them while they were out for the restroom and suddenly changing his mind. In any case, her feelings were uncertain. But regardless, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was preferable to prepare in advance rather than be the last ones left behind for extra practice if an emergency assembly was called. Wang Chunyan, confused, slapped her forehead after hearing Su-won's guess, realizing she was right. Colonel-level officers usually wouldn't appear at this hour, and if they did, it wouldn't be for something simple. Especially not outside the student dormitory, clearly indicating they were going to train them. So she hurriedly called everyone in their dormitory to wake up. An hour and a half later, just when everyone thought there wouldn't be night training, a sharp whistle followed by the instructor's command of all assemble, echoed from downstairs. In the dormitory, students who were almost asleep immediately stood up, grabbed their packed bags, put on their hats, and rushed to the designated meeting point. While students from other classes were still confused and hadn't come downstairs, nearly half of the girls from class 3 to 5 had already made it to the playground. Their speed in gathering was comparable to that of the well-trained soldiers from the neighboring camp. Wow, no one from the other classes has come down yet, and half of the girls from class 3 to 5 are already here? Captain, those 2 girls are quite clever. They figured out we would have an emergency meeting tonight. They must have gone to the restroom and then told their classmates to get dressed and pack their bags early, waiting in the dormitory. The 2nd Italian leader stood in front of the flag-raising platform, somewhat surprised, and said, "These 2 girls must have someone in their family who is in the military. They are familiar with our training." Hua Xiaohan stood in the darkness, and on the vast playground, only the girls from class 3 to 5 had gathered completely. With almost no obstructions to his view, he could easily see Su-won, who was standing in the 2nd row. When she came out of the restroom, her braided hair was still messy, but now it was neatly arranged, flowing smoothly over her chest. With her head held high and a confident demeanor, her sun-kissed skin gave her the appearance of a spirited female soldier. She stood out and would surely be a candidate for the role model. As expected, the classes that were slow to gather were kept behind for extra training, while class 3 to 5 was dismissed to rest. Suwon, can you tell us how you guessed there would be an emergency meeting tonight? The boys in the class were curious about the new student, especially since she had been so bright and lively during military training. However, due to school rules and military discipline, they finally found a reasonable opportunity to talk to Suwon. I just saw our instructor and the instructors from other classes there, Suwon replied politely. The boys continued to ask her questions, using this reasonable excuse, and they noticed her cheeks had cute dimples when she spoke, which was very sweet. Her voice was soft and gentle. They all showed shy expressions and unconsciously slowed their pace to match hers. From Hua Xiaohan's perspective, the boy who had been talking to Suwon kept his gaze fixed on her face, his eyes filled with youthful innocence and a hint of a smile. His thin lips were pressed into a straight line, his jaw tense, and his eyes slightly narrowed. On the way back to the dormitory, they happened to pass by the flag-raising platform, and students passing by would cast curious glances at the several stern officers standing in front of it. Wang Chunyan whispered to the nearby female students, almost pointing at the handsome officer in the middle, Xiaohan, to show them how impressive he looked. She tugged at Suwon's sleeve and said, "Suwon, look. He's so tall and handsome. I wonder who this colonel's partner is. She must be beautiful too." Suwon pretended not to hear, even though Uncle had reminded her to be cautious. There were hundreds of people on the playground, and several officers stood beside him. When she had brought food to Xiaohan at the hospital, those officers had seen her. She wasn't sure if they were among them. Instead, she turned her head and started chatting with the boy, trying to appear casual. Watching this, Xiaohan's cold expression suddenly darkened, his eyes deeper than the night. His breath was heavy and thick, and it felt like countless needles were pricking at his heart. From the young soldiers to her male classmates, her eyes sparkled with brightness, filled with a shimmering light. But when she saw him, her gaze was calm and unresponsive. Before they parted, they had watched a movie together, held hands, shared popcorn, and even done intimate things as a couple. Yet after a week apart, her eyes showed no sign of emotion. There was no anticipation, no joy, and certainly no longing for their reunion. She clearly knew he was standing there, but didn't steal a glance at him. Or perhaps she simply didn't pay attention, focusing instead on talking with her classmate. Even when Suwon left the playground and returned to the dormitory, she didn't look back, laughing and chatting with her female classmates as they went upstairs. The next day, they had their usual 5-kilometer running training. The August sun blazed down like a fiery umbrella, scorching the earth. Not long into the run, everyone's clothes and shoes were soaked, and their hair clung to their foreheads. Sweat poured down like rain, and their throats felt dry. This body was truly unaccustomed to exercise. Even after a week of training, her endurance was still poor. Suwon had only run half the distance when she started breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Her long braid was so wet it could almost wring out water, and she had developed blisters on her right foot. Her speed was slowing down. After the lesson learned the day before, the classmates realized that they are part of a group and should have a sense of collective honor. With the class leader's encouragement, the boys, who had kept a distance from the girls due to strict school rules, began to help the girls who were slower or struggling by carrying their gear to lighten their load. Suwon's backpack, water bottle, and hat were taken by the class leader, Peng Changza, and 2 other boys. This made her feel much lighter. With the boys' help, all the girls successfully completed the run and met the requirements without needing extra training. In their exhaustion and sore muscles, the boys willingly assisted. The grateful girls wanted to treat the boys to cold soda. However, there was no shop at their training camp, so they had to climb over the wall behind the barracks and ask passersby to help buy it for them. They heard from some brave boys that as long as the instructors and teachers didn't find out, it would be fine. So, during their lunch break, Suwon and a few girls quietly went to the back of the barracks. They were lucky to spot a middle-aged man riding a bicycle and wearing a straw hat who was happy to help. However, outside the wall was a long ditch filled with weeds and water, and the wall was high. They could throw money over, but the soda was in glass bottles, and if they dropped it, it would break. Plus, they needed to buy about 20 bottles. The middle-aged man asked them to wait a moment while he went to find someone to help, promising to return quickly with the soda. Soo-won thought about how genuine and kind people were in this era. Thinking about the cold soda, she couldn't help but lick her dry lips and sniff her long braid, which was damp with sweat and smelled unpleasant.
Her clothes were the same.
The man quickly pedaled into the military camp and parked his bicycle in front of the office building.
Was Xiaohan?
Yes, Commander. Take 2 people to the wall behind the barracks. A few students are thirsty from training and want cold soda. Buy 18 bottles and deliver them. Commander, which class are they from? Hua Xiaohan asked with a slight frown. Oh, just change into casual clothes and take 2 people to deliver it to them. I've already collected the money. It's dangerous for the girls to climb such a high wall. Don't scare them. The instructor took a handful of loose change from his pocket and handed it to Hua Xiaohan, patiently giving instructions. Run quickly, it's noon. Let them have an early lunch break. Remember, it must be cold. The students have worked hard during military training for so many days. Yes, instructor. After receiving the handful of change, Hua Xiaohan made a call for the 2 company leaders to go to the supply station at the regiment. Before long, 2 female students peeking over the wall saw 3 men dressed as workers riding bicycles. Each bike had a foam box strapped to the back. Students, is this the cold soda you ordered? The 3rd company leader asked as he stopped his bike to inquire about the girl, who could barely peek over the wall. Yes, that's us. The 2 female students were very excited and turned to tell the other girls below, Are you the ones that middle-aged uncle sent to help us? Yes, we are from the nearby supply station. Why are you girls climbing over the wall to buy it? Where are the boys from your class? This wall is high, what if you fall? The 3rd company leader casually chatted while opening the phone box. We specifically came to buy drinks for them. The 2 female students were completely unguarded, but were more concerned about how to get the many bottles of soda to them. Wow, these girls are quite thoughtful, sacrificing their limited lunch break to buy cold drinks for the boys. The 2 company leaders exchanged glances and asked them to wait a moment. I'll climb over the wall. You throw the sodas to me. Hua Xiaohan glanced at the more than 2-meter-high wall, found a good spot, and then stepped back. With a quick run, he agilely leaped onto the wall without any effort.
Wow.
The 2 girls lying on the wall were stunned, as if watching a scene from a martial arts novel. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of the wall. Hua Xiaohan sat on the wall and looked down. 5 girls were standing below, one of whom looked very familiar. Soo-won, who was paying attention to her surroundings, looked up and suddenly met Hua Xiaohan's deep, dark eyes, and their gazes locked. Used to wearing military uniforms, Hua Xiaohan's sudden appearance in casual clothes caught Soo-won off guard, and she momentarily couldn't react. Who was that middle-aged uncle they had just asked for help? How did he manage to get Hua Xiaohan to assist? Feeling a bit guilty, she instinctively averted her gaze. She wanted to run. Hua Xiaohan tightly held Soo-won's slightly flustered face, his gaze darkening. In his memory, she had always been well-behaved and followed the rules since she arrived in Beiping. She wouldn't do something against the rules. Did she buy it for herself? Or was she using her break to buy drinks for the boys in her class? How many bottles did you buy? Hua Xiaohan asked, his calm voice showing no emotion. For bottles. Since she had already been seen, Soo-won decided to look directly into Hua Xiaohan's eyes and said it openly. Hua Xiaohan's sharp brows slightly furrowed, his dark eyes unreadable. Then he turned away with a blank expression. Outside the wall, 2 leaders seized the moment to throw bottles of soda to Hua Xiaohan, which he caught steadily. Other girls excitedly called out how many bottles they wanted to buy. Most were 2 or 3 bottles, but only Soo-won bought 4. She risked being discovered and punished by the instructor to buy soda for 3 or 4 boys. Hua Xiaohan clenched his teeth, a cold aura flowing from his nose to his lips. However, when he handed the soda to a girl leaning against the wall, She passed it to her nearby classmate instead of Suwon. After catching 2 more bottles, he bent down and handed one to Suwon, whose face was flushed from the sun. Here, take it.
Thank you.
Suwon quickly reached up on her tiptoes to take it. Just as she received the 4th bottle, Pung Changza, who had learned about the girls climbing the wall for soda, rushed over.
Suwon.
He froze for a moment when he saw the boy handing out drinks. Then he quickly ran to Suwon's side, pressed down her hat to shield her face, and took the soda from her hands, saying, "Run. He's the commander." Upon hearing this, the girls immediately dropped their sodas and scattered in panic. Seeing everyone else run, Suwon felt it was inappropriate not to follow, so she took another bottle from Xiaohan and limped away. "Forget it. Hurry up." Peng Changza called back anxiously as he ran, adjusting his hat. Suwon ran a few steps, but at that moment, the shoelace of her military shoes came undone, and one shoe fell off. She turned back to put it on. Seeing the 3rd leader climbing over the wall, Peng Changza hurriedly ran over to help Suwon pick up her fallen shoe. He pushed her back gently, urging her to run quickly. Suwon was also afraid that another officer would catch up, so she glanced back at Xiaohan. Then, she stepped barefoot onto the muddy ground and quickly ran out of the back barracks with Peng Changza. The 2 of them escaping looked just like a couple in a movie, having survived hardships together. It had a romantic hero-saving-the-damsel vibe, just missing the hand-holding. Xiaohan, sitting on the wall, stared gloomily at their retreating figures, his eyes swirling with deep, suppressed emotions. "Hey, Captain, that boy looks like the youngest son of the commander," Peng Changza said. Before high school, he often came to the camp with the commander, so he was familiar with him. Captain Hua had only transferred to Beiping 6 months ago, so it was normal he hadn't seen him. "The commander's son?" Captain Hua repeated, biting down on those words. No wonder he knew he was the captain. He must have seen a photo of him with the commander. Once they reached a safe area and confirmed no one was chasing them, Peng Changza, as the squad leader, seriously warned everyone not to do anything so dangerous again. If the teacher and instructor found out, they would surely face punishment. "Don't worry, there are over 1,000 people in this training, so they probably won't recognize us or know which class we're from. The captain won't have the time to remember each one of us. Let's head back for a nap," he added. His only concern was that he had called Suwon's name, hoping the captain hadn't heard or remembered it. Suwon quietly squatted down to put on her shoes and tie the laces. If she hadn't been there, they might not have recognized her, but ultimately, it all depended on Xiaohan's mood. Remembering what Uncle Hua had said before, she thought Xiaohan was a very principled person, so it was likely she couldn't avoid this situation. Curiously, Suwon asked Squad Leader, "How did you know he was the captain?" "Yeah, Squad Leader, you said your family are farmers. How could you recognize him as the captain? Could it be?" Other girls asked with curiosity. Peng Changza paused for a moment, his handsome face thoughtful. Then he cleared his throat and said, "During the emergency assembly last night, the captain was standing in front of the flagpole, right? You all saw that too? Generally, a colonel that young is likely to be a captain." Everyone suddenly understood, realizing how sharp the squad leader's eyes were. Last night, it had been so dark that they could only make out a rough outline. Before returning to the girls' dormitory, Suwon thanked the class monitor for her help and asked her to pass the remaining sodas to the other 2 boys. Other girls who had also bought sodas had asked the monitor for the same favor. It was a group effort, and Peng Changza accepted them all, but he insisted on giving Suwon money for her soda. "It's just 1 soda," Suwon smiled and said, then followed the other girls into the dormitory building. Peng Changza was shy and came from a strict military family where he was taught not to accept things from others. Receiving a soda from a female classmate was a new experience for him, and he felt a bit awkward. When Suwon returned to her dorm with her soda, Wang Chunyan and the other girls were putting stamps on letters they had written 2 nights ago. They had heard that there might be a surprise inspection of their living quarters soon. Most of their letters contained complaints about the tough training, which could get them in trouble if the instructors found out. They planned to send the letters to the military office soon. Suwon felt a jolt of panic and quickly went to her bed to check her pillow. the letter was still there. Keeping that letter was like holding a ticking bomb. Soo-won, you should send your letter too, Wang Chunyan said, guessing that Soo-won, coming from a rural area, might not have money for a stamp. I have an 8-cent stamp here for you, as a thank you for accompanying me to the restroom last night. Sending a letter back home would cost more than 8 cents. Most importantly, letters sent from the military could be inspected. It's fine, you all go ahead and send yours. I won't send mine, Soo-won said calmly, taking the letter from her pillow and slipping it into her pocket. She then excused herself to go to the restroom. Once in the restroom, she tore the letter into tiny pieces. The toilets were still long, cement squat toilets, cleaned regularly by soldiers. Throwing the shredded paper in there might raise suspicion. She didn't have matches to burn it, so she mixed the scraps with leaves and disposed of them in the trash area. After finishing all that, Soo-won returned to the dorm, drenched in sweat, and quickly drank the soda on the table. If she had known the military training would be this strict and everything would be checked, she wouldn't have written that letter. Hua Xiaohan stood by the window with binoculars, his jaw set tight, observing everything Soo-won did as she left the dormitory. He was very careful as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket that had something written on it. He put down the binoculars and walked out of the office with big strides. Until today, when the military training ended, everyone thought the captain had not noticed the wall climbing incident and felt relieved. But everything that was meant to happen still came. Who bought these cold drinks? Step forward, the instructor said, holding the remaining bottles of cold drinks and some loose change in front of the class. Peng Changza glanced at Soo-won in the front row with a hint of guilt and worry. Either he heard the instructor call Soo-won's name, or the squad leader recognized him. Soo-won and a few frightened girls had no choice but to step forward obediently. Your commander bought you cold drinks, and the captain delivered them to you. You really are something. Our captain just left the hospital yesterday. He was worried you couldn't reach them, so he climbed the wall to hand them to you. Why didn't you let him open the bottles and feed you? The instructor's stern gaze swept over the girls who had stepped forward. With the mention of both the commander and the captain, Soo-won closed her eyes, resigned to the punishment and criticism that awaited her. But unexpectedly, the instructor only gave them a stern reprimand and then told them to disperse and report to the regiment for a discussion. This surprised them and left them in disbelief. Previously, students from the neighboring class who climbed the wall to buy drinks were caught by their instructor and were directly punished with 100 frog jumps and half an hour of squats. Their situation was much more serious than that of the neighboring class. Yet, the captain did not seem to want to punish them. Instead, it felt more like concern for the students. They didn't expect this young captain to be quite nice. He was not like some older leaders who were rigid and stubborn. Soo-won bit her full, rosy lips lightly, and her long, dark eyelashes fluttered a few times as she began to guess what was happening. The 7 girls arrived at the regiment, but only the instructor was there to receive them. He was warm, friendly, and very talkative, wanting to understand their thoughts and the military training situation. After asking about their studies, he let them go. It seemed she had overthought things. Just as Soo-won was about to get up and hurry to eat, the instructor called her aside. Soo-won, your foreign language grades are quite good. Could you please stay and help us organize some foreign language documents? He asked, bringing a pile of foreign language newspapers and magazines for her to translate some content. Then the instructor went out to take other students to the cafeteria for lunch. Soo-won sat in a chair, flipping through the foreign language documents, realizing they were filled with very specialized medical terms. Without any medical knowledge, she knew she couldn't translate them. At that moment, the instructor returned after dropping off the other students and closed the door. Instructor, these. Soo-won turned around and saw Hua Xiaohan's tall and strong figure standing in front of her, holding a lunchbox, a soda, and cut watermelon. Captain, I can't understand these foreign documents or the specialized vocabulary, Soo-won said. Won, I want to see you, Hua Xiaohan said, his dark eyes with red veins staring directly at Soo-won, his voice deep and straightforward. He then placed the lunchbox on the table, pulled up a chair, and sat next to her. Isn't it said that military discipline is strict? Hua Xiaohan is also very principled and doesn't show favoritism during work hours. The captain and the students shouldn't get too close. How could he dare to call her by name like this in the publicity department and sit so close to her? Are you not afraid someone will come in? Suwon glanced at the door, knowing that Hua Xiaohan had probably arranged everything. As soon as Hua Xiaohan sat down, Suwon instinctively moved away from him, appearing cautious or perhaps rejecting his closeness. He thought about the 4 hours he spent piecing together the letter's content. His dark eyes were deep and thoughtful. At first, he thought it was a love letter written to her by someone else. It was normal. He had received a bag full of love letters at her age. But he didn't expect it to be a letter to her parents, informing them about her romantic involvement during military training. However, that person was not him. It was a classmate from a wealthy family with high-ranking parents, similar in age to her, pure and shy in personality, and handsome and gentle in appearance, who cared for and supported her. Although the letter didn't mention the classmate's name, it detailed how he took care of her and pursued her during the week of military training. She expressed how dependable, stable, and ambitious she found him. She even dreamed of bringing him home after graduating high school to meet her parents, so they wouldn't feel ashamed in the village or be talked about. In the end, they would register for marriage and attend the same university. He would rather believe that it was something Suwon made up, or a translation of some foreign novel, or that it wasn't written by Suwon at all. However, he was too familiar with her handwriting. The tone and address in the letter were definitely not from a novel, and it even mentioned her older brother and second brother. She asked about the family situation, and it was clearly a family letter. All the girls in her dormitory had written letters to their families, and they were sent out at noon today, but she didn't send hers. She probably knew that the contents would be checked and feared that it would be discovered during future inspections, so she chose to tear it up. His heart ached as if he had been kicked hard in the chest. Hua Xiaohan said nothing, opened the lunchbox, and pushed the food in front of Suwon. There were boiled shrimp, chicken liver, Jinling meatballs, and clear stewed chicken, neatly arranged in the lunchbox, still steaming. Suwon was a bit surprised. Hua Xiaohan had specially prepared this for her at a private restaurant. This man was so unpredictable, making her feel quite puzzled about what he was struggling with. She didn't hold back. After a day of military training, she was very hungry and took a piece of watermelon to eat. "Thank you, Captain Hua. You really didn't have to go to such trouble. I prefer lighter food." Her tone was polite and courteous, and a glimmer of darkness flashed in Hua Xiaohan's eyes. When Suwon reached for the lunchbox again, she noticed a torn piece of letter stuck to the bottom with glue, very similar to the one Wang Chunyan had given her. Just as she was about to grab it, Hua Xiaohan pressed her hand down with his fingertip, his dark eyes locking onto hers. "You should eat first. We'll talk about this after you're done. There's no one else on this floor except for me. We have plenty of time." Suwon looked at the back of the paper, which faintly showed the red words "Inspiring High School," torn to bits like rain but glued back together into a complete letter. In the next moment, she realized something, her calm face showing shock. The letter she had torn up and thrown away at the garbage disposal station had been pieced back together. Just finding all the paper fragments would require going through all the trash again. It was more difficult than solving a giant puzzle. How was this discovered? Suwon couldn't understand, and she couldn't even begin to imagine. She thought she had been very careful. "Wanwan, I saw you throw it away," Hua Xiaohan said, his voice soft, hoarse, and tired, yet exceptionally firm and calm. "If you don't like what I'm offering, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have someone prepare it." Suwon was taken aback. She thought no one was watching her, but he knew every move she made. She disliked the feeling of being controlled and monitored. Before, this feeling wasn't so strong, but since she accidentally bumped into Hua Xiaohan in the bathroom last night, she realized they were from two different worlds. She understood why the original owner had acted so wildly and caused such a scene. Hua Xiaohan was a soldier, a high-ranking officer. As long as he didn't want to see the original owner, she couldn't cross that barrier. But if he wanted to see her, he could come through that barrier anytime. Back in the rental apartment, just because of one thing she said, Hua Xiaohan avoided her for over a week. If she hadn't found that letter today, he probably wouldn't have come looking for her. No, thank you, Captain Hua. The reason I moved out of the Hua family was that I wanted my own space. Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia have treated me well, but I don't like feeling like I'm being watched all the time. I need privacy. Suwon put down the half-eaten watermelon, her full lips glistening with juice, and spoke coldly. I'm here for military training, not as a prisoner or a spy. Worth your effort to dig through the entire waste disposal site to piece together my torn letter. She was sure Hua Xiaohan had sent his men to search. He wouldn't have enough time to do it alone. This is my issue. I will reflect on it. If there's anything I've done that makes you uncomfortable, please tell me, and I will change. Hua Xiaohan sat up straight, his defined features tense, his attitude serious and sincere. He knew his actions were wrong, but he couldn't control himself. The time they had spent together didn't add up to 24 hours. Yet she had been training for a whole week, spending much more time with her classmates than with him. What kind of letter was worth tearing apart and carefully throwing into the waste disposal site? Was she afraid of being discovered, so she separated it before throwing it away? He could only learn about her in that way. Your attitude shifts from cold to warm. I find it hard to adjust, and I don't want to. You may have your own thoughts and opinions, but I don't want to guess. Suwon thought for a moment and confidently expressed her feelings. She had a physical attraction to Hua Xiaohan, but she also knew what she truly wanted. Rational people are not suited for romance. Anyone who affects her emotions, she would not keep in her life. So, Hua Xiaohan could either remain distant or be consistently warm. A mix of both, like fluctuating bathwater, made her prefer not to engage at all. But I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just that our personalities and thoughts are different. You don't need to change anything. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be the same, Suwon said, pressing her lips together and looking at Hua Xiaohan with her dark eyes. In this era, many soldiers have a bit of a traditional mindset, and with Hua Xiaohan's background and their age difference, it was expected that he would want to control her affairs. But she was an independent person with her own thoughts. She didn't want Hua Xiaohan to suppress his nature or compromise for her. He was already a good man as he was. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, as if inhaling shattered ice, his hands clenched into fists on his knees, turning slightly pale at the knuckles, and the red veins in his eyes expanded rapidly. What do you want to say? Suwon lowered her long, dark eyelashes, casting a fan-shaped shadow over her eyelids, gently fluttering them. Silence. It felt like an invisible hand reached into Hua Xiaohan's chest, gripping his beating heart. I admit that my attitude was a bit cold when we were in the rental house because I was bothered by what you said about the past benefiting the present. I understand what that means in other contexts, but in terms of feelings, I don't understand and can't accept it. However, I am sure that I like you and care about you. That's why for the 2 nights before your military training, I secretly came back at midnight and stood outside your door. Hua Xiaohan sat up straight in front of Suwon, his sharp features casting a shadow over her calm profile. Suwon, if you don't like me, you should have rejected me from the start. You are a girl and should take care of yourself, rather than waiting until we have some intimate moments as a couple to find reasons to break up. Suwon suddenly looked up, somewhat in disbelief. Midnight? How come I didn't hear you coming up the stairs? I was afraid my grandma and parents would hear me, so I didn't take the stairs. I climbed up to the 2nd floor when the clock struck 12 to cover my noise. Then Hua Xiaohan realized something, his heart racing. You weren't asleep at that time? Were you waiting for me? Suwon's eyes shifted. So, when the clock struck 12, Hua Xiaohan was standing outside her door? It wasn't as she thought. He wasn't intentionally avoiding her. Half of her face felt hot under his intense gaze.
You.
Since you're back, why didn't you knock? Why didn't you say anything? We're dating, not sneaking around. Even though you're my fiancé, I can't just knock on your door at midnight. That wouldn't be respectful to you. I came back for my own reasons. I didn't want to make things difficult for you. I just wanted to be a little closer before military training, Hua Xiaohan said seriously. In his view of relationships, he was both restrained and respectful. He held on to traditional values of honor and propriety. Suwon's pupils contracted as she suddenly realized she couldn't view this relationship with modern thinking. Hua Xiaohan, who took love seriously and believed in marrying after one true relationship, wouldn't understand her words, and he might even find them shallow. Hua Xiaohan's sudden coldness was not wrong. She was the one who misunderstood. She felt a strange sense of inferiority in this relationship because, in her time, there were too many insincere people. His sincerity, respect, and purity made it hard for her to adjust. Her values were shaken. I didn't mean anything else by that. I just thought your ex-girlfriend should. Suwon explained awkwardly. I told you, I don't have an ex-girlfriend. Hua Xiaohan interrupted her, his deep voice firm and serious. I've only dated you, and I will only date you. This was another misunderstanding. She misinterpreted Hua Xiaohan's feelings. She thought he was upset because of her comment about his ex-girlfriend, but in reality, he cared about her attitude. She felt like a cruel executioner, heartlessly destroying his sincerity and kindness. Suwon was deeply moved, taking a slight breath as her gaze fell on his hand resting on his knee, the veins on the back of his hand standing out due to his suppressed emotions. I'm sorry, Captain Hua. I didn't consider your feelings.
I shouldn't have said that.
I apologize. I meant to say that I don't mind. In truth, she knew she felt indifferent at that moment. She initially approached it with a try-and-see attitude. If it works, great. If not, then withdraw. But now, she didn't want to justify her actions too much. She simply admitted her mistake honestly, lowered her head, and softened her voice. Let's call it even for today. Then Suwon looked down, took a bite of the half-eaten watermelon, and offered a piece to Hua Xiaohan in front of her. Hua Xiaohan stared at the sweet watermelon offered to him, but didn't take it. His fingers on his knee curled unconsciously, and his thin lips pressed into a straight line. His dark, deep gaze fixed on Suwon. This is a different matter. It's not even. I was wrong to look at your letters. I will change, and it won't happen again, but you need to let me get closer to you. Although they had kissed, hugged, and done intimate things as a couple, they were still far apart emotionally. Suwon kept him at a distance in her heart and resisted his closeness. She never shared anything personal with him or let him be involved in her life. She had no dependence or expectations from him. Couples might argue or have misunderstandings to make each other care more, but Suwon was different. She only wanted to separate. Of course, the biggest issue is me. I shouldn't have suggested kissing you in the cinema. I shouldn't have assumed your actions meant you liked me or accepted me. I mistakenly thought our feelings were rapidly growing to the point of being intimate. It was only during this conversation that he realized Suwon's views on relationships were different from his. This might be related to her upbringing and the ideas she was taught. It could also be that bad influences took advantage of her looks and misled her. She was only just an adult and didn't truly understand what being in a relationship meant. A healthy, normal relationship should involve responsibility, commitment, sharing a spiritual world, creating memories together, and mutual growth and support. It should not just be about superficial physical contact. I overlooked our growth and differences in thoughts. I will pay attention to our distance in the future, Hua Xiaohan said firmly. Suwon never expected that a man from the 1980s, who had never been in a relationship, would teach her about love. But the essence of love should be pure, supporting, and relying on each other. In their materialistic era, love had been washed away, leaving only desire and profit. Most people's relationships were based on fun and entertainment. When faced with difficulties, their feelings would break apart, and they never truly took responsibility for each other. This realization shocked Suwon, making her feel like she had learned a valuable lesson. Hua Xiaohan did not intend to monitor or control her. He believed that since they had shared some intimate moments, they were already in a close relationship. However, her actions made him feel uneasy and confused about their relationship, prompting him to seek answers from her. Suwon held the watermelon in her hand, struggling to keep it raised, but Hua Xiaohan never took it from her. A principled and serious man would not be easily swayed by a piece of watermelon. Now, tell me about your situation. Why did you write to your family saying you were dating someone you met during military training, but it wasn't me? Hua Xiaohan asked, his jaw tense and words deliberate. A letter? Suwon looked at the letter on the table, glued together. She had torn it into tiny pieces, not knowing how much effort Hua Xiaohan had put into piecing it back together. She felt no guilt about the letter's content. However, facing Hua Xiaohan, who was sincere and pure in his feelings, she was unsure how to feel about what was written. From this perspective, Hua Xiaohan's emotions seemed stable. When he came to ask her, he even brought food from their hometown. It felt like he was trying to comfort a child. Suwon lifted her dark eyes to look at Hua Xiaohan and thought for a moment before speaking. Isn't there a misunderstanding between us? I'm sorry, but I promised my family that I would find a partner within 3 months. That's the only reason they agreed to let me study in Beijing. I have to come up with an excuse to tell them when I go back. In reality, this is just an excuse. She knows that even without this misunderstanding, she wouldn't tell her family that her partner is Hua Xiaohan. Everything is uncertain, and dating isn't part of her plans. Her own feelings are not stable. Plus, telling her family would mean letting Uncle Hua and the others know, and they would definitely start pushing for marriage. Whether she goes to college or studies is not important to them. In their view, marriage is everything. That way, they can hold their heads high back home and avoid gossip.
She doesn't want that.
Hua Xiaohan's sharp eyebrows furrowed tightly, and a cold aura spread across his face. His dark eyes narrowed. He was shocked not only because he had misunderstood Suwon, thinking she came to Beijing just to study, but also because they had shared intimate moments in a small space while fully aware. However, due to a misunderstanding, Suwon dismissed him and the possibility of him being her boyfriend. He didn't know what kind of people Suwon had been around before, but her views and understanding of relationships were definitely problematic. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, his hands clenched on his knees, and his gaze captured Suwon's. Suwon, this is my fault. I shouldn't have been distant and made you feel uneasy. But since I want to be in a relationship with you, I won't easily let you go. His voice became deeper and more serious. Let's take our time, but the pace should be set by me. If you're willing to tell your family I'm your partner, then go ahead. If not, I will talk to your family, and you don't need to worry about anything. Lastly, if you want to date, it can only be with me. Hua Xiaohan's intense gaze weighed heavily on Suwon, like a mountain pressing down on her. I'm not forcing you. I will respect your choice, but the condition is that you need to develop a mature and healthy view of relationships. Her view on relationships isn't the problem, it's the times they live in. If she were to look for a partner based on his standards in her era, she wouldn't find anyone even after menopause. Suwon lowered her tired arms, her long lashes fluttering. She nervously pinched the watermelon rind, knowing Hua Xiaohan was waiting for her decision. Should she write a letter or let Hua Xiaohan communicate with her family? Hua Xiaohan is truly a rare find as a boyfriend and husband. However, dating is a matter between two people, while marriage involves two families. Once she writes to her family, they will definitely urge her to get married immediately. The future developments are beyond her control, and she doesn't want to take that risk. Let's eat. Hua Xiaohan's deep and clear voice came from above her as she struggled with her thoughts. I will talk to your parents. He seemed to already know her choice. He then put the letter into his pocket, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and began to peel shrimp for Suwon. After a day of military training, Suwon was extremely hungry, and her legs were still sore. Watching the serious and determined profile of the man as he carefully peeled the shrimp, she bit her lip and raised her hand to offer him some watermelon. There hasn't been any watermelon in the cafeteria during military training. You eat. I can have it any time, Hua Xiaohan said, looking at Suwon. He wasn't refusing to eat. It was just that Suwon could only have a few pieces. But I can't always have you feed me watermelon. Suwon understood his intention and brought the watermelon closer to his mouth, her voice soft and sweet. Her big, bright eyes looked at him innocently, making his heart soften. Hua Xiaohan's emotions stirred beneath the surface, and his throat involuntarily moved a few times. He pressed his lips together and then leaned down to take a bite of the bright red watermelon flesh. It was thick, juicy, and exceptionally sweet and refreshing. sweeter than any watermelon he had ever eaten before. Seeing Hua Xiaohan eat, Suwon took the watermelon and bit into the spot he had just bitten, filling her mouth. Then she took a big sip of cold soda. After a hot day of military training, the chilled watermelon and soda were incredibly refreshing. Usually, Suwon had a small appetite, but after military training, her hunger had dramatically increased and she nearly finished all the food Hua Xiaohan had brought. Go back to the dorm early to wash up and rest. Tomorrow we have gun disassembly and target shooting training, Hua Xiaohan said, glancing at his watch before getting up to pack the lunchbox. He reminded her that if it were before military training, he would never let her go back so early. He would find a way to spend more time with her. Suwon also knew that once this letter was sent, especially since she was unwilling to write and acknowledge him as her boyfriend, things would change. Hua Xiaohan felt a bit uncomfortable inside. The gap and distance between the two were unavoidable. She stood up and walked toward the door, and Hua Xiaohan instinctively tightened his grip on the chopsticks. When Suwon opened the door, she suddenly covered her nose with her hand. I think I have a nosebleed. Let me see. Hua Xiaohan immediately stepped forward to check her nose. Suwon tilted her head back slightly, her sparkling eyes watching Hua Xiaohan lean down, his handsome features getting closer, with his attractive brows slightly furrowed. Unexpectedly, she tiptoed and quickly kissed his soft, warm lips. Hua Xiaohan's attention was focused on Suwon's nose when he suddenly felt a gentle, sweet touch on his cool lips. His dark pupils constricted, and his throat moved quickly beneath his tan skin. His straight body stiffened, and in the next moment, he quickly stepped back. Wan, behave yourself. His tone was serious, but deep down, a strong flame ignited, making him feel a bit warm. Suwon continued to lean in, her warmth mixing with the fizzy scent of soda as it sprayed onto Hua Xiaohan's sharp jawline. The soft warmth of the girl drifted toward his slightly rising chest. He grabbed Suwon's arm, keeping a distance of 2 fists between them. Wan, don't try to get close to me just to please me. But the way you come closer, worried and nervous about me, is really charming. I just want to kiss you. Suwon's dreamy gaze was like a gently flowing spring, sparkling and reflecting Hua Xiaohan's shadow. If you were my classmate still in school, I would write about you, so they couldn't make me marry. But you're not. You're an officer. If they come to Beijing and find your workplace, what can you do? I just want to get into college now. She believed in Hua Xiaohan's problem-solving skills, but he underestimated her parents' understanding. If they knew her boyfriend was Hua Xiaohan, they would not only brag about it in the village, but would also contact Uncle Hua right away. They would want them to get married quickly, without waiting even a minute. Was this why Suwon pretended her boyfriend was a student? He hadn't thought of that. He assumed her parents would at least wait until she graduated high school before pushing for marriage. Hua Xiaohan's throat tightened, and a spark ignited in his deep, gloomy eyes, as if the thick fog had lifted. He lowered his head, locking his gaze on Suwon, and his grip on her arm relaxed slightly as he opened his lips. At that moment, Suwon again stood on her tiptoes to kiss Hua Xiaohan. His lips were moist and perfectly shaped, quite attractive. Hua Xiaohan's heart raced, and his thoughts momentarily softened. However, as Suwon leaned in, he firmly held her arm again, stopping her. Wan, this is the military. We have rules, he said in a deep, hoarse voice, his serious expression tinged with an unnatural blush, and his breath quickened. Standing tall in front of Suwon, his large hand gripping her arm felt hot and sweaty. The tension from holding back his emotions made the veins on the back of his hand stand out. The military is sacred and serious. It's not a place for romance. Hua Xiaohan's beliefs and principles did not allow for such behavior. I'll pick you up after your military training. Hua Xiaohan's ears turned red, and he swallowed hard, trying to hide the heat in his eyes. His jaw was tightly clenched, revealing his struggle for self-control. If I can't kiss you, that's fine. Uncle Ho will come to pick me up after the training, Suwon replied. She didn't really want to kiss him. She just wanted to show appreciation for his sincerity. Now that the tension between them had eased, She wanted to return to her dorm to wash her hair and take a shower. After a day of training, she felt dirty and uncomfortable. Being so close, Hua Xiaohan must have noticed the sweat in her hair. With that, she turned to leave. Wanwan, I need to talk to you, Hua Xiaohan said, not letting go of her arm. He wanted to control the pace of their interaction, but whenever Su-wan spoke, his heart couldn't help but be drawn to her. He was constantly affected by her emotions and words. This rhythm was something he couldn't control. Captain Hua, you need to follow the rules. Officers and students shouldn't be so close, Su-wan said, her lips slightly curling. She knew Hua Xiaohan wanted to spend more time with her, but she had been standing all day, and her feet were sore. She just wanted to go back to her dorm and rest. If she stayed any longer, she didn't know when he would let her go. Do you really need to kiss? Hua Xiaohan looked down at her, thinking she was upset. You can kiss me, but not here. I am a soldier. I cannot make mistakes. His commanding voice was deep and serious. This man truly had absolute discipline and principles. He was both reserved and charming. Got it, no kiss. I'll head back to the dorm to shower. Otherwise, there won't be any hot water. The serious atmosphere made Su-wan nod gently. She then walked towards the door again. This time, Hua Xiaohan let go of her hand and did not stop her. His chest rose and fell under the military uniform, and his dark, deep gaze felt heavy on her. Su-wan turned the door lock, sensing Hua Xiaohan's silence, and looked back. It wasn't the right time for a heart-to-heart talk. She had said it clearly. Even if Hua Xiaohan wanted to stay a little longer, he wouldn't stop her. After thinking for a moment, she decided to soothe his intense feelings. In a soft voice, she asked, Are you on guard tonight?
When?
I could stop by to see you when I go to the restroom. I'll pass by the infirmary 20 minutes before lights out, Hua Xiaohan replied. The soft rustle of fabric made his lean stomach tighten, and he felt a tickle in his throat. This was the first time Su-wan had taken the initiative with him. Okay, but remember to come alone, Su-wan said, her eyes sparkling like bright arcs. You can't kiss there either. You should return to the dorm early to rest. I can only stay for 3 minutes at most, Hua Xiaohan reminded her seriously, sitting up straight, his ears turning redder than his cheeks. I just want to see you and talk for 3 minutes, Su-wan teased him with a playful glance, her cheeks dimpled and sweet, her tone especially gentle. Seeing Hua Xiaohan's stern expression soften, she finally unlocked the door and walked out. Back in the dorm, Su-wan hurriedly took a shower, washed her hair, and popped a blister on her foot. Feeling relaxed, she lay on her bed, waiting to go to the infirmary when the lights went out at 10. Wang Chunyan chattered excitedly beside her, filled with envy. Wow, Su-wan, I really regret not going with you to buy soda at noon. Tell me, is the captain super handsome? They say he's even better looking than movie stars. And it seems he's not married and doesn't have a partner. He even climbed the wall to bring you soda. Tell me, what did it feel like to receive soda from the captain? No matter the era, teenage girls always excitedly discuss handsome men, especially those with a military background. However, compared to the 21st century, the conversations are a bit more reserved. The girls in the dorm are talking about why such a young leader is still unmarried, and if he has a girlfriend. Su-wan squints and listens, vaguely responding, I didn't pay much attention, I was focused on my soda. She plans to go downstairs around 9:30. Time flies, and when she opens her eyes again, it's already the next morning. She feels like she just closed her eyes. How did the night pass so quickly? Oh no, she forgot about Hua Xiaohan. But he probably didn't wait too long, right? Today, they're going to the mountains in the suburbs for shooting practice and camping, and the students are very excited on the military truck. In the command vehicle, the 2nd Battalion leader sees Hua Xiaohan's gloomy face and thinks he is worried about the students camping for the first time and their survival skills, fearing something might go wrong and that he didn't sleep well last night. Commander, the camp has been set up on the mountain, and there won't be any problems. You check the camp until dawn. You should take a nap on the way, he suggests. Hua Xiaohan silently flips through the military map, his lips pressed together. Suddenly, one of the command vehicle's tires bursts, and changing it will take some time. This will delay them by about 15 minutes. Since this is the command vehicle, they cannot fall behind. The 2nd Battalion leader proposes sending another command vehicle, since they haven't gone far. No need, follow the students' transport vehicle. We need to arrive at the shooting range on time, where Xiaohan replies, closing the military map and looking back at the transport vehicle carrying the students, giving orders. The students cheerfully sing military songs from each transport vehicle. After receiving the order, the instructor of Class 5 has the 2 rows of students sitting loosely in the transport vehicle move to 1 row. Su Wan and Wang Chunyan sit at the back, unsure of what is happening, thinking it might be because another class's vehicle broke down and they need to share a ride. Su Wan, the commander, will also be at the shooting practice and camping, and he will personally guide us. Do you think it will be one-on-one instruction? I heard from the class leader that the commander was a sharpshooter on the battlefield. Does this mean we can see such a handsome commander up close? Wang Chunyan, who is lively and chatty, took the chance during a break to quietly chat with her classmates on either side. Since they had formed a friendship by helping each other during late-night bathroom trips, Wang Chunyan included Su Wan, who was sitting quietly in the corner, in the conversation. She didn't notice that a few stern-looking officers in green uniforms with red shoulder boards had entered the vehicle and sat across from them. No way, I think he's the commander. I'll feel so much pressure. Just let me see his face when he demonstrates the moves at the meeting. Xiaomei said the commander's voice is very charming and nice to listen to. Su Wan, you're the only one in our dorm who has met the commander and talked to him. What do you think? Su Wan, who was lost in thought about how she had stood up Xiaohan the night before, didn't know how to respond when Wang Chunyan asked her. As she looked up, she met Xiaohan's strikingly handsome face. He sat upright and dignified across from her, and his tall frame made the narrow space feel even tighter. Any bump in the vehicle could almost bring their knees together. Su Wan felt a jolt as she noticed the other officers following Xiaohan, looking quite surprised. Did he come here because she stood him up last night? And he looked like he hadn't slept well. She quickly nudged Wang Chunyan, who also realized something was off. Wang Chunyan, who had just been eager to see how handsome the commander was, fell silent upon seeing Xiaohan up close. After a quick glance, her face turned red, and she looked down, clearly shocked and flustered. The other girls in the class discussing the commander were similarly affected. The 2nd Battalion commander chuckled, his suntanned face friendly and familiar. Students, the commander's vehicle had a flat tire. To avoid delaying training, he had to squeeze in with your class. Don't be nervous, everyone. Feel free to talk and chat. The commander is friendly. The 2nd Battalion leader spoke to the students in the vehicle and then smiled at Wang Chunyan and the others, saying, "It's rare to see female students so curious about firearms knowledge. Your eagerness to learn is commendable. If you have any questions about firearms, feel free to ask our commander. As for other military training topics, you can ask anything as long as it doesn't involve confidential matters." Wang Chunyan and her friends felt too intimidated to ask anything. The strong presence and pressure made them want to find a hole to hide in. They overheard their own whispers, which was truly embarrassing. Wang Chunyan unconsciously grabbed Su Wan's delicate arm, wishing she could bury her head in Su Wan's chest. Then she turned to the boys sitting in the back, wanting to switch places with them. The other girls near the officers also wanted to change spots. Switch with Wang Chunyan and the others. "Su Wan, you sit in my spot," said Peng Changza, the class monitor, who was very organized and acted like a small class leader. The classmates were willing to follow his instructions, and a few brave boys switched places with Su Wan, Wang Chunyan, and the others. Su Wan secretly lifted her gaze to glance at Xiaohan, who was looking back at her with a calm expression, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Whether she switched or not didn't matter much to her, but sitting alone among the boys while the other girls changed places felt awkward. After thinking for a moment, Su Wan was about to stand up to switch with the boys behind her when Xiaohan spoke with authority, as if he were a natural leader. "The vehicle is about to start. Everyone please sit down. The ride will be bumpy, and it's easy to fall." Once the commander spoke, the instructor made the students who had stood up sit back down. The vehicle then slowly started moving. While the other transport vehicles filled with students were filled with laughter and chatter, their vehicle was serious and quiet, as if preparing for battle. Seeing this, the 2nd Battalion leader and the instructor quickly lightened the mood inside the vehicle by sharing stories about charging into battle. Just as the whole class was engrossed in the stories, with their attention captured by the 2nd Battalion leader and the instructor, Suwon's foot slowly moved to Hua Xiaohan's side, gently brushing against his shiny leather shoe. Hua Xiaohan's sharp gaze swept across the entire vehicle before landing on her, cold and indifferent. It was as if he didn't recognize Suwon at all, showing no reaction and maintaining his position. In this cramped space where everyone is close together, even the smallest movement or expression can be noticed. Suwon lightly nudged Hua Xiaohan's shoe with the tip of her small military-style shoe. The action felt like a playful gesture between lovers, hinting at a subtle flirtation. Hua Xiaohan kept his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly not looking at Suwon, but his peripheral vision was clearly on her. His long legs remained still, allowing Suwon to continue tapping her shoe against his polished shoe. Suwon bit her lip and glanced at Hua Xiaohan's expression, then looked at her classmates, noticing that everyone's attention was on the instructor animatedly telling a story. She then lifted her shoe again and gently pressed it against Hua Xiaohan's shoe, leaving a mark on its shiny surface. Yet, Hua Xiaohan remained unresponsive, as if his feet were glued to the floor of the carriage. Suwon continued her soft nudging, like a playful kitten teasing him. As the vehicle entered a mountain tunnel, darkness enveloped the carriage, enhancing the atmosphere of the war stories being told, making it feel like they were part of a revolutionary tale from the past. Seizing the moment, Suwon raised her foot and rubbed it against Hua Xiaohan's calf like a little cat. She wondered if she should be cautious about their secret relationship and the military's discipline, or if he was upset because she had stood him up the night before. The man was cold and serious, like a stoic figure, unyielding. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her foot, its roughness contrasting with her delicate ankle, holding it firmly yet gently, making it hard for her to escape. He then placed her foot on his knee. Suwon felt nervous and didn't dare to speak or show any unusual reaction, worried that her classmate Wang Chunyan might notice. She was unsure of Hua Xiaohan's intentions. Next, his other hand began to remove her military shoe. Her heart raced, and her first thought was that he might be trying to tickle her foot as a punishment. How bold of him! Before she could fully process this, her foot began to struggle against him. But he held her ankle firmly with one hand while skillfully removing her shoe with the other. Then, his long legs pinned her restless feet between his knees. He held her military shoes, unsure of what to do with them. In the dark car, Suwon couldn't see anything clearly. She only felt the man's knees gripping her legs tightly, as if he were afraid she would fall. The soles of her feet rested against his chest, and if she stretched a little, she could touch his firm abdomen. Even through the thin fabric, she could feel his hard muscles, which were perfect for massaging her sore feet. Hua Xiaohan dared to take off her shoes in the tunnel, showing he was confident they had enough time to pass through. So, Suwon stretched her long legs and gently pressed her feet against his abs, like a kitten kneading. She did it lightly and playfully, occasionally curling her toes to tug at his shirt. After adjusting her insoles, Hua Xiaohan's strong waist involuntarily tightened. He took her restless foot and helped her put her shoes back on. The cooling insoles were meant for her last night, but since she didn't come, he took the chance to change them while in the tunnel. Once she wore the military shoes again, her feet felt cold and soft, a relief from the previous heat. She realized he had taken off her shoes to help her. This time, without him needing to grab her foot, she carefully looked around and placed her other foot on Hua Xiaohan's knee. Wang Chunyan beside her held her arm, while male classmates whispered behind them. In such a closed, small, and dark space, especially with the sharp-eyed second lieutenant sitting next to Hua Xiaohan, their actions felt very risky. Suwon felt tense, always alert to her surroundings, as if she were sneaking around. But the firm muscle massaging her feet was quite pleasant. However, Hua Xiaohan shifted back slightly and tightened his knees around her leg, preventing her from moving or stepping around. The abs were right there, but she couldn't touch them, and he lightly flicked the laces of her shoe against her foot, signaling her to behave. Soo-won obediently placed her legs properly and stopped moving. At that moment, a sudden bump in the vehicle caused Soo-won to lose her balance slightly, and her foot, trapped between her knees, slid inward. She stepped on. Before Soo-won even realized what it was, a man's large hand quickly wrapped around her small foot, moving it to another spot before putting a shoe on it and setting it down. Deep within her knee area, with the hard, candy-like sensation and the warm temperature beneath her foot, Soo-won's face turned slightly red as she understood what she had stepped on. She didn't expect that her small, playful apology gestures would make the innocent older man so sensitive. No wonder he was so restrained and kept his distance from her. Fortunately, the man reacted quickly. Otherwise, that kick would have been quite painful. Because of this little incident, the atmosphere between them became delicate. Soo-won's clear eyes flickered as she bit her lip, pretending not to know or understand anything, bending down to put on her half-finished shoe. Hua Xiaohan's muscles tightened, and he inhaled slightly, sitting straight with a stiff back, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, while his ears felt as hot as iron. His usually cold and tough expression showed some unnaturalness, and his gaze discreetly shifted elsewhere. Just then, the second lieutenant and the instructor finished telling a war story. Peng Changza was very engaged. He had heard many stories of old revolutionaries and their battles growing up, but this particular story was about the very unit they were training with. So he planned to write the story as a foreign language essay. He had seen Soo-won's foreign language exam paper when she enrolled, and her essay was very well written with a rich vocabulary. He politely asked Soo-won for help with some translation questions. Soo-won, do you know how to say the phrase "fight a bloody battle" in foreign language? Fight a bloody battle. Soo-won was suddenly called upon, feeling a bit flustered, but she quickly suppressed her nervousness, straightened up, and responded calmly. Her pronunciation was standard and fluent, almost without any hesitation. This made Peng Changza, who was sitting behind her, brighten with interest, and he continued to ask her more translation questions, even inquiring about words he had never learned before, asking how to spell them. The roar of the car engine, along with the laughter and discussions of other students, made it hard for the two to hear each other clearly. Peng Changza leaned closer to Soo-won, trying to catch the English letters she was saying. Hua Xiaohan watched their interaction with his deep black eyes, feeling the lively and harmonious atmosphere. His fingers, slightly calloused, pressed down on the fabric Soo-won had just touched, smoothing out the wrinkles inch by inch. In the dim light, his military boots slowly moved to Soo-won's feet, like a mountain beside a gentle pool of water. As the vehicle bumped along, their military pants brushed against each other. The military boots and dark blue shoes gently pressed together, creating a strong presence despite the light touch. These subtle movements hidden beneath the seats felt like a small boat navigating through fog, or like a piece of amber, frozen yet holding the energy of summer cicadas. Secretive, ambiguous. Soo-won raised her wrist to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks dimpling as she spoke to the squad leader before turning back. In the swaying vehicle, only Hua Xiaohan's general outline was visible. The company commander beside him seemed to be whispering something to Hua Xiaohan. It appeared that a reporter from a newspaper was coming to take photos for the first student military training program, which would be published in the paper. They also wanted to interview Hua Xiaohan, but he declined. In this situation, Soo-won knew to keep her distance and quietly let her shoe touch Hua Xiaohan's. It wasn't until the vehicle exited the tunnel and bright sunlight flooded the cabin, making everyone squint, that Hua Xiaohan subtly withdrew his foot. With a calm and serious demeanor, he turned to speak with the company commander about the upcoming tasks, as if nothing had happened. After passing through the tunnel, they quickly arrived at the shooting range. The students got off the bus in an orderly fashion, dressed in matching military green uniforms, shouting slogans and holding their class banners, marching along the mountain path like a winding dragon. It was quite uplifting. After more than a week of military training, the students already resembled soldiers. The reporter from Beiping newspaper had arrived at the shooting range, capturing footage of the students shooting. Li Aiqing stood under the shade of a tree, searching the winding line of students. Soon, she spotted the group from Class 5 of the Inspirational High School. The girls were in front, and the boys were behind, all with sun-kissed skin. Despite this, Li Aiqing quickly noticed Suwon, who was tall and had delicate, gentle features, among the girls. After all the students got off the bus, several high-ranking officers with red shoulder straps jumped down from the military vehicle. The leader was none other than her niece Fong Yu's former match, Hua Xiaohan. Was the regiment commander really riding the same military vehicle as the students? Li Aiqing's sharp gaze turned back to Suwon, coldly glinting like a snake ready to strike. She couldn't believe that the two of them weren't involved with each other. Hua Xiaohan had even approached the Education Bureau's leaders to transfer Fong Yu from Inspirational High School to a middle school in the suburbs of Beiping just for Suwon. She also learned that Hua Xiaohan personally funded an agreement with Director Du for the purchase of the magazine Duin at Xinhua bookstore, a high-ranking military officer and a high school student. A nearby reporter noticed Suwon in Class 5 and raised his camera to take a picture for the newspaper cover, but Li Aiqing stopped him. Use less film and take more meaningful photos. Otherwise, how will you write the article when you get back? Okay. Editor Li, the reporter replied, reluctantly putting away his camera. After whispering a few words to a young reporter who had come with her, Li Aiqing left. Look, it's a reporter, probably from the Beiping newspaper, someone in the crowd quietly remarked. Suwon glanced toward the shade and saw a bespectacled male reporter fiddling with his camera, wearing a shirt marked with the Beiping newspaper logo. Indeed. At the shooting range, the chief instructor for this high-risk subject, as Wang Chunyan wished, personally explained and demonstrated disassembling firearms, shooting practice, and holding techniques to thousands of students. The crisp sounds of bullets being loaded were sharp and impressive, captivating both the boys and girls below. The sight of him holding a gun, strong and heroic in the sunlight, was dazzling and radiant. Wang Chunyan and the others were still blushing, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Thinking about such a handsome and strong man just riding in the same military vehicle with them, sitting right across from them, made their hearts race. They really regretted not asking the commander any questions when the second lieutenant encouraged them to speak up. Even if they had the chance to go back in time, they still wouldn't have dared to ask. The commander's presence was just too powerful and impressive. They would definitely steal a few more glances at Commander Hua. After the military training, they wouldn't see him again. Students, this is your first time shooting targets. I will personally supervise and correct your shooting posture, Hua Xiaohan said after demonstrating with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, handing it to the second lieutenant beside him. His sharp gaze scanned the students like an eagle. This made Wang Chunyan and the others even more excited, their smiles growing wider as they secretly said, Commander Hua really listened to us and will correct our gun-holding posture one-on. The girls felt they were receiving special attention and care, especially from such a young, handsome, and high-ranking talent like Commander Hua. Suwon, holding the rifle in her arms, felt the hot sun shining on her face, making it hard to open her eyes. She looked at the handsome and admired Hua Xiaohan on stage and deeply understood why the original heroine would never give up on him. If she let him go, it would be like losing her mind. Hua Xiaohan's gaze subtly swept in Suwon's direction, their eyes briefly meeting in the air before he turned away coldly, as if he had just glanced past her. Then, the instructor led the students to the shooting training area. Throughout the shooting training, Hua Xiaohan stood by watching, personally correcting any student who had incorrect movements. His attitude was good, and his tone was gentle, even though he held an air of authority that was much softer than their instructor. He seemed approachable and friendly, like an officer blending in with the students. However, Commander Hua didn't seem much older than them. He wasn't even 30 yet. Soon it was Suwon's turn. Whether it was fear or nervousness from holding a gun for the first time, her posture was the most incorrect. Hua Xiaohan stepped forward, squatting down like he had done with the other students, and corrected Suwon's movements one by one. Weren't you paying attention? Hua Xiaohan's expression was stern as he kept his distance from Su-won, lowering his voice to speak in a way only the two of them could hear. "I was too focused on watching you," Su-won admitted honestly, holding her gun and gazing ahead, her lips moving slightly. Behind them stood a line of students. Xiaohan did not expect Su-won to be so bold and speak such direct words. Under the blazing sun, his ears felt hot as if they were being scorched, and his already cold and stern face looked even more serious. He pressed his lips together, a bead of sweat rolling down his throat, and warned sternly, "Mind your discipline." Su-won understood that Xiaohan insisted on personally correcting and guiding the students just for this brief, reasonable moment of contact. "I fell asleep last night without realizing it. I didn't mean to miss it," Su-won said softly, adjusting her posture and parting her lips gently. "I know," Xiaohan guessed as much, but hearing it directly from Su-won felt different. "After military training, wait for me in the school alley, and I'll help you move your books." This statement seemed both like a request and a decision. "What about Uncle Hua?" Su-won hesitated slightly, not because she was unwilling, but because it seemed that Aunt Hong and Aunt Xia had noticed something that day at the Hua family home. Xiaohan said he would pick her up. Wasn't that too obvious? "I won't let him know." Xiaohan understood Su-won's concerns. He wouldn't need to tell his dad. He could just have his uncle distract him. "What happens after we move the books?" The day after military training, they would return to school to pay tuition, collect books, and have a class meeting before being free to go home for lunch. Su-won was considering whether to go back to the Hua family home or her rented place, but she definitely needed to inform Uncle Hua about moving. So she wanted to hear Xiaohan's thoughts. Had she really forgotten that she had just said she wanted to kiss him? Xiaohan tightened his jaw, remaining silent, his breath becoming slightly hurried, a faint blush burning in his ears, feeling very warm. "Up to you," his deep, husky voice came softly to Su-won's ear. After saying this, he quickly stood up and walked to the next student. The subtle tension between them was completely unnoticed by those behind them, appearing just like an ordinary instructor correcting students. Xiaohan knew very well that during the upcoming military training days, he could not find any opportunity or excuse to get close to Su-won. At most, he could only steal a glance at her from a distance in the crowd. However, he had to control himself and not do this too often. The soldiers under his command were very observant. The roles of officer and student were very sensitive, especially since this was the first national trial of military training for students. As the main person in charge, he had a great responsibility. He could not afford any mistakes or negative public opinion. As for her intentions, it was clear that she wanted to check on the rented house first, then return to the Hua family to say goodbye to Uncle Hua and Auntie Xia before moving. But then Su-won noticed that Xiaohan's tone was a bit off, and her youthful brows furrowed slightly. No wonder he went through so much trouble just to say this to her. This was not about helping her move books, it was a hint. She had forgotten that he had been keeping this in mind all along. A faint smile appeared on Su-won's lips, sweet like mountain spring water. At the Beiping tea house, Jean Wenli, dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, sipped her tea while watching Su-won translate a novel manuscript. "Mrs. Liu, Su-won's translation skills are truly impressive and talented. I couldn't reach this level at 18. With proper training, she has a great chance of becoming a simultaneous interpreter in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs," Su Miaoqing said gracefully, putting down her teacup and praising her. Her expression showed both admiration and a desire to nurture talent. Editor-in-Chief Liu had initially encouraged Liu Rui to study English to steer him towards a diplomatic career. Upon hearing that a new part-time translator with an excellent background and a family history in diplomacy had joined the newspaper, Jean Wenli frequently invited Su Miaoqing for meals and tea, hoping to find a way to recommend Liu Rui to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, she did not expect Su Miaoqing to show great appreciation and interest in Su-won, even inquiring about her. She felt it was a pity for Su-won to only work at the newspaper as a translator. She could assist her sister instead. With this level of skill, could she really enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after finishing university? Jean Wenli, who usually had a proud demeanor, was very warm and friendly towards Su Miaoqing, who came from a diplomatic family. She recalled that her son Liu Rui had mentioned liking Su-won a few times, but Su-won came from a rural background. Even if she had some language skills, her large rural family would be a burden. They are all wealthy and influential people, so how could they agree to let their son marry a girl from the countryside and become relatives with a rural family? But now, listening to Su Miaoqing, they are starting to reconsider. That's right. My sister has also seen Su-won's translation of the pronunciation and thinks she has great potential, Su Miaoqing confirmed. Seeing Jean Wenli's slightly hesitant expression, Su Miaoqing smiled gently. She knew that it would be difficult to change the minds of the clever and powerful Liu family with just this. Especially since Su-won's translation of pronunciation was a huge success, which embarrassed editor Liu and made him lose face in front of the president. This was enough to make him very angry. So, they needed to experience some success first. After returning home, Su Miaoqing thought carefully about her words and called her sister. Sister, is there still a need for translators who are fluent in foreign languages for the Beijing International Economic Cooperation Conference happening the day after tomorrow? I have time to go. There are many foreign guests attending this time, far exceeding the expected number. We still need 8 foreign language translators, 5 of whom should be fluent in Japanese. It would be best if you could come since you are skilled in both. Su Liyuan, who was stressed about this issue, was overjoyed to hear this. She had previously asked her sister, but Su Miaoqing had declined due to other commitments. Su Miaoqing calmly hung up the phone. This was a big risk, and she was putting herself on the edge of a cliff. But if it succeeded, the Liu family would definitely hold onto Su-won tightly. During today's outdoor survival training, the students were digging a smokeless stove. Hua Hong, sweating profusely, ran to the instructor of class 3 to 5 and said a few words. Soon after, Su-won, who was coughing from the smoke, was called over to Hua Hong. Director Hua, what's wrong? Su-won asked, looking puzzled at Hua Hong, who was breathless from running up the hill. Su-won, if you had to speak face-to-face with a foreigner, would you feel nervous or scared? Hua Hong looked into Su-won's eyes, feeling uncertain. However, this matter was urgent, and only Su-won could temporarily replace Su Miaoqing. Today is the Beijing International Economic Cooperation Conference. Teacher Su is the translator for the meeting, but she suddenly has a stomachache and can't make it to the venue. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can't spare any other translators at the moment, and time is tight, so I thought of you. We need you to step in and do some simple translation at the meeting until she can arrive before the official start. This is a significant joint project between China and foreign countries. Seeing many foreigners, Su-won, who comes from a rural area and has hardly been to a department store, really feels nervous and shy. This could embarrass China, but if there are no translators present, they might also face criticism from foreign parties. At this early stage of reform and opening up, with increasing diplomatic activities, this meeting should be related to attracting investment for China's first economic special zones. Such an important meeting, yet Su Miaoqing suddenly has a stomachache and expects her student to fill in? Although Su-won studies business English and can handle general business meetings, she still wanted to check the situation. Due to underdeveloped communication facilities and roads, information is transmitted slowly. Su Miaoqing looked for others to replace her, but no one could arrive at the venue on time. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also dispatched many translators to the venue, so there should be enough translation staff. However, they worried about unexpected situations, which is why Su-won was considered a backup translator just in case. Once at the venue, Su-won might not need to translate for foreign guests, but the confirmed number of translators must not be less. Thinking it over, adhering to the principle of not easily stepping in for others and believing that everyone should take responsibility for their own tasks, she shook her head and said, "Aunt Hong, I'm just a student. I definitely can't handle such an important meeting." Moreover, she is not very familiar with Su Miaoqing. Meanwhile, in the command tent, Hua Xiaohan received a call from Shun Xiuwen at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Absolutely not. She is my subordinate, and I need to be responsible for any issues that arise. She is still just a student and not suitable for this important meeting. After hearing Shun Xiuwen's explanation, Hua Xiaohan decisively refused. Shun Xiuwen anxiously explained, "There's not enough time, and there are many foreign guests and high-ranking officials at the venue. Each translator's background needs thorough checking. Suwon has her family support, and the National Security Bureau has already checked her background with no issues. Just let her temporarily fill in at the venue. She won't actually interact with the guests or do any translating. It's mainly to prevent and respond to unexpected situations." Hua Xiaohan tightened his grip on the phone because he understood the importance of this meeting and firmly believed Su-won should not go. Indeed, participating in this economic cooperation between China and foreign countries is a very honorable and enviable opportunity. It would add a significant highlight to Suwon's resume and greatly benefit her future. If Suwon finishes college and has attended some small translation meetings and met foreigners, he would be very willing for her to go, even actively helping her secure this opportunity. However, Suwon has no experience at all. If she gets nervous and can't translate complete sentences or forgets words, with reporters filming nearby, it could negatively impact China's image abroad. The media would surely criticize her in the newspapers. This is something no student like Suwon could handle. I can't let her go. Shin Xiuwen took a deep breath on the other end of the phone, watching the time pass. He hoped either Su Miaoqing would feel better and quickly arrive at the venue, or that another translator could come in a short time. If there were any other options, Shin Xiuwen would not choose Suwon. Knowing he couldn't persuade Hua Xiaohan to change his mind, he had to hang up helplessly. However, just a few seconds later, a call from the military's internal line came through. The serious voice of the commander came from the phone. "Hua Xiaohan, cooperate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Change into civilian clothes and accompany that student Suwon to the venue. You are also fluent in foreign languages, so please reassure her and let her know not to be afraid. This is a personal honor for her." But Hua Xiaohan is a military commander, and the security work for this event is handled by the armed police. The army cannot interfere with internal matters. Otherwise, he would have been sent to act as a temporary translator at the venue. "Yes, Commander." Hua Xiaohan frowned, knowing he had to obey the military order. He could only follow the command and left the command room. Hua Hong was also not hopeful and was about to send Suwon back for training when Hua Xiaohan approached her confidently, his dark, determined gaze fixed on Suwon. "Suwon, there is an important task that requires your cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You will attend the Beijing International Economic Cooperation Exchange Conference as a translator, but only as a backup in case of emergencies." This had directly prompted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to request personnel from the military. "Commander Hua, I have spoken to Suwon, and she does not have the ability to handle this translation work. It's better for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find someone else," Hua Hong said, addressing Hua Xiaohan with respect. Such a large and important conference with many foreign guests would be daunting for anyone, let alone Suwon. "Classmate Suwon, I will accompany you into the venue until Su Miaoqing or other translators arrive." Hua Xiaohan's features were strong and determined, and his voice was steady and powerful, like a spring breeze calming the tender leaves of the willow trees by the river. "Do you have any questions?" "I will handle it." The last sentence was firm and resolute. It was clear that Hua Xiaohan had received orders from his superiors to take her to the venue. If she did not go, it would mean his mission had failed. "Report to the team leader, I have no questions." Suwon straightened her back, her dark, bright eyes meeting Hua Xiaohan's gaze. In his eyes, there was a hint of concern, as if he hoped she would not agree. Or perhaps he wanted to know if she could manage. But with her understanding of the country's situation, she believed nothing unexpected would happen. Everything was under the control of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was merely there to fill a spot, and it would allow her to witness the grand scene of investment brought by the reform and opening up. To see the world she had missed out on in the 21st century. Hua Xiaohan did not see a trace of panic or fear in Suwon's eyes. Instead, he saw resilience and clarity. He then instructed someone to prepare the car immediately and asked Suwon to wash her face and hands. Her clothes would be prepared for her at the venue. Hua Hong sat between them, and besides the experienced driver, there was another accompanying staff member in the front seat. Throughout the journey, Hua Xiaohan taught Su Wan basic business etiquette, reminding her not to stare at foreigners. Her demeanor should always remain calm, smiling and poised. This is your first time speaking with foreign guests and translating. Let's simulate the meeting scenario in a foreign language. In the fast-moving, bumpy car, Hua Xiaohan remained as steady as a mountain, eager to share all his experiences with foreign guests with Su Wan. When fluent, deep British-accented English flowed from Hua Xiaohan's lips, Su Wan instinctively thought there was a native British person in the car, surprised by how good Hua Xiaohan's language skills were. But remembering he was a top student from the college entrance exam and a key talent trained by the military, she responded fluently in English as well. The people in the car listened to their leader and student converse in a foreign language, their smooth pronunciation and standard tones creating a delightful auditory experience. Hua Hong sat between them. Although she could not understand, she was still amazed at Su Wan's language proficiency, able to converse so smoothly with Hua Xiaohan. Clearly, this greatly exceeded Hua Xiaohan's expectations. Speaking and writing are two completely different things. Writing allows you to check a dictionary, but speaking relies entirely on your vocabulary and quick reactions to translate your thoughts. Hua team leader, I understand. You don't need to be so nervous or worried. I definitely won't be hosting foreign guests. I've gotten tanned from military training, and my appearance isn't great, Su Wan said, feeling that Hua Xiaohan was even more worried than she was. She comforted him in a foreign language while peeking out from beside An Hong. Hua Xiaohan also leaned in slightly, turning halfway to look at Su Wan with a serious expression. How could he not be worried? This was not an ordinary occasion. It was a meeting focused on attracting investment to the first economic special zone, with participants being foreign entrepreneurs from several countries. If something unexpected happened and Su Wan needed to host foreign guests, even a slight hesitation could raise doubts about China's capabilities. Perhaps she hadn't fully realized this or understood the significance of such an important meeting. If he could, he would really like to take her place. Once we enter the venue, I will stand nearby with you. If you need to host any foreign guests or encounter any issues, you can always seek my help. I will be in a place where you can see me, Hua Xiaohan said, his hands clasped together. As a soldier, he had to be prepared for the worst. He couldn't replace her as a translator or go abroad, but he wanted Su Wan to feel at ease. As long as she performed normally, this would be a great experience for her and an opportunity to broaden her horizons. Okay. Even though Su Wan was not nervous at all and felt confident in her abilities, hearing Hua Xiaohan's last words brought a warm feeling to her heart. Hua Xiaohan was not a gentle person, neither in appearance nor in character. But now she realized that true gentleness is not just soft words. It is a powerful force that touches the heart and can calm even the most anxious feelings in an instant. Su Wan nodded lightly, her smile bright and her eyes sparkling like glass beads. She opened her lips and, in a soft and clear voice, said in a foreign language, I should have talked to you earlier. The sudden heartfelt compliment caught Hua Xiaohan off guard, making his serious expression momentarily stiffen, and his ears turned slightly red beneath his neat short hair. In the next moment, her sharp gaze swept over the two people sitting in the front driver's seats, then glanced at her sister-in-law beside her. Her crossed fingers unconsciously tightened as she lowered her voice to warn, Su Wan. She was really too bold. Clearly, these words could have been said privately, yet she chose to speak them in a foreign language in front of her sister-in-law and his subordinates. Su Wan quickly pressed her rosy lips together, momentarily forgetting that this was the conservative and shy 1980s. Xiaohan, what are you two talking about? Why are your ears suddenly red? Although Hua Hong couldn't understand, she sensed something unusual from their expressions. It's nothing, just simulating some content that might come up in the meeting translation, Hua Xiaohan replied coldly and indifferently. A few minutes later, the speeding military vehicle stopped at the back door of the Beiping Hotel. Su Liyuan, a senior translator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was already waiting there. She hurriedly helped Soo-won change clothes, and they finally arrived at the designated reception area for foreign guests just minutes before the meeting started. Participants from the International Economic Cooperation Conference, including foreign officials and media from the 4 major newspapers, had already gathered in the reception hall. The venue was filled with nearly 100 people, solemn and serious, reflecting the importance of this international exchange conference. The sound of cameras clicking was constant. At the same time, Su Miaoqing, who was in the hospital due to abdominal pain, received a call from a reporter friend at the venue, with 4 drips still in her hand. With a relaxed smile, she said, "Please find a good angle and take several photos of Soo-won with the foreign guests." She needed these photos to make the Liu family realize Soo-won's excellence. Regardless of whether Soo-won participated in the translation, her presence at the International Economic Cooperation Conference was enough to prove her capability and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs recognition. She then pulled out the 4 and left the hospital. Of course, she wouldn't really let Soo-won take her place in such an important diplomatic event. So she prepared for both outcomes. If Soo-won was too timid to attend, she would show up at the Beiping Hotel on time and find another way. If Soo-won went without understanding the situation, she just needed to leave enough time for her reporter friend to take photos and return to the venue within 10 minutes. After all, the hospital was not far from the Beiping Hotel. She had options, and everything was under her control. Soo-won wore a simple navy blue business suit borrowed from Su Liyuan, with her long black braids styled into a low bun at the back of her head. This look, combined with the neat short hair of the other female translators, gave her a polished appearance that also reflected the classic grace of an Eastern woman. In the conference hall, she faced tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreign corporate representatives dressed in exquisite attire, alongside local business leaders and high-ranking officials. The other translators maintained a low-key and practical demeanor, showing a sense of seriousness and readiness, knowing that every detail had to be perfect. However, Soo-won understood that she was an outsider, which made her appear more confident and relaxed. She kept smiling and looked openly at the people in the hall. Her sun-kissed skin and confident demeanor made her stand out among the other translators, drawing the attention of foreign guests. John, a representative from a leading electronics company in the United States, noticed Soo-won immediately, even though the head of the foreign ministry had recommended a more experienced translator, Su Liyuan. He insisted on having Soo-won as his translator. Nearby, a reporter was filming with a heavy camera, while another took notes, capturing the moment. Faced with pressure and the guests' doubts, the head of the foreign ministry had no choice but to ask Su Liyuan to bring Soo-won forward. In a corner of the hall, Hua Xiaohan watched as Soo-won was introduced to the foreign guests, his brows furrowed in concern. The head of the foreign ministry and Su Liyuan felt anxious, sweating at the thought of the situation. To translate a work like pronunciation, one must have a strong command of a language. However, being an on-the-spot translator requires a certain level of knowledge. If you cannot understand the meaning of a sentence in Chinese, how can you translate it into another language? It is essential to convey the intended message accurately and instantly. Even a slight deviation can lead to completely different outcomes. Su Liyuan could only quietly stay close to the American representative, ready to offer reminders and assistance. Hua Xiaohan also walked into the conference hall with a serious expression. Soo-won had forgotten that Westerners admire a healthy tan, and her military training complexion was exactly what they would achieve while sunbathing on the beach. This might be why she caught their attention so quickly. Suddenly, she went from being an outsider to an insider. In such a formal setting, which was crucial for the nation's economic interests, it was impossible not to feel nervous about being the translator. However, in front of many foreign guests and media, Soo-won could not show any weakness. She maintained her confidence and composure, took a deep breath, focused all her attention, and followed Su Liyuan to the guests. After introducing herself gracefully, she translated the conversation between the representatives from the beautiful country and local entrepreneurs. When translating the guests' words into Chinese, her pronunciation was clear and precise. When translating Chinese into a foreign language, her tone was standard, and her spoken language was fluent without any pauses. Most importantly, Suwon's voice was gentle and bright, making both sides feel comfortable and creating a pleasant atmosphere for conversation. After several exchanges, Su Liyuan was pleasantly surprised by the strong mental resilience of a high school student from a rural background. She understood all the professional terms involved. Su Liyuan was truly amazed, blinking several times in disbelief. She finally understood why Hu Xiaohan chose to date a rural girl instead of someone from a more privileged background. So far, Suwon had made no mistakes. During this time, government officials and several local business representatives approached the foreign guests to talk, and Suwon handled each interaction with ease. The more she translated, the more calm and composed she became, as the knowledge and expertise involved were all areas she was familiar with. Her confidence and ease radiated from within, and her eyes sparkled with the unique charm of an Eastern woman. The head of the foreign ministry was also paying close attention to Suwon's outstanding performance, feeling both shocked and impressed, as if she was born for diplomacy. He sighed with relief in his heart. Su Miaoqing had a good eye for talent. Her recommendation was excellent. 10 minutes later, Su Miaoqing, having organized her belongings and wearing a translator's badge, walked elegantly and professionally into the conference hall. She saw Suwon smiling, standing in front of a group of foreign guests, confidently translating for a reporter with a camera. Suwon exuded a bright and gracious aura, and her every word was captivating, drawing the attention of everyone around, including representatives from other industries. Meanwhile, her sister, a senior translator, quietly stood by her side, almost like a supporting figure. Suwon was like a dazzling light that suddenly hurt Su Miaoqing's eyes, causing her bright features to darken. She could hardly believe what she was seeing and had a bad feeling. "It seems you won't need the photos I took from a special angle. Suwon might be on TV tonight," Su Miaoqing's journalist friend said as he approached with a camera. What kind of unexpected event could have led her sister and brother-in-law to let Suwon attend such an important international translation conference? Su Miaoqing took a deep breath and walked over to Su Liyuan. Su Liyuan stepped out of the crowd and explained what had happened.
Suwon really surprised me.
I thought she would be nervous and shy, but she performed exceptionally well. I guess her officer boyfriend, who is a top student, must have taught her. Although Suwon's translation wasn't perfect and had some shortcomings, it was impressive that she could accurately convey the meaning for both sides. Su Liyuan gestured for Su Miaoqing to look towards the southeast corner of the venue. It was Hu Xiaohan. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants, he looked casual. Without his military uniform, he seemed less imposing, but his simplicity was still striking. His gaze was fixed on Suwon the entire time. Occasionally, he would briefly look away due to small interruptions in the event, but he quickly returned his focus to her, his eyes intense and deep. He looked like a top bodyguard in a foreign film, loyal and determined to protect a wealthy young lady. Did he really come with Suwon? Su Miaoqing learned from her sister that it was a requirement from the military superiors. She lowered her gaze, a cold light flashing in her eyes, realizing that things might not be as she had imagined. During their military training, the two had not only avoided any gaps but had also secretly met under various pretenses, even teaching Suwon a foreign language. Seeing Suwon's confidence and charm at this international conference would only deepen Hu Xiaohan's feelings for her. This couldn't continue. When she looked up again, Su Miaoqing's expression returned to normal as she gently said, "Sister, I'm feeling fine now. Let me translate for Mr. John at the upcoming meeting." She only wanted the Liu family to see Suwon's excellent side, but did not intend to let her shine too brightly. She especially hoped that Grandma Hua would not see this and change her opinion of Suwon. Su Liyuan thought the same way. Even though Suwon performed well, she definitely could not attend the formal meeting. That would be too childish. So, Su Liyuan glanced at the time and brought Su Miaoqing to John, briefly explaining the situation. John looked at the clearly more professional Su Miaoqing and then at the lively and bright Suwon.
He refused.
No, I think Ms. Su's translation is perfectly fine. She did a great job and is very capable. I only need her to translate for me. Su Liyuan was taken aback, not realizing that Su-won had such a strong charm that Mr. John would treat her so differently. She continued to explain the reasons politely. Su Miaoqing tightened her grip on the translation book, her knuckles turning slightly white. Then she raised her chin, stepped forward, and gracefully showed an internationally standard smile. Mr. John, I'm glad my colleague has caught your attention, but you might need a more advanced translator. This international economic cooperation meeting is very important for both of us. My colleague and I can accompany you into the venue. What do you think? Having lived in America for 4 years, Su Miaoqing spoke with a standard American accent mixed with a local tone, making her sound friendly to John. Her displayed professionalism and skills clearly surpassed those of Su-won, who had not undergone systematic training. She didn't mind letting Su-won enter the venue with them. She believed John's appreciation for Su-won was mostly due to her sun-kissed skin from military training and her classical Eastern beauty. Once John witnessed her solid knowledge and abilities, he would only want her to translate. Su-won would have to sit alone, possibly not even understanding the economic terms discussed in the meeting. This was also to show Su-won the gap between her and a professional translator. John shrugged, still holding to his opinion, and said in a playful tone, "I need my secretary beside me. There's no extra space. I've seen Ms. Su's abilities, and I don't want to change my personal translator." Su Miaoqing's elegant and confident smile slightly faltered. She never expected to be rejected. Su Liyuan also showed a worried expression. Such an important international meeting could not have Su-won as the sole translator. That would definitely lead to trouble. Just as Su Liyuan was about to seek help from her leader, Su-won reintroduced Su Miaoqing to Mr. John, saying, "Mr. John, Ms. Su's major during her studies abroad is related to financial economics. She can provide you with greater assistance during the meeting." As a rural high school senior, it was already surprising for her to be at such an important meeting, and appearing again would be too much. It could easily raise suspicions about her identity. She didn't want to attract too much attention. Even during the earlier interview with reporters, she deliberately avoided the camera. Su-won's words captured John's interest perfectly, and he looked at Su Miaoqing with newfound appreciation, quickly agreeing to change his personal translator. However, before the meeting began, Su-won would still serve as his translator. Su Liyuan and Su Miaoqing exchanged incredulous glances. Su Liyuan soon understood why John insisted on choosing Su-won. She understood his needs. Since this was an international economic exchange meeting, someone with a background in financial economics would naturally provide a more comprehensive translation. She was impressed by the girl's keen observation. Su Miaoqing watched Su-won walk with John toward the meeting area. Her narrow, phoenix-like eyes suddenly darkened, and it was hard for her to maintain her graceful demeanor. How could a rural girl chosen by Hua Xiaohan be truly that simple? She had underestimated her before. Could it be that her sharp mind meant everything she presented was tailored to Hua Xiaohan's preferences? Su Miaoqing glanced again at Hua Xiaohan's position. He was no longer there but had moved to the edge, following Su-won. As soon as Su-won looked up, she would see him. She raised the corners of her lips again, her bright and dignified face showing an uncontrollable joy and excitement as she walked toward Hua Xiaohan. "I'm sorry, Team Leader Hua. I wasn't feeling well, and in an urgent situation, the only suitable choice I could think of was Su-won." She maintained a respectful distance from Hua Xiaohan, sincerely apologizing, her eyes filled with admiration for Su-won. "Although it was risky, it proves that my choice was right. Su-won's language skills have reached a level where she can converse fluently with foreign guests. Mr. John appreciates her so much that even if my sister wanted to change translators for him, Mr. John would not agree." The two were seated across a table, and Xiaohan's cold and stern face remained expressionless. Even as she praised Su-won, he showed no reaction. His sharp profile exuded a sense of indifference, as if he were on a mission. Su Miaoqing pinched her fingertips. This was within her expectations. She was not in a hurry to tackle the difficult man, but aimed to establish her image as someone who values and appreciates talent, particularly Suwon. She then added, however, the meeting will cover various economic topics and data, which Suwon has not encountered before. So, once the meeting officially starts, you can take Suwon out of the venue. After expressing her apologies again, Su Miaoqing turned and walked towards John. Xiaohan's dark eyes remained fixed on Suwon, ignoring Su Miaoqing's words. He seemed to automatically dismiss what she said. Watching Suwon sit calmly among the foreign guests was like seeing a shining black pearl. She did not stare curiously at the guests. Instead, several of them looked at her with admiration and surprise. Her long, curled eyelashes framed her calm and resilient gaze. As the meeting time approached, representatives from various countries took their seats, so Suwon no longer needed to translate for the two nations. This allowed her to shift her gaze elsewhere. When she looked up, Xiaohan's tall and composed figure easily caught her eye. It felt as if she could spot him anywhere instantly. Their eyes met across the crowd for the first time, as if he were inquiring about her needs, leaning slightly forward. He resembled the male lead from a novel she had read, where he was a bodyguard, also a special forces soldier, with a cold appearance and a strong physique over 180 centimeters. He shared the same upright, restrained, and morally strong character. No matter where the female lead went, the male lead's gaze silently followed her, filled with a strong sense of protection. She felt like the female lead in that novel, even if it wasn't a serious one. A sweet smile formed on her lips, and she raised her eyebrows slightly, giving him a light smile. As Su Miaoqing approached, signaling that the meeting was about to start, she stood up to say goodbye to Mr. John and prepared to leave the conference hall. However, Su Miaoqing gently took her hand, smiling warmly as she whispered a few words of praise, thanking her for being willing to help. Suwon noticed the bruise and needle mark on Su Miaoqing's hand from hurriedly removing the four. She felt an indescribable sensation about Su Miaoqing. They had only met a few times, and she had never even heard her speak English, yet she was willing to place all her bets on her. If there were any mistakes at such a high-level meeting, Su Miaoqing would surely bear the main responsibility. It wasn't about revenge. Rather, it seemed like she was helping to elevate her to a platform she couldn't reach on her own.
But why?
Was it pure kindness or admiration? Before she could determine if Su Miaoqing was a friend or foe, Suwon smiled back and asked about her health. I have acute gastroenteritis, but I'll be fine for the upcoming meetings. After this is over, I'd like to invite you to my home for dinner. You've helped me so much. You can't refuse. Su Miaoqing knew that He Xiaohan was watching them, his gentle expression showing a teacher's fondness and concern for a student. Teacher Su, if I have the chance, I will come, Suwon replied vaguely, ending the conversation. She discreetly glanced at He Xiaohan before quickly leaving the conference room. He Xiaohan soon followed her out, quickly catching up to her side while maintaining a respectful distance, just like a bodyguard. Outside the venue, some reporters who were not allowed to enter were impressed by Suwon, who had dark skin, delicate features, and exuded confidence. When they saw her come out, they rushed to ask about the meeting, leaving little opportunity for conversation between the two. He Xiaohan's identity made the reporters cautious, and he stepped back a few paces. It wasn't until they reached the back entrance of the Beiping Hotel, where the long corridor was clear of staff and reporters, that He Xiaohan quickened his pace to get closer to Suwon. You really scared me. With so many foreign guests, that Mr. John even wanted me to translate for him during the meeting. Look, my palms are still sweaty. As He Xiaohan leaned in, Suwon turned to him, extending her two sweaty hands, her shoulders relaxing. The warm breath she exhaled sprayed on his chest as he leaned in to check, feeling hot and ticklish. Did I perform well just now? Could you tell I was nervous? The voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of playfulness. No, you did very well, He Xiaohan said, looking at her delicate, fair palm covered with a thin layer of warm sweat. His dark eyes were deep like the sea, reflecting her gentle smile. His voice was deep and strong. Noticing their close distance, he, always mindful of his military duties, took a step back with a serious demeanor. He pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Suwon. Won. Given their current identities and location, any physical contact was really not appropriate. Keeping distance was the best choice, even though he wanted to help Won wipe her hands. This man truly had principles. He was patient and restrained. He held himself to strict standards in both work and identity. Suwon took the handkerchief, wiped the sweat from her palm, and smiled slightly. So, is there a reward? What do you want? Hua Xiaohan gazed at Suwon's cheek. I'll buy it for you. Suwon paused to think seriously. I want something 1 meter long. Hua Commander, how long is that? About this much. Hua Xiaohan, unsure of what Suwon wanted, extended his hand to show the length at his hip. Wow, his legs were over 1 meter long. This doesn't give a clear idea. Use both hands to show me, Suwon said with bright eyes, sparkling with mischief. Hua Xiaohan opened both hands in a hugging gesture. In the next moment, Suwon seized the opportunity to leap into Hua Xiaohan's embrace, quickly wrapping her arms around his waist before darting away. The sudden warm hug and soft touch left the man completely unresponsive. He didn't realize Suwon was intentionally trying to get him to open his arms. His heart raced, and he took a few quick breaths, feeling his ears and cheeks flush. With sharp eyes scanning the hallway to ensure no one was around, he quickly took long strides to chase after her. Won, I'm on a mission right now. His handsome brow furrowed tightly, sternly warning her. You can't act recklessly. He truly had no way to handle her. She always caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared. This was the second time today. What mission? Suwon asked, a bit confused. You, Hua Xiaohan replied, his serious voice carrying a hint of huskiness. But isn't it already over? It's only complete when I safely return you to the base, Hua Xiaohan corrected with a serious attitude. Suwon looked at Hua Xiaohan, who stood firmly in front of her with a serious and cold gaze. She fluttered her long, curled eyelashes and said obediently, Okay, I understand. Anyway, I have already received the reward I wanted. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, his heart racing like a startled deer. He clenched his jaw tightly, and a flush crept up his neck, growing deeper. His strong veins throbbed under his skin. With eyes as deep as distant mountains shrouded in mist, he lowered his voice. After military training, I will wait for you at the alley by the school. Now, you need to focus on your training. No more surprise attacks, and pay attention to the rules. He repeated the same words again today, but the emotion and meaning behind them had completely changed. There was an undeniable strong presence and an intense, straightforward gaze that made Suwon's cheeks flush, her delicate ears turning a soft pink. Hua Xiaohan was not someone who spoke sweet or flirtatious words, especially in this situation while he was on duty. Being able to quietly say he would wait for her in the alley was already his limit. He didn't mention helping her move books. It was hard to guess what he really meant. Su Miaoqing watched as Suwon and Hua Xiaohan left the venue one after the other. Her narrow, almond-shaped eyes scanned the reporters from various media outlets present at the conference. Among them was a reporter from Beiping News, and she believed that Editor-in-Chief Liu would see Suwon's impressive performance at the International Economic Conference even before the TV audience and readers did. Then she uncapped her pen, opened her translation book, calmly took a sip of water, and showcased the professionalism of a senior translator as she accurately and fluently translated the upcoming meeting content for Mr. John. The Beiping International Economic Conference lasted 3 days, with the first day's meeting ending at 3 in the afternoon. The 4 major media outlets quickly returned to their offices with the recorded material, working overtime to write articles and develop photos. Such significant national news even caught the attention of President Jiang, not to mention Editor-in-Chief Liu staying up late to review articles and direct the editorial team. When the photos from the conference were developed, they selected one to feature on the front page of the newspaper. Liu Rui quickly spotted Suwon among the many photos and was so excited that he stuttered, saying loudly, Editor-in-Chief, Look, this is Suwon. It really is her. She actually participated in the translation on site. Editor-in-chief Lu glanced dismissively, thinking it was absurd. With Suwon's limited abilities, how could she qualify for such an important meeting? However, when he saw the photo Lu Rui was excitedly holding, he noticed that the features did resemble Suwon. Standing next to a foreign guest with blonde hair and blue eyes, she appeared confident and poised, with bright, determined eyes and healthy, tan skin, making her stand out in the photo. Lu Rui then found several more photos of Suwon from different angles, including a full-body shot. But editor-in-chief Lu still firmly rejected the idea, believing it was just a case of two people looking alike. How could a high school student like Suwon possibly be in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? At that moment, the photographer spoke up, editor-in-chief. It seems this translator's last name is indeed Su. The original official translator couldn't make it due to an emergency, and senior translator Su Liyuan brought in this temporary translator. With hundreds of staff at the Beiping newspaper, and Suwon being a part-time translator, only those in the publishing translation team were familiar with her. Others had never seen her. In the reception hall, Mr. John from the United States chose her as his personal translator at first glance. Her professional skills were quite impressive, earning her praise from many foreign guests. The reporters on site shared what had happened, including Mr. John's reluctance to switch to a more senior translator when the formal meeting began. Editor-in-chief, it really is Suwon. She just got a bit tan during military training, Lu Rui said, growing more excited. Editor-in-chief Lu suddenly remembered that Jean Winley had mentioned yesterday that Su Liyuan wanted Suwon to be her assistant. Could the person in the photo really be Suwon? His pupils widened in shock as he grabbed the photo to examine it closely. It was Suwon. It truly was her. He could hardly believe it, and his hand trembled as he held the photo, feeling extremely astonished. Previously, he had dismissed Su Liyuan's praise for Suwon, thinking she was just a girl from the countryside with no connections or background in Beiping. What did it matter if she knew a bit of foreign language translation? He even questioned whether she would be able to get into college in the future. Now, seeing the calm and composed Suwon in the photo, radiating brightness and uniqueness, completely changed his perception built over decades. Her outstanding performance at such an important international diplomatic event, showcasing both strong mental qualities and professional skills, was impressive. With a senior translator like Su Liyuan recommending her, Suwon's future in diplomacy looks very promising. Editor-in-chief Lu never expected Suwon to have such great abilities. He glanced at Lu Rui, who was excitedly holding the photo, his brown eyes shining with brilliance. As the saying goes, don't just buy the pen, buy the pig. Suwon's remarkable talents show her potential. If she marries into their family, they would gain a senior translator as a daughter-in-law. Suwon might even advance further in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which could help Lu Rui enter the ministry and pursue a political career. This would greatly benefit his future promotions and evaluations. They needed to seize this opportunity. If he remembered correctly, President Jiang was looking for a match for his newly graduated grandson, and he already appreciated Suwon's abilities. If President Jiang saw a photo of Suwon accompanying a representative from a beautiful country as a personal translator, as a shrewd person, Editor-in-chief Lu quickly contacted Director Miao to get Professor Xie's contact information. They had to act fast to settle Lu Rui and Suwon's relationship. Dad, do you agree with me dating comrade Suwon? Lu Rui asked excitedly as he listened to Editor-in-chief Lu discussing a visit with Professor Xie on the phone. Yes, comrade Suwon is indeed an outstanding person. When you get home, ask your mom to prepare some gifts. Tomorrow, we will visit Professor Xie's family. Once we have Suwon's home address, we will bring engagement gifts and meet her parents to finalize your relationship as soon as possible. Only by quickly establishing the engagement did Editor-in-chief Lu feel his heart could settle down. But Dad, Suwon and I are not in a romantic relationship yet, and she hasn't. Lu Rui said, feeling happy but still a bit hesitant. Editor-in-chief Lu waved his hand and firmly said, in the countryside, marriage is arranged by parents, and there is no such thing as free love. Besides, you have already met her. As long as her parents agree, that's all that matters. The Hua family Xia Beiling smiled as she hung up the phone, thinking it was because Suwon was participating as a backup translator in the meeting at the Beijing International Economic Exchange Center today. Editor Liu, who had some doubts about Suwon, witnessed her outstanding abilities and wanted to visit tomorrow to apologize, hoping to keep Suwon in the translation team at the Beijing newspaper after she graduates. Aunt Wu, bending down to mop the floor, smiled broadly. Although she didn't know how significant this exchange center meeting was, in her view, anything related to meetings and foreigners was impressive. Oh, one girl is really remarkable. She even got the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ask the school for her, and even had Captain who accompany her. When will this news be broadcast? Will one girl be on TV? Aunt Wu had never been so eager to see the news. She usually only cared about the weather report after the news. Suwon is just a high school senior. If it weren't for Miaoqing suddenly having stomach pain and recommending Suwon, how could she attend such an important meeting? Grandma was suddenly poured cold water on the excitement. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is just worried about unexpected situations. They only sent Suwon to fill a spot. How could they really expect her to host foreign guests? She would just stand there like a server. Grandma Huan naturally thought everything was because of Su Miaoqing, not because of Suwon's excellence. However, Xia Beiling disagreed and sat down in front of the sofa. Mom, such a formal and important international economic meeting. If Suwon wasn't capable and talented, how would teacher Su dare to recommend her over anyone else? Aunt said that during the car ride, little one was conversing fluently in English with Xiaohan, and she made no mistakes at the venue. Grandma fell silent, putting on her reading glasses and focusing intently on the television. Soon, the news showed footage from the Beijing International Economic Exchange Center. A young female translator, resembling Suwon and dressed in a subtle dark blue professional outfit, was seen beside the representative from the United States. Before Xia Beiling and Aunt Wu could get a good look, the scene shifted to the meeting. It was still the same representative from the United States, but sitting next to her was Su Miaoqing, who was focused on taking notes with a pen, calmly translating the meeting content. It's Miaoqing. Mrs. Hu pointed at Su Miaoqing on the TV and happily said, her cloudy eyes shining, Bai Ling, look, Miaoqing is such a beautiful and talented girl. Why does Xiaohan insist on pursuing other girls? Aren't you going to advise him as his mother? Just liking someone won't put food on the table. Look, Miaoqing is already on TV. Call Xiaohan and tell him to watch TV right now, quickly. Mom, Xiaohan is out in the field training with his students. He can't even make a call, let alone watch TV. Xia Beiling looked at Su Miaoqing, who was translating expertly on the screen. She really is impressive. But Xiaohan already has a girl he likes. Someone like him won't easily change. And that brief image of the female translator with her hair in a low bun, wasn't that Suwon? She looked very much like her. Suwon must have tanned during military training, and that translator happened to have darker skin. She would be able to confirm this when Editor-in-Chief Liu visits their home tomorrow. Early the next morning, Editor-in-Chief Liu and Liu Rui visited with great courtesy. Hu Jiangwo was at a military meeting, and Aunt Wu had taken leave to visit her married daughter, leaving only Mrs. Hua and Xia Beiling at home. As soon as Editor-in-Chief Liu and Liu Rui got out of the car, they humbly and warmly shook hands with Xia Beiling. Seeing the Liu family dressed so formally, Xia Beiling felt it was a bit strange. It didn't seem like a simple apology or a discussion about Suwon's work. It felt more like they were there for something else. Wenya had a faint smile on her face, revealing a polite distance, and she extended her hand to courteously invite them inside. Once they were seated, without Xia Beiling needing to ask, Editor-in-Chief Liu began to tell her about Suwon's performance at the meeting yesterday. That person who briefly appeared on TV last night was indeed Suwon. Editor-in-Chief Liu even had Liu Rui bring out a few photos taken at the scene. Due to space limitations in the newspaper, only photos from the meeting could be published. So today's front page mainly focused on the meeting's content and attendees, without enough space to introduce the translators and staff involved. Xia Beiling saw the photo of Suwon in a dark blue uniform, exuding an elegant, classical charm. standing in front of a group of foreign guests with blonde hair and blue eyes. Although her skin was a bit darker, it gave an inexplicable sense of peace and prosperity. Her eyes lit up, filled with surprise and excitement. This photo looks even more graceful and composed than Su Miaoqing on TV, with bright and determined eyes. The charm and confidence radiating from her seemed to overflow from the picture. Xia Beiling was so excited that she almost ran to the study to call Hu Jiangwo and share the news with him. Xiaowan has truly achieved so much. From the first moment she saw Xiaowan, she knew this girl was special. She introduced her to Xiaohan, but that boy rejected her, only to end up liking the nurse Tingting, who turned out to be Su Wan. In the end, she rejected him instead. Editor-in-Chief Liu noticed Xia Beiling smiling brightly while holding the photo, genuinely proud of Su Wan. He asked several questions about Su Wan's performance at the event and expressed his previous biases and apologies towards her. He fully acknowledged and praised Su Wan's abilities and excellent performance. Then, without beating around the bush, he stated his purpose for visiting. Professor Xia, I came today mainly to discuss the relationship between Su Wan and Liu Rui. Su Wan and Liu Rui are dating? Xia Beiling's smile froze as she turned to look at the handsome and slightly shy Liu Rui standing beside her, filled with disbelief. Editor-in-Chief Liu, I have never heard Su Wan mention this. I was surprised too when Liu Rui brought me the photo yesterday. Editor-in-Chief Liu chuckled, creating the impression that the two had been secretly dating. I think since the two kids are meant to be together and Liu Rui genuinely likes Su Wan, we should consider that Su Wan is temporarily staying at Professor Xia's home, alone, without her parents nearby and still in high school. We shouldn't put her in a difficult position. Coincidentally, I have a business trip to Nailing Province the day after tomorrow, so I can visit Su Wan's hometown and take Liu Rui along to meet her parents and discuss their future together. Editor-in-Chief Liu explained his sudden request for Su Wan's parents' address, with clear reasoning. Engagement? Xia Beiling exclaimed in surprise, nearly dropping the photo. Professor Xia, I admit I may be rushing things a bit. First, it's a rare opportunity for a business trip, and second, Su Wan is indeed an outstanding young woman. We don't care about her background. We see her as a promising talent and want to nurture her. Once they are engaged, Su Wan can stay at the Liu family home to prepare for her college entrance exams. Of course, when to register the marriage depends entirely on Su Wan's wishes. She is currently a high school student, and her main focus should be on her studies. I believe you. Professor Xia can understand my concerns, Editor Liu expressed clearly. Xia Beiling looked shocked and surprised, unable to accept this fact for a long time. However, she remembered how Su Wan had returned from the newspaper office after submitting her work, her eyes sparkling and her demeanor shy, resembling a couple coming back from a date. Su Wan seemed to have no feelings for Xiaohan and instead was interested in the gentle and scholarly Liu Rui. But if there was truly nothing between them, why would Editor Liu visit her and ask for Su Wan's parents' address to meet them in person? She also understood that Editor Liu's quick change in attitude was likely due to Su Wan's outstanding performance at the meeting yesterday. He must have felt she was qualified to be their daughter-in-law, which explained his proactive approach. Xia Beiling organized her thoughts and calmly said, Editor Liu, this is quite sudden. Su Wan still has several days of military training before she can return. Let me make a call to check. Editor Liu nodded in agreement with a smile. He believed Su Wan was a smart person, and given their family's conditions and status, if she agreed, she could gain many benefits from the Liu family. Meanwhile, Liu Rui was nervously rubbing his hands, worried about what would happen if Su Wan rejected him. He glanced at a photo of Commander Hua beside the television, looking impressive and commanding. It was Commander Hua who had picked up Su Wan on the rainy day in Beiping and had driven her back to Xinxiang that night to avoid any mishaps. This inexplicably created a sense of urgency in him. Initially wanting to hold back, he changed his mind. He wanted to make an effort, at least to let Su Wan know his feelings. What if she didn't reject him? Xia Beiling went to the study and called Hu Jiangwo's office, explaining the situation to him and asking him to have Hu Xiaohan clarify things with Su Wan. Meanwhile, in her room, Mrs. Hua, having overheard the conversation, picked up the extension phone in her room. As soon as she did, she heard Hu Jiangwo's voice. That's nonsense. Non-military notifications and orders cannot use the military's internal communication system, Hu Jiangwo said, lightly tapping on his desk. He sighed. Given the situation, it seems Suwon might indeed be dating Lu Rui. Then she talked about the day when Lu Rui chased after the car to send Suwon to military training. Suwon also looked out the window for quite a while. So, is Suwon really in a relationship? Mrs. Hu sneered and hung up the phone, her eyes filled with gloom and disappointment. She knew Suwon was not a settled person. She thought Suwon had truly changed, but now it seemed she was still focused on climbing the social ladder. Without anyone knowing, she quietly started dating the son of the chief editor, Mr. Liu. Of course, she acknowledged that Suwon was beautiful, talented, and ambitious. But she felt that Suwon should be on a better path. Xia Beiling hung up the phone, her emotions unsettled, a hint of disappointment in her gentle eyes. It wasn't disappointment about Suwon's relationship, but rather that Suwon was unwilling to share anything with her and Hu Jiangwo, showing a lack of trust. Was she afraid they would stop her if they found out? After thinking for a while, she felt mixed emotions. Mr. Liu's family was indeed good. Lu Rui was a well-educated intellectual with a refined personality, and they had common interests with Suwon. But she always felt that Suwon could have a better future and should find someone who could protect her and support her. Whether out of selfishness or concern, Xia Beiling decided to wait for Suwon to return from military training to tell Mr. Liu her parents' address herself. However, when she came out of the study, she found that Mrs. Hua had already emerged from her room and handed a letter with the address to Mr. Liu. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xia Beiling hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. But Mr. Liu had already put away the letter, stood up and respectfully thanked Mrs. Hua, then smiled warmly at Xia Beiling before leaving the Hua family. Of course, it's to support Suwon in marrying well. Mrs. Hua had been listening to the conversation from her room. "I heard everything you said to Jiangwo on the phone." Her deep brown eyes looked at Xia Beiling with authority. Xia Beiling was taken aback, frowning slightly as she said softly, "Mom, shouldn't we at least ask Suwon for her opinion? How can we just give her address without knowing anything?" Suwon came to Beijing to find a husband. This is something Hu Xiaohan heard Suwon say to her mother. Now she has successfully found one. Mrs. Hu glanced at Xia Beiling and said sternly, "It's surprising that you are a university professor and still can't see Suwon's intentions? Doesn't Editor Liu mean that Suwon and Lu Rui have been secretly dating? Why keep it a secret? It shows that Suwon knows her background wouldn't be accepted by Editor Liu's family, so she worked hard to perform well at yesterday's international conference to gain their approval. Now that Editor Liu's family has finally accepted her, if you interfere, you might end up with complaints once the military training is over," said Grandma Hua, taking off her reading glasses seriously. "Mom, Xiaowan is not that kind of person," Xia Beiling firmly disagreed with Grandma Hua's thoughts. "Xiaowan is an excellent person and doesn't need anyone's approval." She wanted to show Grandma Hua the 2 photos Editor Liu had shown her, but unfortunately, he had taken them away. Anyway, Suwon has gotten what she wanted now, so you shouldn't interfere in her matters. Everything should be decided by her parents. She is much smarter than her sister and knows what she wants. When you have time, you should pay more attention to Xiaohan's personal issues and ask him who he likes. After saying this, Grandma Hua returned to her room, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Xia Beiling sighed helplessly. No matter what, this matter needed to be communicated to Suwon quickly. So she walked back into the study and picked up the phone to call. She asked Hu Jiangwo to send someone to inform Xiaohan about the Liu family's intention to propose to Suwon at her hometown. 5 days of outdoor training gave the students an unforgettable military training experience. On the night after the training ended, many female students cried, reluctant to part with their instructors and the atmosphere of military training. Early the next morning, the students returned to school by vehicle. After assigning class seats, distributing new books, and holding a class meeting, it was already around 11 o'clock. With a heavy backpack, Suwon thought of what Hu Xiaohan had said to her that day, and her lips curled into a sweet smile. She walked toward the alley next to the school. Hu Xiaohan had been waiting there, dressed in a perfectly ironed military uniform, looking sharp and handsome, with deep, dark eyes and a strong nose. He exuded a strong aura of restraint and discipline, filled with youthful energy and tension. Since returning from the last mission, they hadn't seen each other for 3 days, not even catching a glimpse from afar. When Suwon's graceful figure appeared at the alley entrance, Hu Xiaohan's gaze immediately locked onto her bright eyes, and his heart raced. He parted his lips and smiled slightly. It was rare for her not to cancel on him this time. He quickly walked towards her, extended his hand, and said in a low voice, "Give me your backpack." "Okay," Suwon replied sweetly, obediently. She hadn't carried a backpack in a long time, and it still felt heavy. She turned around to let Hu Xiaohan take the bag from her shoulder. "My car is parked at the retired staff housing. Should we head there first?" Hu Xiaohan asked, holding her new backpack. Though it sounded like he was asking for her opinion, he had already made the decision for her. "Sure," Suwon said, her eyes sparkling as she nodded gently. It only took a little over 10 minutes to walk from the alley to the housing area. Along the way, Hu Xiaohan maintained a respectful distance, asking her about school and what the teacher said in class. Suwon answered all his questions. When they reached the housing area, a military green jeep was parked under the shade of a tree. Suwon eagerly ran over to pull open the car door. "I've bought everything. Aren't you going to check how it's arranged? If anything is missing, we can go to the store when we return." Hu Xiaohan paused, clearing his throat. "That's true," Suwon nodded, a playful glint in her eyes. She enjoyed teasing this serious, reserved man. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, she found the place spotless, with new light blue curtains and freshly painted walls. Everyday items like a thermos, teacups, a wash basin, and towels were all neatly arranged. In the main bedroom, there was a brand new desk and lamp, with pink bedding featuring peony patterns. The blankets were neatly folded at the head of the bed, and a light blue mosquito net was thoughtfully hung up. The air carried a faint scent of laundry detergent, as if everything had just been cleaned. It was very tidy and cozy.
Wow.
"Did you do all this?" Suwon said, a bit surprised. He truly was a good man for living at home. She thought Hu Xiaohan had only helped buy the items, not that he had even made the bed. "Yes, let's see if anything is missing," Hu Xiaohan said, pressing his lips together. He placed the heavy backpack on the desk and walked over to Suwon, his bright black eyes focused on her. "Apart from the furniture left by the original owner, everything else is brand new, making it feel like a newly furnished home for this era. If they put a big red happiness character on the door, wardrobe, and windows, it would really resemble a newlywed's home." Of course, she wouldn't dare to tease Hu Xiaohan about missing the happiness character, or he would definitely submit the marriage report that very day. Feeling the man's warm presence surrounding her, his humid breath brushed against her, making her cheeks and arms slightly warm. Suwon smiled and softly praised, "Everything is perfect. Hu Commander, you are so thoughtful and attentive." After giving him emotional support, she happily reached out to touch the neatly stacked tofu blocks he arranged, then walked over to the desk and curiously turned on the lamp. She explored the room, clearly satisfied. Hu Xiaohan patiently followed behind her, waiting for her to finish looking at everything in the room, his hands hanging by his sides, fingers gently rubbing together. "Hu Commander, the new recruits are coming in September. Has my second brother arrived in Beiping?" Suwon touched the light blue curtains with bamboo leaf patterns, sniffing them and noticing a faint scent of laundry detergent, indicating he had cleaned them. She turned around, her bright, round eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "I told you to call me brother, or my name when no one is around." Hu Xiaohan stood before her like an unmovable mountain, his strong voice deep and magnetic. Her heart fluttered at his words. "I just need a little time to adjust. Has my second brother arrived in Beiping?" Suwon met Hu Xiaohan's dark, shadowy gaze, filled with anticipation for news about her brother. Her eyes were pure and bright, almost untouched by anything else. "He arrived at the new recruit camp 3 days ago." Hua Xiaohan exhaled, his breath warm, his tongue brushing against his back teeth. Really? When can I go see my second brother? I miss him so much. Suwon's eyes were filled with longing for her brother, Su Qingsong, as she excitedly asked, almost unable to think of anything else. She noticed the emotions swirling in Hua Xiaohan's gaze, the strong tension between them intensifying. This time, she wouldn't fall for his tricks. Remembering all their intimate moments, she realized she had always been the one to take the initiative. Even in the cinema, it was she who had flirted with him first, prompting him to ask if he could kiss her. He is quite reserved and strategic. He always acts aggressively but actually wants her to take the initiative first. Of course, it could also be his conservative and innocent thoughts along with strict discipline that keep him in check. He only dares to stand close to her, but doesn't have the courage to hug or get too close. Neither of them makes a move. He needs to change this habit. We have to wait 3 months after the new recruits are assigned before family can visit, Hua Xiaohan said, leaning closer to Suwon, staring at her soft, rosy lips, his gaze deepening. She wouldn't forget. She was just momentarily distracted by her excitement about her second brother coming to Beijing. 3 months? Suwon lowered her head and counted on her fingers, feeling that 3 months was too long. But today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Can't we go see him?
No, Hua Xiaohan replied firmly.
Okay, Suwon said, feeling a bit disappointed. Will my brother have any time off after he's assigned? Can he come out? Can he stay with me? Every week, new recruits have a chance to go out, but there are rules about the time, and they can't stay out overnight. Hua Xiaohan shared all the information she wanted to know, even the things she hadn't asked about. Suwon noticed that Hua Xiaohan's breathing was getting warmer, and the temperature around them seemed to rise as well. At such a close distance, she could clearly see the veins on his muscular arms and even feel the firmness of his muscles beneath his clothes. Yet he remained innocent and still. She blinked her long, curled eyelashes and smiled slightly. I understand. Andy should be waiting for us at home for dinner. We shouldn't keep Grandma waiting too long. Let's hurry back? She knew she couldn't outlast his patience, so if he was going to be so innocent, they might as well go eat. She was a bit hungry too. After saying this, she naturally tried to step out of Hua Xiaohan's protective circle. The military green sleeve brushed against his strong arm like a feather, soft and ticklish, reaching right to the heart. Hua Xiaohan's chest rose and fell with heat. His body felt like it was drumming, and he suddenly grasped Suwon's delicate wrist, his dark eyes burning as they fixed on her soft, youthful face. He gritted his teeth. Wan, where's my reward? He genuinely felt that Suwon was being playful, often surprising him during military training with sudden hugs and sweet words that made him blush. Now, with just the two of them alone in the room, she was still so proper and eager to leave. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Suwon let out soft whimpers, mixed with the intense sound of splashing water. Hua Xiaohan's muscles felt as hard as steel. He couldn't bear to let go, and wished to keep kissing until dark. He held Suwon's delicate waist tighter, almost embedding her into his body. Her soft skin was pressed against his strong chest, with no space between them, and his breath was taken away. The passionate kiss made Suwon's gentle face flush, her clear, bright eyes glistening with emotion. She tightly grasped the hem of his shirt around his slim waist. Before, she thought kissing on TV was nothing special, and that it lost its meaning after a while. But kissing someone she liked felt completely different, like opening a door to a deep emotional connection, filled with excitement and sweetness. Especially being embraced by him, feeling their heartbeats and warmth, and smelling his scent made her feel completely fulfilled. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her body felt weak. Yet, despite the intensity and rising emotions, he remained very controlled and respectful. Besides kissing her passionately, he kept his hands in check, only resting them gently on her delicate back, not moving them around. If it weren't for his strong presence and the tension in his muscles, she might have doubted him. On a summer afternoon, in a quiet room filled with the longing of young love, a reserved and pure-hearted older man showed remarkable restraint. Outside, Voices were heard as neighbors returned home for a holiday meal. At that moment, where Xiaohan finally released Suwon's rosy lips, and they both breathed heavily, listening carefully to the sounds outside. When the neighbors entered their home, Hua Xiaohan leaned in to kiss Suwon's soft lips again. After being apart for 17 days, he surely felt it wasn't enough. However, Suwon pulled back slightly, her dark eyes sparkling like spring water, her soft voice panting, "No, Captain Hua, we need to be mindful of our surroundings." Her tone was clearly playful, teasing him about his strict adherence to rules during military training. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The military green clothes were intertwined and rubbing against each other. After some time, Hua Xiaohan suddenly threw off the blanket and took deep breaths of fresh air. The two of them felt like they had just come out of a storm, drenched in sweat. Hua Xiaohan's short, thick hair was almost soaked, and his short-sleeved military shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his broad, firm chest and well-defined abdominal muscles. He knelt in front of Suwon, sweat dripping down his sculpted muscles. He exuded a wild and attractive aura. Suwon lay on the bed, her dark hair slightly messy and her clothes a bit wrinkled, but all the buttons were still fastened. Her delicate face was flushed like a peach blossom, her bright eyes glistening with moisture, half-opened lips resembling a fish gasping for air. She was both innocent and alluring. The man was truly principled. Even in a moment of passion, he only gently caressed her face and played with her earlobe, firmly upholding his boundaries and never crossing the line. He allowed her to unbutton his shirt but would not permit her to unbutton her own. While they were wrapped in the blanket, she felt so hot that she wanted to loosen a few buttons at her collar, but he wouldn't allow it. "It's almost time. I'll take you home," Hua Xiaohan said, looking at Suwon's watery eyes and rosy lips, her soft demeanor reminiscent of a shy flower. The restrained desire surged within him again, his heart racing, his pupils dark and deep. He pushed down the rising feelings and spoke in a low, magnetic voice. Suwon squinted at Hua Xiaohan's defined waist and suddenly realized that his black leather belt looked familiar. "This is the belt you gave me," she said, as he leaned closer, one hand near her ear while the other fastened his shirt. He had changed into it since she agreed to date him, but she only noticed now. "Didn't you give it back to me?" Suwon asked, surprised and confused. "The one I returned was one I bought myself," he replied. Suwon blinked, her mind taking a moment to catch up due to the lack of oxygen. She finally understood what was happening. This man was truly complicated and clever. He clearly desired her, but stubbornly refused to accept gifts from any woman other than his wife. Yet, he had secretly swapped her belt for his, showing a side that was not at all like a straightforward soldier. But soon, it dawned on her that this wasn't just complicated, it was cunning. He brought her back safely from Xinxiang overnight. His words were clearly a test to see how she felt about him. It wasn't that he didn't want her. On the contrary, he was strongly hinting that he wanted to be in a relationship with her. "I don't think it looks like the one I bought." Suwon's eyes sparkled playfully, and she lightly licked her lips. "You should unbutton it so I can see." Hua Xiaohan paused, his hand at his collar hesitating. His ears turned red, and he swallowed hard, lowering his voice wan. His intentions were discovered, and it was getting harder to deceive her. Suwon smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like hooks, playfully reaching out to unbutton Hua Xiaohan's shirt. "You've sweated so much. Let me wipe it off with a towel. Otherwise, Annie will notice when we go back." She enjoyed teasing him, watching the reserved older man blush and become flustered. If needed, she could just ask Hua Xiaohan to speed up on the way back. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, recalling the urgent task he had received yesterday. He forced himself to look away, grasped Suwon's small hand, and pulled her up from the bed. "Wanwan, my family doesn't know I'm here to pick you up. After I take you home, I need to rush to the train station." He had timed everything perfectly, ensuring his uncle would keep his father occupied. Suwon would take the bus home, which would take about 30 minutes. No one would suspect her of being late. Moreover, with their current situation, appearing together would definitely raise his mother's suspicions. "Where are we going?" Suwon asked, surprised, her sweet smile fading slightly. It's a secret. I've put the bank book and receipts in the drawer of my desk, and I've changed the password to your birthday. This afternoon, someone will come to help you pack. Hu Xiaohan's dark eyes focused on Su-won's delicate face. He knew he had a task ahead, and he might not see Su-won for 10 days or 2 weeks, which was why he allowed himself this moment of indulgence. He wanted to kiss and hug her again, but he had to pull himself away from those feelings. His strong desire was locked deep in his dark eyes as he returned to his usual serious demeanor. It seemed that Hu Xiaohan had made a special effort to pick her up, and the situation was quite urgent. Su-won was startled. She used to think that Hu Xiaohan as the leader had a lot of free time, but now she realized he was a soldier and could be called for a mission at any moment. I don't want your savings book. You should keep it. Now she understood why the usually calm and self-disciplined Hu Xiaohan suddenly acted differently, carrying her to bed and kissing her in the middle of the day. You don't want my savings book. Whose do you want? Hu Xiaohan tightened his grip on Su-won's delicate hand and said firmly and coldly. Although he rarely interacted with women before, he knew he needed to settle down as an adult. So, when he entered military school, he consciously started saving money. Su-won once again witnessed the simplicity and sense of responsibility of men in this era. In her time, many men expected their girlfriends to save money for marriage together. Some even wanted the woman to contribute financially right after the wedding. With sparkling eyes, she sensed that Hu Xiaohan's intention was that if she didn't accept it, it would mean she didn't want to marry him. So, she decided to accept it, knowing she wouldn't use it anyway. It seems like you're going far away and won't be back soon? How long will you be gone? Can you come back in 3 days? Her soft voice carried a hint of reluctance. This is confidential. I can't say. The gentle tone made Hu Xiaohan's heart race, feeling a sudden pang, as if a kitten had scratched him, deepening the intensity in his gaze. In the past, he would leave for missions without hesitation, but now he felt a sense of attachment. He didn't want to go either, but as a soldier, following orders was his duty. After checking the time on his wrist, he quickly knelt down to help Su-won put on her shoes and suggested she wash up. Just moments ago, they were sharing sweet words and affection, with her lips still holding his taste, thinking they would have plenty of time to meet again. But now, Hu Xiaohan was about to leave. This sudden separation was something Su-won had to adjust to. After quickly washing up, they got into the car and headed toward the military compound. Hu Xiaohan initially stayed silent, not wanting to mention parting so soon after they had just reunited. He just wanted to cherish every moment spent with Su-won. The closer they got to the military compound, the nearer the time for their separation approached, but he couldn't ease off the accelerator. Su-won gently placed her small hand over the man's large hand on the gear shift and said, "You know time is tight, so why are you hesitating after we get inside? Wan, I didn't bring you to the rental place to do anything bad. For me, every moment spent with you, no matter what we do, is meaningful. The relationship between couples is not just about physical contact." Hu Xiaohan furrowed his brows and held Su-won's small hand tightly, seriously correcting her thoughts. Although he wanted to, those feelings should naturally grow from their love, not be the initial goal. Okay, maybe her understanding was a bit lacking. But I really like it when you take the initiative, Su-won said softly, teasing Hu Xiaohan's palm, her voice sweet like a gentle stream. Hu Xiaohan's breath caught for a moment as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze intensely fixed on Su-won beside him, suppressing the rising heat in his chest, his whole body starting to tremble. "I understand," he said in a deep, hoarse voice. "Wait for me to come back." At that moment, the jeep stopped at the entrance of the military compound. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the rental place," Su-won said, playfully intertwining her fingers with his, parting her soft, pink lips reluctantly as she added, "I'll miss you." During the day, Hu Xiaohan was busy with military training, and at night he would come over to help her clean and arrange her room, taking care of every detail. She felt she had little to offer him in return, except for emotional support. There were many pedestrians outside the car, and time didn't allow him to drive to a more private spot. They could only gaze at each other for a moment, and then Soo-won opened the car door and got out, while Hwa Xiaohan had to hurry to the train station to meet the others. At this time, the atmosphere at the Hwa family was solemn and overshadowed by a cloud of gloom. The lavish mid-autumn festival lunch was already served, but no one was sitting at the table. Little Xiane, who had returned home happily from school, noticed the tense atmosphere and the two serious strangers. She went to the study to find her grandmother, Xia Bailing, who was on the phone. "Grandma, what's wrong with Uncle and Sister Wan? Great-grandma seems very angry." "Xiane, it's nothing. If you're hungry, you can go eat first," Xia Bailing said after relaying the message to the secretary in Hua Jiangwo's office and hanging up the phone. She felt a bit worried, but still spoke gently. In recent days, Hua Jiangwo has been very busy with work and hasn't returned home. Several calls were answered by his secretary. "I wonder if he has received the news." During military training, Hwa Xiaohan was reported for having too close a relationship with a female student, which raised concerns about his conduct. Several photos were taken of them, and the female student involved is Soo-won. Just now, members of the disciplinary inspection team came to speak with Soo-won to gather information. "Soo-won is back," Wu-ma announced from the living room. Two individuals in military uniforms, wearing red armbands from the military district's disciplinary committee, walked toward the door. "Are you Comrade Soo-won?" As soon as Soo-won entered the living room, the serious-looking members of the inspection team stood in front of her. "We received a report that Comrade Hwa Xiaohan violated regulations during military training by using his position to engage in an inappropriate relationship with a female student. We are here to understand the situation from you. We hope you can cooperate with our investigation. What is your relationship with Captain Hua?" The inspection team spoke directly and formally. This caught Soo-won off guard, as she had just shared a sweet moment with Hwa Xiaohan not long ago. The first thought that crossed her mind was whether their actions on the military vehicle were noticed and reported. Or perhaps someone saw her hugging Hwa Xiaohan at the back door of the Beiping Hotel, or when she said in a foreign language, "I wish I had talked to you sooner." "Xiaowan, don't be afraid. Someone took photos of Hua correcting your grip at the shooting range. Just explain the situation to the investigation team," Xia Bailing said gently, noticing Soo-won's nervousness. She led her to the sofa and held her slightly cold hand. Xia Bailing firmly believed that the photos were taken with malicious intent. It was particularly sinister to report it on the day Hua was on a mission, leaving him unable to explain. Photos of him correcting her grip at the shooting range? Soo-won's mind raced as she recalled the details from that day. There were many students and instructors at the shooting range, and aside from a few quiet words, Hwa Xiaohan had strictly followed the guidelines to correct her actions. There was no physical contact between them, and they didn't even make eye contact. How could there be problematic photos to report? Was it the way they were quietly talking that someone happened to capture on camera? Two investigators sat across from Soo-won. Even without speaking, they brought a sense of solemn authority. "Sue, is this person in the photo you?" Another younger investigator, responsible for taking notes, pulled out several photos from his notebook and placed them in front of Soo-won. He pointed to a woman in the photo, lying on the muddy ground, holding a gun and wearing a military hat, and asked. Although the photo was taken from the side and part of her face was obscured by the gun and hat, the shape of her eyes and brows was unmistakably hers. In the photo, Hwa Xiaohan was half-squatting beside her, with deep-set eyes and a strong nose, looking very commanding. He leaned closer to her, his lips slightly parted, as if whispering in her ear. Looking at the photos, their expressions and actions appeared very intimate. In this conservative 1980s setting, there was an ambiguous, forbidden relationship hinted at. Moreover, it was clear that the photos were taken secretly, and the unclear quality added to the impression of a forbidden connection between the officer and the student. Especially in the last photo, Hwa Xiaohan's slight smile seemed to suggest he was looking at her with warmth. Soo-won pinched her fingertip hard, her dark, calm eyes searching the photos for clues. It was obvious that someone skilled in photography had deliberately taken these intimate shots. This was a time of strict enforcement, and it was the first nationwide military training in colleges, which was significant and highly regarded by leaders at all levels. If Hua Xiaohan were accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a female student during military training, it could lead to serious consequences, including expulsion from the military. The person who took these photos seemed intent on ruining Hua Xiaohan, but why did they only capture images of him and Suwon? Did this person know something? Suwon suppressed her inner panic and made sure the investigation team could not sense any guilt from her. She spoke calmly and steadily. "Comrades, the person in this photo is me, but I have no relationship with Captain Hua." There were thousands of students at the shooting range, along with many military leaders and instructors. So many eyes were watching. During the time Captain Hua corrected my grip on the gun, he always kept his distance from me. Those who shot with me and the classmates standing in the back can testify. I hope the investigation team can look into this clearly. These photos were clearly taken by someone with ulterior motives, using film techniques like angles and positioning. Suwon's last sentence was clear and powerful. The investigators recorded everything Suwon said. The investigator in charge looked at her with sharp, intense eyes. "Don't worry, we will get to the bottom of this." Then he pointed at the slightly parted lips of the two people in the photo. "These pictures show that Captain Hua seemed to be talking to you, and you responded. This couldn't be achieved just by angles and positioning," Xie Bailing thought as she looked at Suwon. If Hua Xiaohan's speech was correcting Suwon's actions, why did Suwon appear to be speaking? Suwon's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had anticipated that the investigators would question the doubts in the photos. Calmly, she replied, "I was a bit nervous the first time I held a gun, so I made many mistakes. Captain Hua was correcting my actions. I wasn't speaking. I had a mint candy that Aunt Xia had prepared for me because of my low blood sugar. It was reasonable for students to carry some candy during military training since many had fainted from low blood sugar or lost their voices from shouting slogans." Hua Xiaohan's mission was urgent, and without solid evidence, the investigation team couldn't just stop someone at the train station. So they had time to question the statements. Xie Bailing felt relieved upon hearing this. So that was the case. The investigator in charge looked at Suwon's hands resting on her lap, seemingly trying to find signs of nervousness or deceit in small details. However, apart from being a bit tense during the first inquiry, Suwon's hands showed no unnatural trembling. Her expression was calm, and her eyes were clear. They then asked about the day they left for the shooting range, mentioning that the command vehicle Hua Xiaohan was and had a flat tire and that they had traveled to the shooting range with the transport vehicle from Class 3, Year 5. They asked for details such as where they sat, what they said, who was nearby, and what happened during the trip. The implication was that Hua Xiaohan had taken this opportunity to meet and interact with Suwon. Noticing the investigator looking at her hands, Suwon tried to maintain a natural posture. The tip of her tongue pressed tightly against her teeth, and when asked this question, her heart raced uncontrollably in her chest. She wasn't sure if anyone noticed her and Hua Xiaohan's actions in the car. Still, she forced herself to remain calm, turning her gaze as if recalling what happened that day in the car, answering clearly and steadily. This made her relationship with Hua Xiaohan seem open and innocent. Although they had not spoken or done anything inappropriate in the car, just sitting face-to-face made the inspectors suspicious. They wondered why she didn't wait or switch to another vehicle, instead choosing to wait for Captain Hua to return from his mission for questioning. As the inspector opened a new record sheet, he crossed his arms and asked a shocking question. "Since you and Captain Hua have no relationship, why did he spend a year's allowance for director due of Xinhua bookstore to purchase the magazine that you translated and published?" Suwon's head buzzed, and her pupils constricted, a flash of shock crossing her dark, calm eyes. Wasn't it Aunt Xia who used her connections to have Director Du purchase all the Duin magazines? How could it be that Hua Xiaohan spent his own money to support her? She had asked Hua Xiaohan before, but he never mentioned it. She was very surprised, but she couldn't show that she was completely unaware, as it could serve as evidence of an improper relationship between Hua Xiaohan and a student. She couldn't reveal anything about their secret relationship, as it could lead to Hua Xiaohan being accused of misconduct during military training and violating disciplinary rules. However, She was curious about how the investigation team found out about this when she herself didn't know. Did they specifically go to the Beiping newspaper office to investigate? The only possibility was that someone reported it. That day, a reporter from the Beiping newspaper was there for an interview, and many people in her class saw it. She caught a glimpse of one person who looked a lot like the editor-in-chief, Li Ai-ching. However, she didn't pay much attention at the time, as ever since her Xiaohan assured her that nothing similar would happen again, Fang Yu had been quiet and hadn't tried to trip her up. However, she did not expect that Fang Yu's family would cling to her like a malicious spirit, seizing every opportunity to retaliate against her. This time, they were directly targeting her to ruin Hu Xiaohan. How cruel! Suwon bit her tongue hard, tasting a metallic sweetness, but quickly composed herself and replied calmly, "Comrade from the disciplinary committee, it was Aunt Xie who asked Captain Hu to go. Aunt Xie has been very kind to me. The recommendation letter for my part-time translation job at the Beiping newspaper was written by her." After saying this, Suwon quietly looked at Xie Beiling. Even though Xie Beiling was completely unaware of the situation, she gently nodded in agreement with the disciplinary committee members, saying, "Yes, comrade, it was I who asked Xiaohan to go." Her gaze towards Suwon carried a deeper meaning. The investigator from the disciplinary committee shot a stern look at Xie Beiling and then pressed on with the second piece of information provided by the whistleblower. So, Captain Hu returned from disaster relief after several sleepless nights, knowing that student Su was on a business trip to Xinjiang, and he rushed back overnight. Is it also Professor Xie who arranged for them to stay overnight in Xinjiang? This was clearly unreasonable. After all, he was her own son. No mother would risk her child's safety to pick someone up at night. At most, she would have asked Captain Hu to send someone else. Of course, the most important part was the latter statement about two unrelated people leaving the county government compound and staying out overnight. This question was the most sensitive. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. It was clear that this implied Hu Xiaohan and Suwon were secretly dating, which led to Hu Xiaohan's decline in discipline during military training. Madame Hua, who had been listening to the conversation from the room, could no longer sit still. She opened the slightly ajar door and strode into the living room with authority and anger. Comrade from the disciplinary committee, Team Leader Liu, who went on the business trip with Suwon, is her partner. Hua rushed to Xinjiang overnight to pick someone up, likely worried that they couldn't maintain their premarital boundaries and would have trouble explaining to Suwon's family later. Now, Team Leader Liu's family has already gone to Suwon's hometown to propose. Hu Xiaohan is a first-class meritorious soldier with many achievements and has been recognized by generals. You cannot make hasty judgments about his conduct based on a few unverified photos. Hu Xiaohan and Suwon have nothing going on. Those photos are just malicious slander and defamation against Xiaohan by ill-intentioned people. Mrs. Hu has a strong presence, reminiscent of a stern and dignified revolutionary leader. Suwon, who was about to respond, turned in surprise to look at Mrs. Hu, her eyes trembling. When did Lu Rui become her partner? Did he even go to her home to propose? Could it be that Mrs. Hu misunderstood something? But Aunt Xie didn't stop her. Suwon's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, feeling an ominous premonition. She turned and carefully explained, "Comrade Ji, Team Leader Liu is not my partner. However, Team Leader Hu did come because he received a letter from my parents. They know that things are a bit chaotic in Xinjiang, so he drove overnight to pick me up. On that day, we also stayed at the home of Team Leader Hu's comrade. I shared a room with the comrade's wife." Suwon clearly and logically explained how Team Leader Liu was robbed, detailing how Hu Ziqiang and his gang intercepted military vehicles at the county government courtyard. Now it was Aunt Xie who was surprised. If they weren't in a relationship, why did Liu's family insist on going to Suwon's hometown to ask for her parents' approval? She always thought the two were truly together, and since her Jiangwo and Xiaohan were busy, they hadn't had a chance to call her back. Did Xiaohan not find the right moment to inform Suwon? What exactly went wrong?
Suwon, what are you talking about?
During military training, Editor Liu and Comrade Liu came to the Hu family very formally. Mrs. Hu shot a sharp glance at Suwon, believing she was lying at such a critical moment. But Aunt Xia quickly intervened, saying, "Mom, this might be a misunderstanding. If it's a misunderstanding, why didn't Jangwo tell you?" Mrs. Hu then realized she had dragged Xiaohan into this and quickly changed her wording to Jangwo. Suwon was confused about what had happened during her military training. She was puzzled. How could Editor Liu, after being embarrassed by her, suddenly go to the Hu family claiming she and Lu Rui were in a relationship? Most importantly, Xiaohan didn't even know about this. But now, she didn't have time to delve into this matter. She needed to stay calm and clear-headed, carefully answering every question from the investigation team. Otherwise, she might accidentally fall into their trap. Ding ding ding. The phone in the study rang at that moment. It must be Jangwo calling. Aunt Xia hurried into the study to answer the phone. Sure enough, Hu Jangwo's calm and deep voice came through the phone, asking about the report on Hu Xiaohan. He also reassured Xia Beiling, "You and Mom don't need to worry too much. Xiaohan's thoughts and conduct are fine and can withstand the investigation. The problem lies with the person who reported him. Once I finish this urgent matter, I will thoroughly investigate the reporter." At first, Xia Beiling wasn't worried, but now, especially since Hu Xiaohan was on a mission and not around, she knew it wasn't the right time to discuss this, so she urgently brought up Suwon's situation. "Jangwo, Xiaohan said she isn't dating team leader Liu. What's going on? Didn't you tell anyone to talk to Xiaohan?" On the other end of the line, Hu Jangwo suddenly remembered and slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "I was just about to have my secretary relay the message after hanging up, but then an urgent order came from the military committee, and I completely forgot." How could you forget this? By now, Editor-in-Chief Lu's family is probably almost at Suwon's hometown, Xia Beiling said anxiously, her usually gentle demeanor turning stern. After hanging up the phone, she rushed out. At this point, the disciplinary inspection team had gathered enough information. Since they couldn't find any issues in Suwon's statements, they took their photos, closed their notebooks, and left. Xia Beiling then shared that Editor-in-Chief Lu planned to visit Suwon's hometown to propose the day after she attended the International Economic Conference. Suwon, who had just finished her questioning, was still sweating. After hearing the whole story, she was shocked, her hair standing on end in disbelief. "Auntie Xia, ever since I returned from my business trip to Xinqing, I haven't had any contact with team leader Liu. Editor-in-Chief Liu has been deliberately targeting me because of this. When I went with my colleagues to see the injured team leader Liu, I was even scolded by his mother. How could I possibly be dating team leader Liu?" She was trying to avoid the situation altogether. Everyone in the living room was taken aback. They hadn't expected Editor-in-Chief Liu to be so sneaky and despicable. The worst outcome Xia Beiling could imagine was that Lu Rui liked Suwon and that they got along well, but hadn't openly acknowledged their relationship. However, she never expected Lu's family to treat Suwon so poorly, and that Suwon was intentionally avoiding Lu Rui. It was outrageous that Editor-in-Chief Liu shamelessly claimed they were secretly dating and kept trying to lead her to think that way. Clearly, Editor Liu saw your impressive performance at the International Economic Exchange Conference and eagerly wants to marry you. "We saw you on the news," Xia Beiling said, looking at Grandma Hua. It was obvious they were saying that Suwon was so outstanding that she had caught the attention of some bad people. Suwon was taken aback again. She never expected that this International Economic Conference would lead to such a big reaction. This conference was indeed crucial for the trade lifeline of certain economic zones, and it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that found her. With these two significant titles attached to her, how could she not attract attention? Clearly, Editor Liu had a typical business mindset, only interested in profit. He saw her potential value in diplomacy, which could bring great benefits to his family. Suwon's parents sent her to study in Beijing, so she could quickly find someone to marry in the capital. Recently, they wrote to her, saying they felt embarrassed in their village, as others no longer asked Su's father and mother for help, and people were gossiping about them. Even though she sent a lot of money home, her older brother's marriage prospects were still not good. There weren't even any girls willing to meet him. If Editor Liu and Team Leader Liu went to her family to propose now, it would undoubtedly bring hope to them, like a lifeline for her parents. Moreover, they were important leaders in a cultural organization in the capital. The whole family were intellectuals, and Liu Rui was handsome and tall. He was exactly the kind of ideal son-in-law her parents could only dream of. How could her parents possibly disagree? Once her parents agreed, and they were engaged, it would be like they were married in the rural context of the 1980s. It would be impossible to break off the engagement afterward, and the consequences would be severe. She had worked hard to escape her previous fate. How could she fall into another big pit? Soo-won hurried to the study to call Jiang Manhwa, who worked at the newspaper, to urgently confirm whether Editor Liu and Team Leader Liu had already left for Nanling Province. Xia Beiling quickly followed her inside. Soo-won, don't you know? You are now a celebrity at our Beijing newspaper. Editor Liu speaks highly of you. Jiang Manhwa was excited to hear Soo-won's voice and genuinely happy for her. He even specially requested to visit your hometown to share this good news with your parents. They left on the train with Team Leader Liu 2 days ago. Done. It's really happening. They even used public funds under the name of the Beiping newspaper. Soo-won's face turned pale, and her palms were sweating as she held the microphone. The quickest way to stop this now is to send a telegram saying, Editor Liu is a fraud. I hope that Editor Liu, being such a cunning old fox with powerful connections, will hear about my bad reputation and poor family after arriving in the village and reconsider his intentions. After hanging up the phone, she hurried to the post office. Seeing this, Xia Beiling thought of something and called Director Miao to find out which train Editor Liu was taking. Then she quickly called Hu Jiangwo, saying, Jiangwo, you need to contact your old subordinates in Nanjing Province right away and have them stop Editor Liu at the train station. We cannot let Soo-won's parents be deceived by him. Soo-won has gone out to send a telegram to her parents, so you must stop him. At that moment, the usually silent old lady who walked in and said coldly, Editor Liu comes from a good family background, and Liu Rui likes Soo-won. He seems gentle and refined. His whole family values Soo-won, so how do you know if her parents will agree with your efforts to stop this? Previously, she rejected Xiao Han for being too old, and now after attending an international economic conference as a translator, her standards have risen. She has become quite pretentious. If she looks down on a knowledgeable family like Editor Liu's, what kind of person does Soo-won want to marry? Old lady who believed that given Soo-won's background, being the daughter-in-law of the Beiping newspaper's editor would be a great fortune. It might be hard to find such a good family in the future. Mom, Editor Liu is clearly trying to deceive her into marriage. What kind of principled and moral intellectual family would do something so despicable? Although Xia Beiling was gentle in nature, she had her own temper and principles. Her words were firm, and her gaze was resolute. At the very least, Soo-won's parents need to know the truth. She then spoke into the phone. Once you finish this, hurry back. I have something to tell you. Soo-won arrived at the post office, breathless, and used all the money in her pocket to send a telegram. Each word cost $1, and she even opted for express delivery. In this era, telegrams were the fastest way to communicate. If sent in the morning, they would usually be delivered by the afternoon. Qiantang Village Dad, Mom, the eldest sister received a telegram saying that Editor Liu is a fraud and is trying to trick her into sending money. We must be careful not to fall for it. The eldest brother of the Su family hurried home after receiving the telegram from the mailman. At that moment, several relatives from the Su family were in the main room, along with some neighbors wearing straw hats who were peeking in as they prepared to work in the fields. Soo-won is really capable. Just after this summer vacation, she found a good match in the capital, a well-educated intellectual working as a translator. Wow, what luck! She has already been courted by a military officer. Does this intellectual not mind? The tone was as sour as if they had drunk a whole bottle of vinegar. Sue's mother, who was happily serving tea to Editor Liu and Liu Rui, paused when she heard the eldest brother's words. The two literate elders from the Su family quickly took the telegram from the eldest brother to read it. Editor Liu, sitting on the bench, remained calm. He stood up and took out a letter of introduction from the Beiping newspaper agency, which clearly stated his position and identity, stamped with the agency's official seal. With a slight smile, he said sincerely, "Mr. and Mrs. Su, I am the editor-in-chief of the Beiping newspaper agency. I came here not only to commend Su Wan for her excellent work, but also to propose marriage for my son, Lu Rui." During their time working together on translations, Lu Rui found Su Wan to be an outstanding young woman, and I also admire her translation skills. I learned about Su Wan's hometown address from Professor Xie, so there may have been some misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, you can come to the capital with us to see for yourselves. He then took out a stack of colorful banknotes, along with food and fabric coupons that he had prepared in his briefcase. He placed them sincerely on the table, saying, "This is the bride price of 288 yuan. As for the 4 major items, a bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and recorder, we have already purchased them. My wife's father is the director of a steel factory, so we can arrange for Su Wan's 3 brothers to work there. I can also help her younger sister, who is in vocational school, find a job at our newspaper as an editor or reporter, which would be a respectable position." Editor Lu originally brought over 600 in betrothal gifts, but upon seeing Su Wan's family's conditions, which were even worse than he expected, he felt it was unnecessary to waste any more money. As an educated person from the capital, he believed that even without a betrothal gift, Su's parents would be willing to marry Su Wan off to him. However, since Su Wan had just sent a telegram accusing him of being a fraud, he knew he had to offer some money to ease their doubts. Arranging jobs for his siblings would simply involve making a few calls to pull some strings. With such generous conditions, the relatives and neighbors present were wide-eyed and amazed. They could hardly believe it. In their area, the highest betrothal gift was just over 100, while he was offering 288, which certainly didn't seem like a scam. The best part was that he could also help their son find a job. After receiving the money Su Wan sent back, Su's parents started thinking about using connections to secure a job for their eldest son at the steel factory, which would cost over 1,000. They didn't expect that a simple word from him could solve everything. This could save them a lot of money. Su's mother was overjoyed and felt her confidence grow as she reached for the betrothal money on the table. "What are you doing?" Su's father, smoking his pipe, interrupted her with a shout. Looking at the telegram from Su Wan and the introduction letter from Editor Lu, he felt certain that Su Wan wouldn't deceive them. The introduction letter seemed genuine, and Lu's appearance and demeanor indicated he was educated, even wearing a watch. What could he possibly gain from deceiving them? "Old man, it might just be a misunderstanding. We could go to the capital and find out, right? He can't sell us halfway, can he?" Su's mother said confidently, eager for the marriage. This was a rare opportunity for a good family. If Su Wan married him, she would live a comfortable life. With their son working at the steel factory, he could attract better partners and marry sooner. No one in the village would dare to mock or look down on them anymore. Faced with such tempting benefits, especially with Su Wan's poor reputation in the village, marrying her off quickly seemed like the best option. So, the relatives of the Su family decided that it would be best for Su dad, Su mom, and Su to take a trip to the capital together. If it really is a misunderstanding, they could take advantage of both sets of parents being there to arrange the marriage in Beiping. What? Editor Lu went to Nanling province a day early? This morning, he already took Xiao Wan's parents on a train to Beiping? Xie Bailing answered the phone, and her newly sparked hope was instantly shattered. She looked at Su Wan, who was standing at the door of the study, with a worried expression. Su Wan was also shocked. She didn't expect Editor Lu to be in such a hurry. After getting her family's address, he left for Nanling province the very next day. This meant that her parents would arrive in Beiping tomorrow night. People in rural areas during this time often had limited understanding, and many believed that education was less important than working on the family land. The main concern was marriage. If Su dad and Su mom knew that the telegram she sent was not well received, they would quickly arrange her engagement to Lu Rui. If she disagreed, they could create a scene at her school and drag her back, preventing her from continuing her studies. "Xiao Wan, this is Auntie's fault. I should have found someone to confirm things with you sooner, Xia Bailing said, filled with regret as she hung up the phone. It's good that your parents are coming to Beiping. You can explain everything to them. They will understand that Editor Liu is trying to deceive you, and uncle and auntie will support you. It's useless. In rural areas, asking for someone's address to propose is quite normal. Editor Liu simply shifted the focus from Auntie Xia to the address. Su Dad and Su Mom wouldn't care about these small matters. They would think that Auntie Xia should have provided it. Editor Liu, being the chief editor of a newspaper, knew how to handle things well. With his family's background, Su Dad and Su Mom would be eager to accept, without even considering her feelings, directly arranging the marriage for her. While he admired her excellent translation skills, he completely viewed her as a woman from the old society, ignoring her personal wishes. This situation could have been easily resolved if Hua Xiaohan had not been assigned a task. She could have simply told Su Dad and Su Mom that she was dating Hua Xiaohan. But at this critical moment, Hua Xiaohan was reported for violating regulations during military training, and she had just been questioned by the investigation team. She couldn't reveal their relationship. Su Dad and Su Mom would definitely not be persuaded, and they wouldn't listen to a word she said. They love and care for their daughter, which is not wrong, but it's mainly because they know she is beautiful and can marry well, bringing benefits to the family and enhancing their reputation in the village. Now, they can only take action with Mr. Liu, making it impossible for him to marry her even if he wants to. Auntie Xia, can you find out what time my parents' train arrives in Beijing tomorrow? Su Wan asked, her dark, calm eyes showing determination. I will go pick them up. Auntie Xia was momentarily surprised but quickly replied, Okay, I'll go with you. The next day, after getting the train arrival time from Mr. Liu, Su Wan took the bus to the Beijing newspaper office during the school lunch break. She also stopped by a store to buy herself a stylish dress. With the sound of the train arriving, the Su family's worries about the Liu family faded away as they approached Beijing safely. They felt more trust towards Mr. Liu's family, especially after learning about them at the train station. Su Wan's heart soared with happiness, feeling as if a huge fortune had fallen from the sky. Mr. Liu, working in the translation team, earned between 15 to 20 yuan for every 1,000 words translated. If he worked more, he could make several hundred yuan a month, and even with a lighter workload, he could still earn around 100 yuan. That amount was equivalent to 3 months' salary at the steel factory. Su's mother smiled widely, feeling proud of her daughter. Su Wan had truly made something of herself. She had been well cared for since childhood, and they had always saved the best for her. Now, she had found such a good son-in-law. Mr. Liu was polite throughout the journey, addressing them as uncle and aunt, speaking elegantly and kindly, and showing great patience by reading to them. He was much better than Xiaohua, who had a bad temper and was too strict. Su Wan, who could be difficult at times, needed someone gentle and understanding like Mr. Liu. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Auntie Xia and Su Wan had been waiting at the exit for an hour. Su Wan, who had previously worn someone else's old clothes, was now dressed in an elegant light purple fitted long dress. The soft fabric floated like clouds, perfectly hugging her graceful figure. The neckline was adorned with delicate lace, resembling roses blooming in the morning, gentle and exquisite. Her hair, styled into 2 braids, was now twisted into a bun, adorned with 2 pearls on her delicate earlobes. The healthy, sun-kissed skin gave Su Wan a unique charm, blending purity with allure. In the bustling train station, she resembled a foreign model, turning heads and making it hard for anyone to look away. If it weren't for Xia Bailing standing nearby, Lu Rui wouldn't have recognized Su Wan at all. His handsome eyes were filled with surprise. Editor-in-Chief Liu immediately noticed Su Wan, dressed elegantly, and smirked with a sense of superiority. It was clear that Su Wan had her sights set on their family's wealth while pretending to be modest and reserved. He regretted coming here and thought he should have just sent Su Wan to visit them directly. Mr. and Mrs. Su, that lady in the light blue dress is Su Wan. She's here to pick you up, Editor-in-Chief, Liu said proudly. However, his expression changed to displeasure when he noticed people from the newspaper were also present. As the editor-in-chief, he didn't want his subordinates to see him with someone from a rural background. It would affect his authority and reputation at the newspaper. Soo-won certainly knew how to create a scene for herself. Dad, Mom, Big Brother. Soo-won spotted familiar faces at the exit and quickly glanced at Jiang Mengyue before rushing towards her family. Editor-in-chief Liu, as a provincial newspaper head, how could you engage in such a shameful act as a marriage scam? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by your peers? Xie Bailing confronted him angrily. If you want to marry Soo-won, do it openly instead of using such underhanded tactics. You deceived me. Soo-won and Liu Rue are dating, and you got her home address. Soo-won has no interest in dating Liu, and how can someone like you exist among educated people? Xie Bailing cornered editor-in-chief Liu at the crowded exit, exposing his despicable marriage scam in front of the newspaper staff, shattering his reputation. Mr. and Mrs. Su didn't care how he obtained the address, but for someone like editor-in-chief Liu, being publicly called out for his shameful actions in front of so many subordinates was a complete loss of face. Especially since the other party is a prominent associate professor from North China University, editor-in-chief Liu's proud expression instantly turned dark, looking as grim as liver, almost dripping with displeasure. Originally, Soo-won came to ask her colleagues at the newspaper if they were going to pick up editor-in-chief Liu, and they all thought she was trying to curry favor with him. But they didn't expect to witness such a dramatic scene. It wasn't Soo-won trying to please editor-in-chief Liu. Instead, he was using underhanded tactics to trick her into a relationship. This was truly interesting. Professor Xie, you must have misunderstood. I never said that Soo-won and Liu Rue were dating. What I meant was that I wanted to propose to Soo-won's family, editor-in-chief Liu retorted, unwilling to back down, bringing up Soo-won's parents to save face. Yes, Won, what are you doing? The Su family looked confused and couldn't figure out what was happening. However, Su's mother was quite fond of editor-in-chief Liu and his son-in-law, Liu Rue. Mom, do you really think editor-in-chief Liu is interested in me? You have no idea how he has targeted and suppressed me. I kindly visited the hospitalized team leader Liu, only to be insulted by team leader Liu's mother, accusing me of trying to him. If it weren't for President Jiang standing up for me, I would have been kicked out of the newspaper long ago. Even the articles I painstakingly translated would not only go unpaid, but would also have to be returned. Everyone in the Beiping newspaper knows this. Soo-won pointed at a few newspaper employees who had followed her, including 2 colleagues from the translation team, listing out editor-in-chief Liu's actions one by one. The employees who came to pick her up fell silent, not rebutting, which meant they accepted it. Now that editor-in-chief Liu sees that I was chosen as a backup translator by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the International Economic Exchange Conference and gained media attention for my outstanding performance, he thinks I have value to him, which is why his attitude has completely changed. Every word she said was a sharp to editor-in-chief Liu's face. This made him lose face in front of his subordinates at the newspaper, exposing his hypocritical and greedy nature. If he treated her parents as his weakness, she would make him lose his reputation in front of his subordinates. He would become a laughingstock in the industry. Editor-in-chief Liu, who always cared about his image, was publicly criticized by Soo-won at the train station, turning as green as a frog. But for a moment, he couldn't find a chance to argue back. Liu Rue also didn't expect that during his hospital stay, his parents would make things difficult for Soo-won. They know I wouldn't agree to date team leader Liu, so they tricked Aunt Xia into revealing our hometown address, fearing someone else would get to you first and deceive you into agreeing to this marriage. Soo-won took out a few photos from the International Economic Conference where she translated for the representative from the United States. She purposely bought new clothes and dressed up to show Su's parents how capable and impressive she had become. Now, she was quite sought after, and better candidates would pursue her. Don't be fooled by the Liu family. Yes, uncle and aunt, Soo-won is exceptionally talented and is highly regarded by a leader in the foreign ministry. She will have even better options in the future. Xie Bailing genuinely believed this, especially since the foreign ministry had sent a letter of commendation. Uncle and aunt, Soo-won is now a celebrity at our newspaper. Director Jiang also thinks highly of her and plans to introduce his grandson to her. Jiang Manhwa noticed that Sue's parents wanted Soo-won to marry into a good family, so she mentioned Director Jiang. After her experience with a bad man, she didn't plan to stay at the newspaper and was looking for a new job. The Soo family looked at the photos, completely surprised by their daughter's success in vaping. She was even taking pictures with foreigners. No wonder the Liu family traveled so far to propose, and was so generous. Director Liu, is everything Soo-won said true? You didn't tell us she was involved in international conferences. Sue's father asked, holding the photos and looking at the serious and embarrassed Director Liu. What does the foreign ministry do? Do they mainly deal with foreigners? Sue's mother asked curiously. Having lived in the countryside their whole lives, Sue's parents were unfamiliar with terms like the foreign ministry and international economics. They just thought Soo-won looked beautiful in the photos, and being able to take pictures with foreigners was impressive. Oh, fellow villager, your daughter is remarkable. This is national news. Your daughter served as a diplomatic translator at this conference, and it seems this scheming editor has taken an interest in her. A serious-looking person with leadership qualities, standing behind them, said as he looked at the photos in the Soo family's hands. Really? Sue's father began to understand a bit more upon hearing the word national. Mom, Dad, just know that the foreign ministry is an important department that Editor Liu has tried hard to get into, but he couldn't. Soo-won thought all night. Her excellent performance at the International Economic Exchange Conference wasn't enough to change Editor Liu's mind suddenly. The only reason she could think of was that she was chosen as a backup translator by the foreign ministry. They might have thought that if she caught their attention, she could work there in the future. That's why they dared to place their bets on her. Hearing this, the colleagues at the newspaper and the bystanders at the train station understood what Editor Liu was thinking. Wow, isn't this just because his son couldn't get into the foreign ministry? Now that he sees this young woman has the ability to enter, he wants to use tricks to marry her. Which newspaper's editor is this? He doesn't care about others. He bullied the young girl before and accused her of trying to attract his son. Now that she has succeeded, he shamelessly approaches her parents to pressure her into compliance. Did he think the rural girl was trying to climb up to his family? In the end, it's his son who can't get into the foreign ministry and wants to rely on her. As people came and went at the train station, the crowd's comments embarrassed Editor Liu, who valued his pride and reputation. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Especially Soo-won's words struck a nerve. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to help Liu Rui get into the foreign ministry, but Liu Rui was rejected during the interview. Editor Liu was furious, his face changing colors like a dye shop, red one moment and purple the next. But he couldn't lose his temper at that moment.
Soo-won, those matters are in the past.
I have already apologized to Professor Xia. I admit my previous judgment was wrong, but I never intended to suppress or target you. Liu Rui likes you very much. As a parent, I personally came to ask your parents for your hand to show my sincerity. And who doesn't like outstanding people? That's only natural. Editor Liu spoke grandly, suppressing his inner anger to maintain his prestigious image. He tried to rationalize everything.
Soo-won, I'm sorry.
I really didn't know about these things. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted this way. I genuinely like you, Liu Rui said anxiously, looking directly at Soo-won with careful affection. Comrade Xiaolu, do you understand now? Your family's actions and yours are truly shameful. Xiaowon cannot bear your affection. If it weren't for my son bringing her back overnight from her business trip to Xinxiang, Xiaowon's life would have been ruined because of you. Xia Beiling did not want to waste any more time with such people. She stood firmly in front of Soo-won and sternly scolded them. I asked you directly if you were dating Soo-won, and you remained silent, which means you accepted your father's deceitful actions. You have already harmed Xiaowon once. Do you want to ruin her life forever? If you have any conscience or shame, you should stay far away from Xiaowon. Then, with a cold and intimidating expression, she warned Editor Liu. In the past, your targeting and insulting of Xiaowon was something she never mentioned to me. Now I tell you, since Xiaowon is staying with our Hu family, Her well-being is our responsibility. You should not think of taking advantage of her in any way. Xiaowen is not someone like you, with poor character and misguided thoughts. This statement was like a slap to editor Liu and Liu Rui's faces, making it clear that Suwon is protected by the Hor family. Xie Beiling's in-laws served in the military, while her family was involved in politics, with ancestors who were scholars during the Qing dynasty. For many years, her students have been successful in various fields. Their social status is not something the Liu family can compare to. After saying this, she gracefully took Suwon and her parents away. The reporters present looked at each other in surprise, thinking that Suwon had no support, coming from a rural background with no connections. But editor Liu had just hit a wall.